not dine with the king. I'll not eat the king's food. I'll not defile my consciousness. I'll not defile my integrity. I'll not defile myself by associating with those people who have depleted the resources of this country. Fortunately, the majority of us, and especially on these spaces, hold a similar view that the time has come for us to change the way we do things in this country. And the good thing is that we are not beginning afresh. We have a basis upon where we should begin, and that is Article 10, which gives the Article 10 of the Constitution, which gives the values and the principles of governance. Previously, this country existed without values. But now there are some values that we have said these are values that are dear to us. One of the values is the value of the rule of law, the value of integrity, the value for respect of human rights, the value of inclusivity, the value of equity, the value of social justice, the value of democracy, the value of good governance, and the value of sustainable development. Those values were not there before. We now have those values to inculcate in our government. We have those values to inculcate in our institutions. We have those values to inculcate in us. And that constitution says those values bind every state organ, every state officer, and every person. So they bind all of us. So we have a basis upon which we can begin. We have a basis upon which we can say, yes, we are beginning as a clean slate, but this is a mirror. The mirror is Article 10 of the Constitution. Moving forward, on the question of JKIA, we have written to we had written to the minister in charge before he was removed, but we have now written to the head of civil service to under the right to access of information under Article 35 of the Constitution and Section 4 of the Access to Information Act, asking him to clarify that preposition so that at the fullness of time, when that preposition is not clarified, you have a basis upon which you can approach court to ask for that particular information. As it was said, that democracy is sustained by the eternal vigilance of individuals. We shall sustain this war and this revolution through our own eternal vigilance. And the eternal vigilance is keeping watch. For example, I am keeping watch and close watch on those persons who are going to be selected in the panel. If you get people of the caliber that we are fighting getting into the panel, you realize that we are destined for destruction. The IEBC will not be able to deliver the credible, secure, and free and fair elections because garbage in, garbage out. Allow me to address the conduct of His Excellency Raila Odinga. I don't believe he represents us in any way, we the Gen Zs and the millenniums. Even if he goes for the dialogue, that is up to him. But he should not allow him to sabotage the movement. As and when he attempts to sabotage us, we must call him to order. For example, the time is right for us to call him to order, that he is not a Gen Z. He has tried to change this country, he has failed. Let him not interfere with the flow of things. And that is something that we need even to write to him. You know, today I was very happy that the IG is able to realize that the process is leaderless. The process is tribeless. The process is an non-violence process, and we are also fearless, and that's why we are soldiering on. I have heard the gentleman saying, yes, I am equal to the task. He is equal to the task. I agree, is equal to the task. But as per now, let us remain as abstract as we can. Let him not be able to see where the head is. Let them not be able to tell where the tail is, so that we are able to move. A time will come when we shall identify the head. A time will come when we shall identify the tail. Why? Because at the fullness of time, government will be formed. A government that will be formed must be formed in accordance to the constitution, and there are no any other people who are better suited to form government other than the persons who are currently listening to me at this particular time. When that time comes, When that time presents itself, I will urge every person to present himself for purposes of making sure that we revert the manner in which things have been done in this country. And therefore, I'm saying, for me, I am ready, I am able, I am willing to soldier on. And what is giving me courage that I'm soldiering on to fight incompetence in this country. I will soldier on to fight the extrajudicial killings in this country. I will soldier on to call for accountability in this country. I will soldier on to call for good governance in this country. I will soldier on to call for competent performance of the institutions that we have created in this country. I would wish my child to access good education, like the child who is accessing that similar education in Brookhouse. I would wish to access, and my child to access better health care, like any other person who is accessing them. So I believe we are in the right course. We shall not relent. We are not going to drop the ball. They will kill us, but they will not kill the revolution. They will maim us, but they are not going to maim the revolution. They will brutalize us. They will blackmail us, but they will not blackmail the revolution. Why? Because change has come, change is here, and change shall live. Thank you very much.
Wow, thank you very much, Wakili. Thank you very much. I still again appreciate your presence and the insights you're giving us. And as you've mentioned, when the bus starts leaving from this point to the next, those are dropping, those who are not continuing will carry on and will soldier on. And soldiers never die and soldiers never tire. The ones who die, we pick them up and we move on with the bodies. So, guys, you've heard it from the horse's mouth, and we have a team and we are a team. And if you remember and you're bringing the discussion to a different kind of perspective, I think you're in the wrong platform. So Africa, I'll recognize Ruben is here with us. So Ruben, you'll go after Africa, and then most Kenyan, you'll go after Ruben. Fred Polo, if you're done with your submission, can you allow me to drop you and I add somebody else on the mic?
Thanks a lot. You can drop me, please.
Good evening, everybody. Getting me?
Good evening.
Good evening.
Carry on.
Yes. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to be able to say one or two things, and also to encourage everyone who is together with us in this particular movement, and to ensure that we bring change that is much needed to our country. I just want to mention some areas of concern that should be able to give us the much needed energy to be able to soldier on, even as we demand for this particular change. One of the areas that is likely even to bring a serious issue than even some of the areas that we are looking at is in the area of education. There's a complete mess in our education system, and that's why we really need change. And if this change comes, it's likely to address these particular areas. Now, where we are at the moment, there's what we call CBC. And if you analyze from my perspective and experience in the sector, CBC is actually a total mess. When you look at the way the curriculum has been developed, we realize that there's been a systematic move that has been done in our country, that every time something good is about to happen, there are people who normally come and hijack. And at the end of the day, sometimes we come up with names. Like, for example, we have had the 844 system. And to me, I've not seen any serious problem with it, because actually nearly all of us who are on this particular platform, maybe except a few, were privileged to go through the international system. We are a project, or rather product, of 844. And what we only needed was basically to align our curriculum in terms of the contents to the current needs, but not to change the name or to change the structure. So currently we have got teacher training still going on, like in the universities, those who are taking up education courses, the units being offered are still the same. Yet when we look at the CBC curriculum in terms of the contents that they expect to subject our children to when they get to the high school level, is different to what they have. So that is one area that we really need basically to continue pushing so that resources can be available. And even before the resources are available, we demand that if possible, we revert through this particular system, because it's one of the areas that we had been promised by the current leadership that when they take over power, they'd be able to revert back to the 844 education system. Now, an example of a system of education that has been there for some time, for those of us who are well acquainted with the UK or the British system of education, they have not had change of that structure for many years. So the only thing they normally do is basically to align the contents, but not dismantling, changing the structure, and then making it very difficult to be able to achieve anything. We have got these kids in primary school, the ones now we are calling the junior secondary schools, they cannot access laboratories. And you find somebody saying if they need those labs, they share with the neighboring secondary schools, and some of them are several kilometers away at the end of the day. So it's a total mess in that particular area. Now, number two, whatever we have is actually a product of our negligence. And that's why it's a time as we continue to move on, we need basically to continue asking ourselves certain questions and have a lot of commitment so that we don't make the same mistake that people made in the last election by staying at home while other people were going to vote. So let's be active. Let's make sure that we exercise our rights when that particular moment comes, even as we continue to basically push. And the issue of leadership, I believe that in this particular movement, there are many people who have got the capacity and who have got the moral values that are required that basically makes them to be leaders. So I don't think if there's any issue of a vacuum, like the way someone was suggesting that maybe we focus on certain politicians who are part of the mess that we have had, we can have some of the politicians who come to the platform probably to share the experiences to see if there's anything that we can borrow from them, but we cannot say that the same people end up being planted in our midst as leaders and then they take us back to where they are. I really want to appreciate the efforts of some of the lawyers, like Akili Ndegwa, the chairperson of the Law Society of Kenya. Basically, they have done so much. I'm actually one of those people who were abducted from Nairobi, and then later on I was dropped somewhere in Tarbo in the middle of the night, but still Eldoret. And I've had quite a lot of struggles. I sustained injuries at the end of the day. But because we have got people who are patriotic and they really want to ensure that we get to a place where everybody can be able to enjoy the freedoms that our forefathers fought for, so that at least we have a better nation. So let's bring everybody on board. I want to encourage the JCs and us, the millennials, so that as much as we own this particular movement, let's give space also even to the others who are above us, because at the end of the day, we'll need their votes. Like, for example, if I decide to run as a member of parliament, I would be looking forward to getting votes even from my parents at the end of the day. So let's create a conducive environment by slowly, basically educating them, accepting the fact that some of us, at least we are well placed to understand certain things which they may not be able to understand because others are used to being within the comfort zones. But with the time, as we continue to move, I think we are likely to achieve much more if we get focused, if we move systematically, if we remain consistent, and above all, let's continue to encourage our young people that anytime we have got an opportunity to go and participate in the protests, let's refrain from any acts that could derail the process. Let's not be part of the goons. Let's completely be different from them. Let's act different. Let's continue to focus on the moves that we are making. Let's not be derailed. Let's not begin to behave like
Thank you,
and
Africa.
just do everything.
Africa, thank you very much.
Yes.
Are you done with your last word, or I give you a second more?
Just a second. Just a second.
Okay.
As it has been mentioned, now I don't think there's any vacuum. Like, many a times when people are discussing some of these particular issues, people keep on asking, now, if this one happens, what is going to happen here at the end of the day? So I'm concerned, especially about this process that we are saying about the IBC, because when I look at some of the changes that were made to that particular bill, just like one of us was asking, in terms of the representation in that particular body, I think there is need probably even for a push still to be made, because, like, for example, there are people that are going to be elected by the political parties to represent them. There are people that are going to come from the church. There are people that are going to come from the civil societies. But sometimes you ask yourself, what criteria is there? What is going to be used, or which particular civil society organizations are going to be involved, that are going basically to give this name, or somebody would be able to call shots and come up with a list and say, now so and so number one has come from civil society, so and so number two is from maybe LSK, so and so number three is from the church. So it's not very clear who particularly will be nominating these particular people. And maybe from there, at that particular end, we would still need a lot of input from some of our members who are members of the Law Society of Kenya, to be able to continue to highlight us, or rather to enlighten us on that particular area, and see if there is any push that we can be able to make to ensure that the people that are going to be nominated meet a particular criteria in terms of the process of nominating them to be in that particular panel, because it is the panel that will determine the commissioners that are going to be elected or finally appointed to run the IBC. And that is very critical into bringing the right people in terms of what we are fighting for. Thank you very much for your time.
Wow. Africa, I really appreciate your input, and I appreciate everybody and your contributions. Actually, we forgot to appreciate the doctors and the first aiders and those people who are actually helping the people who are injured in the streets. So thank you very much. Guy, we have over 96 requests. I really ask for just 2 minutes each, so that at least everyone can be able to have an input. Ruben, you'll go ahead, and then followed by Most Kenyan, then Ratumo, like that. 2 minutes, so that I don't have to ask you to drop.
Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to put in a word. Mine is 3 points of gratitude. First of all, I want to thank the Gen Zs for mainstreaming the correct kind of dialogue in our country. Of those fighting for an end to corruption, an end to impunity, an end to indignity, that is the Matharau culture, an end to debt, mismanagement of our economy through debt, and so on. And to an extent, we were beginning to be a little tired. In 2022, those are the things I was fighting for when wanting to run for office. And my vision was summarized in just 4 things. Utu, which means human dignity; haki, fundamental basic rights for the citizen; maadili, which has got to do with values, and they're enshrined in our constitution, Article 10, Article 232, Chapter 6. And if we had leadership, servant leadership of character, we would go very far. IEBC was given 241 cases in 2022 before the general elections. names that were not fit to run for office. They cleared several of them. And so I want to pass a hearty thank you to all the Gen Zs for mainstreaming these conversations, but also for staking their lives. I salute you. The second group I want to salute is the judiciary, but especially the Law Society of Kenya, the Defenders Coalition, in the civil society. I want to salute several judges, and especially those of the High Court, for staying our hope alive, because we had begun to fear for the capture of the judiciary. But I'm a very proud Kenyan to see what the High Court has done to protect us from excesses of power. I sincerely thank you. I want to thank especially Madam President, Law Society of Kenya, for staking your head and showing us leadership of example. Madam Odhiambo, I'm so proud of you. Thank you so much. And thank you for staying this rogue procedure of preventing media and demonstrations from going on. Thank you very much. The third group I want to thank are the journalists, the media people, especially in mainstream media that are risking their lives out there. I want to bring you a word of encouragement that I'm on the road just from the Annex Hospital in Nakuru, where I was able to spend some time with Catherine Wanjeri. And she is getting strong. We need to pray for her so that she is out of that hospital soon. But we need to protect the freedom of expression, especially because it's guaranteed in Article 34, as well as 33. Media freedom is protected in Article 34, and freedom of expression in Article 33. And each of these journalists actually has the freedom to have conscience, opinions of conscience and so on in Article 32. And so let us not relent. I close by saying exactly 2 years ago, on the day, 18th of July, 2022, Justice Mrima ruled that I should be included on the 2022 ballots. Strangely, IEBC went to court 2 days later to stay that judgment. I expected that somehow in 6 months or so, my case would have been heard. As I speak to you today, that case died in the Court of the Appeal. The court
Wow. Am I the one who's lost him? Can you hear him
I am
if you're in the speaker
concerned.
panel?
Think he's dropped.
Anybody with a question to the Wakili and on the speaker panel before I give you a chance to speak? Anybody that is not on the speaker that has a question for the Wakili that is in the house? You just raise your hand. Okay.
I think I mentioned I've posted a screenshot of the requirements in the composition of the select panel committee for the IEBC. I think that would be a good chance for people to educate themselves and to know the composition and the requirement.
Did you put it on the comment section?
Yes, I have posted it.
Oh yeah, it's in it. Okay, guys, you can check on the comment section. There's something there. You can go through it as we carry on. Ruben, as you're trying to reconnect back, I'll still hand you over the mic so that you can finish your submission. And I don't know, Wakili, if you have anything in regards to that thing that was in the
So maybe I
IBC
can
thing
go.
about Ruben. Who is speaking?
Most Kenyans.
Okay, most Kenyan, go ahead. You've really been patient. I'm so sorry. The queue is too long. Carry
Yeah,
on.
thank you so much, Biril. So first of all, I'd like to thank all my fellow compatriots for joining in today's maandamano. Yeah, uh, let nobody tell you that this is not maandamano. If you're not on the ground, when you're done on the ground, we come online in the spaces, we continue undermining until our voices are heard. And the message goes home. Ruto must go. And at this point, also I'd like to call out Baba and fuck that old man. Kwa sababu, how is he now going to bed with the government? But anyway, that is an agenda for another day which we'll pursue. For now, let's stay the course. We've highlighted so many things in the spaces with various brilliant submissions. And I'd like to take us back kidogo to the debt issue. You see, in the previous space, hosted by, I don't know who, but Jimmy Wanjigi's submissions were very clear. Yeah, for a period of 10 years on the forensic audit, there was a deficit of the budget of 1.3 trillion. Yeah, but the government went ahead and borrowed 7.7 trillion shillings. So you can imagine an odious debt of us as a country we've been suffering for the last 10 years of 6.4 trillion just to pay a few individuals in this country and even abroad so that we fill their bellies, and for us we are suffering here on the ground. Now fast forward to Ruto's government. He as at now has borrowed a total of 1.4 trillion, a figure that is even above the deficit of 10 years for the last government, which he was also part of it. So you can see this confidence that the political class have in matters kutuumiza kabisa kabisa kabisa. And then you get people coming over here and telling us, trying to steer us away from the course. And yet the political class have gone to bed with each other. They've united. They've gotten united against us, the wananchi. I'm so angry when someone comes here and says ati Sonko should be the face of our movement. Seriously? As Kenyans, we should know that nobody is coming to save us. Yeah? Nobody is coming to save us. And with this, I'd like to call each and every person that is in this space, each and every person that has a smartphone in Kenya, that these are called for disciples to the movement. We need to call on disciples to the movement in the sense that in whatever space that you are in, you need to be a disciple to this. You need to be a disciple to this movement, in the sense that when you have at your disposal a key information that can lead to the growth of the movement and support the movement, you need to come on here and share it. Yeah, we need to have those people in the political spaces but are loyal to the movement. We need to have even those children of political elites who are loyal to the movement to come and give us these pieces of information that we need so that we steer the course forward. Yeah, hata wachawi, even the witch doctors who are here, we need you guys to come in, mroge hawa watu mpaka wakufe ama watoke hapo, watuachie nchi yetu. If we have at least a better idea of where we are going. Yeah, tusikae hapa like acting like this thing does not concern us. Yeah, you can see a whole state house coming to do a press briefing and saying that 6 billion has been lost due to demonstration. And yet this state house wants even to, come on, man. You can imagine a country that we are having right now. And then you are here gaslighting us. In the spirit of discipleship to the movement. In every movement, lazima kuna wale majudas. Yeah? And this Judas, we are watching them. Yeah? Somebody like in a Cairo nini, let's just watch them and keep quiet. And after we are done with this struggle, we should circle back and pick each and everyone. Because at the end of the day, even in the disciples of Jesus, Judas had the thing that came to him and it came to pass. So this Judas is in our movement. We are watching you. Some of us, we are silent, but we are watching you. So be one, stay one. And most of all, as I want to finish, let us continue with this movement. Let us stay on course, and let us think, if Ruto in 2 years can borrow 1.4 trillion, what about in the next 5 years, hadi 2027? And if that's not enough, what if he cheats his way to power until 2032? Tutakuwa na deni ya trillion ngapi? As we stand right now, we have paid a debt payment. We've serviced our debt to a tune of 8.8 trillion shillings. Yeah, and then wanatuambia bado imebaki 11 trillion. So you can imagine kama umse ako kwa spree ya in 2 years 1.4, you can do the maths. Tutakuwa na almost double ama triple ya deni. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Tutakuwa hii nchi yetu itakuwa tushauziwa. Yeah? Na hata na nchi imeuzwa na sisi wenyewe hatuna pesa. That is directly selling us to these colonial powers, na hata pia these oligarchs in this country. We should also call out these local lenders who are lending the government in tunes of billions and also trillions. These guys want to cripple us. Sisi wakulima huku chini, they want to cripple us. Why do they want to cripple us? You can imagine your fellow compatriot trying to cripple you. These are the Judases that you are talking about in this movement and in this country. We should at some point call them out. Because explain to me how I put my money in the bank, and then at the end of the day, when I go to get a loan, I'm having very high interest rates. And these interest rates that I end up paying, they give again to Ruto. Yeah, they give again to Ruto so that they can again tax me so that they pay back. Yeah, yani hii cycle inaenda mpaka hata nasikia tu I've lost my line of thought. But anyway, guys, let's continue the struggle. Aluta continua, and I would like to call on the lawyers in this space to highlight the key articles and the key sections of the constitutions that are that will enable us to cut down this misinformation that the gaslighters are using to bring down our movement. Ruto must go, Viva, and fuck Baba, and fuck the opposition. Thank you.
Okay, this is a recorded space. Most Kenyan, let's not use French, kindly. Let's not use French, but don't drink water, kindly. Just breathe in and breathe out. Let the anger continue. And today we didn't go to the streets, but we've been here protesting the whole day. If you're just joining in, the discussion was Uhuru Park. Kindly mute your mic. Thank you very much. So if you've already spoken, I'll drop you off. Nicholas has something that he wants to share. So Nicholas, I'll give you 4 minutes, not 3. I'll give you 4 minutes. And Acheng, you're welcome. I can see you on the panel. I'll add you right away. And if you're on the waiting list and you're feeling like you're burning, raise up your hand so that I can drop somebody and add you. Tony, I can see you. You're welcome. Kenneth, a few shout outs to the people that are on the panel waiting. Wakili, we still appreciate your presence. So Nicholas, I'll give you 4 minutes, and then Wanjala, and then PLO. Go as we carry on. Nicholas, 4 minutes, the rest 3 minutes each. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Nicholas. And I'm so excited to have gotten this opportunity. Well, let me begin by saying that nobody is coming to save us, and if we take the necessary actions by counter-attacking the propaganda that is being uh, pushed by the paid government bloggers. Uh, there's something Caroline spoke about, us coming up with an alternative way that we can try and counterattack this paid government bloggers. And one of the ways was at least we thought, I thought of, was creating a parallel social network whereby we are able to converse, plan everything as we want it to go, and just come here on X and hear them actually and push that agenda of the day. They won't know what hit them, and they won't know how we planned the day's activity. One of the things that the platform is going to really help us in is that anybody who's trying to push a narrative that is against, or that we are against as a people, we are able to report him. And since we are the ones who are controlling that platform, we are able to restrict them from the platform, and we continue on with the agenda of the day. Well, if you visit my profile, well, the platform is called Social Kid, and we recently just finished putting it up to help with this. It's there are two links on my profile, and the one that is written socialkid.net, that is it. One thing that I believe the platform is going to help with is that we have also put, since we are struggling a lot with the job opportunities, that I believe as a people we are able to market our skills and at least earn something from our skills through the platform. And this way we are not just fighting a movement that we're not just having a movement that is transforming the government, but also creating opportunities for ourselves. And yes, I'd like also to call anybody on this platform here who is able to help us put this platform and also push for the platform to go and reach several people. It will really be helpful.
Sorry, Nicholas, I muted you. I just wanted to help you out. Guys, Nicholas, earlier on we had discussed about a different platform whereby if we want to have a one voice communication, people could just get the alert. And then people can meet, because today we had, it's called, it was a hoax for the Uhuru thing. So some people went and they were wondering, why can't we have a communication centralized in one place that people can talk in codes and people can get the alert? So that is what Nicholas is trying to explain. So I actually asked him to highlight more, but the way he's explaining, I don't think anybody can get it faster. So once we're able to talk to him with a few guys that we know in IT, and then on the next platform, we'll be able to share extensively. And if it is safe for everyone, because you want something that is safe for your data protection, not something that is going to expose you. So that is what he's actually trying to say, so that you don't get lost with what Nicholas is talking about. Did I make it clearer, Nicholas? Is that it?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, so that is what actually he's explaining. So we'll liaise with him, and then we emphasize on it so that we can have somewhere that it's called, there's a lady who gave it a name, like our, it's a dark spot whereby we can have everything communicated there, and you can just go in there and find the right information without your data compromised. And you don't have to jump from this space or the other to get the information. When you go there, you find everything. So you want to check it out with our other teams. We have so many guys in IT, and then we'll shed back on this space. So Nicholas, allow us to carry on as we liaise with you the way we chatted. Is that okay? And those are the kind of brains we need, because we need centralized communication, and we need more in our IT. Like the blockchain that we're discussing, guys, if you have more knowledge about it, we need a different kind of a system than the IEBC. So these are the kind of brains we need, and we really welcome any kind of an an idea that will take us on progressively. PLO, you can take the mic, and then Rotumo, then Anthony, then Achieng.
Hi.
2 minutes each, so that's...
Hi, can you hear me?
Just do 2 minutes. Yes, I can.
Well, I had actually joined the space to join my colleague Steve, just answer some of the legal questions on board. That's why I'm here technically. Can you hear me?
Just please carry on. We can hear you.
I'm saying I joined the space to answer some of the legal questions that the patriots who are part of this, space have been raising over time. Yeah, so that's why I joined the panel, just to assist Steve to clear a few legal issues as a lawyer and as a citizen of this country that we are trying to fix. But nonetheless, if I were to begin my submissions, my focus will be on the IEBC Amendment Act that was recently assented to just the other day. So my concern is on the 5 representatives of the select panel, technically, who I think have the most political power, and that will mean the president has much more influence when it comes to the selection panel. Because when you look at the amendment to the first schedule of the IEBC Act of 2011, the select panel consists of 2 persons nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission, who are representing the majority party or coalition of parties and the minority party or coalition of parties. And then you have 3 persons nominated by the political parties liaison committee, of whom you have 1 person who shall be from a party other than a parliamentary party or coalition of parties, 2, 1 person who shall be from a parliamentary party or coalition of parties forming the national government, that is the UDA. 3, you have the 1 person who shall be from a parliamentary party or coalition of parties not forming the national government. So the other representatives of the select panel, you have 1 person nominated by our society, that is the Law Society of Kenya, and then you have 1 person nominated by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, that is ISPAC, and then lastly, you have 2 persons nominated by the Interreligious Council of Kenya. So technically, when you look at the composition of this particular select committee, there are 9 in number. It is an additional 2 slots from the IEBC Amendment Act of 2023. It was signed into law in January, I do believe. So the 2 extra slots now have been, I think, allocated to those who are not factored in the previous committee. So my concern, not just as an advocate or as a lawyer, but as a citizen, is how the kind of pull and the kind of influence the president would have, especially on those nominees from the political parties liaison committee and those from the parliamentary service commission. Those are 5 in number, and this select panel has 9. So 4 extra slots. Of course, LSK doesn't play tune to the government. So in as much as we are trying to have commissioners who are vetted in accordance with the law, then it is equally important to address how this shall be done. Because as far as I'm concerned, the composition of this select panel is another barrier or another mountain that we as citizenry and we who have the ultimate power, we have to climb that particular mountain. So with that, I rest my submission, and I'll just be on the speakers panel to answer any legal question that patriots who join this space may have. So back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, PLO. I don't know, Wakili, would you highlight something on what he's mentioned, because that touches actually on the IEBC thing, before I give the next speaker?
Well, is it in regard to what PLO has mentioned or what the other speaker?
Yes, in regards to what PLO has mentioned.
To be honest, I haven't even heard him. I was even wondering whether it is a system which dropped or what was it.
Actually, you can combine the both.
No, my concern is I never had his contribution because I think there was an issue with the network. PLO, you can quickly mention it before I...
PLO, you can just quickly highlight.
All right. My learned friend and colleague Steve.
Is he speaking?
I think I'm audible. Am I not?
Yes, you are.
All right.
Unless
Is
Steve,
PLO speaking? I can't hear him.
Steve, I think you have some issues with your network. So just...
no, maybe you can drop and then I'll add you back to the speaker panel.
Let me do that.
Yeah. Okay,
So,
PLO, let somebody else carry on, and then I'll let you stay there. Let another person take. I like when somebody asks a question, and the lawyer is in the house. You can actually just tackle it, and then we go to the next speaker. Is that okay, guys? Oh, Richard has dropped. Koki, Anthony.
Who's Koki or me? Who should go first? Can I go,
okay,
Koki?
whoever is speaking can take it.
Okay,
yes,
okay, it's Anthony.
Just go ahead.
I'm happy today. I was just in another group and another one, and this is my third one. And what I'm finding to be absolutely fascinating is that now we are beginning to ask the right questions on what is our next step. I'm happy that today we have a lawyer who's saying, I'm here to handle your only anything pertaining legal. Why am I so happy? I'll go back and tell you guys, we are facing a political movement. We can only fight it in the language they understand, which is political. Why am I saying this? Because we are governed by a constitution, which is a political document. Now, I'll go back to what PLO said. We had a chance to have our leg in when the IEBC was being reconstituted. We missed that. And I believe if we took it, we would have we had a very good segue into picking the cabinet. Now that we are almost in all spaces, we are now talking of how do we bring our strengths together. In this group KOT is hosting, how do we have one messaging so that if all groups are saying, because I believe we now have a nuclear message. If we are saying tomorrow we are meeting at Uhuru Park, if it is from this platform, it is legitimate. We know this is the communication, and this is where we are going. Now, to bring the point home and to land, is that how do we harness all the strengths we have, from the law fraternity to the graphics guys, to the guys who understand politics, to people like Ruben Kagame, who can actually give us a story of I believe the lady who did the most in terms of what we are doing, as I finished, was Wangari Maathai. Just to give you a short story, 1 minute, 30 seconds actually. Wangari Maathai started like us. She was in the street every day. And she had people in hospital because Moi really went down on her. And we had prisoners and everything. Wangari Maathai realized that I cannot beat Moi with brute force. I can only beat Moi intellectually. And that is why Wangari Maathai zeroed in on Uhuru Park. She went to Uhuru Park and never left that field, day and night, until the international media started covering her. When the international media started covering her, international bodies like the UN, the US, through the ambassador, started telling Moi that you are actually abusing human rights. How can a woman who is simply agitating for the release of people be such a cumbersome thing to you? So what did Wangari Maathai do? She started controlling the narrative. Anytime the media would go, the international and local media, she would voice her voice and say, I want Moi to release all prisoners of this Mandamano. And Moi would do it. Okay? Then she would come and say, I want you to do ABCD. She turned the narrative. Why am I saying about us turning the narrative? And PLO will come to this. Is right now the narrative is not with us anymore. It is with someone else. That's why you are seeing political parties coming together, because governments are political institutions. Now, how shall we turn the narrative? We need to bring attention to ourselves in a non-violent manner, like Wangari Maathai did, in a non-violent manner. something that will make it impossible for goons to attack us and make it difficult for government to govern, because we've placed ourselves in a position that makes the world say, you want to tell me these young people are mad? Can you listen to them? Once we get that focus on us, guys, we are off. We shall start changing this government a step at a time, and we shall get to the government we want, the Kenya we want, and we shall have vindicated the people who have lost their lives, the people in hospital. So let's put our minds together, let's leverage on our strengths, and let us learn from history so that we don't repeat the mistakes and take what worked then, it will work now. We have the advantage of social media. Let's use it. Let's amplify our voices. But I'm very happy. I'm happy that right now, like Nonini, I've seen him here. He said when he found it impossible to work with MCSK, they bolted out and formed their own group. We must talk to people in a non-violent manner, but in a strategic way. Right now, what we are sitting to discuss is strategy. And if we continue with these kind of discussions, we will win. We will have the Kenya that Rex died for. We will have the Kenya that there's someone in right now in hospital who lost a leg for. We shall give Rex's mother the vindication that your son did not die in vain. Let's continue this. I'm happy Wakili you're here. Let us get guys on graphics and let us learn. Let us learn on how do we keep on controlling the narrative. I think those are my submissions, but I'm happy we are finally discussing issues and not events.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Yeah, that was quite something.
Oh, sawa.
Bunde, let me give a Cheng and then Koki and then you.
Hi, could you just give the other speakers kidogo tu nafanya kitu and then I'll be back kindly.
Okay. Fine. Wind up. Bunde, you can take the mic. Then Rotumo.
Aniajeni wadau. Manze, today I'm very happy. Like I came from work nikiwa tu nimeingia tu hapa. I've been here for a while, just listening. And yani true, man. Like right now, we can all feel like we have started taking like real shape. And Jana, for you guys who are not there, when Coyote had a space at night, I did mention about the Mau Mau, and I want to come back to this point. Like at the moment we decided that this is the route we have taken, if we truly believe in this cause, we should be also ready to be willing to shed blood for it if it comes to that. But whatever we do, like I insist to strategically ruthless now I say, but in a non-violent way. Like we make sure our hands are super clean, but tukwange also ready. Juu tuliuziangu, kuna most of us wameuziwa uoga, and that's why inakuwa very difficult hadi tukisema tunapatana place fulani for people to show up, because the majority waliuziwa uoga, wakiuko home propaganda ishawaingia. So like we should also make strategies to win back those people, like to incite them back to rekindle that fire that has been burning out in some of us. Yeah, without sina anything else to say, nachiki hapa kuna setu manze wanasema vitu watu unadai tu kusikiza jo manze. Big up manze, big up.
Wow. I think we lost him. Bunde, you there or you done?
Yeah, I'm done manze. Msee mwingine tu aongee tu juu vitu zinasema hapa zina make sense mbaya sana. Msee mwingine aongee.
Lakini ukasirike hivyo usinywe maji poa. Pumua ndani, pumua nje. Tuende nalo.
Yangu mina ban, but na ban for something that's true.
And you're going to see the fruits. Not today, not tomorrow, but it's coming. Carry on. Rotumo.
Inshallah, manze, inshallah.
Inshallah.
Hey, thank you. KTO, Sonko, and their co-hosts, and I can also see the legal fraternity. Big up, big up. At least I can see you are standing with us. So my main issue was, at least thank you for whatever you have given. Okay, for each and everyone who has given a sight on whatever used to happen like that. There's this guy called. He talked about Mother Karua going to. I think is it Park what? Uru Gardens or so for a certain time, and he never came out from there. That's why I want to emphasize that. I think this struggle, we have to keep it ongoing to an extent whereby we should put these mandamanos like each and every day. That's my opinion actually, like for a whole month without giving the president time to breathe, time to reason. Still, it is like he should resign for sure. I know, according to how I can see Ruto the way he speaks. For me, he's not my president, but according to how he speaks, he's so rude and arrogant. So meaning that he is not ready to back down. And the best thing also, we have to, as we are going to go, as we go out, stand firm. I believe that he's going to relent. So I had some few issues to talk about. One of the thing I thought that it will be good to have the government, we can hold to, okay, like wacha niweke hivi, tunaweza shika hii serikali kwa roho, na kushika hii serikali kwa roho, ninafikiria kitu mzuri yenye tunaweza fanya, we occupy all KRA, and I'll stand to be corrected and to be advised by our legal fraternity, because I'm not familiar in that ground, because I'm an ass actually. So I thought the best thing, we occupy all KRAs, because that is the source of every income for each Kenyan. Because I don't believe there is any other source, like maybe parastatals and so. But the center, the core thing here is the KRA. If we occupy, we create posters for occupying KRA, it will be good. Secondly, these police officers and each and every person, the police officers and the KRA people, they are our brothers and sisters. How about if we make a national labor strike, whereby all people who are going to work, let's notify them there is no job for 1 month. You won't die within 1 month, but the government cannot go on without money for a month, because they have to source from outside. So number one, if the police officers will not have money, they'll also have to join the strike. You see, and when they join the strike, I think we will be standing on a better ground. Remember, I stand to be advised. If I might be wrong, I don't know, but if I stand to be, you can advise me. Thirdly, I was thinking of if we retrieve this we get the all labor people who are working for this, all civil servants to stop working. We all go. We want one thing at a go, because actually people who are being even taxed more are the civil servants, until almost I think almost half of their salary goes back to the government. So I think I'll be so much convinced if we can make sure that KRAs, the people who work on the KRAs, they do what they strike at the same time. But people who are going to leave for work, I think the doctors, at least we need
about earlier before my learned colleague and friend Steve dropped off. So I was addressing the selection panel on the recently enacted Independent Electoral and Boundaries Commission Amendment Act. It was a bill number 10 of 2024, but now it starts in motion. The voting, the selection, the recommendation and subsequent forwarding of the 7, prospective names of candidates to the president, for appointment. So my issue when it comes to the selection panel, it's 9 in number, just to start, the record straight, that is. And the additional 2 names, or 2 slots rather, that wasn't in the IEBC Amendment Act of 2023. It was assented into law in January last year. So my concern is that the president still has much more influence when it comes to to this particular selection panel, because when you look at the composition of this selection panel, what perhaps improved the number from 7 to 9 was an amendment to the first schedule of the Principal Act, and the Principal Act here means the IEBC Act of 2011. That was Act number 9 of 2011. So this IEBC Amendment Act of 2024, when it was a bill, it sought to amend the first schedule. A schedule is always, a part of a bill. It normally comes towards the end. So the way a bill is structured, of course, there's the title, there's the substance of the bill, and then there are schedules, the transitional and serving clauses, etc. But for now, I will focus on the first schedule, or the schedule of this bill. So the first schedule of the IEBC Act of 2011 was amended now through this particular act, which is now operational, and the president signed it into law, I think, a week or so ago. So when you look at this composition, it does consist of 9 persons. Two persons who are nominated by the Parliamentary Service Commission, representing the majority party or coalition of parties, and the minority party or coalition of parties. So that is the Opio Wandai-led faction, and you have the Kimani Kuria-led faction. Those are members of the PSC, right? So of course you expect, that is a political, a nomination. Those are 2 slots. You have 7 slots remaining. The next 3 slots, are persons nominated by the political parties liaison committee, of whom 1 shall be from a party other than a parliamentary party or coalition of parties. And then 2 shall be from a parliamentary party or coalition of parties forming the national government. Okay? Like ANC, technically, or just all those affiliate parties, that merged with UDA to form government. And then the last slot, of the 3 nominees from the political parties liaison committee will come from a parliamentary party or coalition of parties not forming the national government. Okay? So either could be opposition, or other, solitary parties out there. And then those are now 3 slots. Add them to the 2 slots, from PSC. Those are 5 slots already. So there's a political connotation attached to that already. Okay? So now we are moving to those not aligned with the politics of the day. So the next representative of the selection panel, 1 person will have to be nominated by the Law Society of Kenya. That is our society as advocates. And we expect, of course, LSK, as it keeps on doing so, to check on the exercise of, power, and just to balance the same by being the voice of the members of the public. So those are 3, 4, 5, 6 slots already. And then the last 3 will be 1 person will be nominated by the Institute of Certified Public Accountants of Kenya, that is ISPAC. And then the last 2 persons will be nominated by the Interreligious Council of Kenya. So those are 9 slots. So here, the task, not really task, but the selection panel rather has 9 members. But 5 of these 9 members of the selection panel shall be, at least they shall have some influence from either the political masters, political, or party leaders, or people who perhaps call the shots in those, parties. So technically, we are at a disadvantage. I would say that, unless miracles happen, but I do feel we are at a disadvantage. I'd rather those 2 extra slots, at least 2 extra slots were removed from the nominees from the political parties liaison committee, and those 2 slots be allocated to members of the public. You see? So I think in as much as this particular bill, which is now a law, with the force, that is backing, the same, 5 of the 9 members of the selection panel, they are from the political side. So technically, if we were to have, the best candidates as, commissioners to the IEBC, remember the way IEBC is constituted right now, it doesn't have, the apex policy-making organ. So the apex policy-making organ lies with the commission. And just to bring to your attention, patriots, there is a legislative proposal right now at the National Assembly. In April this year, this sort of proposal wanted to give, powers of the commissioners to the secretariat. So, like in the absence of a well-constituted commission, then the secretariat, which is headed by Marjan Hussein Marjan, the CEO of IBC, who has the secretariat, shall now have powers to conduct elections. And elections here include even by-elections. So for me, that is an upfront, and a desecration to the sanctity of our constitution, because that bill, not yet a bill, published for us as members of the public to comply with in accordance with Article 10 when it comes to public participation, but it is a legislative proposal likely to be published into a bill. So that was the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill 2023. It is still a legislative proposal, but it is equally my worry, and I would do my best. LSK will equally do the best to just keep track. And if a shove comes to push, then it means if Parliament, that is the National Assembly, would enact or pass this particular legislation, then it will open room for rigging, because there's no way you would tell me that a secretariat of a commission can have the same kind of footing, influence, power, and oversight more than a 7-member constituted commission. So that is why I'm having a very big problem with this particular IEBC Act, that yes, we have 9 members of the selection panel, but I would, bet that LSK will never play second fiddle to government, and neither will they, have any other motive to join government in whatsoever capacity. The other day, when you saw our, able president, Miss Faith Odhiambo, was nominated as part of the audit, committee, well, through the council, and which my learned colleague here, Steve, sits in, that issue, statement saying and notifying the president that we have no problem with the substance of what, is on that particular statement, but we have a problem with the procedure. And the procedure dictates that the office of the, Auditor General should have the powers to audit all this particular. That is a constitutional right that we can never take it, away from her, because LSK stands to protect, safeguard, uphold, and defend the rule of law.
Sorry.
So
PLO.
that's the overview I
PLO.
was giving. So back to you, Steve.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I would like you to handle the IEBC, and then there's another question on the same. So I would like you to approach the one for PLO on the IEBC, and The other one on the financial, you leave it for now, so that Chin can ask you this another question on the same IEBC, if you can check the both.
I think the concerns my learned colleague has raised, Mr. Patrick PLO, on the issues of the composition is a fact that the political class obviously has a higher representation when it comes to the select panel, members of the select panel, because for obvious reasons that it also has a political process. And it's unfortunate that some of these decisions over time have been made with very little participation by the members of the public when some of these bills have been pending for a very long time. If you can remember, the signing of this particular bill involved a lot of it was a result of these protests that were taking place. And I think that was one of the first agreement that was signed as a proposed, one of the proposed recommendations from the NADCO. And I think Honorable Raila Odinga, when they went to witness this particular assenting of this law. But I can say over and above that even as it may, because this is what we are working with, and this is the particular law that is already in place, and we need to put in place as a commission of the IEBC. It is our business as citizens of this country to also be vigilant, to know these persons who are going to be elected, to vet them. We also have to vet them and know their conduct and and be able to participate when we are called to give any opinions for the commissioners. We file a memorandum if we have concerns about their integrity, if we have concerns about these persons who have been recommending to form the commission. We know any information that may make them not offer the best service to this country. We submit this information and we share it and we broadcast it widely and wildly, because that is the only way that we are able to call out and shame those who we know are going to bring this country down. And I think with your kind permission, I can request you also accord our former president, Mr. Eric Theuri, a chance to comment on this particular issue. I think he's on the platform. You can add him as one of our speakers.
Could you request the mic, or I send him the mic directly?
You can send him the mic directly.
Give them the name, kindly.
Eric Theuri.
Eric. Okay, carry on as I proceed searching for him. Eric, can you raise your hand? Oh my God, this is embarrassing. Sorry, guys. Let me find you.
There's something else I wanted to mention, and which is separately from the issue of the IEBC, which is in regard to the issues Kenyans have been raising. And I think the government, and if they are agents of the government in this particular space right now, it's good. They appreciate that when the president was vying for this particular seat to serve this country. Good. Thank you. Before this, Eric take over, I wanted to mention that the president of this country vied on the mantra of socio-economic justice, and he really pushed that narrative of how he's going to transform the lives of the young people, the lives of our mothers, the lives of our brothers and sisters who are also in informal sectors, in border sectors, and those hopes that were created under the issue of socio-economic justice. What Kenyans and we observe is that the actions the state and the state machineries, state agents have been taking all through have not shown any aspect of goodwill in realization of these rights. And that is why that aspect has made most Kenyans feel that life is becoming unbearable, education is becoming unaffordable. Students right now, you look at the university model they're using right now, is becoming untenable for most of the students to be able to be in school. The kind of the workplace, I hear one of the speakers was mentioning about the KRA issue, but I think the most concerned part is not even the collecting agent, but how the money is being spent, because nobody has an issue paying for tax, If I pay for more tax, but I know if I go to hospital, things are going to be okay. If I go to school, I will find books. Capitation for high schools will be sent on time, so our schools will not have to call our parents and call us to demand that we pay money for children, or our parents to pay money for children who are in school. So these are the challenges, and lack of accountability has made most Kenyans feel aggrieved, and that's why we need to remain vigilant about this. Over to you, President Theory.
Thank you so much, Steve, and everyone else for what has been a very insightful and wonderful conversation in terms of what would be the way forward for the country arising from the recent agitation for greater adherence to the principles of good governance and upholding the Constitution. From the beginning, the first thing that we must emphasize is that we all have a responsibility under the Constitution to obey the Constitution. Not only do we have a responsibility to obey the Constitution, we do have a responsibility to uphold the values and the spirit of the Constitution. And one of the spirits of the Constitution is patriotism. And we exercise patriotism as citizens by engaging in the affairs of the management of the country. And I think that is what we have been doing. And we do that directly and indirectly. And I think that for quite a period of time, we've had that direct exercise of that responsibility. And I think that anyone, every Kenyan should be proud of the actions that have been undertaken in the direct exercise of the sovereignty that we all enjoy as Kenyans, the direct exercise of the principles of patriotism. And I think I would urge that even as we consider some of the questions that have been posed, especially with regard to the reconstitution of the IEBC, because it's one of the very, very big things that we are going to face as a country, given that the referee that we choose for the election players in the next election, the referees that we choose in the question of boundaries delimitation, the referees that we choose to prepare for any by-elections that may arise, or currently the positions that need to be filled, must be a referee that would inspire confidence and would give the public the feeling that they would be able to discharge that function independently and as required under the Constitution. And why is this important? This is important because the current environment is an environment where majority of the Kenyans seems to be saying that we have certain questions in terms of how we are being governed. We appear to be having a crisis of confidence in terms of where we are going as a country, and whether we might be justified in that feeling or not. There is almost general consensus that there is a need to change the manner in which we are governed. And part of governance is the manner in which the feedback by the public is taken into consideration before government decisions are made. So my take would be that as we undertake this process, we know that the IEBC selection panel is to be reconstituted. We know the composition, and the composition is heavier on the political side. But my thinking is that even one person, like Wangari Maathai once said, that hummingbird, even one person in a selection panel of about 7 can still make a difference. And so therefore it is absolutely important that those first who would be sent to the selection panel should be people that have a track record and of integrity, that would be people that would inspire this country, that will be able to make and pick the right persons for considerations to appointment into that office. And so once that team is constituted and the advertisements are put out and the names of those who are likely to be picked as commissioners are put out and shortlisted, there needs to be extensive and robust, independent, and credible public participation in terms of the submission of memorandum, in terms of submissions of character memorandum, in terms of submissions of integrity memorandum, so that then the selection panel is at a place where they have a flood of information that would help them to make the right choices. Because if we get the right people in office through the exercise of our power to public to participate in the process, then we are one step ahead in terms of ensuring that we have, 1, people of integrity, and 2, then that they have a job that is completely cut out for them. We must not, we must understand the assignment that is before us, the weight of the work that is going to be faced by those who come into office, because there are 2 very, very important constitutional considerations. 1, the question of delimitation of boundaries, and 2, the test that we expect will be put to the commissioners, 1, in terms of conducting the by-elections that are required to be conducted, and some that may come up in the near future. And also, perhaps what is often talked about, that there might be a test on them as citizens attempt to exercise the right to recall. So it basically means that whoever comes in must be ready from day one to discharge their functions as commissioners of the IEBC. I'll still be on this space, so if there are any questions of a legal nature, then I can join the other panel in trying to respond to them. But I just want to say that I'm delighted by the numbers that have joined this conversation, and I think that if we can keep up these conversations, if we can keep up greater scrutiny in terms of how we are governed as a country, and if we can keep up this spirit of making positive and constructive criticism and contributions, so that we can enrich the public participation process for anything that the government wants to do on our behalf as Kenyans, then we will surely witness a new dawn in terms of the manner in which this country is run, and the manner in which decisions that affect all of us as Kenyans are made and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Senior. I'll call you that because you're very senior. Now, there's one question from one of us. She requested to speak after PLO on the same before you can take your rest. Aching, you can take the mic if it's in relation with what you're discussing, and then you can continue the discussion.
Hi, thank you. Actually, my sentiments have been covered by my seniors, both former President Eric and Rafiki PLO. But just to corroborate and emphasize what they've said, and then I'll continue on to the conversation you are having. It is very true we're facing a very big challenge with IBC with regards to the political parties having an upper hand at us than us. As we have to give ourselves props. This thing started like a joke, but it's reached a point where our voice are actually being listened to globally out there. And as we continue and we rally ourselves once more, there's something that you said before on us having a proper channel, and also Eric talked about it in the previous speakers. Our voice on the street is very constructive and it is good and it is pushing for the change that we want. But today I'm going to be here just to talk about the uncomfortable conversations that we push aside for so long, because it will reach a point we need to have those uncomfortable conversations. PLO said that out of the commission, we have even no chance of, so far, we have no chance of even, let's say, us fronting somebody, because this voice of ours, the only way that it is channeled and it can be put on record is if somebody stands up and says, these people, us as we've said, we're leaderless, we are putting somewhere, fronting somebody over here. One thing that will also come back to bite us as a people is the fact that we fight each other and we fight everyone. In 48 laws of power, we need to know who is our ally and who is not our ally. You know, we can't just be making enemies with everyone who says something different to an opinion that we have, that to an opinion different than us. Yeah, we need a strategy. And as much as we're leaderless, if one person could just come up to that panel, yeah, to the commission, to be one of the commissioners, it would put so much strength on us, because right now, truth be told, we're not ally to any political party. They might be there silently just watching us, waiting for us to dim down, but we don't want to dim down. The only way this movement has picked up, and Martha Karua started, not Martha Karua, sorry, I'm so sorry, the late, what is her name?
Wangari Maathai.
Remind. Yes,
Wangari
thank you.
Maathai.
Yes, thank you. Wangari Maathai started like a joke. Mamo freedom fighters, they started like a joke. But you know, I always believe what you conceive and perceive in your mind is eventually what you end up achieving. We have achieved so much, but right now we've at the point where this juncture where we need structures. IBC is such a very big animal that if we think we're going to make noise on the streets and the noise is not implemented on some formal piece of paper, then we're really going to lose big time, because at the grassroots level, those people don't have these Twitter X spaces. Most of them are even wondering what's going on. Yeah, them kura watajua watapiga kura na commissioners wale watakuwa hapo, wata oversee everything and everything will be good. So if we don't have somebody out of all these commissioners, if we can't have somebody, if we're not even aligned to somebody who speaks good for us, we're going to be at a losing end. And we really need to participate very, we need to turn out. I don't think we've ever witnessed public participation like what has just happened in this country. And IEBC is our only way out. We can't make noise forever. We need our actions to be implemented. And the only way we can rightfully, legally implement our actions, and it's taken even by other people, is if we can share out our channels, our voice in a manner that's well. One last thing. I've been the Uhuru Park thing. I've gotten a glimpse of it that apparently it wasn't even our poster. And you see, this is something that we also have to recognize. These same spaces have the government listening in, have the pleasers listening in. It's also our spaces. So that the Uhuru Park thing, somebody said it like a joke, I believe, in a space, or it wasn't. And the thing was there. But you see, we didn't show up, or I don't know, maybe people are planning to show up, but we need somewhere where our voice will be taken as one. If this thing is posted there, we know this is it. This is our voice. Because now what's happening is our voice is being infiltrated. And that is why the police, even yesterday, went purportedly, how they're banning protests, kivipi, aje. You know, even me as a wakili, nilisimama nikasema, is it possible? But the fact that I even questioned myself is even bad enough. So as I yield the mic, I just want us to see on how we can have our voice to be documented. Our voice is really strong. And I believe the way we go out to the streets, I believe if we just say that one channel that says, guys, we're meeting at Nation Center. After Nation Center, we're proceeding to Huru Park, and we will sit there and we will camp there. But now you see, we don't have people come. People are beaten aimlessly. Tunachapwa kama manyoka, tunauliwa. People are being intimidated. People are being becoming more scared to get out. We need to really use our. You strike when it's still hot. So that's just all. That's just all I.
Sorry about that. Did you finish your submission?
Yeah, that's what I was just saying. That's just all I have to say. And IBC is one of our main concerns. And if we can have a voice, the political parties have a big voice. We need to find a way of our voice being actually channeled, because this hizi zote ni votes, ndio kwa maana wanashtuka. But hizi votes isipotranslate square kura, we'll be at a very losing end, and we'll still be angry for the next 5 years. And I don't want to carry on this anger in my heart.
Thank you very much, Cheng. Thank you very much, PLO, for that highlight. I actually had to peruse through my internet to that thing that you just mentioned. And thank you, Eric, for the input. Thank you, Steve, for that. We really appreciate this kind of knowledge. And as Cheng has mentioned, we really have a civic education upcoming campaign that we really must do. Like right now, each and everyone that is here, we are mandated to start doing the civic education, because a fraction of people that are online are the majority, and also the other majority and the minority who are offline are also the people that always messes up mostly, because I think the next election, this would be the first one in history whereby us, the Gen Zs, are going to really champion for vote, and we'll see very new faces, if at all. As we are watching and voicing out our voices, we'll still go to the same in terms of ballots. So thank you very much. PLO, I hope your point is well covered, and they're still here. So we'll carry on with the discussion for today. It was actually an open mic, so it was not directed to anything. We've been here, like today, we chose to protest on the space. So if at all we didn't go out, sorry, I checked yesterday. It was after what they did, guys were not going out today, but they were made to believe that Thursday and Tuesday people are going out. So people wanted to see how they're going to turn to be dummies, and actually they turned to be dummies among themselves, because there was nobody to beat. They really waited. So there are some spaces that are quite authentic. So you follow a space that you always find has the same topic all round, because you don't want to highlight on a particular person to be the voice of everyone, because you're going to compromise the person. As at the moment, as the way it is still, we are a bit safer, because nobody wants to be fronted and nobody wants to be compromised in terms of leadership skills. So the mic is open. We were touching on every subject and some uncomfortable truth and the real facts and the factual factors that are affecting us, and any topic that you feel that is actually in the movement that touches on something that you needed to be highlighted. So if you're on the speaker panel, we'll carry on. James, I'm seeing you raising your hand. I'll let you speak. And Acheng, you'll allow me to drop you so that I can add others. I will still want the seniors to remain in case somebody wants to ask any question. Ayo, you're welcome. So James, carry on. Piolo, I'll drop you if you're okay, and then I can add other speakers. Karibu, James.
Thank you for this platform. Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, depending on where you're streaming this space. Well, firstly, I am glad to be in the company of Senior Eric Theuri, Wakili Stephen Mbugwa, PLO Achieng, Ruben Kigame, sir, and the entire fraternity of revolutionaries. It's a pleasure. Secondly, today, after I saw the ban on the protests and the pressure by the Communications Authority, I kind of had a feeling that people would not stream to town to protest, because lately Kenyans have been buying fear, and I don't understand where we got the money to buy fear, because last I checked we said we were too broke to buy fear. Anyway, I had been slotted for an interview last night. It was an impromptu show with one of the local stations from the Kampa community. I decided to honor the invite because as I read the mood, and as it was confirmed, Kenyans would not head to the street because they feel they have lower moods, they have lesser spirit, the zeal has dissipated, probably because of the fear the government is mongering, and some Kenyans feel they have no reason to fight. They feel that most of the things they were pushing the government to change have been actually reformed, but they do not understand that the president is like a bad principal in a high school. I will use that analogy. Even if you change all the teachers and the senior teacher, if the principal condones corruption in that school, if the principal condones laziness, if the principal influences who gets hired into that school and hires incompetency, that school will never perform. And parents understand that. That's why they often push for the unseating of principals, because they understand that the principal of any high school, for example, is the head of that school in all departments, in the department of finance, in the department of academics, and in all departments, same as the presidency. President Ruto is the head of government. You all know that the question about who had a majority of seats between Azimio and the Kenya Kwanza government. You know how that tussle went, and how the president influenced the independent MPs, and how he bought some MPs from the opposition side and forced a majority in the National Assembly. It's quite unfortunate, but that is the status quo. So you have a president who runs the legislature. He has influenced the judiciary, and he is the head of the executive. So if Kenya was an high school, then the president would be the principal. So even if he fired the senior teachers and the rest of the teachers and the cooks and the accounts clerk and the bazaar and the school secretary, nothing would change. I mean, the problem is at the top, not those that are junior to him. If any Kenyan cannot see that, then we need to show them. We need to push this message out there. We need to make them understand why we have a problem with the president. And for those Kenyans who've lost the revolutionary zeal because they feel that a few reforms, for example, the dissolution of cabinet, the repeal of the finance bill, is going to solve this country, we need to reawaken them. They need to understand that those are merely survival tactics from the head of state because he does not want to relinquish power. If we can manage to reawaken that zeal, that revolutionary spirit, that yearn for change among those that whose battery for revolution is low right now, we can actually get back to pre-finance bill moods. And it's a hard work. It's a tussle. Today I reminded those from my community. I'm not tribal, but I was invited to a TV show and I could not dishonor the invite, especially after I realized that Kenyans were not going to demonstrate today. And I pushed word out there in local language. And I will continue pushing the same word on Twitter, on TikTok, and on ground. We need Kenyans to understand that the problem is at the top. And if we fail at that, then allow me to say, sadly, this would be the end of this for some time. We may revive the fire maybe in 2026 or when the president fucks up again. Because as you remember, the breaking point for Kenyans was the finance bill 2024. The absence and the silence of the opposition actually gave us a vacuum. a space to air out our voices undeterred, and we got coverage for the same. If the opposition was as vibrant as it was a year ago, and if the opposition was not silent, we probably would not have gotten that chance. They would have continued negotiating with the government and dialoguing with the government as they have for years. But I'm glad they were silent. I'm glad they were absent. I'm glad we got mad enough and courageous enough to brave tear gas, to brave bullets. I mean, I saw my friends shot left, right. I was shot at myself. I merely survived. We've survived canisters. We've survived abductions, and we are still not safe. But we braved it all. If we can reawaken that spirit in whatever capacity mtu wako nayo, as a content creator, as a lawyer, as a journalist, as an accountant, in whichever profession you are in, we can get back Kenya on track. People need a reason to head out to the street. People need to understand the problem is at the top. I'm sorry for that lengthy introduction, but that is it, as it is. We need to set stage for a renewal of mind, for a renewal of commitment, because we need a renewal, a renewal of commitment. I have 3 questions. I don't know if Eric, Senior Eric Theuri will take them. Is there any other lawyer on the speakers panel? Let me direct them to Senior Eric Theuri. If there's another lawyer in the speakers panel, I think they will collaborate with Senior Eric to answer the questions. One, I have noted with concern that too much power is vested on the president. Well, that is how the constitution was framed, and it is a situation we have to deal with. The first question is it possible, maybe, is it possible to delegate the role of appointing commissioners from the president to perhaps the Chief Justice or the Speaker of the National Assembly, or to any other official in the government apart from the president? Because if the president has to choose between 2 people on who becomes the chairperson, we all know, and history has served us well, that the president will always choose a chairperson who would favor him or her, a chairperson who is willing to be compromised. After all, the president appoints them. It is unfortunate that in this country, presidents dialogue with appointees. And if you are not conforming, if you are too inflexible, the president may decide not to appoint you. After all, if the president appoints an uncooperative, let me put it that way, an uncooperative chairperson, he is sure that he has possibly lost the elections. We all know how chairpersons play a vital role, especially chairpersons of the IEBC Commission. Is it possible to remove such powers of appointment from the president to someone else? That is the first question. The second question, under Article 145, I stand to be corrected, but I think Article 145 addresses the removal of office of the president on grounds or on impeachment, on grounds of impeachment. That a motion has to be moved through parliament by a member of parliament, then there has to be reasons to impeach the president. Among the 3 reasons listed in the constitution includes gross misconduct by the president or the head of state, gross violation of the Constitution of Kenya, or the possibility of the president having committed a crime under Kenyan law or international law. That is it, as it is in regards to impeachment and the reasons for impeachment. So the National Assembly has to confirm the veracity of such. It has to go through a voting. If the motion is approved by a majority of the members of parliament, I think 3/4, if I'm not wrong, it is sent to Senate and the procedure goes on and on and on. So my question
Thank you
was,
very much, James. James, kindly land so that your question can be responded to allow other speakers to speak. The panel is full and people are really complaining. So we take
so
it
my
brief and then we also allow them to answer.
my question was to advocates here. Of the 3 reasons the president can be impeached on, which one can we pin him on? And the last question, Article 144 guarantees that a president can be removed from office on grounds of incapacitation. This has to be mental or physical incapacitation. The procedure for removal of a president is still outlined, clearly outlined under Article 144. That there are 3 persons who are supposed to be, there is a tribunal that is supposed to be set up by the Chief Justice, I think, of 3 persons from from the medical body, 1 advocate, and 1 person nominated by the president. Some time ago, Lawyer Ndegwa Jiru, senior counsel, pointed out to this as the easiest way to remove a president from office. So my question is, on what grounds, in terms of incapacity, which is the easiest reason to incapacitate a president, either mentally or physically? Is it about his physical health or his mental ability to lead a government? Sorry, I've taken too long. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much. Senior Eric, I don't know if you'll take that or Alex.
I could do that. Let me just respond.
Thank you.
Okay, let me begin by saying this, that we find ourselves in a very interesting position. The position we find ourselves is that we have certain grievances and we feel extremely strong about those grievances. You can tell from what James is saying that he has a very clear diagnosis of where the problem is. That might be the easier part for all of us. I mean, being able to point out where the problem is. The more difficult part is how to deal with it. And I keep saying that the law has given us how the Constitution ought to be interpreted, and the Constitution itself has given us how the canons of interpretation, or the rules of interpretation. And one of the critical rules of interpreting the Constitution is that you must read it as a whole, and you must read it and act in a manner that advances the Constitution. And I think that is where we are all having a challenge. And I like the conversation that we are beginning to have of looking at the various constitutional means of removal of the president, constitutional means of removal of the members of parliament if we feel like we are aggrieved with them, and constitutional means of contributing to the government agenda in terms of public participation. So I would want to say that we have options, and we have a lot of options, and we should not be limited to one option only, because public protest is a good way of showing discontent with certain policies of certain decisions that have been made by a government. But they also have their own limitations, and we need to look at the options that are available to us and ask, in view of the limitations that might be there, for example, with public protests and public demonstrations. What other options are available to Kenyans? And I think I like the conversation because we begin to look at and saying, is recall a possibility? Is impeachment a possibility? Is use of Article 144 a possibility? And that is good because it shows that we are alive to the fact that we must find the prescriptions to the challenges that we are facing in the Constitution of Kenya. Because what we are all asking for is that the Constitution has a promise, and we want to realize that promise. The Constitution is a social contract between us and those who we give the power to make decisions over our life, and we would want to see greater meaning in as they undertake those functions. So the reality of the system that we have is that we have a presidential system, and that the president is both the head of state and the head of government and a figure of national unity. It is as a result of his power as a figure of national unity that he is given certain symbolic powers in terms of appointment. What the Constitution has done is that it has tried to restrain the power of the presidency. And the power of the president is then restrained by parliament, is restrained by the executive, and is restrained by the independent constitutional commissions that we have. Of course, it is highly debatable that the institutions that are supposed to restrain the power of the president are working as good as they should be working. And I think, for me, that should be the agitation that we should be having. That is the agitation that we should say we should not relent from, so that we keep calling into account anyone who is exercising public office and asking them, you are not exercising your public powers, your public functions as contemplated under the Constitution. And we begin to look at all these institutions and to say, how can we hold them to account? Because if they are working as well as they are supposed to work, there will be a restraint on the power that the president exercises. And so therefore, the spectra of an all-powerful president will begin to diminish, because that president will be subject to the law. Now, you remember, for example, the Law Society challenged the appointment of the CASs, and the Constitutional Court said that the president cannot do what he has tried to do. And it quashed them and declared that action to be unconstitutional. Now, that is a restraint on the power of the executive. So if we have more and more petitions and more decisions coming from the courts, if we have the police exercising their powers and functions as contemplated only under the Constitution and not subjecting themselves to whimsical political directives, then there would be a restraint on the power of the president. And I think what we need to realize as Kenyans is that we are where we are because we are not faithfully implementing the Constitution. Because if we were, we would not be having the challenges that we have. And so the renewal that I would want to see in the country, the revolutionary spirit that we would want to see in this country, is a spirit and a renewal that talks about, that seeks to enforce not just the letter of the Constitution, but the spirit of the Constitution, so that that spirit should awaken institutions, should awaken our conscience, because it is the only way we can ensure that that is done. If you remove the power of appointing, for example, as appointing commissioners, and you vest it on another body, and you still don't get people of integrity, we will still have the problem. So the problem is not per se the appointing authority. The problem is the process that leads to the appointment on one hand, and on the other hand, is that those who are appointed perhaps either lack integrity, or two, are institutions that are so weak that they are unable to discharge their functions as contemplated under the Constitution. And public scrutiny, the calling to account of public officers, helps to give courage to those that may want to do the right thing, but are in an environment where everyone around them is weak, because it gives them the moral courage to be able to do the right thing. And so when you look at, for example, the appointment of commissioners, there is supposed to be a selection panel. There's supposed to be public participation prior to the appointment of those of the commissioners. And so if we have men and women of integrity who apply, and we have petitions and we have memorandums that come and say this person is of questionable moral standing, but this one is good, we know him, he has of this standing, we have tested him and we know that he's a person of integrity, and we ask the selection panel to appoint that person. And if the selection panel then listens to what people say and gives the country people of integrity, then the president will elect into office people of integrity. But if in the process there is inadequate public participation and the people who are presented to the president are of questionable standing, then the president will almost inevitably appoint those people, because it will serve his purpose to have people he can manipulate. And those are now some of the things that I would want us to take from this. Let us not just look at it and say that the institution of the presidency is the problem. Yet, yes, it might be a problem, but it is so much a problem because the restraint that is supposed to be that on that office from the other institutions, parliament, judiciary, and constitutional commissions, is not working as well. So if we can fix that mechanisms, that is what will create a problem. Because
Oh my God. Eric?
and
Steve, you can pick it up.
He's back.
Are you there?
He's back.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. We lost you for a minute.
So sorry, I was saying that the problem that we have had is that we have over time relied so much on individuals as opposed to building the credibility of our institutions and ensuring that we have men and women, and there are so many in this country, men and women of character and integrity that can be able to lead the process forward. So finally, let me just comment, and I would want to say that the process of impeachment of a president is a political process. It is a political process. And when it becomes a political process, it is extremely difficult to achieve it unless you have the political numbers. It is extremely difficult to achieve unless you have the sufficient pressure on political parties. And it is literally impossible to do so at this particular juncture, given the kind of parliament that we have. And in any event, even if we were to achieve impeachment as under Article 145, to what end would that impeachment serve? Because ideally, the question should not be so much of the individual. The question should be, what can we do to make our institutions better? And I think that for me, what I look at what is happening in this country is a social, let me just use this word, a social media revolution, because I've looked at the amount of information that is in TikTok, that is in Twitter, and people, the analysis that people are making on the current laws and on the current bills that are in parliament, on the supplementary estimates. And I'm seeing that quantum of knowledge and information, if properly deployed in a meaningful and a coordinated manner in ensuring that every piece of policy, every piece of government decision would be infused with the kind of quality and the kind of insight that a lot of us have had, we are going to get to a point where mediocrity will take a back seat, and merit will now become the issue that everyone considers as we undertake public offices. And what that will do is that the men and women who are of integrity and who find it difficult to rise up because perhaps when they try to raise their head, they are hit because it is not fashionable to be a person of integrity in government, then would begin to shine through, and we would see a renewal in our institutions and a new vigor that will reinvigorate the manner in which we exercise public authority and exercise public trust. So I would want to urge all of us, let us not just look at the aspect of we need to be on the streets for us to be heard. Let us use the other mechanisms, petitions, going to court, challenging issues, and calling to account those that we feel are whatever. I look at what happened, for example, to Farah Maalim when he was at the White Sands, and people used social media to raise awareness and to say, is White Sands saying that their values are consistent with the presence of that gentleman there, and White Sands had to come out and make a statement. That is now what we should be experiencing in this country, calling institutions and calling other people to account and to say, when you host so and so, are you saying that you are supporting the kind of stand that he has taken? That reawakening, I can assure you, ladies and gentlemen, is what we need in this country. We do not. It will be much more effective than the protests that we are making, because it will complement the protests, and it will ensure that those who can soil a protest by bringing in goons so that the message is lost would not have that opportunity. So let us look at creatively other mechanisms through which we can hold public officers to account. And then I can assure you that what we are fighting, what all of us seek and want for this country, would be realized if we remain vigilant, if we remain committed, and if we remain patriotic and observing what the Constitution asks us to observe as we undertake our responsibilities as citizens, and for those who are in public office, their responsibilities as public and state officers.
Thank you very much. I am right here. Thank you very much.
Senior Eric.
James, hold on a minute. James.
Okay. Yes.
Come on, don't spoil it when he's just told us that most of our leaders don't have discipline. Just let me take on the space, and then I can give you the mic.
Okay.
Now, with a lot of reservation, the real answer that it's called uncomfortable truth is like our leaders are having something called misuse of power and lack of discipline, because the Constitution is there to guide you and take you through how you're supposed to lead the people, and then you're taking some mantle in your power because you have the authority, with a lot of reservations. So, and whatever he stated very clearly, we can use other platforms, which are very many. Remember, for the first 2 weeks, they could not go to churches. And then those are the MPs, they could not go to churches. They started driving in small cars that you could not identify them, because when you're sitting somewhere and you want to nash people and squash them like their pupas, and people refuse, then you cannot fit to be amongst people. So James, I'll give you the mic back. There are some of the sensitive topics. I know Eric is able to handle it, but we are dealing with leaders who are overusing. It's called misuse and lack of discipline in their power. James, you can go ahead, and then I start circulating the mic. Alex, I will let you speak after James, kindly. And thank you for joining the space.
Thank you. Senior Eric, there was some time ago, I remember Raila Odinga, should I call him former prime minister, was fronting a certain narrative that it is possible to remove a president from power by collecting, was it 2 million signatures from Kenyans? Is that an option constitutionally, or was it a pure political gimmick? That is the last question I had.
PLO, you came back on the mic. Did you have another question? PLO? Alex, you can go ahead. Can anybody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Did Senior Eric hear the question I asked?
He's still muted, so give him a few. Alex, you can go ahead, and then Eric is still here. He said he's here for a while, so he'll respond to that question.
Yes, thank you very much for giving me the mic, and I also want to thank everyone who is participating and my former president of the Law Society, Eric Deuri. I want to begin from the point that the former president said that the Constitution requires us to interpret it purposively. That is, what did the Constitution intend to address? Unfortunately, it's only us, the citizens, who have been interpreting the Constitution purposively. But that's not a big problem. It's a good thing. Eric also said that we need to stop focusing on the person, and I tend to agree with that. For me, I think the movement that we have right now is about restructuring the state, because this state that we have, this design of this Kenyan state has not been working. So the questions we need to be asking in terms of strategy: what is the structural design of the Kenyan state that we need to answer, to address? We need, how I view it is this way: we need to address policy, we need to address legislation, and we need to address the administrative part of the state. Let me start with the last one, the administrative part of the state. The administrative part of the state includes the bureaucracy. The bureaucracy is like those people we find at Nyayo House, immigration, where you go apply for ID, it takes 7 months, 1 year, whereas the Constitution and the law requires those people to serve you immediately. Another bit of the bureaucracy is what we saw yesterday happening with Macharia Gaido. The law already provides for how the procedures of arrests. You should not be assaulted, you should not be put in handcuffs if you are not running away, but the police go ahead and do it anyway. So we need to discuss how we are going to address the administrative part of the state. Then there is legislation. I will give you an example, and perhaps the lawyers in here, my colleague Steve, we need to be proposing amendments to some of these laws that the executive uses to muzzle Kenyans. A good example is the National Police Service Act. Another one is the Criminal Procedure Code. Do we need to amend it to require that police wear body cams when arresting? Right now, there is nothing that in the law that outlaws your advocate or yourself to record an interview between you and the police. But we have seen Kenyans being assaulted for recording police activities. We have seen a governor saying that they will arrest Kenyans who take videos of city county askaris when they are harassing Kenyans. That is a bit of legislation. Do we need to track the legislation that is still in 1920? For instance, the Criminal Procedure Code was enacted in the 1930s. That was a law that was enacted by Muzungu, and it was meant to perpetuate the colonial state. That's why you will find offenses like vagrancy, offenses like offending the public order. It was meant to ensure that Africans don't go and idle around and offend the white man. So we have an act that was enacted with the attitude of 1930 that has survived post-2010 constitution. So despite us having the 2010 constitution, we cannot go anywhere within that legislative environment. Then there is policy. The policy is what you will see that mostly the cabinet describes itself as the apex policy making institution. Policy, policy in Kenya has largely been a consensus of the political elite. When the political elite say, now we are going to be doing things this way, that's what emanates as Kenyan policy, and that is what cascades into legislation and informs how our bureaucracy operates. So how can we sort of have a record of the offensive policy? And these policies have affected everyone. They have affected agriculture. That's why you will see you're told you need a permit to farm certain crops. Those are certain policy attitudes that we need to address. So we have to take it beyond William Ruto. And the main reason why we must do that is because when we make it about William Ruto, the movement is going to be hijacked by reactionaries. Reactionaries are those people who are waiting for this movement to remove William Ruto so that they can occupy his position and perpetuate that malfunctioning state. So we have to be very careful, because if we make it about the person, it will be hijacked by people who do not want to reform the state, people who do not want to see lasting reforms. Whereas what I believe we are asking is for this state to work for us, so that when a 20-year-old applies for an ID, they do not have to wait for 7 months. When a young advocate, like some I have seen in this forum, go to the court to file pleadings, they will not be asked to bribe a registry clerk. That is the reform we want, a state that works for everybody, so that I don't need to know Eric Theuri for me to get services. I don't need to know anyone to get services. It's not about the person. Let's have a way to track these things. And I was impressed when someone said, do we need to have blockchain experts? These blockchain experts can help us track these things, categorize these aspects of the state, and see where we can pool our collective knowledge to find these reforms. For instance, my own Law Society of Kenya, and this is something I've been asking, probably Steve could explain. Do we have bills or legislative proposals which we can draft and petition Parliament to enact, so that we can start dismantling this old state? So that's all for me for now, and thank you so much for giving me the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Alex. Thank you very much, Eric. We'll carry on. Eric, anytime you feel like jumping in, you just jump in. Steve the same, and Alex the same. I'll let you stay for a while. Patriotic, you've been here for a while. I'm sorry I dropped you because I wanted the seniors to handle some legal issues. So kindly you can take the mic and then we proceed. Forgive me, Patriot.
Okay, Nimek, forgive. Thank you very much, KOD, for hosting this space, and thank you everyone who has logged in. Okay, mine ilikuwa just to take you back to history a little bit. Mi nilikuwa nataka kusema all issues that we are having today as a country originated a long time ago. Toka time our forefathers chose to fight for our freedom and our independence, and as they were progressing very well and they were to win, and they were able and they were that capable to win the fight at the battlefield, kuna pali walikosea. they accepted to be compromised. And that's why they held those things they used to call the first Lancaster conference, Uko London, and the fucking second. And that's where everything went wrong. And the same thing, it was about to repeat itself when Mr. Ruto alikuwa anasema ati tukue na dialogue. He wanted to compromise among our, to compromise us again using those old tactics. Where alikuwa anauliza tuchague some of our leaders to go there and have a dialogue with them. He wanted to compromise them. I want to tell you this, guys. We should not accept that thing again. Everything went wrong. That's where the colonialists got away to penetrate into our country and invade everything. That's why we are having issues up to date. So for now, the war is not about only William Samoei Ruto to step down. We want to turn every stone and resolve our issues completely for a long-lasting result. Okay, thank you. Mine was just that. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much. I will go to Tribeless and then Mogocho, then Engineer. Africa, you'll go after them. Alex, again, anytime you want to jump in, you just jump in.
Right. Thank you for passing the mic. I believe this is the first time I'm having an opportunity to speak on KOT Sonko's space. Mine is just to highlight the issues that I noted. Yesterday, I was part of the team that was in town as a journalist, and we were met with harsh stance from the police officers. I was hit by a tear gas canister on my leg, which is so unfortunate. And when I went to ask why I was being tear gassed, and I was told that enda hospitali, utibiwe, urudi tena. You see, that is the kind of people we are relying on to probably give us security in terms of when there is maandamano and so forth. So it's total crap. And personally, I'm disappointed, and that is what I'm looking forward to. After the 7 days of elapsed, that will be on Wednesday. I will be on the streets as well, raising my concern about the freedom of the press. So this government is trying to, it's trying like to dictate, and they want to make every other journalist or other media station a puppet. So when they say this goes, it goes. If you go against that, you're met with harsh conditions that will not give you advert slots. This is going to happen, which is total crap. Yeah. So today I was in town, and the police presence was heavy, whereby some police officers are reasonable because they didn't stop us from filming. Some behave like they are childs, like they're kids. Yeah, they have that adolescent stage that they don't want you to film them. It's like when you're filming them, you're going to sell their images to somewhere. So they're behaving like nuisances. So there was a group of boda boda riders while on Ibianga Watu. They tried to, cross over. They were met with harsh conditions. For once, I celebrated having to see tear gas being hurled at boda boda riders. For once, I felt that they did the right thing. Yeah, so that is all from me. Thank you.
Asante sana. Mogocho. And guys, when you come to the speaker panel, just take the language you're comfortable. We mixed, and we're from different places, so take the language that you feel comfortable. Mogocho.
Mogonchi. So I'll be very brief and quickly through the point. I have a few questions about your IT plan and data encryption and transmission of maybe any other data that you feel like you want it to be on the public domain, and where you may host it. I probably may give some help on that particular section. And however, we also may want to vet or whoever will be part of the team, because you don't want to put it again the DCI in part of that team. And that will bring also some small questions about the cookies and where you'll be hosting it. Will you be hosting it on the server side, or will you want it to be hosted on the private domains where people are hosting through from their own houses, or something small servers you make in your house? So I also have a few suggestions to talk about, particularly the way we are funding the government, funding the killers. My own opinion on that particular topic I was thinking is that if there's a way we can stop the government, is that avoid banking, or whenever your paycheck comes into your bank, you just go withdraw your money, put it somewhere, buy from your local neighborhood supermarket or mama mboga, whoever does it remit taxes or VAT directly to the government. Lessen the way people go eat out, because those are most of the common ways this government is making a lot of money, through eating out, partying in the club, all those things, because they have to remit those VAT every now and then. Cutting that cash flow to the government will help us really curtail this government from having that power it has to really kill our fellow Kenyans. And I was also thinking, because Safaricom has really portrayed a very bad character in behalf, exposing the location of few people. It's not only about Safaricom, but we also saw at some point they were trying to really act like they were down, yet they were not down. If we can find an alternative of Safaricom, Starlink is there. There could be those local ISP internet service providers who don't really use Safaricom as their gateway to the internet, or they don't have to buy a bandwidth from Safaricom to access the internet. So we really have that kind of list of those kind of internet service provider. We also need to put them in the public so that we can avoid Safaricom and put them down, so that they can know that we are fighting for our own democracy and freedom. I've seen a few bloggers. I'm going to mention a name, the MCA for Kileleshwa. That's a lie. The guy is really afraid of losing. If Ruto gets out of power, he's also going to be kicked out, and he has to campaign again. He probably doesn't have money to campaign again. But if he has done what the people really need, he shouldn't be worried about him getting back to power. He's been really been against the movement, this GNC movement that is fighting for our freedom and independence. If you see people like him, we can start to report their accounts until they're kicked out of the spaces. We don't want to hear their negative energy in our positive energy that is really pushing or really willing to get the message out there. And this also will happen to the government bloggers who are really pushing the message, trying to intimidate people out there, telling them, oh, you are by yourself. There's nobody who's willing to fight for you anymore. Nobody's demonstrating. Nobody's against the government anymore. Those kind of accounts, just report them. Let's put them down. We don't need to have that kind of energy. No more in the space. And on the law legal perspective, I'm not really good at law. The lawyers out there, this is your question for us, please. We know Sugoi King has already signed a bill, the traffic bill, that allows the police officer to get into your vehicle at any point whenever they feel like you've committed a traffic offense. The Kenyan police, they can always try to find something that is not even existent to just take you in. Don't you think this is a privacy infringement into the privacy of the people? And I also saw that they can also take a part of your car, which means they can take a number plate of your car until you avail yourself the police station. This will give all those government officials who are willing to cut down the voices of the people the power to intimidate Kenyans. And I don't think this is the right way of us really getting our democracy. A really mature democracy of handling things. You have my driver's license. your driver's license number. Why don't you open a case against me and present me in court, or ticket me, send me a ticket. I'll come, maybe either pay or present myself in court. What can be done on this kind of policies or bill that was really recently signed by Sogoi King? I'll jump out. That is my last point.
Thank you very much. You corrected me. I should pronounce it Mogonchi. I got it right. Kindly inbox the host and the co-host on that data thing. We don't want to discuss it on the panel. We have a few of us already that are on it. So inbox either, and then we'll touch on it over there. In regards to that that bill, I think Wakili, either of you can take it, and then we can give another speaker. Anybody that has a legal question and is on the speaker panel, kindly, I could give you a chance so that when they take your question, they just do it for a minute. We rarely get them on board, so take advantage. Esther, you have a question on in legal issues?
Yes, please.
Okay, take it.
Thank you very much for this opportunity. I had earlier discussed what is happening in the education sector, the attacks on every level of education. I'm just going to go through them quickly. When a child, let's talk about a poor child in Kenya is born, there used to be Linda Mama to protect them in the first 5 years of life. That's been taken away. Once they get into school, there used to be Edu Afya to take care of them and their health while in school. That's also been taken away by this government. Something else I forgot to mention earlier, the school feeding program for primary schools has been cut out by this government as well. JSS teachers, 46,000 of them, have been let go by the government. And without pressure, I don't see them without the kind of pressure the medics put on the Ministry of Health. These teachers will remain unemployed and away from their classrooms. Around 50,000 teachers missing from classrooms. You can imagine the damage that is doing to our children. That's in high school, JSS teachers. University, we know what has happened. Fees going from 30,000 to 300,000 a year. And that's for the cheaper courses. And my question is, because if we don't fight for this generation with every tool available to us and win and make sure that the next generation is as educated as us, we will have failed them. And I also mentioned that this is the first government that has attacked university education in Kenya and closed the door, shut the door to make sure that they have a generation that is poor, uneducated, unempowered, and with no access to information. So they'll not rise up like we have risen. My question to the lawyers, please, is in the Constitution of Kenya, in Article 53, 1B, it states that every child has a right to free and compulsory basic education. And Article 55A says the state shall take measures, including affirmative action programs, to ensure that the youth access relevant education and training. Can we take the government to court? Is that one of the tools available to us? And would the LSK explain how we can do that? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Esther. Seniors, I think you can take that. Then we carry on with the other speakers, if it is in relation with your side.
I can weigh in before my other colleagues join up. And I want to say that the socioeconomic rights and also rights to all those rights that fall under that aspect. One of them is also access to education and good health. Is our fundamental rights, and the challenge that we have had with so many governments is this interpretation of these rights need to be progressively realized. And the aspect of progressive realization, if you look at some of the jurisprudence which have discussed, some of the cases which have been discussed in various jurisdictions like South Africa and other developed nations come to this issue, there have been set out guidelines, even under the international law and also African Charter, and even our Kenyan courts have interpreted this aspect of what is progressive realization. When you tell someone that for you to be able to access these particular higher standards of health services or able to access this sort of education, what are the criteria that define what we call progressive realization? And one of them which has been set out, is the aspect of putting up deliberate measures by the state to put up measures that are geared towards this agenda. If you're saying that people need to go to school, we need to see how much resources being allocated to schools. There's something on that breath that I've always noted with a lot of concern, is the aspect of bursaries. The question that keeps on pondering in my head is, why do we have a kitty called bursary, which is meant to help Kenyan students and Kenyan children to access education, but this money is held by political leaders and to be released as a way of favor to the constituent? You find the office of the president has a kitty. You go to the office of the deputy president, has a kitty on the bursary. You go to the governor, has a kitty on the bursary. You go to the MP, has a kitty on the bursary. Yet all this money will be used and pumped in the education system and education sector through the ministry, and ensuring the capitation is delivered on time to the schools, so that every single child has an equal opportunity to access school without their parents begging the members of parliament. If you look at how our parents and our colleagues who have children will walk into those CDF offices every single minute with papers and bunch of envelopes, trying to follow up for this kind of, as if it's they are giving you a favor. So when we interrogate these concerns, we need to ask the question of what measures the government is doing, whether these measures are retrogressive in nature or progressive in nature, and whether the people who are vulnerable and special are being protected. And so that this will give us a confirmation that the government's realization of these rights, though progressive, are they putting in place? Is it something achievable, and is it a realistic way of doing it because they are meeting a particular criteria as set out? So right now, as we reflect on the Kenyan education system, we look at children in places, especially outside Nairobi, and you go to North Rift Valley, especially the north part of it. You go to Ukambani region. You go to some places central Kenya. You go to some places in West Kenya. There are so many schools in very deprived states. Students are not even able to access schools. I was seeing a picture in X platform of a water tank donated by a member of, I think, area women rep, but the children cannot be able to take the tank to school because the roads are in very poor condition. But I know they pay tax every day. So these are rights that we can push for their enforcement. These are rights that we can sue the various institutions and government departments. And these are rights that we can demand for their realization. We can hold our leaders at all levels, even the Ministry of Education, accountable for this particular right that our children have. And I want to request us to to push for this issue, especially on the bursary, so that I was seeing a quick math somewhere on someone was doing some mathematics, which was ranging to almost 80 billion on the money that is spent in form of bursaries, and that money can be pumped in the Ministry of Education. So it is, I may not have the exact figures, but we are talking of billions of shillings that are being spent to be dished out in form of goodies to buy off members, public loyalty, instead of people realizing and appreciating that these are their rights. It's your right to go to school and find education. Schools with the books, is your right to find teachers there. If it's junior secondary schools, government's duty to hire teachers and pay them. Teachers, because even this right of education, as we talk about even our teachers on that break, the kind of salaries they receive, is it motivating enough? The kind of working conditions they have, is it motivating enough to make them also give their best in these particular institutions? So there's a lot of issues that surrounds making education a success, especially on policy and implementation of it. And our business as vigilant and revolutionaries and people who are supporting development of this country is to push and to hold these leaders accountable to ensure that they deliver on these issues, that our rights and our fundamental rights that we need to be realized. Thank you. Can I allow Banarienye to weigh in on that?
Yes,
All right.
kindly go
Thank
ahead.
you very much, Steve. I think I associate myself with the sentiments that Steve made, but we need to realize that the constitution is a big room which is implemented through policy, the legislation, and simply by administrative actions. I will start with the issue of Article 33 that the lady asked about. Probably what we have done, in the past, we have not questioned the policy aspects that inform the funding of government programs. And probably one of the best routes we should be taking as citizens is when the minister or the CS for finance is presenting the budget policy statement, we should be taking some time and analyze it and interrogate it and see the policy position that the government is taking in terms of actualizing some of those rights. Then she asked whether going to court is one of the avenues that one of the tools that can be deployed. And my answer to that is yes. And you do not have to wait for the LSK to go to court. You yourself as a citizen can go to court. In fact, most lawyers here will tell you that they are willing to represent you pro bono. They want to go to court but they lack a petitioner. So someone like you can offer yourself to be a petitioner. You could approach any advocate, including Wakili Steve here. They could represent you and you could be a petitioner and seek the court's interpretation on how mandatory or on which structural elements the government needs to put in place to actualize that particular right. Then there was the gentleman who mentioned something about the Traffic Act. I think for most of us, when you look at the Traffic Act and other laws within the criminal justice system, most of us, are still aspirational. Our interaction with the criminal justice system, we aspire it to be like what we see in the West. For instance, we will want to, I have seen people on social media telling a police officer, you cannot get into my car without a warrant. Well, that is not necessarily the truth in our context. Yes, the Constitution aspires for us to be that way, but the Traffic Act, as currently drafted, gives that police officer the power to get into your vehicle. So probably that's why I had previously suggested some of these elements as citizens. Now we need to start speaking out, talk to our members of parliament, find ways of proposing amendments to those laws, which in my view are really draconian. You will see police officers saying that they have seen, there is something in our law called a cognizable offense in the penal code, a cognizable offense. In the National Police Service Act, they call it a cognizable offense. And the administrative part of policing makes almost everything cognizable. So a police officer will say, I'm getting into your car because I suspect there is something. So, and it happens. So until we amend those laws to fit what ideally is contained in our constitution, we will continue seeing those things. And probably this movement should encourage us to amend those laws. I hope I have I answered the two patriots. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Wakili. James had asked that question, and Esther, I hope you've been answered well. And still, they'll be coming back. Magoncho, you're still on the speaker. I want you to drop you, but then we need a communication from you to add on to the other IT people. So we'll go to Otero, and then Engineer, and then Koki. Then we can add another list on the another new speakers. Otero.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello.
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I want
We can hear you.
Yes, first of all, I want to salute all the soldiers that we lost in the battlefield. And this fight has been one of a kind. And we did something that is going to be remembered forever. Number two, Kenya is for everyone. And the power belongs to the people. And no matter how much these people brutalize, maim and kill young men, and even abduct them, we still keep pushing. I know it might not pay right now, but I know someday it will pay off. Even the blood of those young men that we've lost, those people who call the shots and those people who also pull the trigger will not go scot-free, because these guys just exercised their right. Personally, I felt so offended. I felt by then I'm the Rubis guy. You say I'm the Rubis guy, the guy in the red jersey and the red jacket that was sprayed on the water that was meant to be sprayed on a group of people was sprayed on me. And in the event, I happened to lose my phone and even some money on me. And since then, I've been stayed away for some while. I felt so bad whenever I saw ladies being shoved to and fro. They get groped by the police, and as if nothing happened. These ladies only had their gadgets and all. They did nothing wrong, and we condemn such acts. I'd even prefer if they want to do these things, they also assign female cops to deal with the girls. It's so bad at this time and age that we still experience things that have been happening back then. And I still heard you guys. We'll always stay together, and this work will keep going on and on, no matter what they do, until Kenya changes, until the systems work, until these people realize that they are serving us, not the other way around. Thank you. That's what I felt I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Otero. Koki. Koki, you can go ahead.
Hi. Hi everyone. Thank you. I don't know, Be Real, for giving me a chance to speak. It's been a long week. A really long week. I'm going to touch on several things, but I feel like all of them are gonna be under the umbrella of what I would like to call enabling, not even that, what I would like to call using the proxies concept. So I just want to go online just so that I can read for your definition of that praxis concept, so that I give you the best definition from a behavioral science point of view. So it's the act of practicing something, an art, a science, or skill, as you do it. it's the process by which a theory, lesson, or skill is enacted, embodied, realized, applied, or put into practice. And it's just draws from the word practice, but the concept is, and this is just to first of all dispel all these quell all these conversations about people need to, you know, just relax with the mandamano. They need to, you know, let things go back to business as usual. The constant questions of what next. I feel like you need to tell whoever is asking you those questions at this point in time, where we have seen all the things we've seen, that we will use praxis. You will use the concept of praxis. We will learn as we go. We will apply as we go. We will implement as we go. We will theorize as we embody and enact. Like, theory becomes practice. And in doing that, that requires a lot of us to create environments where we enable ideas and discourse, where we allow for ideas to thrive. And I know right now that that is a thing under attack. That freedom of speech, that freedom of basically everything. And you can't say it's not going to happen to me. I think that has been a really huge problem with our society, where, and we can't even blame, you can't blame yourself for being in an abusive situation and for not knowing what you didn't know. You know, the more awake you are, the more aware you're going to be about every next step that you need to make that is better. And I want to encourage everyone to focus on the personal, like you and what you are bringing to this table you are creating as you go. What are you bringing to the table, and what is the impact that you're making? And that impact can be so diverse. It can be in the ideas you're giving. It can be in, I was seeing on the news lately, I have been seeing Kasamuel, and I was like, I remembered watching him back years because my sister used to do that debaters contest. And I remember watching him, and I was like that flashback came back, and I was like, everyone needs to do what they need to do. Like, you can talk. You can sing. You can dance for freedom. Please, by all means, go ahead and dance. But the point is to try and look at the positive and the glass half full, which is so hard right now. Like, but we need to try and do that. I want to speak, like, I'm going to split what I wanted to say, but I wanted to start by that, like, grounding, and also to talk about two tweets that I have written that are very important. And the first one is with regards to a ruling by the Supreme Court. I think AO had me speaking about this, and maybe Afrocentric. I don't know whether there was other people. I think it was their space. And we are in a situation where the money in the economy has been it's rotten. I don't know what else to call it. It's rotten, yeah. And that rot is manifesting in very different ways. But one of the ways that I want to contribute to helping people to fix that rot is by that tweet that I wrote about the ruling by the Supreme Court for this case that has been going on since 2008. And basically the long short, I'm going to try and like retweet it and maybe pin it somewhere, I don't know, in the next like 10 minutes. But it basically tells you that you are allowed to go back to the bank and tell them this interest rate that you went and added for me, and not just banks, but any institution that is under that list that was released in 2023, I think, regulating all the financial institutions that are allowed to give credit facilities in this country. So if you've ever had such a situation, you have grounds to go back to the bank and have like a readjustment of your loans. And even further, you can even link up with other people and you can get into a class action if you want, because you're already having so much money taken out of your pocket. You don't need to be paying punitive taxes and punitive interest rates at the same time. I need to take a call, but someone else can talk and then I will come back. Yeah.
Thank you, Koki. And Ayot, are you on the speaker? Ayot?
Yeah, I'm here. Um, I'm here,
And
but I don't.
6,000?
I'm not sure if 6 is there. Is 6 there really?
Hold it for me. Hold it for me a bit.
All right. I'm really trying to avoid to speak on these spaces because of a few issues
No,
here and
just
there.
don't speak. Don't speak. Just take for me the speakers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So so we just had Koki, right?
Yeah, after Koki now circulate the others. I'll be back in a few.
Okay. So gentlemen and ladies, I hope you're well. I'm going to start from Africa. Africa, are you there? Africa Watch. Is your
Yes,
mic hot?
I'm there.
Yes, please speak to us.
Okay, just a very quick one. In terms of some of the issues that we have been looking at, good evening once again. I really liked the bit of the discussion that we had, especially with the legal experts that were here a few minutes ago on the platform, led by the former president of the Law Society of Kenya, Akili Steve, and the rest. And I really appreciate the fact that when what we are doing is basically led by information, there is no such a power like the power of having the right information. Because I think that plays a very big role in ordering our steps, such that as much as we push for what we are pushing for, we try also to ensure that we do not behave like the way everybody else is behaving. As we correct the mess, we try to correct it in a much decent way, basically informed by the right information that we have. Because I think for some time, I just wanted us to look at the aspects of issues to do with future appointments. And I realized that looking at the ethical issues, actually, most of the problems that we have, I realize they are much of an ethical issue than sometimes even the law. Just as Wakili Deuri said, sometimes it's in most cases because we have gotten the wrong men and women in place, not because they didn't have the right education. As you can see, some of the elite members of the society who have got an advantage of having the best education, but minus ethics, you find that there isn't much that they're able to do. And I just wanted us to have an example of the UK, a close study of the UK government, because that is one of the developed nations. And I've seen when you go online, you find most of us have been very much excited by the fact that they have elected, I think, like around either 11 or 13 young people who are below the age of 30. But of course, that is not so much of news, because in every election in the UK, there are always such category in terms of the age brackets. But what I want us to have to borrow a leaf from is the kind of ministers they're calling the cabinet secretaries in the UK. And I'll also relate it with a few people who held the same dockets here, and though they didn't have a speciality in terms of the academic background in those particular areas, but they still delivered. Like, for instance, we remember this lady called Charity Ngilu. There's a time she served as the Minister of Health, and that is the time when we had a lot of improvement. Charity Ngilu was not a medical doctor, but she was able to deliver, because the cabinet secretaries, in most cases, what they deal with are policy issues, to be able to push policy issues, because under their dockets, you find in every ministry, they are technocrats who will deal with the professional issues pertaining to the specifics in terms of speciality in those areas. But as long as they are women and men of integrity, sometimes it's not much about education, or rather what they have specialized. Like now, just a brief look at the current UK cabinet, which has just been formed a few days ago. You find, for instance, the current Minister of Health, Mr. West Thierry, is actually somebody who specialized in history. And I know in our Kenyan setting, somebody would be wondering, what would a historian be doing at Afi House? But you find that still their systems work, because this guy is there to be able to push policy issues. And because they have embraced the right ethical values, and they believe that their presence there is not because they are the best, but it is because they have been given a honor to be able to serve. They are able to discharge their services and to make a very big difference. So in relation to that, what I would want us to do, if it's possible, I encourage most of us who are involved in this particular movement of trying to push for changes, that at least as these discussions go on, we should not miss any information. Let's get the right information, so that even when we are acting when we are informed. Like, for example, I remember sometimes there are people who are saying, let the president dissolve the parliament. But of course, when we look at our 2010 constitution, of course, we know the president does not have the powers to be able to dissolve that particular parliament, because currently, as it is, the parliament has an independent, it's independent in terms of its calendar. And when we get this information, which becomes power, when we act on it and we push things, you find that things would be able to work. So is it possible in these discussions to identify some of the main issues, so that at least we can push issue by issue by issue, so that at the end of the day, sometimes we sit back and we take stock and say, so far, what have we succeeded in? Okay, so by so doing, because I believe the other week of of 24th, that is from 18th to 24th, there was a lot of synergy. But of course, there are people who also came in because they were looking for certain things. And once they have gotten whatever they were looking for, some people will fall back because they have achieved what they wanted. Because when you talk to people in the streets, you find sometimes people come, they are different groups and people coming with different aims. So let's be organized. Being organized does not necessarily mean that probably we get a leader, because I think there is this notion, anytime you mention about getting organized, then people say, no, we don't want, because we are leaderless. But being leaderless does not mean that we lose the sense of organization. Just like the previous speaker who was saying that sometimes it's good when we do things, we do it informed by certain things, and then we try to practice. We push, but we try to practice what we are pushing for. Like now we are in a place where we are trying to push for better leadership, better governance. And the best way to be able to achieve this will not be so better than identifying certain issues and starting to act on them. Like from the discussions we have had today, we have seen like education is one of the areas that is now seriously affected. What do we do to be able to push, or even just within this particular time as you're piling, as this pressure is piling, what do we do to push maybe certain reforms in the education sector? Now, there's a time there was a discussion sometimes back, just immediately after the election, where the legal minds were coming up with this particular idea. Again, according to our constitution, we should have certain limits such that somebody does not just wake up in the morning and come and tell us, now today we are changing from this system of education to another one. So it should be in the constitution on how to do it. Because education-wise, the failures that we have, the CBC, we are here because probably within the constitution, there wasn't particular articles that protect the education system such that we say probably if we need to change the system, we subject it to a referendum, because this is something that affects so many people. And I'll repeat this question that I'd asked sometimes earlier. Ask yourself, why is it that in Kenya, we have got so many international schools which are thriving? And these international schools have students from well-to-do families. Most of these students come from homes where we have got these people who are representing us, these people who are making decisions at higher level of government. Why hasn't they taken a step of subjecting these children to the CBC that now they have brought to us to be able to dilute our education system? I don't know if there's somebody is seeing that kind of mischief, the way basically I look at it. So is there something that we can do to be able to resolve the issue around education? Because I think if we resolve it, even this issue of bursaries, like I've had people going to the constituency development fund offices, governors' offices, and trying to plead, to beg, if that can be fixed, we would even need that kind of a thing, because the child will leave the house and go to school without complicated demands at the end of the day. And that money probably can be directed to the schools directly, so that every child is able to access education. So what do we do? Is there something that we can do at the moment? Because the more we wait, especially like on the education issue, the more things are getting complicated. So can we find a way of crafting our ideas based on the issues that we are trying to push for, so that in case in future could be tomorrow, it could be in the next few hours, if there is a situation or other setup where probably these things can be presented and can be pushed. Then we'll say we have got this document, and these are the things that we need to be done at the end of the day. I think when we do that, we are likely to achieve much more than just, spending all this time discussing, and we don't have anything in place in terms of a strategy, in terms of a plan, in terms of the issues that are very crucial that would want to push and be able to say, let's begin with this number 2, 3, 4, 5, so that at the end of the day, we are able to succeed. Otherwise, I want to encourage us to continue with the spirit. Let's continue to engage, to learn more, to get to understand even our constitution. I'm really happy with the way people are interrogating the constitution. People, basically, most of the local people are beginning to master it, to understand this article says this. This is where we have got a problem. This is what is here. This is what we can do to be able to solve this and that. So all in all, as we continue, let's begin also to have probably to think about some of the men and women of good ideals, such that should an opportunity come where you want to present people, rather to elect people in leadership positions, at least we can be able to position them, knowing that if these fellas get into that particular place, they'll not be able to drive their agenda, but the agenda of the people, and they'll be able to serve based on the morals, based on the discipline, based on the ethical background, and above all, based on that patriotism. Because I think we are all in this, discussing all this because we are patriotic about this particular country and we want Kenya to succeed. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Africa. I think we'll go to the next speaker. But before I go, I literally took up this mic today, not to speak, but just to stay here, just in case anything happens, because apparently I received a phone call today, a very weird phone call towards around evening. And that phone call was a strange number, not a strange number, but a private number. And this person asked, it was a man, this person asked, young man, don't you love your life? And they actually told me, if I don't delete my pinned tweet, they will make an example to the rest on me. So I don't know what that meant. I don't know if I should feel threatened. I don't know where they got my number. And I just wanted to ask the lawyers who are here. I don't know if they're still here, but how do we get to go about that? You have a phone call, but it's a private number. It was a call under a minute. They said it very fast, then dropped the call. They said I'm inciting the public with my pin tweet. I'm inciting the youth, not the public, the youth, literally the youth. So I can't lie that I'm not scared. Yes, I am, but who on earth will share my number? Who is that who knows me that will share my number to strangers? Who would end up threatening me because of what I do? I'm a video journalist. I've been attending all these protests since day one. Of course, today I didn't go to the streets. After hosting that long space, I wasn't feeling so well. So my question is, how does someone get to go about this? For those who know how to handle these issues, how do I go about it? But I'm not deleting that tweet. I'm not deleting my pinned tweet. I'm not deleting that video. So I will not delete it. But how does someone go about it? Number one, for my safety, Number two, to exercise my freedom of speech and freedom of, my career as a journalist. How do I literally go around that? But the next speaker can speak. That's why I've been feeling so, I didn't even want to speak. I just wanted to be on the speaker panel so that if anything happens, I just say, hey, nimekujiwa, mkae mkijua nimekujiwa. I literally switched off my whatever, my location. I've just been incognito. So you guys can advise whatever possible. We can go on to the next speaker. I guess David. David, are you there? David Ito. If David is not around, let's go to KD. KD, can you hear me? Since people are asleep on this space. Engineer Mato, are you there? Guys, can you hear me on this space? Nikama watu is Koki. Can you hear
Yes,
me?
I can hear you. Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Since people can't hear me because they're not talking.
Let
Ama
Africa
mmetense
speak.
kama mimi. Ala, mmetense na mko kwa rada gava.
Let me what is it called? Let me inject a little encouragement, especially to AO. I'm really sorry about that. That sounds very unfortunate. I've also been having sleepless nights. I'm just been like, okay, today I'm gonna say something that's gonna be completely out of pocket. But and this is also, I'm encouraging myself at the same time because it's part of what I said I'm going to talk about in my blanket of the praxis concept. I want to read for you something that I wrote somewhere some time back. Convention is something made up by somebody and then repeated by others. If convention feels wrong for you, if your skin bristles and your spirit stalls at the thought of doing something the way it's done, then stop and act. There's someone, I don't know, someone's mic. Okay. Yeah. Is that?
Go ahead, please, Koki. Sorry.
No.
Koki, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, okay. You muted everyone. Sorry.
Yeah, I muted
So
everyone
let
to
me
mute
just.
that guy who had the
Okay.
mic on.
Thank you so much. Let me just repeat that because that's the only thing I want to say, and then I let someone else talk for now. Convention is something made up by somebody and then repeated by others. If convention feels wrong for you, if your skin bristles and your spirit stalls at the thought of doing something the way it's done, then stop and act. We can make changes. We can try and craft small slices of the life that we want. We can make convention to make things more just, more complete, and more beautiful. And not everyone will be happy with you because it is human nature to try and conserve things as they are. But your spirit will feel full, and there's nothing more meaningful than knowing you have been true to yourself. Yeah, I just wanted to give an encouragement to AO, but also to everyone, because I know we are all worried for each other, and it's good for us to be each other's keepers as much as we are making everyone awake. It's good that we also keep, check on everyone. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Koki. Means a lot. Really appreciate your kind words. David Lele, are you on this space? David, Engineer Mato, are you there? KD, if you guys are not responding, allow me to drop you guys to give other people.
Ayo, can I just talk about something that and it's just related to the person who was talking just before. Yeah,
it's all right.
you
Go ahead.
spoke. Yeah, they were talking about like workable solutions, and I'm a very solutions oriented person. And also because I look at data all the time, I try to see the patterns in the numbers and everything. And honestly, this is the first time I have seen this kind of level of greed, because even the data doesn't lie. Like, even when you're trying to, let's say, monitor things like fixed income week on week, because there's a budget that's given, and then every week, without fail actually, the government always comes to the market to borrow money from the public. And that money is not going to good use, let's just face it. And I want to give an example of a solution. I'll start with healthcare. I have another one for education, but I want to start with healthcare because it's at the top of my mind, and I've just written something about it because I was thinking about the numbers from a unit economics perspective, and it fills me with a lot of rage, especially when I truncate things and I kind of like see, I can calculate how much debt my child is gonna be paying, and that debt is racking up the more I'm even speaking right now. It's not a tenable situation, and I have some solutions I was going to just throw around. But the first one is with relation to like healthcare. And I've written about it, but I just wanted to expound a little bit more for maybe anyone who might not see it or might not understand what I'm saying a little bit. So right now, currently, I mean, hospitals are not taking NHIF. And for most of them, you will find that they have not even been taking this NHIF for months now. Because if you talk to people, and that's another thing I want to encourage us, we are here online, and there are people who are not online, but we can make a point of checking in. I heard someone mention that they were speaking in a Kamba radio station, and I was like, that's actually one of the ways of applying the praxis concept and making an impact matters in your own way as well. And it's the little things because they're gonna reflect in the collective. So I want to use the example of healthcare and this NHIF to make my point, this point right now. So we all contribute a minimum of 500 to NHIF, right? And okay, we can even say 300, 500. I'm not even sure about that minimum, but it is 500, yeah. And you can even say like that translates now, if you're looking at it from a unit economics perspective, that translates to what? Five what? That translates to 500 million for 10 million people. And that translates to 5 billion for 1 million people, and then 500 million, and then 10 million, 5 billion, and then let's say 50 million, 25 billion, right? So in a month, these guys are collecting 25 billion. Like that's on the higher limit. Even if we lower that amount and we say 10 million people, that's still 5 billion every month. And on now a grand economic scale, now in a year, on the lower side, they'll collect a minimum of 60 billion. And on the higher side, they're going to collect a maximum of 300 billion. So that's 60 billion to 300 billion. That's the range of how much money they can collect from this NHIF, and that they do actually. So why not carve out 300 million in our budget and say that we are going to get everyone healthcare? No one is going to be paying, and there's a set, like it's like the way you just go and pay insurance every month, every whatever year. There's a bill for that for everyone, and this is an investment in public wealth and public assets and public dignity, And then to even add on top of that, since these people cannot be trusted to manage money, maybe they need us to show them how to, I don't know, do it. And that 500 can even be, you say we are not even going to scrap it, we're actually going to invest in our country. This is going to be Daima Mimim Kenya contribution, I don't know, call it whatever. And you still contribute. It's not going to NHIF actually, because that's supposed has already been allocated in the budget, 300 billion. We've done the math. It's possible. And probably even get very good healthcare, because that kind of economies of scale should not be something that we are playing around with. Those numbers are not small. That's why this whole situation has everyone shook. But imagine now if we contributed that 500, like just continued. It's not going to NHIF, and it's going to now this thing that he was saying about SHIF, right? If someone has an extenuating medical circumstance that cannot be covered within the scope of this 300 million, and those are those rare cases, because that is how you take care of everyone in the community. But that can be even channeled into a fund that's professionally run, and then every year it can even be pegged on like a blockchain, and you say that the thing to the unique identifier is your birth certificate that becomes an ID, when now that's the change that determines, you can start now contributing to this sovereign, I don't know, wealth fund that in year one makes 300 million, year two 300 billion, year two 600. The potential is limitless. You could even peg the decision making on what happens to the money of that fund every year. Can be a rolling investment that everyone votes on, and there's options, and you present your case, whoever you are in the country, and you say, this is what I want this money to go to do, and everyone votes on it, and it's decentralized. And I really want to encourage, and that's why I keep going back to the praxis concept, that we need to allow for environments such as this, to allow for discourse and ideas to go every which way they can go. And then if you learn about something here, love it forward, like tell your neighbor. Like nowadays people don't even talk to each other, and they're living in the same buildings, and it's all a tactic of segregation, and divided we fall. Just even your gardener, your boda guy, every person you meet has something to teach you. And that should give you a certain level of humility, but it should also make you present yourself into all these situations with, I want to tell them about this thing that I learned today, because sharing, it's like a candle. It's not gonna make me mine burn out. In fact, probably burn brighter from all the contact, scientifically speaking. Yeah. So that's just my second point. You can give someone else to talk and maybe give me a chance another time. But that was just an example of how to use all the discourse that you're having to now boil down into the numbers. And I'm happy to dissect the numbers that I can. I'll try. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Koki. Be real. Are you able to
Yeah,
take over
kindly,
for a while?
can you take a break? We need your mental sanity. I'm so sorry what I've had, but stay vigil. Keep in touch with us. Don't go offline, and don't pick any number that is not having a phone number. Just try to stay on the speaker panel. Don't get involved right now. Keep your mental sanity and reach us out. Check your inbox. We're with you, guys. That's the kind of leadership we have. So we all safe, but where are we safe? That is just a threat, and that's just a scare. But you cannot ignore it, and that is what they're trying to really make us be scared. So we need your mental sanity. So get off the co-host, stay on the speaker panel, and because that video is actually your artwork, and that is what sells you. And it actually happened. So just because you put it together, it is what happened. There's no lie about it. Unless we take different scenarios and then we put it on one clip. That's a clip that happened in Kenya. But we need your sanity. We need you to be okay. Are you together? Koki, you were saying something. Somebody was speaking.
Sorry, it's just I am getting on a call, but I'll be around like in 20 minutes to. I'm still listening. Yeah.
Okay. De jure. Some names. Wow.
Yes, good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
My condolences, first and foremost, to all our comrades whom we've lost since the liberation struggle started about 3-4 weeks back. Well, mine is just to give a summary of my perception of what is happening, because at times things move so fast, and we also move with the speed, with the kinetic, and we forget to account. Now, my attention comes to the regrouping of the political class, and whatever the divide they're trying to swing in, some pretending like they're not in with Zakayo, and others going in with the Zakayo, or the obvious traitor, should be an open eye. Everybody should realize that that is the political class as a group. In our study groups, we call them the bourgeois. Those are the bourgeois, the buccaneers, the brokers. So you need not to look at yourself as belonging to any of them. You are the proletariat. And thirdly, there's no middle class. You're just one paycheck, one missed paycheck, one firing letter away from being a proletariat, if you believe that you are middle class or anything. And if you can, and I think you can attest to me, most of you, if you take your paycheck at the end of the month, by mid-month it's worth nothing. You're looking forward to the end of the month. And these are things that people need to go and study. Dialectic materialism. People need to go and study such things as the wages, as taught by Karl Marx. So my point is, there is a divide, a clear one, that now people need to open their eyes and see that the political class came and neutralized your fire, your revolution. And right now the narrative, they are the ones who are running the narrative. Where is the narrative of the revolutionaries? As we speak right now, it's muted. Second, my point is, you can talk all kinds of policy, you can talk all kinds of improvements, you can come up with all the brilliant ideas, but they ain't gonna they ain't gonna count at the end of the days. They ain't gonna count. Why? You haven't gotten rid of the cancer. You haven't gotten rid of the pendulum that is swinging. So how do we move forward? The numbers, I call it the arrowhead approach or the spear formation. And you go to one point in numbers, 5 million man strong. You take the day. You take the day and you run with the price. But if you keep on strategizing, talking, negotiating, planning, blah, blah, you can do that all day, every day. The political class is organizing, is strategizing, and is running the narrative. So it's even better you never started it. Because even what you think you gained, in reality, if you give these sharks, the political sharks, time, they are going to reverse it double the time. Remember now when they go into a coalition, they're going to be more in numbers. So any bill they want to pass, they'll pass it. Anything, if they want to manipulate the voting and whatnot, they'll do it. If they want to curtail the IDs, they'll do it. So if you really are in a revolution, you need to organize and march and take your prize and walk away. Thank you. They say, just as I leave, they say the revolution is not a tea party or the revolution is not a dinner party. So you can't move on like that as revolutionaries. You have to take decisive decision and take decisive moves and take the prize once and for all and go and move and create a new utopia and a fundamental change in the political, social, economic sphere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. How was the lineup? Who came first? Because I dropped for a minute. I would go with how you came. Give me your hand if you were here before. If you can hear me and you're here before, you give me your hand. Okay, you can go. Okay, my goodness. Okay, go ahead. And if you're not speaking, kindly mute your mic. Caroline, mute your mic. General Alpha, mute your mic. Jejure, mute your mic.
Okay, thank you so much. Let me send my condolences to everyone that has lost their loved ones. Yeah, we'll be keeping you guys in prayers. So we've been through a lot recently as a nation. We've seen deaths, abductions, killings, and the police brutality that has been going on for the last, let me say, 5 weeks now, right? For the last 5 weeks, we felt disrespected and hurt. But despite all of this, we've managed to, stay strong and keep fighting. So mentally, I think we're in a tough place mentally. So we've experienced a lot of pain and fear, but we've also shown a lot of resilience. We are determined to push through, and make things better. So our spirit should remain unbroken, and we need to continue fighting for our rights and justice. The police have been trying to take us back, but we've kept on pushing forward. That should be our spirit right now. We need to be, keep pushing forward. Because we are in a transition. We are heading towards a future where we hope to see a change, a better change for Kenya. We are, sorry. Yeah, we are more aware of the challenges that we face, and we are more united in our efforts to overcome the challenges. So our mental strength is being tested. but we need but we are providing that we are trying to withstand the pressure, and we are continuing to strive for a better Kenya. So I have some strategic actions that we need to take as we keep on fighting. Number one, let's begin by acknowledging the complex socio-political landscapes in Kenya. Government manipulation, corruption, and human rights violations, these are some pressing issues. So it's important to frame these discussions in a way that is accessible and relevant to the lived experiences of our audiences. So we need to spread the gospel. Let me say the gospel to everyone that is still in the dark. We need to tell them whatever is happening. We need to keep everyone in the limelight. Number two, we need to focus on these key approaches so that we'll provide a strong foundation for effectively educating our community about the pressing issues in Kenya. So these methods they combine personal interaction, technological leverage, community engagement, and safety, so that we ensure a comprehensive and impactful effort. Then, so as I finish, let me say that Kenya, at this point, we are pregnant. Kenya is pregnant. And during pregnancy, there comes a lot of challenges like high blood pressure, there are infections, people get depressed, women get anxiety, and even there are lots of things. But eventually, they always give birth to beautiful kids, bouncing baby boys, like beautiful kids. So Kenya, we are now facing the challenge of pregnancy. We are pregnant. We are trying to deliver. Eventually, everything is going to work out for us, and we need to just keep on fighting until the end, because when we give up now, it's like we are committing an abortion. So we need to continue fighting, because at the end of the tunnel, there's light. Let's go for the light. Thank you so much.
Alpha checking. Okay, thank you for your submission. We're going to be okay. Just give us a few, guys. So, who's talking after you? And that's why I said that these people, it's high time that, man, I don't know when it's going to be, but then.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you. Who is talking?
This is Levi. Can you hear me?
Is that General Alpha?
Levi.
Okay, go
No,
ahead, please.
Fine.
Kindly go ahead.
Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, I wanted to congratulate all the guys who are on the ground protesting, but at the same time, we guys in the diaspora have to offer them some help. And part of the things that we need to do is come up with a few social handles where everybody can be able to go and get the basic things that people can use. Basically, we get the information and disseminate it, basically like chew it down to palatable in short, like things that can be easily be consumed by a regular mwananchi. Like all these guys are stealing money and putting up shell companies all over the world, like Ruto and Kenyatta. They sold close to about $10 billion. So if we are able to like do some websites and where we highlight where all this money is stolen and hidden, so that in the next time people, when they start voting, they can start voting not based on tribalism and favoritism, but they'll vote based on the idea and not on thieves. So anybody from the county government to the whole central government who has ever stolen, any person who's caught on the ballot should not even receive a single vote. But this will come along if we establish certain, sites and like the previous guy was saying, we give out all the information to everybody out there so they're able to know what's going on. In so doing, they work for us, not we work for them. Because most of these guys are working for can I say, the West, where they are promised to get diplomatic passports, immunity. They're like the old dictators when they were chased from their countries like Mobutu. They ran to France. This is what the Kenyattas are waiting for. If we put them through the grill, they run to Britain. These are the kind of things they hope to go and do, but they're stealing from us. I don't even understand till today what the British Army is doing in Kenya, occupying the most fertile land in Kenya in Nanyuki. And now the Americans are coming in. Are we really in charge of our own country? I'm going to stop right there. I'm getting hot.
You don't need to drink no water, man. Just take a deep breath in and breathing out. We want you more angry. Don't drink any water. Caroline, Levi, don't drink any water. Keep on getting angry.
Okay. Hello. Can you hear me, General Alpha?
Oh, yes. Go ahead.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, let me start by expressing my deep, heartfelt condolences to our soldiers, the young ones who have really died because of fighting for justice in Kenya. I speak from Kenya, and the situation is not very good, as people see, even though today there was no protesting. But I want to tell you that the young people, especially those who are not known either in the social media, have been abducted, probably killed. Nobody knows where they are about. And I want really to request, if there are some who are hearing me here with the legal minds, that they should now move again to the High Court to ask the court that police officers who are arresting people must be in uniform and have to identify them to befriend any protester. And if there is any police who is hooded and not in a full uniform, the protesters should treat them as criminals and should resist the arrest. And to the police, such criminals who have been set by this administration to intimidate people and to torture, can be able also to assist in case if there is such people, because now they are invading people's houses and abducting, especially they are able to follow you when you are in the X space like this, WhatsApp, TikTok. They can see you and come and abduct you, and sometimes even the people in the states are just watching. And I think maybe if the Law Society of Kenya or anybody here, I think we should think of that so that we can protect the young people who are being abducted and killed. The number those people are saying maybe 41, 51, those are just numbers which are not really authentic. There are many, many people who are missing and have been killed. So we should be thinking of that. One thing that now we should address, because from the beginning I said that we are dealing with a very, very terrible person, a thug. The more that we stop protesting and giving chance, probably maybe 2 days or 1 week, we give him time to reorganize and to organize these thugs who are coming to brutalize people and to abduct. Because we are now fighting for justice and we want this revolution to be successful, the protest should go on every day as one of the strategies, every day. Because if we give him time, he is strategizing. So we should be thinking of that. Again, now we are seeing now the political class is becoming more threatened, and now they are organizing themselves. And this coalition that these people are trying that they are going to organize is to protect them, because whether the opposition, whether maybe the government, these people are benefiting from this injustice. And when what are they going to address? What are they going to address? Because the issue that is ailing us seriously here in Kenya is about corruption and disregard of the rule of law. So the constitutionalism is what we are crying for, that we want to be, we want to be implemented, to be followed strictly. But what are they addressing? They are addressing of how they are going to get powers and dish out the government ministry among themselves to benefit, and they will be continuing to do the business. We already becoming, it is becoming open that indeed Kenya does not have any serious debt as they allege. These debts are just created for us because they know quite well that quite a number of Kenyans do not follow things and do not probably understand the finances and how things work. But it is becoming now clear to everyone. So what we want really to be addressed is this debt issue. We want to know the real figures of debt of Kenya and what have we been paying for, because this is where we are getting a problem. And this is where they are using it to loot us, to enrich themselves. We know that there was a report about the Pandora box. These things began from 1963. If the Constitution stipulates how money should be borrowed and used, we want to know this. And we have a very qualified office of the Auditor General. She's able to do all this because when we look at the auditing that she has been doing, there's a lot of credibility of that. But nobody from the executive is able to implement the proposals of the Auditor General. And this begins way back from Ouko. And we saw even Kenyatta when the audit revealed a lot of things. Mr. Kenyatta was very harsh in State House because they all benefited from this. So probably the person who did not steal money from Kenya and probably hid them somewhere else could be Kibaki. But all these people have stolen money and they are hiding them outside. And they know very well, because we know very well that, according to the auditor report, this much of the borrowing he did without even seeking the authorization from Parliament and even from the advice from the Attorney General. So which means the borrowing or the loans that he took does not belong to us as the taxpayers. We should not pay that. He should pay it because money, nothing it has done. And we know very well that according to the Constitution, when we borrow, that money should just be used for the development. We should not use it for the recurrence expenses. So we know since this guy took over the power, it's 1 year, there is no roads. There are no roads being built. There is any mega project going on. Why was he doing this borrowing? And what is this? So these are the things that we have that the kind of the government of national unity they are trying to
Alpha, are you there, General Alpha?
I can hear you, yes.
Are you done with the submission?
Let me wind up by just 2 minutes, then I finish. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, but your words are breaking into two. I think your network has issues.
Okay, that is a problem. So I'm really saying that the protests should continue every day. It should not be, maybe we give them chance, because when we give Ruto a chance, he strategizes and he gets that time to attack people. Let us be in the street every day so that we deny him the revenues that he can use. And he will go home because he's cornered. Even if you look at over 80% of Kenyans are not supporting him, are not even supporting the coalition kind of a government that he wants to form with opposition. So it means that when we stay in the street every day, in the next coming 2 weeks, Ruto will go home with all his people. And this is what we should do. And beginning, I said that the lawyers who are here, who can help us, please they should file a case in a high court for emergency to bar the police who are not in school, who are not in their uniforms, to arrest the protesters, because they are using these people to abduct people, to kill people, because these policemen, some of them are hooded. Why are they hooded if they are policemen? Why are they hooded? Why do they wear a mask? Why are they masked? You know? So they should now be barred so that the protesters should not be arrested by anybody who is hooded or masked or who is not in full police uniform. That is my request, and I think that is the end of my submission. Thank you very much.
Geoffrey.
Yes, yes, thank you.
General Alpha, I think you have to fix your internet, because I'm even struggling to get what you're saying, because I have to piece it together.
He's done.
It's Geoffrey, and then David, then Engineer, then Caroline. We're doing 3 minutes, so make better use of it. Geoffrey?
Okay, good evening, members. Are you getting me?
Yes, go ahead.
First of all, I want to say, to give condolences to those people who have lost their lives, their families that have lost their loved ones. And secondly, I want to say that we are nearing there. The fight is there. We have to fight. You see, when you are about to achieve something, that's when it gets too tough. So let's get tough and let's get going. In fact, to me, I could suggest that this demonstration should be every day. Reason being, when we give them a day to rest, they already have our plans in mind. Like today, you saw police, the way police were everywhere. You go to Uhuru Park, you will find that you can't gain entry there. So it gives them time to plan. But if we do it every day, from morning, evening, they don't have time to plan. Tomorrow we are there. They will get confused. Secondly, you see what has happened. These people, we thought Raila was a good man, but you see what has happened. It means that everyone can betray us, even including in here. I know they are spies. They already pick what we are talking and they plan ahead of us. So please, there are sensitive information that we should not even reveal here, because it will ruin our plans. But we should strategize on how we can do things so that we always be a step ahead. Now, like we were talking of occupying Uhuru Park, you saw they planned. These people, they come here, they listen to what we talk, and then they are there. Thirdly, I think apart from even demonstrations, there are other ways we can also try to destabilize the smooth running of the government institutions. For example, I know as Kenyans, we are IT experts. Personally, I am an IT expert, and I know Kenyans have enough knowledge. They love technology. If we can get a way, we have ethical hackers. Let me use ethical in this suggestion, but we have hackers who can even hack government institutions so that we destabilize them, so that they can feel the heat by destabilizing most of the things. We go to Huduma Center, go to KRA, destabilize those things. It will make them feel like, okay, the pressure is enough now. Because our goal is like, we don't want the government, not only Ruto, we don't want the government. We want the government to be resolved so that we start fresh. We scrutinize all those parastatals, all those institutions, so that by the end of the story, by the end of our journey now, we could find that tumefikia mahali kwamba it's a corruption free country. Ukiona Kenya now is becoming a reference point to most of other countries, including outside Africa. This is a good example. I am very happy because of this. And if we leave it here, it will be like we have been defeated, and now it will be worse. Because what again, ukiona sasa Raila ameingia ndani, au wezi wataingia. Wataenda sasa ndio watatupora kabisa. You see, the finance bill was dropped, but in real sense, it was not dropped. If you check well, they have started increasing those things that they said they were dropped in the finance bill. They knew what they were doing. We have not even seen the gazettement of the finance bill. I don't know whether it was there, but I haven't seen one. So those people have plans. Like now, again, something that I don't know. What does the Constitution say about the reappointment of those dismissed ministers? Because I saw somewhere that if a minister is dismissed, it means that they have got a ground that they are not worthy holding the office, meaning that they cannot be reappointed back. But according to the fununu kidogo, it's as if they might even return those other ministers back. Like now, umeanza kuona they are sponsoring people, these opinion polls, to rank them so that ndio waone kumbe watu wanawaamini. It's not us. That's not our cause. If they have been sacked, let them go home. We don't need them. In fact, we need a new start to everything. Not only in the cabinet or in parliament or what. We need a new start, including parastatals, including PSS. Hapo ndio wanapata njia ya kuipa. In fact, those ones wenye waliachwa kwa ma PSS, hao ndio wezi kabisa wa kwanza. Hata hao ma minister hawana kitu. Those PSS ndio wezi. Ni vile sasa hawajitokezi, wameachwa ma minister wako kama umbrella hapo tu, lakini wako ndani ndio wezi. Ukiwafuatilia vizuri, they are investing on a lot of things. Hao ndio wash ya kwanza. So sisi ndio tunakaa tukiumia hapa. If you see like Ruto took his money to Uganda. He invested in Uganda in a very big way. That even has affected the Ugandan currency. Saa hii ukipata hata kama ukiwa Uganda, the rate that was 35, it's now 28. Because after he entered kwa gava, he had now to return back the rate so that he can return back his money to Kenya. He invested a lot. Pesa yote ya wizi. So nikisikia eti hakuna nini, eti watu wanataka dialogue, I don't have a need for dialogue. What we want is let them back down. Let us start afresh. Otherwise,
Jeffrey,
I'm very annoyed about this. Yes?
Jeffrey, keep on being annoyed. Please don't drink water.
Yes.
Kindly. Don't drink water. How many petrol stations right now are in Uganda for the big man? Big man
There are
Bazoo.
very many petrol stations. Not even one. We have rubies. In fact, the rubies, don't be lied to that it is for Uhuru. Rubies is for Ruto. If you don't know. When Ruto won,
the number of
those
petrol
people,
stations in Uganda. Have you confirmed the number? The ones that belong to him?
we have rubies. Rubies is his in Uganda here.
Uh-huh.
In fact, let me get the whole figure. I will come back later, maybe tomorrow. I'll tell you. I will correct all the information. But this guy, we don't need him.
I don't have the actual number, but what I know, for those who have been on your way from when you are going to northern Uganda, Kitgum, Ulu, so all those small stations along that road when you are going northern Uganda, his petrol stations, they have some yellow yellow colors. Those are his petrol stations, and even quite a number of Ugandans will tell you that they belong to the deputy president of Kenya, which means he built them during Uhuru's term, when I think he stole money in the first term.
All of them, in fact, including Rubies. He even opened the vaccination, this COVID vaccination center here in Uganda. That guy, I don't know. They are colliding with the Ugandan government to steal us. So even whatever information they get advice from Uganda. In fact, most of the police there who are killing people, they came from Uganda. Let them not think that we don't know. We understand, and we don't want that government, including opposition, those of Raila. In fact, let me stop here. Nitaongea baadaye. Thank you.
Gloria, you can go. Gloria. Oh my God. Anybody on
All
this?
right, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I don't know if the lawyers were still here, but at that point, of course, there were so many speakers waiting to speak, so maybe I couldn't have gotten a chance. But if they are still here, I suggest, yes, the information they're giving us is good. It's good to be informed. But I suggest all hands should be on deck. We can't all be bombarded with a lot of information. Tutapasuka misamba. Tushike hii, tushike ile, tushike ile. So if you are in the legal profession, hiyo ni kazi yenu. In fact, that is the work of LSK. It's just in the previous administrations, there've been factions within the LSK. Mara wako in bed with the government, mara wako, but this particular LSK seems to be promising. So if they are aligning with the movement and they want change, then that is, wao ndo wanafaa kuwa wanashikilia that legal bit. Sisi wanatuinform tu, kulikuwa na hii kitu, tumepeleka kotini. Kulikuwa na hii, tunaipeleka kotini. So that, because what can we do? What can the rest of us do if all the time tunaletewa hiyo information? So what I want is for us, kila mtu ashike yake. For me, I'm into communication. That's why in the morning I was suggesting a communication strategy. Walimu, shikeni yenu. Nini? Kila mtu ashike docket yake. Then here when we come, it's just to collect information and know kama leo tunapush ya walimu tunapush, but hashtag Ruto must go always remains hapo chini. That's the only way we can move forward. But hatuwezi shika hii na tushike ile na tushike. Then the other way they can also help us if they are here. It's not, remember hiyo the signing of this constitution of IEBC that Ruto did after we said, oh, reconstitute IEBC. Remember, it is a product of the NDC. And the NDC, which the political elite had, it's not us. Remember, after you 2023, your mandamano and what not, these people formed an NDC. So it was political parties. It was Azimio, walichagua wao, and the Kenya Kwanza walichagua wao. So how is it that it is political parties that sat down and decided on who is supposed to constitute IEBC? I find that already that's an illegality because there was no participation, citizen participation on the matter of IEBC, because all of us are affected. When kura zikibiwa, it's in fact it's the ordinary citizen who is most affected. It is our vote that doesn't count. So the lawyers can also pursue that. What is the legality of that thing? So that your constitution, the IEBC as is constituted now, should be thrown out, because what was that? That thing was a product of the NDC. So let nobody gaslight us that, oh, we had a chance. That is when we had a chance to be part of the to be part of the team. No. In fact, if we had gone at that point when they were calling for dialogue or they want representative to that thing, we would be rubber stamping an illegality. It's a good thing that we did not go there. Because now what were we going to do? To simply stand there, take photos as they are signing something that it's only the political parties decided on. So lawyers, please, give us information, yes, but come to us with, this is illegal, we have taken the case. Walimu pia wakikuja, wanakuja na yao. Because it's not possible, it's not humanly possible for us to do everything. If they're aligning with us, let us see how they're helping us. Then on top of, we could also come up with, yes?
Okay, wind up, and then I'll highlight something for you that was mentioned. I think you must have stepped away. Just finish, and then I'll highlight something for you.
And then on the other matter, even with the how that IEBC, when they're talking about the panel constitution, there's still a way we can still put our foot in there. The LSK, who I consider our partners in this movement, part of us, have one slot. So they can give that to public participation to tell them who to nominate. Churches, the council has, I don't know, 2 slots, 2 whole slots. We can petition the churches, we can push them. Si nyinyi ndo mnasimamia morality, nyinyi ndo mnataka vitu zifanyike vizuri. Give us those slots, let us nominate people, let us vet people, let us give you people that you can put forward. So there's still a way we can participate. Let us not look at it as, it's already gone or we are giving up. No, there's no giving up. We have to put our fingers everywhere. Saizi hakuna kuachilia kitu yoyote. Hatutaki kujua it has been passed, it has not been passed. No, we have to poke holes everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Actually, they highlighted that there are some suits that you can actually file, and they're willing to do it pro bono. Pro bono means they'll take the case to court, but you as the petitioner, and they'll go without a fee, without the lawyer's fee. So that's what I wanted to highlight. And then again, on another forum with some other senior counsels, they were saying we can constitute 58 professionals. So like the teachers, the doctors, and you see the way the doctors and the lawyers have actually been a team, and engineers joined in, but on one demonstration. So like if you're a lawyer, you're a teacher here, and all that kind of stuff, that's how people can start constituting. So these are on the comment section. There's that form of how you can file a petition, and how we can actually vet a leader. So those are things that they should just be on the fingertips, because you don't know when you're going to use them. But as much as we've now gone back to the Constitution of Kenya becoming like our Bible, because that's what's governing us, when you go through certain things, then you get to know. Once you have the knowledge, knowledge is power. So another speaker will take it as you digest on that. Let's not overfeed, because you may end up actually vomiting the way she's mentioning, because you can actually not comprehend the entire information the way they are spearing across, and some are really involving, So who was supposed to go? Yes.
Question.
Yes.
It is Chege. Why have they not started? Did they say? Like the lawyers, for example, why have they not started? What are they waiting for?
No, they cannot go to court alone. You have to petition as a citizen, and then now they're going to be Bonoko lawyer for us. Bonoko means they're going to stand with each and every petition we're going to pull across. On a leader that is non-performing, all those kind of stuff.
So why they are not citizens? Why are they not able to do it?
No. You cannot petition and then again stand for the case. A citizen can petition.
Yeah. So
because right now,
one of them.
Right now already you realize that it seems like they are joining the citizen, but no, they're not. It's the first time that actually sense is coming to hit the reality on the ground that this is not right, and we are not going to compromise our professionalism to doing the wrong, yet the citizens are right. It's the first time that the law is standing with the public and the citizen. So the citizen and the judicial system, which are actually not all, are coming and standing in with us. That's why you find that you cannot come with this and it's not in the constitution. You come with this, it's not in the constitution, they're going to battle it over there. So already we have a backup plan. So you get the right petition and you petition it. We have even referrals of the lawyers that will give you and they'll come and stand in with that case. But you'll go, you as George, you as Gloria, but not a lawyer and another lawyer.
Okay,
Maybe some clarity, because it doesn't make sense on this issue of picketing, for instance, where we were told we can't go, we can't demonstrate. Who went to court? Was it the common ordinary citizen, or was it the lawyers, the LSK, that went to represent us?
No, that one they went themselves, because that one touched, Gloria, that one touched on the constitution. And that's when the LSK team went and petitioned, and actually the judgment came out today. That one they went because it touched on the constitution. But now on certain aspect, like actually calling back some of these, I don't even want to call them leaders. Some of these people that appropriate themselves as leaders, some of the things that we need to recall them with has to be petitioned. And then they'll help you compile the entire case. I, as an individual, like Be Real, I can go and petition, and then the case will start. Then they'll take you through until it pulls through. But then there are these other ones that are touching on the constitution that are actually just being denied on the spot. Because for you to give such a letter that the general gave, that acting police, that one it touched on the constitution. So he has to go back and file a petition against that constitution. It has to go to the parliament for it to be extracted from the constitution. So he touched on the constitution. And that's why when we were here earlier, you heard me ask that we have leaders that are actually abusing the power for their own selfish interest and to oppress the common person. Let's progress, guys.
Yeah, okay. Actually, Be Real, I think Nini was Katiba Institute are the ones who went to court for this the acting IG's letter. And to me, I'd love for a lawyer to come up here and actually tell me why they cannot petition, because they are citizens as well. For me, I think that's hogwash. But maybe I'm wrong. I'd love for them to come and tell us why they cannot do it.
We were having them here for over 4 hours. I think you're late. We had the former LSK president, we had the Mbugua, we had Ndegwa, and we had another one called Rene. So they were all here for quite some time, and we asked them all those questions. So we can compile those questions. You put them on the comment section, and then they've given us a heads up if you want them. We just call them. So if you have any legal questions, not that they come and then again you ask them irrelevant questions, and they create time. Like they cannot be with us for over 12 hours. So like if you have anything legal that you're not understanding, like we touched on a very key subject today about there's a clause in the this IEBC. There's a clause that was actually touchy, and they really clarified it, and it's actually not right. So such kind of questions we asked them when they were here, and they were quite in for a long time. So whatever question you may have, either you inbox me or you inbox KOT, or you put in the comment section. But comment section is so full, we may not be able to go through it. So that when we're inviting them, the questions are already tabled. And then when we're starting, we don't get confused and then ask them irrelevant questions. And then you find we remain with actually pressing questions that we need an understanding and clarity about. I hope that's all clear, so we can carry on with the discussion. They were here actually for a very long time. So let's proceed.
Can I go?
Yes, anybody on the mic can go.
Okay, thank you guys for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I want to condole with everyone who is bereaving, has lost a family member, a brother, a sister. My heartfelt condolence goes to them. First of all, I would like to say that, or I would like to suggest
that we should not allow any police officer who is not uniformed to be, once, because this protest, the government knows we're protesting. So as long as you're protesting and you want to provide security, no police officer who is not uniformed should be there. Unless they're doing a private investigation where they want to arrest a crime, like for example, what happened in Mukuru. If they say that it is not related to the protest, then that one private police officers in private roads can go. However, where we have clearly said that on Tuesday we are going to protest, no police officer, if this can be put into law, then that can be very, very good. Secondly, is I am very disturbed at how the executive and the legislature relate. We should find a way of delinking these two, because like the current president we have right now knows how to use his money, and he pays people so easily. That is why these people's loyalty are to the 2 million they were given in parliament, and not to us, the people who wanted this finance bill to fall. And then they sheepishly go and laugh in State House when the president now declines to sign it off. So we should be able to see maybe if it is possible for a president to be only elected on an independent ticket, and then for the majority and minority in parliament, we can be able to have maybe political parties in parliament, but for executive, the president maybe could go on an independent ticket. But that is just, those are just my thoughts. Again, public participation. I personally was not satisfied with this kind of public participation where majorly it was centered in Nairobi. These policies are not affecting people in Nairobi only. These policies are affecting all of us. Watching at what was happening during the public participation, it was like more centered only on the views of people in Nairobi and not other parts. I would suggest that when it is time to take part in these public participations, they should be done in every constituency. And these members of parliament who go and pass those laws that we don't want, they should be present in those constituencies so that they know exactly what their constituents are saying. Not having Kimani Kuria and Ndindi Nyoro and that other useless guy called Osoro, all centered in Nairobi, and their main view is just within Nairobi and not other parts of this country. Now, again, the members of parliament also should not be given this CDF kit. Their duty should be strictly legislation and oversight. We cannot have the governor developing the county. The MCA wants to develop their area of jurisdiction. Member of parliament also wants to create another market. We have governors. There are funds that are allocated to that governor. That governor should undertake those developments of the county. We can't have a woman rep with a kitty, MCA with a kitty, member of parliament with a kitty, and this we are overrepresented. It's a very big bulge that we have in this parliament that is completely unnecessary. Then I am much more concerned. I am a beneficiary of help, the Joint Admission Board back then. Right now, I am seeing like people are paying hundreds of thousands. So I'm wondering, I was from the village. I came to this city, and that help is what helped me to partially pay for my school fees. I am just wondering what happens to that kid in Turkana who gets a clean A and cannot afford 200, 300,000 to come and pursue his degree at the University of Nairobi, at Moi University. I am quite disturbed because this kind of addition to the school fees, and it's very exorbitant, is going to curtail how we people were getting education back then. It's going to be much more expensive. Majority of us, some of us in this space, got the chance to come to this city through education. And when you went to that school, you managed to get that help. That helped you also pay your school fees. Now you can imagine someone who was getting 60,000 as help could be able to partly pay for his school fees and maybe help family back at home. But right now, a school fee, someone getting that little money can't even manage to sustain himself in school. If this guy must be feared, if Uhuru Kenyatta himself could come publicly and cry that he is not being given his dues, what about us who small people? Are we going to get what we need? If Uhuru, a former president, had to come crying publicly that he's not being given the funds that was supposed to be, what about us? And this guy is like a wounded snake or lion. If we leave him and he goes beyond this, I don't see us having a future here. We don't really have a future. And then there is this guilt trip. As I finish, there's a guilt trip they use always, that you have to we don't have to go the Somali way, we are going to go the Sudan way. We cannot reach that point if they govern us correctly. The reason why we are here is because of these people who did not want to listen to us, the president included. Because we cannot be, our views are collected, but now it's like even the way he is doing things, you could feel that he is doing them grudgingly. The real Ruto, the real Mr. Ruto, is the one who came out that day and called us prisoners. That is the real him. These other things, he is wearing gloves. When he brings out that sword that he was given in Kasarani, he will cut all of us. So my submission is, let's continue pushing. They have said since they started, they are losing 6 billion. That is money they don't have. So we continue pushing. And I'm so proud of whatever we have achieved, but it's not enough. All these CSS and the IT also, it cannot happen that once now we have a problem, so many people have been found dead at Mukuru, is when now he resigns, running away from taking responsibility of accounting for those murders, accounting for those people, the Rex and others who were murdered in the demonstrations. He has to be brought to account. The likes of Murkomen and others who cannot also account on the documents that they were given. They must be brought to book. It can't be that every time something like this happens, they are sacked, but nothing is followed. Like people like Linturi, surely. The buck stops with him in that ministry. Our grandfathers and mothers and parents back in the village were now wanapalilia na mavia ya mbuzi na sand, which is despicable. And then he's just left scot-free. That is not something that we can be able to accept. They must be brought to book. And all these people who have stolen from the public coffers must bring back, pay a debt that we don't know how it was used. It is not acceptable. And those are my submissions. Thank you.
Hello, guys. Am I the next?
Kindly carry on.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm Simon. Maybe to start with, my condolences to the people who are murdered. I cannot say maybe the people who left us, because those people were killed by Mr. Ruto, Baba Shalin. Number two, I think hii maneno ya maybe Chief Justice, this is my opinion, maneno ya Chief Justice, maybe tunafaa tuweke sisi wananchi ndio tunachagua Chief Justice. Ndio sasa huyu mtu asiwe anatishwa na president. Anafanya vitu zenye maybe president anataka ama government. That is my opinion. Number 3. nasikia watu wanasema kuhusu IDs, watu wa register wachukua ID, the Gen Zs. This government will frustrate people. Watu hawatapatia vijana ID, washajua vizuri hii revolution imejaa vijana wengi na wengi wao hawana ID. So when someone is talking about maybe 2027 watu wachukua ID, the same Ruto mwenye alikuwa amesema ati amejipanga 2027 atakuwa amejipanga mbaya sana. Ni yeye tu bado wako. Na kuna swali moja nimekuwa nikiuliza. Jose Kamago mwenye alituibia kura, nani alisema ashakufa? Huyo mtu bado wako. So Ruto bado tukimwachia chance 2027 atatupanga vibaya sana. So mimi hiyo maneno ya 2027 hata si support. Ruto kama tunamalizana na yeye tumalizane na yeye saa hii. Tushaanza hii vita lazima tumalize. Na tukirelent guys Kenya ishageuka Uganda. So it's us to change it, right? Lazima tuibadilishe saa hii. Tukiacha watu watashikana na kina Museveni na wafanye vituko zao. Thank you very much. Let me give other people chance to speak.
Who was going next? I'm on the
Who's
road.
going
I'm just
next?
to cross
I'm on the
the
road. I'm just supposed to go.
Hillary, if you can hear me, just take the mic. I'm going to give order in a minute. Duncan, you can speak.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, we can.
So I want to make 2 points. One, I want to support what Chege was saying. We need to know how we can bring the other people to the party. I know we have the numbers, but we can get the lawyers, the teachers, the people who are in marketing and communication to help us do a lot of this work. Because we can be overwhelmed by doing it ourselves. We might not know the way forward. And there's that lady who said, we get this information, we might get overwhelmed. If we can clarify from the lawyers first, if we can do the things, and maybe the marketing guys and communication, they can help us there, we will get a lot of work done for us, and it will make our work easier. Also, is there a way we can bring everyone to the table kwenda hii maandamano tunasema? The one we did finance bill, we got everyone. I got even teachers from school saying tunaenda maandamano kesho. So how can we bring everyone else to support us? I know we have the numbers, but how can we bring in the millennials, the other generations? You see, these days, the spaces don't have a lot of people. Is there a tactic we can use to make them feel part of this movement? I know they are, but I have a feeling like they don't know how they are going to engage with us because we requested them to kukaa kando kidogo. But how can we bring them to the streets with us? So that is something we have to look at. And finally, it's civic education. You remember Wamatangi, governor wa Kiambu hapa kwetu. Ameshikwa juzi na Tatu City thing, but just the other day alienda Kiamwangi akadanganya wazazi wetu walikuwa wanaimba huko akiwapatia mbegu za kupanda ama ni whatever things. So we have to go there and do civic education. But this I think is something we are going to do after. The most important one is tujue vile tutaleta everyone kwa hii maandamano and we make them feel like they are welcomed here as much as we are the leaders. So one option would be we become the executive and then we have the professionals do the work for us. So we guide the agenda where we are saying what we want to do and everything. Then we can have the millennials who are the managers and all the other guys who are in these institutions to help us with the professional part of the work. So that's my submission.
I'm looking
Yes,
for somebody who's not
Biril.
spoken.
Yeah,
I'm looking
myself,
for
I
somebody
hadn't
who's
made
not
my submission.
spoken.
This
Yeah,
is
kindly
Chege.
go ahead.
Can you hear
Chege, go
me?
ahead.
Okay.
Yeah.
Asante sana. Let
After
me start
Chege,
by
Felix will take it.
Felix. Okay.
After Chege, follow.
Yeah, no, it's okay. It's okay, Biril. Housekeeping is important. So let me start first by congratulating and saluting our host and co-host, KOT 6, Biril. You guys are doing a very important thing. I think this has now officially probably gone 24 hours. The space imeanguka tukirudisha, and we we thank God because it's very important, I think, that we have this place where we can actually come and talk, look out for each other. I think probably KOT, you are holding one of the spaces that many people have heard saying, this is my first time to speak on spaces, this is my first time to speak on spaces, which is something that is very good. In other spaces, watu waga hata wapewi chance, ukiingia you are truly harassed. And those of us who are from the older generations, from Gen Z, we are more respectful. We cow
What's up?
probably a good day. Yeah, go ahead.
We lost you or what? I don't think Chege finished. Chege, did you finish? Okay, Felix, you can hear me?
Okay.
You're going after Chege, yes? Chege or Felix, you can take the mic.
I'm talking, Biril. Mnanisikia?
No, I can't hear anything.
Oh.
That's why I'm calling you.
I'm now back.
Basi umepotea for long. And then if you've been here since morning, a number ya QT iko hapo juu. Ebu bundles and whatever you can. Me, I'm sorted, but QT maze, leo tumemban mbaya sana. You guys do something. So Felix, Chege ulisimama mbali. See, I can't even know where you disappeared for about 4 minutes there.
Oh, sorry. So nilikuwa tu nimesema asanti.
Ulianza
Alafu nikapotea.
ulifika mali ulisema like you the I don't know millennium, you're going slow, you talk pole pole, you're being harassed with other spaces. Hapo ndio tulikupoteza.
Okay, sawa, nimewasha.
You got to work on your network.
This has been one of the spaces where we've been able to be given mics to come back, express ourselves. Tunaitisha mic tena after some time unarudi. I've supported KOT now that you've brought it up. Mimi KOT anajua ninatumaga na pia tuna sort vijana ambao wanaenda maandamano. We've been trying to do that. But yes, guys, the number is up there. Let's support, especially people who are in the diaspora. They've been asking, what can you do? That is one of the things that you can do at least. The young men who are going out there every day, every Tuesday and every Thursday, they are wanajitolea, wanaenda, they are so courageous, they are not afraid to die. And so I think the least we can do, those of us who are in a position to, please support, send to the kitty so that at least we are able to sort them out. Now, there's a very important point that I think we've reached now, and we can probably start having the conversation that I've been hearing. We are having an information overload with everything that we are hearing. This constitutional maneno personally I'm an engineer. Mimi mkiniuliza mambo ya ujenzi nitakujibu, lakini sasa hii mambo ya sijui kipenge gani, chapter what, article what, and you know guys here are really spitting them out, our lawyer friends. It's time that we started organizing ourselves into these caucuses, having sort of like breakout rooms and discussions whereby these discussions are being done in a tangible way. And please, please, as much as possible, do what Katiba Institute and the others are doing. We are citizens. I think all of us are citizens. And if you need one of us to go and sign a petition, I think Okio Mtata ako very available, na pia sisi. I think tumechokeshwa na hii regime to the point that putting in a petition, a signature for a petition against something like what the IG of police was doing today is a very easy thing to get. So I think we need to start seeing actions. Let us all be as patriotic as our children are being, our youth are being, and that way we are going to start having a positive movement to things. I think today the courts spoke very loudly that the right to picket is a right that is in the Constitution, and there is no police officer. Okay, wacha nini ati IG. Kitambo hata OCS alikuwa anakataza picketing. Okay, no police officer can purport to take away such a right from Kenyans. So that's number one. Then, like I think it was Gloria who said, you know, watu wa communications waingie kwa mambo ya communications. Walimu waingie mambo ya walimu, watuambie stories za JSS and all the evils. Vile madaktari wamekaa chini wakatuambia interns. So that we are supporting things that are moving. Engineers, we have so many things in engineers realm, from the registration of engineers, the graduate engineers, to the poor quality of the roads, the approvals, the corruption in our systems. Every time when it rains, unaona barabara zinaoshwa, the lack of protective ninis on the roads in steep places, unapata tu barabara kuna black spots. All these things are things that as professionals, every professional knows how the corruption happens, and we can start dealing with these things. What I would like to highlight here, and especially for the Gen Z, because I'm seeing as if they're starting to get frustrated. They've done extremely well. You guys have done extremely well to get to this point. I think we are, is it 5 or 6 weeks down from the beginning of the Maandamanos? The government was expecting you to burn out at week 2. Normally, most so-called revolutions burn out by the second week. Wanaua wawili watatu hivi, munaona wameanza kuua, then people run away. Here, the courage has been amazing. It's been beyond whatever, but the underlying issues, I think, are bigger. There is a huge issue that I came to learn of in one of these spaces about online jobs. Kuna wakati Ruto alienda somewhere in I think it was Eldoret or Wasingisho, somewhere. There was this young man who was doing something on the computer, and this is where he got this Kufinya computer thing. And apparently, because of all the publicity that he gave, they even zoomed into the screen and they showed the project that the young man was working on and the way that he was using VPN. Because if your account is shown as registered in Kenya, you're paid less than if you're shown as registered somewhere else, like a US or something. So walionyesha hiyo story, and that company eventually pulled out because after Ruto discovered that these guys are able to earn 20K a week, they went and tried to force this company to give them information about who in Kenya is registered and how much they are earning, and then they can have like withholding tax. Now, the company refused, said no, from our data protection agreements, we cannot disclose this kind of information. And when they pushed more, this company pulled out of Kenya. And now, most of these guys that you're seeing on the streets, walikuwa wana earn, guys in universities during their free hours, they were earning on these platforms, and now those platforms are gone. That is actually the pain that has led our Gen Zs to be in the streets. I did not even know that, and I consider myself at Nimeshanuka. I'm in touch with my nephews and nieces, and the things that they know. So some of these things are not even being discussed. Tuko huku sijui constitution, sijui nini vitu za wazee. Whereas our kids are having their livelihoods, their income being taken away by this same regime. Something that I think we can have a quick win. We can fix quickly by agitating. Now we can have those agreements cancelled, whatever they were trying to push cancelled, and we get that company or others to come back. This back office type of jobs. I think it's called business process something BPU jobs that are all over the world. India is leading in them. Kina Philippines, people are going to English-speaking countries to outsource. Yes, that's the word, business process outsourcing. And we are losing out because of greed by a political class that does not care about the working class and the struggling majority of this country. So information overload is something that we need to now start dealing with, so that let's have breakout rooms for people to do their thing. Let us have real issues coming up and being addressed. And then one more thing that I had, and I feel we can take action. IO, thank you very much for staying on throughout. These threats are something that it's an old tactic. We've seen it since the Moi days. It was there. They will try and intimidate you. KOT earlier told us also about a number that he even posted up there on the Jumbotron. Please find lawyers who will help you to unpack. The lawyers here, please reach out to IO, help him draft a statement to the police, so that at least he can give already his statement. Let it be recorded. Let him. He has already been threatened. IO, you've been threatened, and you shouldn't be. Holding a space is not an offense. We are living in 2024 Kenya. We are not in 19 whatever. So Black people can have spaces where they can speak out, and they can, whatever, young men are normally targeted because they want to silence you. They want to put fear in you. Thank you for remaining resilient. Thank you for telling us, because at least now we know we are going to keep track of you. So lawyers here, help IO. Please do it pro bono. Let us make sure that there is a statement in a police station and an OB in case anything happens to him. IO, find a safe haven. If you feel that you're compromised, go to a place that at least you're safe. Hata kama utaenda ushago, lakini kama mahali kuna network, we still need you. We need your vibrance. And let's support these guys. IO has explained to us how he lost his job. Let's be vigilant. Number two, journalists. I think today we've had in the news a lot of outcry by the Kenya Union of Journalists, the Media Owners Association, the Kenya Editors Guild. I think yesterday, the day before, we were calling you guys out here. Mumefinywa sasa, mumeanza kulia. We do not support any injustice, but you've seen that injustice anywhere is injustice everywhere. Ukiona mtoto ameuawa, it can very easily be your own child. Ukiona mtu ameuawa, it can very easily be you. Let us be there for each other. I think the freedom of broadcasting is something that boils down to this type of spaces. Everybody who is holding a space is guaranteed that freedom by our constitution. Let us have these conversations being collective. you are denouncing. If you listen to all the statements that you guys gave today, you denounced the shooting and injuring of your people, but we did not hear even one of you denounce the killing of Kinarex and all the people who've died. I think every life matters, every injured Kenyan matters. So we need to make sure that these spaces are being opened up. We are having a lot of anger amongst ourselves, whereas in fact the leadership, Ruto and his people, are the enemy. And we need to stay focused, and we need to make sure that it is the constitution that is being followed, and that is what we are pushing. Okay, I've spoken for long enough. Be real, over to you.
Well, that is a father speaking, man. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. It was encouraging. It was insightful. And sometimes that's why I give you all the airtime, because when you're touching on the core focal points when we have been wounded, we soldier on. The voices cannot be killed. We soldier on.
Yeah, but by the way, be real.
Yes.
I hope people are joining spaces where mental health is being discussed. Yesterday, I literally, after the killing of the two guys, the one in Kitengela and the one in town, that was actually even televised. You saw the guy who was in town get shot and fall, and then we were told, you can see him moving, and then we were told he died. I was like, my goodness. What kind of horror are these people showing us? I swear to God, I was not able to go to any space. Jana mi nilienda place ya mental health. We spoke about this is actually violence. What
Are you speaking? I think I lost you.
Unapata. Oh, sorry. Yes, I am.
Yes. So you went somewhere that you're speaking about it? Yeah, and I can hear you.
Okay, sawa. So, yeah, I went to a space where we were talking about mental health, because what's happening, all these videos of killings and, like the guy who was shot and we saw him fringing and then we were told he died, the guy in Kitengela. And then you find after that, they bring you at Sijui, a woman in Kericho has killed her children. And then Sijui, a bus has killed how many people. So it's just death after death after death. It gets you emotionally defeated. You feel, what can we do? Are we even achieving anything? This is all violence that is emotional. It's emotional violence that is being inflicted on our people. So people need to realize that you need to go to places where you can get help. You can switch off. You need to stop watching some of this media. That's why I really love these spaces, because at least we are able to come and talk and vent and be angry. There's also this thing that we keep saying, that be angry. I think be very careful with your anger, because some people are not probably as good at handling their anger as others. Be real. So whereas we are telling people, yes, be angry, but let us find ways whereby this anger actually results in something positive. Please let us remember to be human. To remember our humanity. Let us cry with the people who are weeping. Let us be there for them. Let us have fundraisings. Let us help those people who are stranded like that, so that at least you're doing something that is helping you to remember your humanity, because this government is not helping us remember our humanity.
Hey, Chege, thank you very much. I just have to confess. The day before yesterday, when that guy was shot, I was up until 5 a.m. I stayed in a space whereby you are with the Kuro court until about 3. The image kept on flipping through my eyes. In the morning at around 6 o'clock, I went for a walk. I walked until I was exhausted. It's very true. These images that you see, they're really torturing. So if you cannot handle it, like sometimes I say, like the images that came from the Kwara, is it Kware or Kwara? Those images,
yeah, Kware.
I could
madness. That was madness.
Not open. If you cannot handle it, you don't have to look at it. And if you cannot take it, don't deal with it. Like sometimes I get off the spaces for a couple of days, but today I said, no, after that, I just dedicated. Actually, we've been here from 9 a.m. today. and we left QT last night. So if you don't know how to comprehend with the overwhelming things, then do something else. But it's been really, really exhausting. It's been really energy consuming and very emotional. Deep down, you can feel it below your belly. So it is true, you check on your mental health. Whatever you cannot handle, then just don't deal with it. If you can not watch that image, I would really voice out, don't open it. If you see a clip has been covered, I would really advise, just don't open it. When they write that, they always put something there, notification that actually QT, when he posts, he writes, if you cannot handle it, don't open it. So it's really something that you ask yourself, is it by force, by fire? Because at the end of the day, this is somebody's brother, this is somebody's kid, this is somebody's husband. The youngest was as young as 8. Even a cop
There was a
kid.
a mother and a child.
Yeah,
you know, it's horror.
It's horror. It's like, am I watching a movie or what? So when I dedicated
So be real.
today,
I don't want guys to.
no,
I don't want guys to feel like.
You brought it.
Yeah, I don't know.
Let's
There's something I want to say.
Yes, carry on.
Yeah, there's something I want to say because I think these spaces are very useful. Because I don't want guys to feel defeated. Because you see what happens when you open the news, you do not know what you're going to be shown. So unajipata tu, that is the story that is running. What I would advocate for us to be doing in these spaces is, for example, we call out the police, we vent, and then we also now caucus around solving that problem. For example, that Kware story, mpaka sahi, it hasn't been solved. Tuliambiwa ati Kware imewashwa moto the next day, but it was here in X and in social media. None of the mainstream media covered that. So I would like us to go back to that. What's going on with Kware? What is going on with those people who are hacked to death? You get, and we get our lawyers here with if they're doing pro bono, to go to court and petition that we get media to be free to go back to Kware and show us and tell us, and we need a proper report about what is going on. You understand? We need to have some closure, because what they do is that they show us all this horror and then they leave us in the air. That is what we need to be saying no to. We need to be speaking for our comrades who have died. You can imagine we already had 40 people dead. Then we are told a serial killer has killed 41. So now we are at 80 something. Jesus, so we need to make sure that it is followed. These people are given burials. They are dignified. Ruto si kusema tu ati we will compensate, ati we will deal with we will need the families. Let us see it happening, and we can push for that.
I'll not add anything there. I will leave it at that. We've had a very long discussion today.
I hope others can hear me.
I will not go back to that, because after they banned it, I think they presume that should have been a closure. While in real sense, if you try to think around it, why would you ban it? Is there something you're hiding? And then out of the blues, in a very short span of time, for the first time, we really had a very quick response in finding a murderer that actually framed himself from the reports that were given. So there's so many questions.
Do you believe it?
There's so many questions.
Do you even believe it? But I don't. So we don't trust them. That's the biggest problem.
It doesn't make sense. Like, you turn people to be like small kids. No, I don't want to open that one. Let me not go there. Hillary, Weston, Jimmy,
Yeah,
Jimmy. I don't want to go back there. Weston, George.
Pole for taking you there, but anyway, I think you can see that's where I am. I'm like, let's talk about these things. Felix, it's okay.
Yeah, let's just have a nice breaking moment. I mean, Felix, are you there? Bring us back to the world. Bring us back to the world. You can go ahead.
Felix, hatukusikii.
Jimmy, you can take it. Jimmy, if you can hear me.
Unachagua ule mtu ajainua mkono na vile watu wameinua mkono wengi.
No, Gloria Akochini, and she has a network connection problem. I can see her connecting. She won't be able to speak. So I want somebody that is already on the speaker. Ben Cheru, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you loud and clear.
Please go ahead. Bring us to the world. Western, give Ben Cheru a minute and then you take it after.
Okay, let
Ben?
me start by saying taking this opportunity to thank KOT and the co-host for giving me this opportunity. At least to share and vent for what I am feeling inside my heart. First of all, I have two issues, or rather two things to put across. First one, those police who are killing people. Those police who are killing people. Those police that are killing innocent souls. What's your problem? I know this fight is not only for the our citizens, even you guys, even the NIS who are listening behind the scenes. I just want to ask you a question. I know, and I have first-hand information. I know how your pay slips looks like. I have been processing your loans. I know how it looks like. When you see your pay slip, what comes into your mind? This is the fight these young kids are fighting for. Your 8,000 that you are taking home, are you happy about that? The reason why these kids are outside there in the streets is because of that. This impunity has to come to an end. It has to come to an end. And that is why we are fighting for you to get a better pay so that you can able to take your children to good schools and the rest of the Kenyans as well. Not only you, it's everyone. It's each and every one of us. So when you kill somebody's son or somebody's daughter, what comes into your mind? Kama angekuwa mtoto wako ungefeel aje? That is the question you need to ask yourself. If huo mtoto mwenye anapigwa risasi ni mtoto wako, unaenda kumwona mochari ni mtoto wako, how will you feel? Just that is a question for yourself. Remember, the bosses that are giving you instructions, watoto wao wako mashule nzuri huko nje, wanakula vizuri eh? You see what Crazy Kena, the video that Crazy Kena put it across. That is exactly the life we are trying to fight, to make you better people, to make you people with dignity. We are not here to fight you. You are not our enemies, but we need to liberate this country. That is what we are doing. And we are not being anarchists because you might say that you are being anarchist because of you're doing ABC. No, we are just trying to fight for accountability in this country. We cannot be borrowing laws that they do not hazifiki Kenya hii, zinaenda kwa account za watu wengine. No, we need accountability. The reasons why we are in the street, we need accountability. We need a government that minds about other people's welfare, that minds about Kenyan citizens' welfare. That is what we are fighting for. I want you to know that this is what we are fighting for. Second point that I wanted to put across is, guys, these people have to come to town. The revolution starts with where you are. So like, if we are able to march to town kama tumeshikana mkono, I just saw a certain clip, kama tumeshikana tu, no kutupa mawe, no, just peacefully come sit down, decide to sit down. There's nothing that is going on. To sit down, just block the highway, sit down. Hakuna hujapiga mtu, hujafanya nini. That will be a loudest voice that we will ever make. People from outside, I've seen something posted online. It's not, si lazima upande matatu kuje town. Kama wewe ni wa Kitengela, funga barabara Kitengela. Kama wewe ni wa Emali, funga Emali, kaa kwa barabara. Kama wewe ni wa Mombasa, funga all major highways. Sit down or just get a football, get a ball, just play on the road. Just be peaceful, do your thing. You have your place card, just place it somewhere. Just sit down, just to paralyze everything. At least our voices will be people. It will be an international thing. People will get to listen to us rather than we are fighting for them. Kila mtu ana fight kuingia tao, and then sasa imekuwa mchezo wa swara na panya, kuingia tao, kufuguzwa, kuingia. No, we are evolving this thing. We are doing these things in another different way. They will not believe that it's not about coming to CBD now. It's about doing things differently. We are coming as they evolve to new tricks on how to deal with us. We are getting we are getting new tricks on how to get things done. So I urge everyone again and again, follow each other for us to be able. Mtu akipotea atajulikana amepotea imekiwa. We get to know. So the main to fight this thing of abduction is just get to follow each other. So in case you feel there is something or there's someone who is been following you up, you can post something and we are able to get to know that there's something wrong. Even kama uko na account of followers kama 20, we won't matter so long as you've posted something online. We will make it loud. We will post. We will tell Kioti, post this guy. Amesema ako abducted. We will just keep that word outside there, and you will be safe. And people will start account to you. That is my submission tonight. And if at all I have something, I'll add. And I urge people to come out. The issues of pan whatever watu wasiende street is already lifted, so don't worry about that. You watu wakuje kwa streets, let's focus. Bado hajashuka, atashuka. Bado mapambano, bado mapambano, atashuka. Thank you guys.
Thank you very much, Ben. Western, will you go or I give somebody else?
I can go.
Okay.
Yes, thank you so much, Beryl. Thank you, KOT, Afrocentric, and all the people of God doing great work. Because when you're committed to social justice, to the rule of law, to human dignity, you are doing divine work. Once again, I pay tribute to those who have lost and commiserate to their families. And I salute you all in this forum. I've been listening to submissions by lawyers or attorneys keenly throughout the day, or was it later in the evening? I've got a couple of things to share with you. That there's a distinction between lawfare and a revolution. And the two, like water and oil, do not mix. Because law, by its very nature, not just in Kenya, across the world, in so many jurisdictions, law is inherently conservative. It's very conservative because law is very strategic when it comes to property rights. It's very strategic when it comes to the ruling elite, the ruling class being hell-bent to perpetrate illegalities and atrocities. The first casualty is usually the law. Lawfare, whereby you want to deploy the law to correct bad manners in a particular polity, presupposes that the state actors make mistakes, or they think that they're acting within the purview of the law, only to be told, no, you haven't. You have contravened the law. And once the courts pronounce themselves, they abide by the rulings by the court. We don't have this kind of people in Kenya. We have a rogue political elite. And therefore, it's very problematic to incessantly invoke the law because they know clearly when they want to engage in untoward behavior, the first institution to capture is the judiciary. So much so that if you look back into history, imperialism manifesting itself through atrocious systems such as apartheid, colonialism, single party autocracy, and even military oligarchies across Africa, they were buttressed by the law. Apartheid was legal. There were provisions in the law that gave legal imprimatur to apartheid practices, in as much as they were immoral, in as much as they went counter to human dignity, especially the dignity of Black people. And you can say the same about colonialism in Africa and elsewhere that it happened. You can say the same again in autocracies. In Uganda, Idi Amin, much as he was perpetrating atrocities against Ugandans, he had a chief justice. There were courts in Uganda. It's only when a chief justice at some point did not play ball that he took him out. We have that sordid history in Kenya as well. I'll remind you, the land grabs we're talking about in Kenya, if you read Kenya's history, the law was integral in those land grabs that took place, in legalizing those atrocities. The law was integral. If you go into the constitution about elections, I will tell you, at some point, Mwai Kibaki filed a petition against Daniel Moi. Was it 97 or thereabout? And you'll be curious to learn that when Kibaki went to court to challenge the election of Moi, a judge ruled that Kibaki was supposed to serve Moi the petition in person. So the question people asked, where do you get a president? How do you access a president? With all the security detail, how do you access a president so that you serve him a petition in person? Instead of you can file this petition through the newspapers, whatever. No, a judge ruled that Kibaki's petition was flawed because he had not served Moi the petition in person. On a technicality, he lost. Why? Because the law is conservative. It protects power. Since the advent of multi-party democracy in Africa over 30 years ago, Kenya 2017 and Malawi 2019, the only countries in which elections were annulled in a continent of how many countries? 55 or thereabout? Can you imagine? But we have perennially fraudulent elections in Africa. Almost the same verdicts. 2013, that election was at least supposed to go for a second run in Kenya. But the petitioner, Raila Odinga, lost on a technicality. Part of his evidence was not admitted, and he lost. Why? I'm citing these examples to tell you that when you're fighting against tyranny, and then you lean towards the law, ipso facto, you play into the hands of tyranny. You play into the hands of tyranny because there's nothing that a tyrant or an autocrat or a rogue political elite does not understand and does not appreciate more than you must first and foremost capture the judiciary.
You must compromise the judiciary, or at least, if you can't compromise the whole of it, have strategic people in the corridors of the judiciary to do your bidding. Why, for instance, do you get cases such as a social health insurance fund is against the law, but we're giving you 21 days to rectify? Why is it that a judge never says, okay, you're accused of stealing this and that, I'm giving you 1 week? That's to an ordinary person to return. The judge says, no, I'm giving you 21 days to rectify. Uhuru Kenyatta had appointed chief administrative secretaries. The courts ruled the same way, that yeah, in as much as these positions are not contemplated under the law, under the constitution, these people have already been appointed. It will be a disruption. They continue serving. What kind of a ruling is that? I mean, it's either you've broken the law or not. And if the court finds that you've broken the law, why do they give you a pass? Or why do they explain to you what you're supposed to do to cure that which is unconstitutional? Ordinary people are never afforded that latitude. Why? Because the law usually leans towards power. As simple as that. It leans towards power. It consolidates power. Power wielders use the law to cushion themselves against scrutiny. Fundamentally, I want also to remind you of, if you follow litigation in Kenya, you hear that this particular accused person, this suspect, has been arrested, he's been arraigned before a judge, and the police say, look, we haven't concluded our investigations. We are asking for 30 more days to keep this person behind bars as we conduct investigation. That is against the law, especially in jurisdictions that appreciate what the law is. In jurisdictions where the law is supreme, you are not going to arrest a person unless you have sufficient evidence to sustain a conviction. You won't. So the person may move around, may walk around, you keep them under the radar, you collect evidence. It's only when you are convinced, this is the police or the prosecution, that you have got a charge sheet against the person, then you can go to court. But you can't arrest a person and then you go before a judge and say, no, look, we're still going. No, person is presumed innocent until proven guilty. You are contravening that person's rights. But how many times do you hear that? Why do you lock up the person if you have no evidence against them? Why do you lock them up? And then when it comes to the political elite, there's something bizarre in Kenya called anticipatory bail. What the hell is that? Oh, they're looking for me. They want to arrest me. So you go to court, they give you something called anticipatory bail. I've never heard of something like that in any other jurisdiction. Never. Never. So how? Like, it's like somebody saying, this person passed close to my property and looked at, see if they want to steal. So judge, I would like you to lock up this person. That would be bizarre. They haven't stolen anything. But why? They have not arrested you. Why do you want the court to give you something to prevent you from being arrested? But the courts issue those things. Why? Because they're conservative. The law is inherently conservative, fellow compatriots. And it's not just in Kenya, it's across the world. And therefore, when you want to, overhaul a system, if you invoke the law, what it means is that you want to, patch up a few things here and there. You're convinced that by and large, the system works. There are just a few things and there. They could be about personalities. The person who is here and there holding this position, the cabinet, these are the wrong people. If you get a new cabinet, things will be fine. There's a problem with the president. If you get a new president, things will be fine. Now, that's the approach, that it's just a few bad apples, as it were, or the bad advisors that are misleading the president. If the president gets good advisors, things will be fine. But we realize, no, that is tantamount to band aid. band-aid. You're covering a wound that you're supposed to clean, but then when you cover it like that, it's going to fester and turn into something. It's going to become gangrenous. So we must be careful not to be held hostage by the tyranny of the law. The tyranny of the law. That's not something liberatory. It's yet another yoke. Yoke. We have to be careful about that, in as much as we are called upon and we encourage the government and every other person to adhere to the rule of law and operate within the Constitution. Finally, about IEBC, what is happening currently evokes something called a sense of deja vu. Because, again, history is very paramount, is very important. In 1997, the political elite came up with something called IPPG, Inter-Parties Parliamentary Group. And one of the tasks of that group was to come up with a credible electoral body that could act as an umpire and deliver elections that would be credible and be accepted to both the winners and the losers. So what did they do? Moi acceded to the pressure and allowed political parties to nominate people to the electoral body that was subsequently formed. Okay, that happened. 1997 elections were held. 2002 elections were held. That umbrella thing was still in place, but it was a gentleman's agreement, really. It wasn't enshrined in the law. A gentleman's agreement that it's in our best interest that we exercise trust. You know, being litigious in and of itself does not solve societal problems. But IPPG came to bite Kenyans in 2007. How? When the term of some commissioners to the electoral body expired close to the elections, including the chair at that time, Samuel Kibuitu, Mwai Kibaki unilaterally replaced those people. And what that did is that it robbed that body of credibility. So that in the run-up to 2007, the opposition and their supporters had lost credibility in the IEBC, which was ironic because Mwai Kibaki, who was official leader of the opposition in 1997, was party to the IPPG agreement. Politicians sitting behind closed doors in a smoke-filled room and coming up with the names. You know, we want to form an IEBC and stuff like that. They are not involving the people. Okay? But that's politicized. It's very politicized because now the commissioners, the loyalty is divided. Whoever suggested your name to the body, as we saw last elections, you owe your allegiance to that faction of the political elite. You no longer serve the interests of the Kenyans. Oh my. Why does history repeat itself like that in this country? Why? Yeah, because the state has decayed, because the political elite is rogue. So we have to be careful, even as these things are formed. These are not new things. We have been there before with catastrophic consequences. But the political elite in Kenya is extremely recalcitrant. It learns nothing from history. There are no consequences for not learning. So they continue doing things the bad way. As it were, they continue behaving badly. Why? Because there are no consequences. They can't be held to account, no matter how badly they behave. So they just continue behaving badly and run rings around us. And for some of us who are not privy to history, we think they're doing noble things. They are not. They are not. They're just reinventing the wheel and taking us down the dark alley again and again and again. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, fellow compatriots. Thank you, revolutionaries. A luta continua. Viva.
Shilaho, Viva, and thank you very much. Always filled and thriving with information. Thank you very much. We'll carry on. Gloria, I'm seeing your hand, and get off the space and then rejoin again, because I can see you raising your hand, but I can't add you. So if you're trying to like rejoin, get out, totally leave the space, and then rejoin again. Ozalendo, you can hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Kindly, you can take the mic, and then Okongo.
Okay, kwanza ningetaka kusema wale wenye wamekufa, body is just a vehicle transporting the soul. Na hao hiyo mwili bado ija transport hiyo soul, walikuwa kwa fight, so bado vita ijaisha. Ndiyo mwili zao haziko hapa, lakini spirit yao na soul bado iko, ndiyo vita iweze kuisha, kwa sababu ni 666, 6 protons, 6 electrons, 6 neutrons. So 6 plus 6 plus 6 hiyo ni 18, 1 plus 8 hiyo ni 9. Tunapitia 9 months kwa tumbo ya mama ndio tuweze kutokea hapa. So wanatumia nini? Birth certificate wanatumia. Nasikia watu wanaongea mambo za nini, lakini unafaa kujua ni law gani wanatumia. Wanatumia maritime admiralty law, kwa sababu unapitia through birth na ndio unapatiwa birth certificate. Hiyo inamaanisha unapitia kwa maji, hiyo ni tumbo ya mama, na meli inapitia kwa maji na inafika kwa dock, na wewe pia utaenda kwa dock. So tunafaa ku avoid maritime admiralty law yenye wanatumia, na tuchukue universal law, na tujue meaning ya governmental ni nini. Govern ni kucontrol, mental ni your mind. So sisi wenyewe tunafaa kugovern our own mind. Hatufai kuruhusu mtu mwingine atugovern. Na tukiendelea unakuja kwa election. Election inataka elite, na au elite lazima wanataka kukupeleka kwa poll, na hiyo poll wanataka electricity, na wewe bado ni electric, na wewe bado ni magnetic. So bado wanataka kukutumia your electric charge kuweza kuwa elect through election, the so-called elite. Okay, abduction yenye wanafanya sahi, how, why, where. Na wale watu wenye tunapigania wako wapi? Wanaona tu, yani atu protect each other. Watu wanapotea tu hivyo, hadi majirani wanaona na nini. Wanatumia divide and rule, wanatumia fear, so ndio waweze kutu control. Governmental to control our mind. Wana threat wale wenye wanafungua hadi ma space, inamaanisha kuna impact, na ni big impact. Just an ordinary person who's trying to fight for their own right, unaweza mtumia hadi message kumthreaten na nini, inamaanisha wow. So hakuna kufia. Fear is facing everything and rise. We are not forgetting everything and run. Hizo stories sijui mimi nasikia akisema mambo za moi nini. Sisi kitu tunataka ni basics needs. Hiyo ndio kitu tulifundishwa kutoka utoto. Hiyo yote ni kila mtu anasahau, ni food, clothing na shelter. Kila mtu akiona hiyo, hakuna mtu ataanza kulalamika juu ukiona basic need, food, clothing na shelter. Ukitaka gari, ukitaka nini, hizo ni zako, lakini uko na the basic needs are human beings zenye anahitaji, na hizo hufai kupatiwa na mtu yoyote, ama hizo yani hiyo ni must. So hizi stories are hizi ni colonization. Bado tujirudishe kwa ancient future. Mbona tuongee mambo za barter trade na nini? Safaricom ni digital snitch. Watu wanapatikanaje na kivipi? So lazima tujue venye tutaanza kujichunga sisi wenyewe, kwa sababu tuko na wolves in sheep clothing. Unaona sasa wanajiorganize, wanakuja wote pamoja kwa sababu wameona the force iko so strong that wamejiita wote, wamejiregroup wote. No justice, no peace. Na nothing is accomplished without putting up a fight. Hawa watu wote wameenda, ni mwili tu, si ati nini, ni watu walikuwa kwa battlefield, si ati war imeisha ama nini. Bado inaendelea na hakuna ku back down. Hakuna ku back down, hakuna sijui nini. Lazima tujue venye tutajistrategize na venye tutajiorganize. Juu sahi kila move zote wanaona nikaa sasa inakuwa ni calculated moves, juu kuna watu wengine hapa bado tuko tu na modern day snitch, modern day Judas, bado tu wako hapa ndani. So lazima tuanze kufungua our small groups za kuanza kuprotect each other, na hata wale wenye sasa tujue hata kama ni kuanza kuwa na ka community ketu kadogo, juu ini revolution. Na ukumbuke hadi watu walienda kwa msitu wakajitoa kaacha mafamilia zao just to fight. Na wakoloni sasa ndo hao wenye ulikuwa unaona sijui rangi gani, sasa ndo hawa, hakuna wengine. Ati wewe unaangalia sijui unangojea mzungu sijui ni ndio hawa. Na tukiendelea sijui eti hakuna, na tukubali. Wacha sasa hizo mambo zote leo wamejibubi trap wenyewe. Juu sasa unangojea hewa. Si ati ni uoga, wasidhani ati ni uoga ama nini. Hiyo si uoga ama kitu kingine. Niliwaambia hii vita Mwenyezi Mungu anataka kuonyesha example ya the whole world na kila kitu. Na damu yetu wanahitaji sana. Damu ya Kenya imemwagika for so long, wamekuwa kihitaji, lakini sasa kila kitu inafunguka na inaonekana. Hizo mamwili na nini, before ilikuwa shakahola na, lakini sasa kila kitu ukikaa chini na uanze kucalculate, angalia move zao zote zenye wana make. Sasa mnaanza kuwaona, mnaanza kuwajua. Mimi nilikuwa nalia machozi 2007, huyo mjamaa ndo huyu sasa hapa. Ni time ya kuamka, tuungane pamoja, na kitu inatugovern ni universal law. Hatutacheza na maritime admiralty law. Wanawaambia sasa ati hivi ni kila kitu ifagiwe upya. Tulikuwa na mababu, kulikuwa na nini, tunaweza kuwa na elders, community elders, si hata tribal elders ama ni community elders. Kwa nini tunataka watu watu govern? Hatuwezi jigovern wenyewe? Angalia sasa watu wako kwa depression. Na kwa hiyo depression ndo nasema sasa tunachukua depressed session, na lazima pia tunaingia kwa fasting na praying. Hii ni vita. Na si easy war. Ilianza ikakuwa mmeweka kwa label ya Nike, Adidas, Puma. Sasa ujue ni spiritual warfare, ni physical, ni mental. Na msitishwe na tusiogope. Tukue tu physically fit, mentally na spiritually. Na sasa tunaingia through fasting na praying. Jujue hii vita, na wale wote wameabductiwa lazima tuombe waachiliwe, juu hatujui wameenda wapi na tujui ni nini wanafanyiwa. Next thing unajua kuna missing body parts na nini. Msisahau the second month jamaa aliingia kwa President Bill Gates alikuwa Kenya. Na hao ndio watu wanafight kudepopulate. So ujue hii vita UN bado wameingia. Wale walikuwa nasijua nafanya wanawake wasiweze kunini, wametoka New York, sasa hiyo ofisi yao tena wamekuja Nairobi. Kitu kama 9,000 ama sijui ni watu wangapi ndio hao. hii vita inakuwa sasa wale Gen Z sijui wanataka kuiweka kwa label, na sasa tena imekuwa ni divide and rule. Sasa imekuwa anataka kuiweka tena kwa tribal. Baba yako ni nani? Baba yako ni Mwenyezi Mungu, na kama unataka baba basi deda ndio baba wa nchi. Kuje baba wasijui mimi ni kabila hii, mimi ni kabila hii. Peleka hiyo kwenyu kwa nyumba yenu hiyo. Ukitoka kwa mlango ongea lugha yenye wananchi wanaongea. Kama unaweza ongea Swahili sawa, kama unaweza ongea Kizungu sawa, lakini sijui baba huo ni baba yako. Kama ni baba yako, kana huo baba yako huko. Unaona kitu yenye anafanya? Nyinyi baba sijui mlikuwa madai hard sijui ni manini. Nyinyi kwani wewe mwanaume wewe unaweza kuaje die hard wa mwanaume? Huyu fanatic. Wewe utakuaje? Wake up sasa, tuamke man. Na sasa wanajiunga, wanajiregroup, wanakuja na strong force, nawaambia na sasa lazima tuamke. Sasa wameanza kuchukua mavijana zao, imekuwa sijui Gen Z, sijui imekuwa sasa watu sijui tribe gani, sijui hizo ndio vitu sasa wanatafuta. Na lazima tukue makini jo. Tusijiweke kwa level yao na tusikubali kuweka kwa hiyo level, kwa sababu Mwenyezi Mungu ametufungua macho na tuwezi kubali kuingia kwa hiyo giza. Na hiyo ni elite, unasikia hiyo wanataka, yani nakwambia energy yetu ndio wanaitaka, wanatumia elements, na element yetu ni maji. We are the most humblest element and we are the strongest. Na sai nasema wacheni hizi mambo sijui lawyer sijui hivi sijui nini. Watu wote judiciary, executive, sijui legislative, hiyo ni same tree. Hii ni kitu mnaongea mambo ya yani mkoloni, mzungukaji. Hizi vitu mnaongea ni vitu zenye mzungu alileta. Tulikuwa na elders, sasa sisi tunajirudisha, sisi ni maumau, lazima tujirudishe sasa, yani kwa mindset ya sisi venye tulikuwa before nobody akuje, before tufundishwe sijui nini. Lazima tujirudishe na tujiheshimu, tuache kujidharau. Tulijidharau yani for so long, ndio hao watu wamekuja yani wanatuchukua ni kama mafala, kama yani unaona mtu ameua, inakuwa unatafuta mtu sijui ametokea sijui wapi, hata mtu mwenye hata ezi uamende unamleta sijui ni, yani hizo mahesabu, hizo ni calculations zenye manzejo pimbi. Mimi tu kitu naweza taka tu watu yangu tu tusibebwe mapimbi na tusikubali kubebwa mafala hivyo. Tusha play full for a long time and now tumekacha wa wisdom. Na tusikubali kubebwa ufala tena. Yani enough is enough. Kama imekuwa basi wacha amalize venye wanasema ni mavijana, sijui imekuwa inaitwa sijui ndio Gen Z, sijui millennials, sijui Gen Alpha. Hizo zote sijui hata zilitokea wapi. Hii ni shida. Huyu mjamaa ameleta shida, na hii ndio shida inataka kutatuliwa hapa. Haina sijui label ya hivi sijui hivi ama hivi. Hiyo baadaye itakuja inaleta tu bado mambo mingi. Kila mtu anafinywa. Wazazi walikopa pesa ngapi watoto waende shule? Watu wamegraduate wako na ma certificate, wengine wanauza mapencil kwa barabara, wengine ni mahita, wengine wamekuwa hadi makonkodi. Sasa usikuje kujua ati uko educated. Kwanza unajua educate ni nini? Ku-educate, chukua tu kalamu alafu unajua English. Lazima ujue English pia ni word walitumia spell. Okay. Ruto sahi ako possess. Jua kuna possession. So tunaongea nini hapa? Tuanze kujua juu sisi ni wakina nani na tukuwa kujijua sisi wenyewe. Know thyself. Hata wameziweka kwa vitabu zao. Know thyself. Hiyo ndio kitu moja kwanza muhimu. Yani tujijue. Juu sasa kwanza tunajipata kwa mix up. Main agenda hii ni nini? Main agenda ni Ruto azidi, na si yeye tu peke yake. Yani hiyo yote fagia yote, yani nakuambia vitu zote walituwekea. Tuanze upya. Tujitibu sisi wenyewe. Sisi ndio sahi madaktari sisi wenyewe. Opposition ndio sisi wenyewe. Hakuna nini. Enough is enough. Ama bwenyenye wanajipiga maperfume, wamekuja kuvaa masuti hapa sijui pesa. Wewe unakuja ujue ni mafala. Mimi nakwambia mtu anaenda kununua mshipi ya 50,000 ujue ni fala.
Mtu anaenda kununua kiatu sijui 170, huo ni fala. Yani ukikaa tu ukimwangalia na ukikaa chini ukifikiria, mimi nakwambia ni pimbi kuruka. Uende kununua mshipi 50,000. Yani pesa iko mingi hivyo, yani hadi unaenda kuharibu hivyo. Juu si yako. Na utakaa chini uentertain na nini. Kulikuwa sijui na wengine sijui na masonko wakakuja. Sasa hiyo wengine puppets sasa hiyo wanatumia kuosha do sijui ndio KRG the donkey. Tunaona tu hizo vitu zote tu tunazi-entertain tu, si tuko sawa. Kuna wale sijui ma socialites sijui, yani society, yani venye tumekaa tuna entertain so much negativity. Vitu negative ndio vitu zinatu attract, vitu positive tulikuwa tunazi neglect, zina neglect. Sasa angalia vitu negativity zime pile up tu, kwa sababu yani ukiongea vitu positive huyu lakini sasa angalia huyu mjamaa mkatumia sympathy card, akapatiwa sympathy card, ikakuwa anateswa kwa serikali ya huyu, anateswa kwa huyu.
Wazalendo.
Oye.
Wazalendo.
Acha nimalizie hapo.
Nyaje maze.
Acha nimalizie tu hapo tu.
Naweza kauliza swali. Are you a poet?
Anzejo, hizi majukumu zenye huyu jamaa analeta ndio zinafanya hata akili sasa zinaanza kufikia hata vitu zingine jo. Yeah. Tuna learn na tuna grow. Lazima tuna learn wote na tuta grow pamoja.
Maze. Thanks so much. Wacha wengine waongee, tunataka at least tufunge saa 6.
Asanteni jo sana.
Tumekaa from 9, so guys wale wanaingia tumekuwa hapa the whole day and we are wishing tufunge saa 6.
Manzejo, na kama tunaweza supportiana tusapotiane.
Support iko hapo juu. Kama wewe unataka support gani? Ngoja.
Hiyo njia yoyote kwa sasa hii support inakuja kwa iko mentally, physically, financially, yani njia yoyote tunaweza supportiana.
Yes. Thank you very much. Guys, mmesikia venye wazalendo wamesema. So let's support each other. Tusimame na kila mtu. Like these things are really emotional draining and I've been affected jana juzi, so leo nilisema leo time yote ni space. Hata kuna watu wameniuliza kwani leo umeshinda space the whole day, nikamwambia mazee achana ni tuna mimi. So depending on venye utasaidika ku relieve out that pain, you can come to this space. Kuna I walked kidogo, nilisikia better, but then leo nilidedicate kwa space. So let other people waweze kuongea. Usipoweza kupata mic by saa 6, tutafunga saa 6 ama saa 6:20 hivi. Kioti hajalala kuanzia juzi. Na kama utamtumia airtime hapo, moral support, airtime, whatever. Let's build each other. Let's hold each other's hand. I'm seeing the panel again imeshona. So to save time ndio kama hujaiongea kwa space, hebu nipatie signal. I want to give those people first consideration. Kama hujaiongea kwa space, just give me an emoji. Oh my God. Research evaluator.
Okay, thank you very much for this space. Let me start by admitting that this movement has gone down the history of the globe because there is no such a movement that is achieved in a very short span of time. But I have got a point that I want to share with the team. Hello?
Somebody is speaking.
Hello?
Yes,
Mute your mic. Nilipatia mtu mmoja mic. Ukiingia nikikupatia like if I add you kwa speaker, una chill tu because mic itakuja ikiwa iko off. So you'll just wait and then utasikia mtu anaongea, akimaliza then kuna line venye nimepea na watu mic. So kindly be patient, hata nikikupatia mic usianze kuongea. Whoever was speaking, go ahead.
Right. So what I am saying is that you
What's up? Are you there?
Hello, can you hear me?
It's gone.
Hello?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes, what I'm saying is that you need now to be proactive, because as things go, the government may declare the movement a terrorist movement, because now they are trying to get the leads of the sponsorship of people who are outside. And when they see that you are now coming hard, possibly to remove the head of the state, the head of the state can declare and say that now this is a terrorist movement sponsored by the people who are outside, or terrorists outside. So what they will do is that they will come heavy upon certain individuals, or they will just come at random to the people who will be coming for demonstrations. That is why we are saying this is now the opportunity to make sure that you consolidate your power, and you do it very fast, such that you can have an impact before they call you a terrorist government or movement. Because if you check what the president has been saying, I think that can be the last possible option when he sees that he is coming to the corner. And now, finally, let me address the issue of the nature of these movements. There are several movements of this nature which we have seen globally, but these movements, you see, they cannot be converted to political parties. So what you need to do now is that if you get the opportunity of changing the constitution to effect whatever you want, that will be very good. Because if you say today Ruto is going to dissolve the government, or to say I'm calling for the next election, even if Gen Z forms a political party, you cannot manage to win, because they are political parties with structures and whatever. So your opportunity is, whenever you get the chance of dialogue or anything, let what you manage to get put under the constitution, so that tomorrow you can benefit all of you. Because even if we say we want you to come to leadership, there are only maybe one or two who can get that particular leadership, and the people who are suffering like you may not get anything. There are people who have died and they are not going to gain anything. So the purpose of this movement is to make sure that everyone benefits. That is why that is why Matiba, he died, he suffered during his last days. He spent most of his last days on deathbed. He never benefited much from what he suffered for. So that is what we are going to see as well. So consolidate what you got or what you achieved through changing the constitution if possible. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Beryl, I can go on?
I can't see who is speaking. That is Justice or who?
Congo. I think that's how you had given us
Yeah.
the numbers.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Bider, and the host and the co-host for this opportunity. I want to start
Okongo,
by
1
saying,
minute.
okay.
Who has just spoken?
It's research.
Oh, research. Okay, thank you. I want to remove you so that I add other people. Okongo, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, co-host. First and foremost, nataka kuanza kusema pole sana to our comrades who have been killed by this cruelest and rogue regime. Tunataka kusema pole sana. To the families, it's really painful, whatever like happened yesterday. To me, very nimesikia ukisema it's been a roller coaster. In fact, kulala imekuwa shida. On the same line, I want to talk to our police officers who are killing us. Kindly. Why are you killing us? We are your daughters, we are your sons, you are our aunties, you are our uncles, you are our fathers, your mothers, your girlfriends and boyfriends. Why are you killing us? Yeah. Kuna mmoja wetu amesema about the payslip, and I want to request our KOT. I know you have bigger accounts. Can we get a payslip of a police officer to wonder what is this that is motivating them to kill us? Wonder what they're earning among the expensive loans they're carrying. These are guys who are going home with 10,000, 8,000, 7,000, 15,000, 12,000. Is that what is motivating you to kill these young ones? Kindly.
Can we stop this? We are fighting for you. Angalia ile maisha mnakaa. Chiangalie, ukitoka hapo chioni umetukimbiza, umetuua, ukirudi kwako, how do you feel? Unaingia nyumba ya mabati, yeah? Ndio unaenda kulala, ndio serikali imekupatia. Is that what is motivating you to kill us? Honestly. Na I know mko hapa ndani, NIS iko hapa, CID. Can you kindly stop this? Number 2, I want to talk on the pressure points. As we are moving on, we need to change our tactics on how we are going to do our demonstrations and pushing on. I don't know. This is something I've been thinking, and I think I need to bring it over so that we can ponder. That now we have been having 2 days of every week, 2 days that we need to be pushing on, but majorly Tuesdays has been our major day. As we go on next week, can we change now to say every day from Monday to Friday we are occupying, so that we can increase pressure. Ndio watu tuone kama watasikia what we are saying. On that same sense, on Tuesday, I'm proposing this, that the areas we're going to occupy, the major roads, like roads ya kuenda JKIA, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, Mombasa Road, all roads which are going to foreign offices, yeah? All the NGOs zile tuko nazo hapa, the foreign offices, the ambassadorial, if we can occupy those roads. Na tukioccupy ni kwenda pale tunakaa chini. Uko na machi yako, uko na your flag, tunakaa hapo chini. Ndio tuone the pressure if it's gonna increase, because we need to check where we need to increase our pressure points. Another thing, this one is to our legal team. We having a lot, these guys for the last 2 years, they have been operating unconstitutionally. If you look at the bills zenye zimepitishwa, a number of them, they are not supposed to operate where you are saying you are in a democratic country. Siko mingi sana, like the one which is coming in court in Machakos about mambo ya seedlings, that we are not supposed to buy our indigenous seedlings. Sasa tuanze kununua hizi vitu za Bill Gates. That is how we have been auctioned, guys. So we need our legal team to check all the bills which have been passed, and is there something which can be done to them ndio ziweze kurudishwa, tusiangalie now in details na ziweze kuwa zinasaidia sisi common mwananchi. Like the appropriation bill which we gave this guy room now that he can spend. Is there a way we can work on that appropriation bill ndio iweze kusimama? Unajua ulitudanganya, we were so much focused on finance bill. Appropriation bill is where now is given power to spend. And he was given that because it was signed na ikakuwa law, now they are spending. Hizi vitu unasikia anaanza kusema, oh, they are cutting this, oh, wanafanya nini, they are reducing on this. If we can go to that appropriation bill na something to be done, that will come to a standstill. And also the finance bill. The legal team, I'm also coming back to you. The 21 days to Ambiwa, if it goes 21 days, that thing will come into law. What is supposed to be done? Because the rocky parliament, after we occupy the parliament, those guys, they don't have any more authority, even legally, to go back and do anything as per the law. What are we supposed to do? Because 21 days are coming up, now hiyo kitu itakuwa law, and it will continue doing what is supposed to be done. So that is something our legal team needs to look at, and they can advise. And then another thing, this one, I think I want to salute Msarendo. Man, that was good. Whatever you have given us. I don't know if you are a poet. Is it something that you have written? Umeandika chini unaweza tuma? Because like me, manipulation to some extent. Is it something umeandika? Because uko hapa ndani, I don't know, really, if you can give him a speaker tuambie, and there's something he can share so that people, we can now start using it. It's part of us. And that's what we want. Artists, we need more of your input to know where we can put more pressure. And then another thing is to bring fire, because when we occupied parliament, we had a cause and we brought in everybody, but at some point, it's kind of we are being left. Our parents, our uncles, our aunties, they're moving back. Is there something we can do to bring them on board? Imagine kila mtu atoke on Tuesday, tuchikute tuko watu 30 million on the street. Would that guy wait us in State House? Na tuseme sasa tumeingia hapa 30 million people, aturudi nyumbani leo. tuko hapa the whole day, tuingie night, hivyo. Will they wait? So how can we bring back the fire? How can we bring everybody on board? Yeah, I know there are several people from the poll imefanywa leo, you can see almost 80% of people in Kenya are supporting this. Yeah, even in our security apparatus, I know we have guys inside there who are supporting us. Yeah, so if we can see how we can bring everybody on board to increase, say now we want 30 million people in the street of all walks. Hakuna hapa sasa kuseparate yote, oh, we not only these chances, hapana. Everybody, our grandparents, our parents, those who can make it, waingie the street, we can achieve this. You know, we are at a point where we can't return back. And if we give this guy room, aweze kupata hii maisha yenye Raila anataka kumpatia, the another political conman who has used Kenyans for his own benefit. The face of poverty in Kenya and Africa, yeah, the face of backwardness, individualism. This is a guy who doesn't care about us. How many people have been killed because of Raila? Now he's here telling us he wants to support a sinking ship. Honestly, we have to change. I don't know what we can do to bring back the fire so that everybody aingie on course, ndio tuweze kuona how to move forward. Kumalizia kabisa is about the issue of forming what government, handshake, I don't know, government of national unity, a lot of nonsense and bullshit. We cannot allow this. Look at the people Raila has given out the names. Akina Joe, what tunajua their characters. Akina Oparanya, these are people who have cases in court. Yeah. Are we going to allow them now or say warudi after wame misuse, they have misruled the counties, they have stolen everything. Again to waingie in the national government, waende kutuibia honestly. Guys, this is the time. We are not going to allow this to happen. You know, we are dealing with people who don't understand what we are doing. We are on a different level. Now they are on a different level. Asante, wacha
allow me.
One second, kindly. 1 second. I'm just dropping. Kindly.
Please,
1 second.
please. Thank you.
Mine is to encourage you guys. Na waombea kila mtu tukue na hiyo support system. Let's move forward. We are almost there. We only need one final punch and we will be there. Thank you so much for the space and we will continue supporting one another as we move on. Mungu awabariki.
Asante sana. Let's at least take 1 minute and a half so that kila mtu aweze kuongea. Okay. So if I give you the mic, just be brief, usirudie what others wamesema. So unless I'm trying to add you, kindly leave the space and then join again. If you're seeing that connecting, I'm really trying to add everybody that is on the speaker so that I close with the request. So if I can't add you, okay, you're not connecting, like honest, I'm seeing connecting.
Beryl, you can drop me.
Who else?
You can drop me from the speaker.
Yeah.
I'm ready if you're ready to go.
Just a minute, I put some order so that there are people really want to speak, they're inboxing me. So if I can't add you, just leave the space and then join again. Then I'll be able to see you. And then there's Nyamalo. Nyalome, if you're there, you can raise your hand. I can't see you. I can't see you. So Justice, were you speaking or it was Moses? Somebody spoke.
Yes, it was me. You had mentioned me earlier. I think it's fair to just yes.
Kindly
Thank
go
you.
ahead.
Thank you so
1
much.
minute and a half.
Oh, okay. It's a bit short, chaotic.
Okay, take 2 minutes.
And thank you for the opportunity to be part of the conversation. And I want to commend you. One thing that is clear, and the next step of action is that Ruto must go. And there's no two way about it. I would also want to encourage us that change is spontaneous, change is not static. And yes, we've had heroes in the past who fought for change, and the things they fought for, sometimes they get confused and tend to believe that those are the same things that we're still fighting for to date. Yes, our forefathers fought and liberated us from colonialism, the Mbeberu, and we heroize them. We had the second liberation, fight against a one-party system to democracy. We heroize them.
We have guys who have championed, constitutional reforms, and then they remain our heroes. But it will be very unwise of them to overstay and also not be dynamic enough to understand that the change is not a static point. And the things that we're asking for today actually are the things that are hurting us the most, and people have mentioned them. You see economic policy where somebody is forced to tax even the basic social needs like health, like education, even the social needs, the basic social provisions like food. If the people, if people are allowing their government to hard obstacles or raise taxes from these areas, seriously, what manner of exploitation can this be? And the persons who are pushing them are not persons who have good interest of the citizen at heart. Instead of them feeling us, they are fleecing us. Instead of them serving us, they are sacrificing us as the altars of these deals. Seriously, how can they administer justice when their hand is full of blood? They talk about defeating corruption, yet their pockets are bursting with loots. These individuals have brought a lot of pain and a serious burden and the poverty that they've caused in our land, which is not bearable. And if you, wherever direction you turn to, if we actually do not stand the way we are standing straight to let them fall off our back, anytime we bend again, these guys will climb back and they'll sit pretty. So my urge for us is to stand strong and then move forward the way we began. Yes, I must also urge us to be careful against the compartmentalization that they're doing, because when they try to compartmentalize this change as within the age group, you must be aware that the person who normally use divide and rule has always been the colonialist, where you divide people within their age gap, you divide people against gender, you divide people against, long nose, short nose, dark skin. And on these things, these tactics are always meant to conquer you. So I think we must also structure ourselves, which I am proud to mention that I didn't begin this today. I've been in the street. I was shot. I've healed. I've visited our comrades in hospital, especially Kenyatta, and guys visit them because when you visit these comrades, some of them lying in the bed, they just need hope. Remember the last guys I talked with, I really inspired them, and they felt the need to come back. One said he's not having a leg, but when he gets out of hospital, he will still get back to the street because of the inspiration we gave one another. And we cannot afford to fail them. We cannot afford, especially, I even went to the morgue. I saw those who are in the fridge. It's not, as somebody said, yes, it may be disturbing, but for the cause that they've sacrificed their life for, these guys are heroes. To me, I remember them and I get energized, I get strengthened. I'm not traumatized per se. I get more understanding, more avenues on how to move forward. So I would urge us to visit them wherever you can. Check them, like also Kenyatta has admitted a number. Take your time. Just also share with them. I know some of them also do join spaces, as I advised them. But some lose the phone. So they're difficult, various difficult situations. So what I'm trying to say is that I have been in the forefront, but I've not just been in the forefront. I've longed for this for quite a number. There's a time when we were speaking like this and we were like lonely voices. I've participated active in the political activities, even in the election, and we've seen massive gerrymandering in our faces. We've seen national office, institutions being weaponized against innocent aspirants whom they think are a threat to them, only to qualify individuals who actually lack merit and have led us to where we are. I saw. I was having my brother Ruben Kigame, who went to court and challenged the nomination process of last election, and the court awarded him that the nomination process was unconstitutional. Yet IEBC went ahead and eliminated him and a number of us. And guess what? The individuals who had questions, even on their characters and integrity question, are the ones who are cleared. And here we are again with the same mess. So somebody telling us to lower our guns and start negotiating and dialoguing. Which organizations or institutions are we going to dialogue with? We've tried them, even in the election following these processes. They keep on messing them. I've seen EACC lying against candidates. A candidate was EACC claimed actually crafted a candidate's ID, reduced his ID from 8 digit to 7 digit, and gazetted that 7 digit as the person having registered fraudulently as a voter, because of that 7 digits that they were gazetting. Yet the person had 8 digits ID, which the by IEBC later after the person had been nullified. There's nothing we've not seen in this country. These guys are outrightly lawless, with impunity. They manipulate our institutions, and then when you push them to a corner, they sit back and try to, begin to point to you. Point us towards the same institutions that they've been violating. So to me, I believe the chief people may be tired, people may be scared, people it's not an easy thing. But one assurance I want to give us is that this thing will not end. Even if it ends now, it will come back worse than what they are thinking. And they cannot reach 2025 before these foundations are brought, are done away with. So I agreed with Mzalendo that the war is not just about the persons of Ruto. It's not just about Ruto's government, but it's about the forces whose entrenchment actually have, their roots have been entrenched for a long time in our education system, in our health system, in our food. They are legalizing GMO. In our education system, they are making sure that our curriculum does not work for us. We learn just to get jobs. We don't learn to live the life. No wonder marriages are in shambles. The society is just social degradation, deprivation is actually is being just, the progress is being reversed, and a number of things that we can highlight. And these are the agents that they are using to implement these things. So we have to cut off these legs. We must deny them their agents. And the agents they are now trying to use, actually they are popular ones, like the ones that were successful in the previous changes, like the names you're mentioning. And these guys are being thrown on our faces to stop us and divide us within the tribal lines, and divide us within the age limits, or divide us through religious lines. And I believe, what the joy I'm having, like when I see people like Mzalendo, is that we can recognize them. We can, detect their lies. And we need to have sessions or like this as often as possible, to reassure people's commitment, and to re-strategize, as somebody mentioned. And of course, our strategy are not going to be, we're not going to broadcast them here. We must also find ways now to make sure that we're effective. For example, we fought for IEBC to be instituted. The mechanism of instituting IEBC is as per the law. There are various organizations who will be appointing, nominating select panels, like political parties should select 3 people. Religious society should select 2 people. Parliamentary service, and LSK, and even the certified accounts. And then all of these individuals, if we are wise, I think we can't afford to be left out as Gen Zs. We must make sure that we have our individuals who are going to make those selections. We can't fight, then we get a process, and then we allow them to run with it, only to yield the same problem that we've been having. So as I'm a party leader, I'm a leader of political party, Justice and Freedom Party. My party has reached out to Gen Zs who are willing. When they are going to appoint tech representatives, I would rather my party send an agency. And we support individuals who have capacity to make sure that we elect individual the characters that we are looking for. Yeah, so I no need to talk a lot. I know I've gone beyond the 2 minutes. Forgive me, KOT. We'll keep appearing that we and share more. But I urge you to move forward. I urge you to strengthen the weaker limbs, and then let get strong. Let's soldier on, and let's follow one another. Like you follow me, I'll follow you back, and keep each other posted and updated. And I agree with you. Wherever you are, let's be each other's keepers. If you see somebody being abducted or somebody is being harassed, I think it's okay. Let's extend the courage and question and ask, record, and if possible, if you're able to intervene, intervene. I believe if we keep soldiering on, this thing is almost there. It may just need just a little punch, and the whole process will be done. So let's keep moving forward, comrades, and have a good night.
Well, Justice, thank you very much. Your mic will go to kuachilia. Tomorrow we'll hold another space. Thank you very much for your input. I'm really trusting that you're going to finish with everybody on the speaker panel so that Kibet, are you there? Zane? Nothing?
Yes, I'm there.
Yeah. Okay, so we go Kibet. We have around 15 minutes. So we go 1 minute and a half or 2.
Okay, thank you
What do
so
you
much.
suggest?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Piril, for this.
How many minutes you gonna take, man?
I'll take the little time, boss. But me, I'm actually straight to the
Thank
point. I
you.
don't have to waste
Thank
a lot
you.
of time. I know you guys are actually from 9 up to now is not something simple. So
Thank
first
you
of
very
all, let
much.
me actually appreciate you. Let me appreciate KOT. Let me appreciate you, Piril, for actually hosting us on this space. I am Geoffrey, and also I'm a certified public accountant of Kenya. So because I know, actually, I wanted to talk about the IEBC so that we be vigilant. We want transparency going forward when they are actually recruiting this process. I know they have talked about the 9 slots, whereby the ISPAC is part of this team. We are actually watching very much. We want to see how our professional body is going to act. I think they are also part of the team who are going to audit the public debt. And so far, we've not heard them saying something. These are the things which we really want to talk about them. We really want to shun them. We want to see our professional body becoming accountable. These are institutions which we are really looking forward to. Going forward, we want to see them styling up and actually speaking everything that is not good in our governance. The other thing that I really want to talk about is the recalling this IEBC. Once the IEBC is actually instituted, we have to recall our MPs. We really have to exercise all this part of our constitution. Also, the LSK, we really want to appreciate you people. You've done a great job. Today, we also saw what you did for us, uplifting that ban from the CBD. That is a commendable job. We also want to appreciate you, and going forward, please continue standing with us. We really appreciate all the lawyers who actually spoke today. We do have a lot of information on our table. We really thank you. Continue enlightening us. Continue giving us this information so that we know what is the way forward going forward. Also, the office of the Attorney General. I was actually thinking on, is there any way we can change the law? Because who are these people reporting to? They report to the parliament. And this is the rotten parliament whereby they really let us down. Could there be any way we can change the law so that this Attorney General could also have powers to prosecute, powers to take people to the to court and prosecute these corrupt people until we make corruption to become something which is very hot? I don't know. Maybe lawyers would actually have to tell us going forward. Lastly, I don't want to take a lot of time. The spirit should not die. Let us continue with the same spirit. Let us keep on flashing out all these corrupt people. I also want to talk about the ESCC. The ESCC, this institution is so silent. I remember Bishop Oginde when he was still outside. This guy gave us a clear picture of 1 billion. How you can use 1 billion? The 1 billion is he told us that you can spend 30,000 on a daily basis for 100 years, and it is very true. If you have your calculator and do this math, you will see that you have to spend 30,000 on a daily basis. It will go for 100 years. Why is it that right now these guys are sitting down? These guys are very silent. We have somebody like Ndi. Ndi once a time he once said that he wanted to seize part of this country, and then the other part become another country. Right now, because they are inside the money, they are now proud. They are now telling us they are not even saying anything. Why can't they resign and say we can't work with this government? It is too corrupt. Say that we cannot even go. The previous government, they cannot explain the 1.1 trillion Kenya shillings. Why is it that the former president also is keeping quiet? Why can't he come out and shed light about this lost money? Where is the book value of the debt of our country? Otherwise, guys, let the spirit continue. I know God is standing with us. When we were starting the first Tuesday, when we were going to the parliament, somebody closed the space with a prayer. Let us continue starting with prayers as well. We know we are working. We are actually fighting with the these spirits. So I would like us to continue encourage each other so that we also include prayers. God is standing with us. Otherwise, thank you so much. Let me rest my guest there and also wish you good night. Thank you.
Nothing?
Good evening, everyone. Allow me to start by condoling with the people we have lost along the way. It was very heavy to me. I cried a lot and prayed a lot about that issue. So it's important that we remember them. I think we should find a structure how we can visit their parents, encourage them, visit the ones in hospital. And for your contribution, I appreciate everyone. Everybody brings value to the table. Now, I've heard people saying that, we're getting information overload, but the reason why we are in this problem today is because we were not paying attention. So I'd like to beg everyone, allow, whether it's legal information, whatever information we can get, allow it at any opportunity we get, because they say information is power. There's a gentleman called, is it Mzalendo or Wazalendo? He's highlighted very good points, but I think he's very deep. I think I could pick a few of what he was trying to highlight, but above all, what I'm convicted is that this battle is spiritual. So eventually we will win. And for that reason, do not be lied to by anybody to pick a leader at this point. Reason being, if we give somebody our power to be an authority figure, whether they don't have to put us on the table, because like Kibet has said, we are fighting principality. They can actually destroy the whole movement because this is a spiritual battle. So do not agree to pick a leader yet, because okay, partly there are two things, that they're looking for a leader so that they can be compromised, but also they need someone to take authority over the group. And then after that, I'm a Christian, and along the journey I've learned about this. There's a lot of power in giving somebody that leadership. They can destroy you. Now, on another issue I wanted to raise was some of them have been highlighted. Like, we've seen people walk into Kenya, do whatever they want to do with Kenyans, and walk away. We are done being walked over. There was this company that was collecting data right at KICC. We should not allow, whether they are Kenyans working for them, we should not allow data mining. This is not, we're not guinea pigs for anybody. Nani Kibet highlighted about Bishop Oginde. The reason why EACC is not able to move, Parliament removed the conflict of interest clause. So even if, say, people are doing business or they're doing stuff, they have already removed the clause. So EACC can only do so much. About IEBC, somebody highlighted, because we are learning a lot every day, that in this bill that they were signing at KICC, they have said that some of the polling station may no longer be classes. It may be vehicle or multiple vehicles. So we need to, apart from just saying IBC this, that, let's go through what was that was signed so that we know what is in it. We don't end up having a team that can watch over elections, but these people can run away and manipulate the votes. What else did I want to address? Yes, there was the issue of Bill Gates. I think we should make sure that man doesn't set foot in this country, because that man has contributed a lot to the problems we are facing. What do they mean that we cannot replow our own seeds? These are the tactics the West has used so that tomorrow, you hear the way they talk about Africa. When they're talking about Nairobi, they'll just show the worst of Nairobi. We've been to their places. Their places, they also have the same problems we are facing. But we should work with a hashtag IMF and World Bank to keep off Kenya, hands off Kenya. Number two, we should have a strategy. The people we need to put pressure on is embassies. I was so disheartened. I don't watch news, but I was so heartbroken to hear, I'm a student, to hear in class that a Swedish ambassador went to State House in the middle of battle with people's body lying in the streets, with them not being, with families not knowing where their kins are, and you dare go to the to State House to do what? So we need to occupy those embassies. That's actually where we should put the pressure, because those guys, by now they know we are crazy, so they won't want to mess with us. Those are the people who will apply the pressure we need applied. So I think the first, and then we need to align what are our hashtags, so that there's no confusion. I'll beg everyone, if it's possible, we can try and consolidate different spaces, so that it's a bigger group as opposed to fragments here, there. We bring in a bigger group so that we work as a team, because this divide and rule thing is real. Why was the first protest successful? Right now, there's heavy reliance on the spaces. I said I'm a student. The communication was on and off the platform. So we need to look into how we harness that. I cannot finish without addressing the issue of Ayo. I don't think we should wait until he's abducted and missing so that we can start running a hashtag about him. What if something happens when he's not able to reach us? I think we should start now a hashtag keep off Ayo, and we highlight what the issue is. And I'd remember something else. But yeah, majorly we need to focus on the embassy. We need to touch on Bill Gates, and all of us should tag him and say we don't want him in Kenya, because like they said, that control and depopulation, his videos are everywhere. People only look at where he has succeeded. In India, farmers were throwing themselves in the fire because he paid Modi so much money, the prime minister, so much money to build a palace. And then they brought that madness of you can't buy seeds, you have to buy from them. Also, he was emphasizing on them. We don't want these GMOs. We do not want anything they bring for us. Africans are brilliant minds. If you look at how they have wasted us over the years, we have minerals. When they take a rock, we are shown a very small rock in Hong Kong or New York Stock Exchange or auction, and we are told this rock is worth $30 million. And the whole mine they excavated in Africa did not cost, they did not pay us that much money. So we have a lot of work to do, and we have to bring our minds. We cannot get tired. We have to keep going. And then there's the issue of Mzalendo. I listened to him, and he has a lot of concept that I don't have. I don't even have mental capacity to comprehend. But I think we should give him. These are people we didn't know existed. We should give him, and this is the thing with Gen Zs, the information they have, the depth is on another level. We should make sure that this guy gets a platform on every space to speak. It will also send a message to these guys that, oh, we are a woke generation. We may not be at the same level as him, but they will understand, because that is where they're operating on the elements. On this one, I didn't even know. I'm a Christian, and I hunger for knowledge, because the Bible says, without knowledge, my people perish. Oh, and we should put pressure on the church. They're the ones who got us where we are. So how can someone be shot and the church doesn't say anything? In fact, the church should be doing that, the work of going to see these people in hospital. They should be contributing. They should be on the forefront. I was raised by a man who loved this country, and my dad used to tell us, if the children ask us what happened, we should tell them our parents failed us. I'm so proud to see who we have become. Because we had Bishop Muge, he told us, I've been to every corner of this nation.
Thank
He
you.
told us, Bishop,
Could you land
life.
kindly?
Okay, fine. I'll land there. I thank you, everyone, and join my prayers.
Thank you very much. We're going to do another space, so we're just closing on the people that haven't spoken. Dr. Tim, have you spoken? Nothing. Have you spoken? Nothing, K.
Yes, I have. I just finished.
Oh, your mic is off.
I just finished.
Jackie C.
Hello, yes.
Sting.
Tim, Dr. Tim here, please.
Okay, Tim, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you
1
so much
minute.
for giving me the platform. Yeah, a minute, even less than that one. I also want to say thank you so much because you have given me this opportunity to speak. Actually, I have a very, very important information that I would wish to share together. That we need to understand that once you have been injured, maybe a bullet has been hit on you. If you have been taken to any hospital around, ensure after getting your first aid, make sure that if you feel like you can be able to be transferred to another hospital, you do it as early as possible, because I'm very close to some sources. They are still trying to reach those people in the hospitals and try to ensure that they arm them more. So kindly, that is what I want to share, because I've been in the streets since day one, trying to help those that have been injured until on Tuesday when I was also injured so much. But I'm still getting on well. But I want to encourage you that we are not going to give up. We are not going to relent anything. We are not going to shit anything on these guys. We are the medicine to this country, and we want to change it fully. We want to give a new look to this nation so that we can be able to take control of everything. We have to ensure that whatever that we have started, let us not give up. Let us not be intimidated by anybody in the government, because we want to ensure that we are on the right track up to the end. So kindly, my information is very simple. Once you have been taken to any hospital around, after you have been injured, make sure that if you feel like you can be able to be transferred, make it as earlier, so that we can be able to save more lives on the same. So thank you so much. I don't want to waste much of your time here. Thank you so much. This is Dr. Tim. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tim. Thank you for that information. Kindly check your inbox. Then we're going to Jackie C.
Good evening, guys.
Good evening.
Everything good. I was about to sleep. Okay, I'll take a minute, not more, not less. So I'd like to congratulate you guys for your efforts. Our voice has been heard across Africa, Europe, maybe the States, Australia. Our voice has been heard because kind of advocating for a better change in this country.
Is it only me? We can hardly hear you. Move closer to your mic.
Okay, am I clear?
Yeah, right now you're better.
Okay, thanks. So I was saying, I'd like to commend you guys. Your voice has been heard across Africa, Europe, the States, this Australia. Kind of you guys have been heard. So the other thing I'd like to tell you guys is that go outside there, take back your country. You cannot live in these conditions. Each and every day, the country becomes worse because of this leadership. Go outside there and take back your country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's not spoken that is on the speaker panel? We closing.
I haven't spoken. My name is Frank.
Okay,
Ketim.
kindly go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, everyone. And I'm glad to talk to you because I am so happy with the revolution. And I know I've come late, but maybe next time when I get time, we should speak about what we are fighting against. Because maybe sometimes people are just coming to the street thinking it's just Ruto must go. We are fighting about monetary colonization. We are fighting about food colonialism. And these are the things that the whites have pushed into this government. These are things that have been inherited since the days of Kenyatta. And we've been carrying these burdens. So it's a lot of stuff we need to talk. And I heard somebody speak about information overload. No, a revolution needs information. You know, it has reached a point somebody is being asked, what next after Ruto? We have answers, man. But if we don't make these spaces to be places to share those kind of information, then we'll get lost. Another thing that we should know that these people are out to divide this movement. They'll bring the tribal aspect, they'll bring the age aspect, they'll bring all kind of angles to try and divide us. But one thing we have to know that Che Guevara used to use, it's called the focal theory. The focal theory is where few people come together and carry the mantle of the revolution. It actually in Cuba it was 80 to 86 or 82 people. We can have small groups of people, say 20 people. From this space, we make friends, we form our own WhatsApp group. So when we come here, we are coming to demonstrate. But all the information we share in secrecy, because as we are here, there are very many bloody NIS, DCI, and all those motherfuckers here listening. They have to go. So they can't listen to our plans. So when we have such small groups, we can make it. Thank you, guys. I'm sure next time I'll get more time and we'll share more. Thank you. God bless you all. Let's fight on.
Thank you very much. Who's not spoken?
Beryl, just a simple
Yes,
request.
Yes.
Actually, the other time I spoke on a space and my previous handle actually was suspended. So this one is new. I'm requesting that you follow me and I'll also follow you guys.
Who is talking?
Thank you. That
Who is
is my
speaking?
Twitter
Kindly.
handle is Kipet at Kipet 1687445. Thank you.
Okay. Who is not spoken? We are
I
closing up.
haven't spoken.
Who is this?
King.
King, kindly go ahead. The space is acting up. I can hear you, but I can't actually see anybody.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Mine. First is just to congratulate every one of you who have participated actively in this revolution, and I urge you to press on. Another thing is to just condole with the fellow Kenyans who have lost their loved ones, everyone who has friends who have lost anyone. Poleni sana. My phone is acting up. Okay, anyway, I would like to first say, kwanza safari ya mamba haikosi burukenge. And I just want to echo what Franklin and Wazalendo and the others who have spoken. I'm in Bondo, and currently the rhetoric that is going around is that Kikuyus want to take power through the back door. And what I normally do when I hear such stuff and from people who are grown-ups, I call them out immediately. And I would like to encourage everyone, if you hear any rhetoric that is tribal, anything that is negative, call them out, educate them, let them know what is going on and what the fight is about. That's all I have to share for now. You guys have a good night.
Asante sana. Thank you for being brief. I believe if you left out, Frank, have you talked? Jakisi, have you spoken?
Yes, spoken.
Oh man, you got a feedback. So we
Yes, I've
appreciate
spoken.
everybody. Sorry, Frank?
I've spoken, thank you.
You're welcome. I believe everybody has spoken. Kioti, the space I think is tired. We appreciate everybody and united we stand. Kioti, I don't know if you have divided we fall. Yeah.
Sure.
Try to keep your mental health. Try to walk.
Can you hear me? Better.
Who is speaking?
Hi, Ibrahim. Yes, can you hear me?
Okay. Yeah, 1 minute.
Okay, thank you. We're talking to Ibrahim from Migori. Nilikuwa nataka kama tunaweza fanya maneno mengine hapa alafu at least tunaweza tukasaidia tunaweza mobilize 5 million people because I think in X we have more than that 5 million, and then we can contribute only 50 bob per week. That is a day 10 bob. And again, we will have in our account, we will have 250 million. In 2 weeks, we will have 500 million. So in this amount can help us. In any time we are going to demonstrate, we can use this money for wale watu wenye wameenda maandamano, at least mtu anaweza pata hata maji, and again tunaweza nunua kitu kama uniforms and red beret, ile kofia ya red. And again hii pesa kuna kitu hapa tukikaa tukitulia, at least kitu yenye tunafanya haiwezi kuwa poa, maybe tukipiga hesabu cause hii pesa kama sisi watu wa Nyanza region kila pahali kwa Kenya, at least tunaweza mobilize watu ili watu wafike Nairobi and tuone ni date gani ama ni siku gani tunaweza enda to storm State House and watu wenye wanakufa wakufe. Hata kama watu wanakufa, for example niseme 50 people they were dead, and kitu yenye tunapigania tumalize hiyo siku naishe na William Ruto and his regime corrupt people waende nyumbani, and again tuone vile sasa maneno itakuwa. So I think that is my opinion, and nikikata simu kulingana na time nikitoka kwa X, ningependa kusema Ruto must go and his regime. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There's somebody who is really wants to speak. If you're on the speaker panel, can you speak? If you're on the speaker and you haven't spoken, can you speak? Okay, Kioti, back to you. I want to appreciate everybody. It was a pleasure. I think this is the longest space I've held, but I was giving back. And we've got a lot of information. And we appreciate everybody. But Wazalendo, I really want that poem. It's not a creation. It's not something that came on your mind. So kindly, we appreciate everybody. And anything that you see that is vital information, share with us. Share with us. And I will just turn off there. Kioti, take it up and then you can close it for a new dawn. God bless you all.
Okay, personally, I want to say thank you guys for tuning on this space. We have been up for how many hours? Around 24 hours. Yeah, because I remember I opened this space the other day. It was on Wednesday. Then ikanguka kidogo for about 10 minutes. Then tukaiamusha. And so we have been here for more than 24 hours. And of course, I can't take it for granted. You people have been my audience and you've shared a lot of things on this space. I'm very, very sure that any person who will listen to the recording of this space will be enlightened and of course delighted and will be happy because all of us have been positive towards changing this nation, bringing sanity in our nation, and ensuring that the leaders are accountable for whatever they've been doing with our funds. And so guys, once we go to sleep, just pray that may God watch over you. He gives us health and of course energy so that even when we wake up the following day, we'll be back here tuongee mambo yenye hatujaongea. So guys, I really appreciate all the co-hosts I've been with. Be Real, nimekuwa na Afro, nimekuwa na Ayo, Kowino, Six, nimekuwa na Chege. All of you guys, you have been a blessing to this space. So thank you so much. Na wale wenye mlinitumia credo, I really appreciate. Yeah, your credit itaniwezesha. Na pia to those who contributed some cash. Yeah. There are people wenye walienda tao leo actually. So I catered for around 3 buses. Tukawalipia walifika tao, but najua venye kulikuwa Uhuru Park kulikuwa noma sana. But they were very positive. So you guys, I know you are very positive, and next week on Tuesday we are still out on the streets, and of course we'll occupy wherever we want to occupy. Also want to thank the NIS who are here. Yeah, you people have been following up on us. It means we are giving you work. Yeah, hamjakuwa na kazi because even the other day Rigathi Gachagua said you people have been failing the government. So continue being with us here. Mkijua whatever we are planning, but just know that whatever we are planning here is for the good and benefit of this country. Otherwise guys, thank you so much. Nataka tufunge na maombi. There we go.
tuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu. Uzalendo pia mshikamano iwe msingi wa umoja wetu.
Okay, bye bye.
Tap. That thousand won't bring those people.
Issues, public debt, police brutality, rule of law, respect, all those. But can we also focus on the victims? Thank you very much, Ayub.
Thank you so much, John Lorenzo. You've really raised pertinent issues, which are worth looking into. I mean, and I completely agree with you that we've really been focused on, what are we doing next? What's our next step or after these demonstrations and all that? But we've never ever sat down to, think about the affected. We've never ever thought about going to the hospitals to visit the guys who faced police brutality or who were shot and managed to survive. We've never reached out to the parents of the deceased, right? So those are very pertinent questions, and I urge and I call upon all of us to reflect upon them and think about how we're going to do that. And yes, we've been trying to raise money left, right, and center. We go on the streets, send fare for people to come on the streets, and buy water for the demonstrators, and buy food here and there and all that. Yes, that is also good. But now we've all heard from Lorenzo. What are we doing for the victims? What are we doing for the loved ones of these victims? Are we visiting them? Are we giving them words of encouragement? Are we following up to see if all the hospital bills are paid? Are we following up to ensure that they're well healed and they need what they need? They have the essentials, so to say. So thank you so much for raising those pertinent questions. Eddie, your hand is up. Please talk to us under 3 minutes.
Ayo, ni aje?
Poa sana, talk to us.
Hello, unanisikia?
Tunakusikia, go ahead.
Okay. So mazee, mimi niko poa mazee. Although on Tuesday mazee niliatakiwa na some of the goons pale tao, then haikuwa poa vile. So tukienda Uhuru Park mazee, let's be to unite mazee, and then to match up. Thank you.
Asante sana. I'll go straight to Tony. Tony, good morning.
Good morning, sir. How are you? You hear me?
Yeah, 100%. Go ahead, please.
All right. Thank you, sir, for this opportunity. Thank you for the good work you guys are doing to keep these leaders on toes. And one thing I can confirm beyond reasonable doubt that even though we have a long way to go, the miles that you have come this far, it is a significant milestone, even world over. Everywhere you go, everywhere you hear people talking about, they ask about Kenya, because it is a great awakening call that has even touched the youth and other people from other different parts of the world, that really the voice of the people is surely the voice that needs to be listened, because the power belongs to the people. Generations that has come up, the Gen Zs and the millennials, and even the others who have come up to team up in this journey, these voices have been so powerful that it has shaken the core of the power that be. What I would emphasize is, anybody who is going out there, make sure you don't go alone. Make sure you don't start by yourself. If you're going to town to demonstrate or going to Uhuru Park, make sure you don't go like in a group of one. One is too small a number for greatness. It's easier for you to be singled out when you are only one person and be pushed in a Subaru or whatever, or a Probox, than when you are many of you. So make sure that you're a group of many people, and through that you are able even to know what has happened to this person. And I would also emphasize on the guy who had said that let's see these people, let's visit those people who have there are those people who have been arrested, and they have not been able to be traced because they are not known, they have not been vocal online, but on the ground they are very vocal. On this journey they have been able to stand with us through and through. So let us try to reach out to find out these people who are the small fish, quote unquote. There's a friend of mine who was missing a few weeks since the first demonstration, and we were able to trace him, I think, last week. Yeah, because he's not so much known, but he was very active on the ground. So there are those people who may not make it to the list of people who have been missing and all that. But if you have a friend, a relative that you have not been able to get in touch with, find out so that we can come together. Even if there are those even who are in hospitals, some of them are in hospitals. Nobody has gone to check on them. It's a very good opportunity also to reach out to them and be able to find out how we can help them. And even in these platforms, we can also come up with a way of helping those people who are not like huyo jamaa amesema alipata accident, alipata nini, he was brutally attacked. We can come up with a way of even raising some, even on this platform, you come up with a till number, pay bill number, or whatever. We try to help those people who have been injured and see into it, because I know it comes back to somebody, to oneself. When this dust has settled and everybody has gone back to, and everything has come back to normal and everything, wewe kama uliumia, bills zinabaki kwako, kama ulikuwa na injuries unabaki kama huna nini. So let us come up, let us see some ways of how we can also see into it that these people who sacrificed a lot on this for this cause, they will not regret fighting for justice and whatever and what is right. As I finish, those who are able to write, those who are able to call out the vices in the society, like Cyprian and all other people who are able to write and be able to give to bring these things in limelight, so that we can call out the powers that be into order. Let's do it. Those who are able to do it on the ground, those who are able to go to the media stations, those who are able to write in the newspapers, everybody, when we combine this effort in calling out these vices in the society, in calling out for proper accountability, for calling out for good leadership, for calling for advocating for the justice for all. The law in Kenya is made for the poor, but justice is for the rich. Justice is for the rich. We need to reverse that. We need to make sure that the law is for everybody, not for the poor only. And justice is for everybody, not for the rich. So we need to bring this thing into order and be able to contribute. Like the hummingbird, whatever little you can do it. Even if it's helping someone, I know there are people who are outside the country. There are people who are not able to go to Nairobi or wherever, to Uhuru Park. If you can facilitate someone, if you can be able to do it at the individual capacity, do it. It is going to help a long way in fighting for this justice. Thank you.
Thank you so much. This is a collective responsibility. Thank you so much, Tony Kihara, sorry. Tony Kihara, thank you so much for echoing those amazing sentiments. Let me go directly to the Duke of Tirikishire, if I got that right. How are you?
Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. Am I audible?
100%. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. So, someone touched about something earlier, and I will tend to address those two things: the economic sabotage and the engagement on the streets. But before that, I will put this preliminary statement that Kenya is one big compound and one big family. So anything that threatens the peace, threatens the progress, threatens the growth, and threatens the prosperity of this family must be rejected, must be denounced, must be opposed in all measures. And this does not go without saying that even if our own in this family, in this compound, threatens our stability, threatens our peace, threatens our growth, threatens our progress, threatens the way we do our things for the prosperity and growth of this family, must be denounced, must be rejected, must be opposed in equal measure. Now, economic sabotage would work as it has worked, but it can always be an end result. You are trying to sabotage economically people who have looted this country, people who have money and they can buy anything they want anytime. They can buy every service they want anytime. Now, the problem we have is that these people don't care whatever is happening because these are their looting channels. So even if you destroy them, they already have the loot. They can spend it elsewhere. That is why they don't care when they call goons to come and infiltrate the demos and destroy property and all that. They care less. So I would go for the second option, meeting them on the street. When these demos were beginning, we caught them flat foot because there were no goons to infiltrate the protesters or the protesting, and people would when the police came, people would lie down while shooting or tear gassing, and then the police were exposed to be just the ones who are now bringing riots to the demos, because the demos looked very peaceful all through. But now they found a way to infiltrate the protests, and this makes them justify their shootings and their killings. We need to tell them this is wrong. But as we tell them this is wrong, the only way or the only option we could have uh, to deal with these demos is to ensure that we find a way of mobilizing each other so that it is just spontaneous. You realize the second day of demos, it was very successful because it was spontaneous. When police were at Moi, others were, a group was coming from Kenyatta Avenue, another group was coming from Jogoo Road. So it has to be spontaneous. Uh, as they try to think that they want to infiltrate the protest in the CBD, they find that even the protests are happening elsewhere, but within Nairobi, and still we achieve the mission because the motivation of these people is not to see a successful demo, is not to paint these demos as successful, because they have now gained traction all over the world. So you are dealing with a person whose aim is to ensure that they are aiming at your head. You can't sit and wait for them to shoot your head. You have to go for their neck. So what we need to do is to ensure that as many people as we can, we get to Uhuru Park. And getting to Uhuru Park should not be a matter of we will be there at 10. But if I know other 10 people, 20 people, 50 people that I myself, I can talk to privately. We move there in a group, the way someone suggested earlier, then we do that so that by another within another 2 hours, whether they will cordon off Uhuru Park, there are a lot of grounds in Nairobi. Uhuru Park does not mean is the only ground that we can go there and air our dissatisfactions. There are a lot of grounds in Nairobi, but Uhuru Park is our main ground, and someone has to tell us if no property is going to be destroyed at Uhuru Park, if no one has injured anyone at Uhuru Park. Even the police have to justify why they want to cordon off Uhuru Park, because this is the property of Kenya. This is our property. This is our family property. We are all Kenyans, so they should tell us why they don't want us to go there. And even if you are dealing with people who feel defenseless, but they think they have a lot of defense, like Ruto, one day we need to act with these people the way Venezuelans did, and Sri Lankans. They just find out one day, one morning at around 4, everyone is in town and we have a march of 1.5 million people and we are heading to State House. So let them shoot and see how many people they will shoot out of the 1.5 or 2 million people who are saying enough is enough. I think that is all I wanted to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. Just a follow-up question. At I member about this issue of economic sabotage. What's the easiest way to, or not really the easiest per se, what's the best way to go about it? And I've heard on spaces people speaking about, you know, hitting where it hurts most, and where are those bodies, or rather bodies in Kenya, where when you hit them, the government hurts most. Let's talk of the U.S. embassy. Let's talk of the different embassies in Kenya, Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, so to say, whereby all the domestic and international flights, most of them, land and depart. So the transport sector, whereby you block all roads and no matatu can access the CBD, and so on and so forth. Do you think those are, and probably others, those are bodies whereby if we touch, it tends to hurt the economy the most, and the presidential body also tends to feel the heat per se. What would you comment about that?
You see, these people, whatever we do, they live in, from where I come from, we call it Mbinga. They live like in a cave. When Ruto is in State House, he thinks he's in a cave, he can't be reached, right? Every one of them has created their own kind of cave where they have apportioned themselves security and all that. Now, whatever happens away from their caves does not matter. These people, you in as much as you hit JKIA, you hit US Embassy, you hit all these other bodies that stream in money, the tourism sector, we destroy it completely. At the end of the day, the same jobs we are also asking for the young people of this country will have been multiplied by zero. So looking at it from a third perspective, as much as economic sabotage would work, but what is the end game? The end game is that we need to revolutionize the way governance happens, or the way we are ruled in this country. So once we have destroyed all these things, we have sabotaged everywhere economically. The question we now ask, whoever we want to come and take over, how long is it going to take them to now create these job opportunities? That's why I'm saying these people, the ruling class, does not care about this economic sabotage thing, unless you go to Ruto's properties and ensure that there is no work going on, there is complete destruction. Yeah, that is how you will have now managed to touch his spine. But as long as all these economic sabotage topic hinges on just things that touch on Kenya and Kenyans alone, and Ruto is still feels safe, his business is still thriving, at the end of the day, he will just deal with you with all the cruelty he can, the way we have seen. They will order police to shoot people because people are destroying public property, because that is what they can easily say. At the end of the day, we will have again send our young people to open bullets in a live way. And for me, I do not want a strategy whereby we get very little at the end of the day, but we have lost so much. There is nothing that is so much equivalent to one life that is lost, right? So if we go to JKIA, we go to US Embassy, we go to all these bodies, yes, we will have it. We will have our way, right? Because this is our land. But at the end of the day, what will you have achieved? 1 day or 2 day sabotage economically, but we have lost some lives. Now, the result later will be that loss can easily be done, but the job lost, the lives lost cannot be easily recovered. So for me, is let's get strategic. This economic sabotage thing can easily work when we have taken over Nairobi city as a whole. When we take the CBD to our nerves, then Ruto will be shaken because he has investments in this city. He has interests and still more interests growing in this city. When we get hold of this city, he will come out of State House.
Okay. Thank you so much for your humble submissions. I member underscore. Thank you so much. I want to go to the next speaker, and I'm going to hear from Murray. Scam Cardinali, mambo vipi? How are you doing? Is your mic hot?
Hi. Unanisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri sana. Talk to us.
Okay. Mine is just to point on two things. First, we gave Ruto time. And right now, I can assure you that some people are being threatened. There's this lady, I think the name is Cherotich. Her family is being threatened to the point she has deleted some tweets about Ruto must go or something like that because her family is being threatened. Yet I've not seen anyone talk about it. Please, if you can go check on her. Okay, I'll confirm her name, then I'll tell you. I'm not sure, but something like Cherotich, I'm not yet sure. Her family is being threatened. Number two, and some others. Okay, I know her, but I know we are many. There's so many people being threatened right now. We have Kaskazini, who last night said he was being threatened, and so many other people. So I'm telling you right now, we are almost winning. We only have one shot, but today about occupying Uhuru Park, I think it will not be today. Let's have a perfect plan between now and next week. Just one day where we are sure all of us will be there. If it's going to be Uhuru Park or somewhere, one point where we will be there to fight for this. And again, the previous speaker before me said revolution, occupying these places will not help. No, it will help. Only revolution can save this country. We are past the point of being redeemed by normal things like election and this handshake of Raila we are seeing. If we don't do this right now, then I'm telling you for real, you're fucked up. That's being honest. If we don't go to this, if we don't occupy the Uhuru Park or do something like that, we are sure is going to bring Ruto down with this old regime. And at least the good thing is that we are not saying only Ruto to come down. We are also saying Ruto with the old regime, even those who voted no, they still have their bad side of it. That's why we want them down. We start afresh. We elect competent leaders. I saw Babu, saying we need Gen Zs as majority in the parliament. No, we don't care if the Gen Z or anyone. All we want is a person or people who are going to represent us fully with, and are going to be accountable for whatever they are going to represent us there. Lastly, lastly is just to insist on that occupying Uhuru Park. Can we have someone giving us a good plan on how to do this? Okay, yeah, it was so fast for us to come up and say that's the day we are going to occupy Uhuru Park. So many people are still tired. So many people are not sure about it. Let's have a perfect day. If it's going to be next week Tuesday, then so be it. It's going to be on Sunday, so be it. And what about we do it like last Sunday where we are going to held there's this Sunday where people was it I don't know what to call it, where some artists were going to perform and it was free. No, we all went there so that if it's going to start this Sunday, we invite some artists, we perform. Then after when it's after the performance, that's around 6 or 7 p.m. No one is going to go home. We can allow the artists to go home if they want, but we are all going to remain there. That's on a Sunday, for example. We are going to remain there till Monday morning, and we can have people supplying food stuff and maybe anything that's necessary for there, if it's going to be medication or anything. And we are going to go there until the day Ruto will come down. And that's for a fact. It won't last more than 48 hours before Ruto resigns. And when Ruto resigns, obviously we'll follow the bigger question is, after Ruto resigns, what's the next thing? Obviously we know that it's either the speaker or the deputy president will talk over for 90 days, so we'll have a general election. Because when you tell Ruto to calm down, it's not only him, we are all the old regime, the old people in the government. And also, let's not forget that I think at this point we need a referendum. Where do we need all these MPs? Where do we need all these deputy governors? So we have a lot of problems, but we have only one solution right now: to bring first this whole regime down. Let's start afresh. Then we can see. Then after that, I'm sure we are heading first. What I'm sure about is we're heading on the right direction. So whoever is saying you are heading on the wrong direction, please tell us, are we at the right direction right now? People being killed. We have not heard of any officer being arrested. Now the media is being shut down. So many things, so many bad things are happening. So if we don't take this action right now, this only one option that we have, then trust me, we will still see so many abduction happening, people getting lost, some being found dead, even some will never be found. You have the incident of Kware. That's just one example, the Kware. How many dump sites are there? How many? We don't know where other places where bodies are being hidden. We only found one. I'm sure there are so many places. And I saw someone saying there was a meeting held last night in Upper Hill. I'm sure that meeting, whatever they were planning, is not anything good for this country or for the citizen. So we only have one option, and this option is to bring down this regime. It's either by occupying Urupak or whatever the case is, but you have one option. And anyone who is going to say that's not an option, then I guess that's our enemy. Yeah, that's all I can say for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Really appreciate your amazing sentiments. I want to go to the next speaker, but I wanted to reiterate on something that you said, or rather question something you said. You don't even have to reply, but it's a food for thought. At no point, since I've been attending all the demos and covering them all together in equal measure, and there is no day demonstrators ever sat down and planned that, kesho tuko streets, we found ourselves on the streets. Nobody planned that, tomorrow we're going to occupy parliament. And the next day they occupied parliament. It caught the government by surprise. And I think all these demos, to be honest, until we started now specifying the dates, will be on the streets on Monday and Thursdays. All those other demos really caught the government by surprise. And Nairobi led the demos, if my memory doesn't fail me. Nairobi led the demos, and all the other cities were like, we need to join them. And for me, what I think is, yes, they've been talking about we need a leader, we need to have a better plan. And let me tell you something about having these plans. Yes, you can have a plan, but either way, in one way or the other, we'll have betrayers, or we'll have people who, and it's normal to have people who leak the plan and all that. But at the end of the day, I think the better plan is to catch the government by surprise. You have to have that element of surprise for you to succeed. Anyway, it was just a comment. That's my thought. It doesn't have to really be at the foreplay, but let's go to the next speaker. Then my next speaker was supposed to be Mombasa. At Eddie. At Eddie Light Years. Good morning. Talk to us. How are you?
Good morning to you. I hope you are doing good.
Tuko tu
Can you
hivi
hear
hivi.
me?
Tunakusikia vizuri sana. Go ahead, please.
Yeah. Okay. I would like to say that first of all, first things first. I think Ruto cannot just sit there and expect us to push him out, and he cannot just give it to us on a silver platter. That's one. And everything that is happening now, he's trying to fight back. That's trying to block us from occupying Uhuru Park, trying to gag the media and all the things. I think we need to stay focused and work our way out on how we we are going to navigate that. But he's going to fight out. He's going to try to intimidate us. And that's normal. He could not just give us that on a silver platter. So we should be prepared for worse than what we are seeing now. This morning I woke up and I remembered the story of the hummingbird, that is. And I think we are getting closer. The few steps we are taking, they are yielding, and I believe we'll get to where we need to be. I suggest that we need to get Kenyan flags. Anyone going to on the days of demonstration, wale watu wenye wanaenda demonstration, wale watu wenye tunaenda demonstration, kama uko in a position kukuwa na flag and a flag and a white hankies, tutembee nazo. If you are friend, yule mwenye mnakutana naye kama unampatia, so that we move around with the flags, waving them, and most importantly, we need to practice and sing patriotic songs all the way. Intakana tukienda tunaimba patriotic songs. For us, Kenya, we need to liberate Kenya. It's us against them. The government has it's a swamp. Like when we say we are draining the swamp, it's really a swamp. It involves the media. The media actually it's been against us. They've been selling us out. So we should realize that the media is not on our side. The most important thing that I can suggest, and we are all in this, we have media personalities, individuals who are part of us, like Larry Madowo is doing a great job, and we need to ask them. They're our friends, they're our families. Let's talk to them, tell them to help us amplify this. Let them help us to amplify this. I will also ask YouTubers, TikTokers, the big wings on X, they need to help amplify this. All of them. Unapata kuna celebrities around, wamenyamaza tu. Ile wakati tulikuwa tunaanza, wali pretend wako na sisi. They all of a sudden went down, and yet we are fighting to bring a conducive environment for each and every one of us to earn, to go to school, to make a living. It will benefit all of us. The government has tried to subdue us into a corner whereby we cannot talk, we cannot express ourselves. And the only thing is we have to break out of that, to break the chains and ensure that the government listens to us. It must listen to us. It's not a request. We put them there. We can blame that on ourselves. Them there, but it's time. We need to push, keep pushing, little steps, step by step. We push, and we'll get there. I'm certain we'll get there. Uhuru Park, it might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but I strongly believe we are getting there. And this government is going home. The government is going home and will be free. People keep asking, what next? There is no what next. The next thing we should be thinking about is that better future for our children, for our grandchildren, for us. We need to shape this country. This morning, I woke up and I told my wife, I told my children that I'm going to Nairobi. I'm going to Nairobi, but I don't know when I come back. If I come back, or when I come back, Kenya will be good. If I don't come back, still, I would have done something. And I believe me and many others are going to do that. We are going to camp to Nairobi, Uhuru Park, whichever place we'll choose. We go camp and we petition the government. We push, and we'll get there. Tusijaribu these are side shows. Zenye tunarushiwa mawe, people trying to stop us a little on the way, but we still need to believe that what we started was not just a walk in the park. People have died. A lot of people have died. We have a lot of people who are injured, people who will never, ever again have the normal life that they used to have. And they did not do that for nothing. There are people who have been arrested. There are people who are traumatized out there. We need to keep voicing up. We need to stay focused. Let's stay focused. We know what we woke up that day one to do, and our focus must remain like that. Tuendelee hivyo, tushikane sisi wote wa Kenya. Africans wenye wanasema wanaweza tusaidia vipi, there is only one way you can help us. If you are an African, you are here listening to us, there is one way you can help us. March towards the Kenyan embassy. Demonstrate in front of every Kenyan embassy across the world listening to us. Go in front of every Kenyan embassy, demonstrate there, call them out, and they will listen. We do it from home, we do it away from home. All of us, our energy, our resolve, we will bear fruits. One day we will sit down and remember the history that we are making. Thank you so much and have a beautiful day.
Thank you too. And have an amazing day as well. I'm going to Felix Omondi. Felix Omondi, Oyo, good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. Mine will be short, mine will be brief. What I wanted to also chip in on when they ask what next, I believe what next is we need to give the president clear instructions of what we want. The first thing we need to do is we need to put in enough pressure to have them constitute IEBC. Once they constitute those IEBC, we need to keep our eyes on the ball. And one of the things that we were supposed to do was recall all these 204 MPs who adamantly voted for that finance bill, even though we were shouting on the streets that that bill needs to be dropped, because they're behaving like Ruto voted for them and not the people. So we need to make that message clear to them. We need to put them in a list and go after them one after the other. The second thing that the president did was disbanding or dismissing his CS. But you see, dismissing the CS is not enough. You can dismiss the CS and still reappoint them or reshuffle them. So we also need to be keen and wait for his next cabinet and see if he's going to bring for us back the same people that he had dismissed, which I highly think he will, because he's a prisoner of these people. I've seen some of them have gone back to their constituencies and they are paying people to demonstrate, to have the president collect them back. The third thing will be the PSS appointment. The president has not touched this. And if you look at the appointment of those PSS, you'll see that Kenya is made up of 45 tribes. And those PSS, I think it's 3 or 2 tribes are the majority. So this is also something we need to call the president out for. Personally, I feel that the president is a prisoner of 2 people. The president is a prisoner for those who campaigned for him, those who gave him the money during the 4 years of campaign, and he's also a president to those who made him president. When I say those who made him president, I mean the imperialist West, the likes of Meg Whitman and all that. That's why the president is so concerned with unconstitutional things like deploying our police force to Haiti while deploying the army to his own citizens. So I think we need to be very clear with him. We need to tell him that when they ask us what next is we need an IBC constituted, fully constituted, so we can start recalling back our MPs. And I like the way they've been trying to sell us fear that when he goes, that it leaves a void and that the constitution does not envision the president going. The guy can admit and resign. That's also an option if we keep this pressure up. So I urge everyone, please show up in large numbers at Uhuru Park. carry the Kenyan flag, remain peaceful as always. They will still bring the goons. This has been said over and over. That's been government tactics since the Moi era, to bring in the goons, to cause anarchy, to cause havoc, so that it can be seen that the protest is bad. When they did ban or try to ban the protest yesterday, I saw that article from the police. It shows you that now they're running out of options. We've seen this many times during the opposition demonstrations, where now when they don't have any more option left, they start by saying the protest is illegal. If they are saying that they are going to be goons to infiltrate the protest, let them identify those goons and arrest those goons. But the police should know that they are not mandated to allow or not allow the protest. That's allowed in the Constitution. If they want, let them conduct a referendum and change the Constitution to say the police is the one to authorize for demonstrations or not. Thank you.
Thank you. That last point that you just made is quite important because we've been protesting and just being able to exercise our rights as Kenyan citizens. I mean, we are citizens by birth or by whatever means, but we are citizens, and the Constitution is supposed to protect us. And my main question is, what was the rush to amend the Constitution? What was the rush to amend bits of the finance bill, the whatever that was, because if we've been protesting all along, and now the protests are being named as illegal, what makes them illegal? Have we killed anyone? No, they've killed us. Who planted those goons? Is it us? It's them. So for us, they see like we are breaking the rules, but when it comes to them, that is where they draw the line. So I think we really need to have a government that takes accountability, because I feel our government has not been taking accountability ever, from the president to the least person in that parliament. They've not been taking accountability, be it allocation of resources, be it then they're just not doing their job, and we really need to put them to task. And that is what we are doing right now with our demonstrations. And someone coming to tell us that yes, you've been doing it, but it's now illegal. Who made it illegal? Those are the questions we need to start asking. And we will not relent. Like we've always said on Spaces, we will not relent. We will not back down. The idea was Ruto must go. The idea was reject the finance bill. And right now, they're trying to, there are rumors of them bringing back the CSS that had been sent home. Who asked them to come back? We don't need them, right? And I really wish we get to a point where we have to dissolve that whole parliament. And there's a bite from Musalia Mudavadi where he said that when a finance bill is actually rejected, that means that the whole regime is rendered useless, so they need to go home. And what's happening? Why isn't he going home? Why isn't he taking account of his word? So I think we really have a mean government. We really have a self-centered government. We really have self-centered politicians who we just need to clean that rot completely. We need to cut out that leg that is going to infect the whole body, that injured leg that is it's gonna virus, and we need to just get rid of it completely. If it's gonna cost the whole body, we need to get rid of it. I'm gonna go to Honorable Timothy, then Aziza, We haven't had any lady's voice since for some time now. So let's hear from Honorable Timothy Turunga, then Aziza, then we'll go to Jeff Juma, then Jules, Better Kenya, then Reject Finance Bill 2024, and that is Mogo Owira. That's our last speaker. Then I'll bring in a new cohort of speakers. Honorable Timothy, good morning. How are you doing?
Okay, good morning. Good morning. I hope you can hear me. Am I audible?
100%. Go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, listeners. So, first and foremost, I want to thank you for the opportunity. And also talk about my disappointments, because now all I can see is Babaman is sanitizing Ruto. There's no way you can tell me that yesterday goons can go to the Raila Odinga Center at the Oginga Odinga Foundation Center without the security being there. So it's something which he knew, and that's why he was not there. That's why Sifuna was not there. And they gave a reason of why they left, sorry. So he has realized that the AU, he won't get the AU position because of this candidate from Tanzania, the foreign minister from Tanzania, who likely is going to be forwarded as a East African Commission candidate for the AUC. So what does he do? Baba is here in, and that's why you could hear people like Nuru Okanga vowing that they'll deal with the Gen Zs who will go to protest. What does that tell you? He has now given his goons a go ahead. They should try and sanitize Ruto and end this protest. That is so wrong. That should never happen. What does that tell you? When the people are coming together, the political class always regroup to protect the interests. That's what Baba is doing now. And if you are serious about this revolution, even him, we should not leave him on board. He should go. We should drain this swamp. We should never let this thing happen. And let me tell you, the list that you saw yesterday being released, I don't know the percentage of the CSS that people want them to come back. If it's not the CS who did that, it's the NIS. Because the NIS just want to collect intelligence. How are the people gauging? How are the people reacting upon the list or it being exposed to the allegedly leaked percentages, so that they can see how the people will react. And then if the reaction will be negative, they'll re-strategize. If it will be positive, they'll go ahead, reappoint them. You see? But then according to the constitution, if you dismiss and you dissolve that cabinet, they're not supposed actually to come back. That's unconstitutional. If you go deep down, that's unconstitutional. Although that's something which can be challenged in court and people can win, because I know definitely there's some ministries they'll try to bring people back, such as the Ministry of Defense. We definitely know why they opened our borders, mostly bordering Somalia. These people have a strategy of rigging the election in 2027. And if you continue giving them this opportunity, it will be so hard for us. If this person survives this revolution, 2027, you should forget about it. So you must ensure he goes home now. We shouldn't wait for any other time. This person should go home. Ruto must go. If you continue being petty, we give him time, we'll be shocked come 2027. Baba might not be in the election also, but then this person will come back. He might support even the same Ruto. You know, it's easier for him to work with Ruto than working with someone like Uhuru. They've been together for long. They open the borders. People from Somalia will be in Kenya. They will take part in the election. So tell me, if they bring even just 2 million, if the margin, the difference was 200,000, and they rigged, what they add about 2 million, and then they suppress the voter turnout, and then they ensure that people don't get ID cards, because that's what has been happening currently in Kenya. Like For the past 9 months, people have not been issued with the IDs. So that, what does that tell you? They're laying an elaborate strategy because they know the Gen Zs are against them. Mind you, all the people in high school will be eligible to vote come 2027. So they know if these people are not against us, what should we do? We should ensure they don't get the IDs or they don't vote coming the next election. You see, and then, or whether they'll take they'll take votes, but then they'll ensure that those votes, for example, you take your vote in, let's say, for example, Nairobi, you realize, oh, you're supposed to vote in Mombasa. It happened in the last election. Some of the people, for example, someone from, I know more than 10 people, they're supposed to vote in Lamu, but then all of a sudden, on the voting day, they're supposed to vote in Kiambu. These people have never lived in Kiambu. What are you telling them? You see? So we must be so serious about this revolution. And as I can see, people are starting to give up. People are starting to give up. We shouldn't relent. Because the moment you see, these are the last kicks of a dying horse. They're realizing that even the international communities, they're starting to abandon him. So guys, we are almost there. Let us keep pushing. Let us go to that Uhuru Park. Let us occupy this CBD. It will just take us 3 good days, and then you'll enjoy the results. Because trust me, if this person will survive this, we will really suffer. So that's all I am saying. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go to the next speaker. Jeff Juma, how are you? Jeff Juma, are you there? Okay, let's go to Jules. Good morning, Jules. Jules NSI. Okay. Reject finance bill. That's Mogo Owira. How are you?
Good morning.
Talk to us.
I think I'm audible enough. First of all, let me thank God for the few of us who still continue with this journey. Secondly, let me thank you, Coach Sonko. You've been steadfast in making this thing happen. You've seen a lot of people have gone underground, watu wamepotea. Those who used to host spaces, you wameogopa. People are no longer holding spaces the way we used to do it before. But that one aside, I want to tell you that the political class are really trying hard to reunite. It's only that we've been fighting them so that where to start collecting the stone from is so hard. But as you can see today, from yesterday, there is that political gallery which is being formed. Some are with it, some are opposing it. That's why you saw some fracas at the Jaramogi thing. I want to tell you that as much as Baba might be not in need of sanitizing Ruto, but there are always some beings around Baba who are always yearning for those opportunities that you people made. Tusemene tu kweli. You people made some opportunities for others to do what? To come and take. The opportunities are the CSS. Now, people from the other rift of the government or from the opposition side want to join the government so that they can get their chance also to eat. And if you look at those chunks of people who want to do those things, there are also some people who at some point had an issue with the EACC, Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission. And there are people who squandered our funds. And now, because they always think that they're with us, the opposition side, this is their time now to get into the government, thinking that they're clean, as white as snow. I want to tell you, our countrymen or our youth, the fight is not over. Why am I saying the fight is not over? I think if you look at our parliament is running under outside the constraint of constitution, and nobody's talking about this. I want to give you a good way, a very good leeway why this parliament should not even be in function. Number one, when we went for 2022 general election, Azimio lost the presidential seat. UDA won. When the UDA won, they swindled most of the MPs from the Azimio side to UDA side. But if you go to the laws binding the political parties, it does not give that vacuum for an MP to cross over within 2 or 3 months after election. Actually, it's always after 3 years is when an MP or a senator can cross over. But ours were being bought like cabbages. So you see, they crossed the seat to the other side, making the UDA government to sit on the fake majority. Actually, they should be at the minority side of the parliament. Number two, how can you elect somebody who is a party chairman or a leader of a given party to be a speaker of National Assembly? Those where this National Assembly has been failing us because everybody was voted to win the side of the government. So they are also working outside the constraint of the law. And you know, our president is somebody who fear working with the law. And that's why even reconstitution of IBC, as much as you saw many people in the political gallery claiming that they fought for it and now it's going to take its course. Who told you that even ODM want to send away those who crossed over? Who told you that ODM want to do the same? No, they won't do that. It's only to play with the mind, play with the masses. But look at the gallery. How many are we? How many are on those leadership positions? That's a very good question. So what we want as Kenyans now, can we have one place, then we shoot our guns at that point? Can we recall these MPs? Can these MPs come back? Can these MPs who voted yes, who made our blood to shed, the blood of Denzel, the blood of Rex Masai, and so many other Kenyans who were killed at the parliament? You know, we don't know the actual number of people who were killed at the parliament. We don't know because kuna wengine bado wamepotea hadi saa hii, we could find them. You see this? So we don't know, we are in fear. Kuna mzazi mwingine bado anatafuta mtoto wake since 25th of June. Up to date, we are almost at date 18th. It's almost a month. You've not seen your kid. So let's not see these bloods going without major changes in the government. The best way to bring Ruto is always to shout, Ruto must go. As you shout, Ruto must go, tell them that you need that IBC as early as tomorrow. The moment that IBC is reconstituted, take an urge. Take the first step. If you say that we go per constituency, we start with constituency number 1. Who voted yes? Who made this blood to be shed like this? Recall them, elect a new MP. If you elect a new MP, and I know very well, now the ground is very hostile, and people will elect, like the voters will elect people that you cannot not even manipulate with even 100 million because they'll fear what they saw kwa ground. And when they go there, as much as we are shouting, Ruto must go, we can also thwart him through the parliament way. Umetoa wale wengine, umeleta wengine wenye watawasikia. They go to the parliament, they say this and this should be done in this and this, and if the president goes out the constraint of the constitution, something that he has been doing all along. You know, Mr. Ruto took an oath to always fight and protect the constitution of the land. But when things are taken, when things are
What's not happening? Fix your mic, then you can come back and speak to us. Your mic is terrible. Let's get to the next speaker, please. Better Kenya.
Hi, good morning, guys. Thank you so much, KOT, for this space. Umekuwa very consistent. Jana, usiku, umeturaukia. Thank you so much. Thank you, Nyakundi and Ayo for co-hosting. He needs some help. Ashachoka. So, kuna nani ameongea the Duke, akasema that we shouldn't ruin, yani haribu Kenya. People shouldn't die. We shouldn't give them the opportunity to kill us. But I feel like for any revolution to happen, people must die, properties must be damaged, because hatuendi kwa streets, hatuendi kuprotest because our government is okay. Tunaenda kuprotest because the government is not okay. The government will never admit that they are not treating us well. So kutakuwa na hiyo mvutano. And in that mvutano, things are going to be ruined, properties will be damaged, lives will be lost. What we can do when tuta survive is to not let those lives lost to be lost for the sake of it. It should be for a better Kenya, for better governance, and for a better system. So, tunaweza shindwa ku-occupy JKIA for the obvious reasons. People don't want to do that. How about we go camp in Uhuru Park, and then very early in the morning at 3, 4-ish, sijui tunaweza toa wapi magari. I feel like if we closed State House Road, Parliament Road, Express Highway, the way to JKIA, we make the whole of Nairobi stop for a whole maybe 24 hours. Hakuna mtu anaenda airport, hakuna mtu anatoka airport, hakuna mtu anaingia parliament, hakuna mtu anatoka parliament, hakuna mtu anatumia the expressway, juu tunajua hiyo ni yao, walitengeneza for their own sake. We will have stopped something that affects the government. Juu kuongea ukweli, hatuna makazi. Hatuna kazi. That's why we can afford kwenda back to back protests. Sababu we don't have work. And even those that wanafanya kazi bado pia wanafinywa. The taxes are so high. Sijui unalipia license, unalipia billboard, unalipia wafanyikazi, ukiwalipa hata pesa iwatoshi. Kanjo ndio wao wamekusumbua, wanasumbua watu kwa barabara, wanasumbua watu kwa maduka, wanatusumbua kila mahali. So in as much as we don't want to fight fire with fire, I feel like we should find a strategy that affects them. Naona tukioccupy mabarabara, tufunge hizo mabarabara kabisa, tuseme hakuna movement ina happen, we might be hard. Juu kwenda tu kukaa Uhuru Park hivyo, knowing Ruto how we know him, he won't care much. Tumekuwa CBD a lot. No change have happened. Bado ana make the things that we were stopping him from doing, anazifanya tu, anapitisha tu, anaendelea tu. He didn't fire these CSs because of us. It's a game that he's playing. Hakuna vile utafukuza marafiki wako kazi. They put him there. Na hakuna vile walienda na wakanyamaza for no reason. They are strategizing. They are planning things. They are playing their cards. They know whatever it is that they are doing, and they want to lose anything. Sisi ndo tutaendelea ku lose. We will continue not having functioning systems in the hospitals. Sahi hakuna NHIF. Hiyo shift yenye walikuwa wanataka kupitisha haikupitishwa, but the NHIF is not effective. Unaenda kwa hospitali, you have to pay cash to be even talked to. Hiyo ni ukweli. Huku Nakuru ukienda kwa hosi unaambiwa kwanza ulipe 500 kabla hata ufanyiwe anything. Juu wanajua NHIF won't cover that. So sisi we are losing, we've lost so much, we keep on losing. I just want us not to stop. We keep pressing, we keep fighting for what is right. For now we can do the peaceful protesting, the stopping the country on a peaceful part. If it doesn't work, maybe in the future we will feel the pressure to also start breaking some laws, because hawa watu wana run Kenya vile wanaweza run kwao. Wakiamka leo waseme Hakuna kuona TV huku wanasema leo hakuna protesting without a leader. Wanatoa hiyo kanuni. Hawa polisi nao hata sijui kwa nini hawatusupport bwana. Wangetusupport tungekuwa mbele sana. Tungekuwa tumemake so many advances. But they're working with the government, of which the government is fucking them up. Have already fucked them up. Unaenda unatuua sisi, tunajaribu kupigania haki yako. It doesn't make sense, but I hope, guys, we will win. I hope the gods will be with us today as we go out there. I believe that the power of the people is always stronger than the people in power. So tutashinda hii kitu. It might not be today, it might not be tomorrow, but if we keep being consistent, at some point we will win, and we can't wait for that day to happen. God be with us today. May they protect us, may they give us the right climate. Juu kama watu tutalala Uhuru Park with the cold, some of us might be affected. Maybe just the weather, the climate, and the gods favor us today. You guys go have an amazing day today as we prepare for tonight. Asante.
Asante sana. Reject finance bill. It's your turn to speak.
KOT. Thank you, Dean. I think unafungua mic most of the time.
Cheki. Kuna nani ako na mic mbaya hivyo? Reject finance bill. Please speak.
I think kuna mtu anafungua mic yake hapo. That's what the issue is. I think I'm at a very good place, better place. And I think
Ni Papa Nduche ndio ako na mic mbaya. Go ahead. Mogo, are you there? Because I can't hear anything from you.
yes. Now I think you can get me. But ulikuwa umenini, ulikuwa umeunmute. Haya. Now this is what I was saying. Let me wrap it very fast. The political gallery is trying to come back to the system. They want to sanitize Mr. Root again and make him as holy as never before. What we have as Kenyans now, we still need to push hard. The pushing needs to go that hard, because even Egypt did this. I have heard people talking about that if we are going to do this, we are going to be anarchist. And it's better to be an anarchist, or it's better that we don't have a country, but we have a country where few individuals want to benefit and make themselves billionaires. It's very sad that as at now, most of the people cannot even get a better education because of the high fees. It's very sad when our poverty ratio has rose to around 38 to 40%, away from 36 where it's normally rented. It means that even the GDP does not help us. So it means that our coffers are only to benefit the few. The few individual who can hang out at the power are the one who have that opportunity. So when these people tell us that if we go this much as Gen Zs, then we are going to cause anarchists. We are going to take Ruto home. Then this country will be run like Namibia, like Egypt, and other short stories. No, let it be. Watu wamesoma, everybody needs a job, everybody needs a good life. But if that one will close the doors of corruption, the doors of injustices, the doors where people don't want to go by the rule of law, the laws that runs the land, then let it be. You see, I know everything. It's the way they say this government is God given. Even if anarchists come and take the country, still it's God given. We'll get out of there. It will not kill us. We'll not be there for good. But we'll not be in a government or in the governments of the day where the public funds are only to benefit few stomachs. Ndi was the other day. Ndi was here the other day. He was just a small guy who didn't have even a body. Today tumbo yake inaweza beba hata crate moja. Why? They got a very peaceful way of stealing our funds. And the other day we told them we want to know our public debt. Ni pesa ngapi? Nobody is bringing this one to the limelight. And now somebody tells you that if you try this, if Ruto goes, Gachagua will take. Who told you that we want even Gachagua? Better the military take over. We've seen the West African, 3 countries, they are being run by generals. I didn't see they are dying because the generals are running it. It's better than a few political gallery coming, filling it, taking money, and then they'll come to the masses that mweke line niwape 200. What will 200 help you with? Apart from that, Mr. Ruto should not hide on the CS thing. He needs a lot of things to do now. Alisema, oh, kazi kwa vijana nitaleta. How much will he pay us? When Uhuru was having this kazi kwa vijana, he used to go and campaign akasema bana, mnatoa hizo nini sinyu mnaenda kwa takataka mnafeka at 500. That thing should be at 1,000. Now he has brought back the kazi kwa vijana. Let him put that thing at 1,000 shillings so that those who cannot have other part of employment can go back and have 1,000 per day, and should not be that one of 2 weeks after 2 weeks. No, we want it as a full month, so that people can also have that money which they're paying as tax back to their hands. Not somebody milking you, but you don't have anything to milk at. See this. Another thing, this thing of NHIF. Ruto was not supposed to run very fast to shift. Why is he running to that one? The only thing he had to do, look at the loopholes where this NHIF can be well strategized, that can reach every Kenyan, not running from one point to another. The other day they brought Uduma card. I took my Uduma card. After a few months, Uduma card became illegal. After that, now they're telling that you have an ID. After 1 year, you renew an ID. Kwani ID pia ni driving license? Ama if I have my ID, then it expires. Does it mean that I'm not a Kenyan? So these are the injustices that we must fight. Another one, police brutality started in 1997. Kome went. We had Boynet who used to butcher people during the 2013 and 2017, during 2017 anti-government trials. We want these people to be brought on book. Those who've been killed, those who've been under police brutality, be paid, they be compensated, because it is very sad when you lose somebody. Leave alone losing. Some people are even living with the gun cartridges, the bullet cartridges is in their body, and they have never got the mercy of the government, of which did the same. The other thing I saw yesterday that Mr. I don't know the name, the Kanja, the new IG. Why is Kanja saying that protests are illegal? Don't we have a constitution giving us a mandate to picket, peacefully picket and demonstrate? Is Nairobi CBD exceptional of holding demonstration? And if they know goons have been infiltrating these mandamanos, what are they taking? What are they, as who should be providing security to us? What are they doing? The other day they were seeing people in Kakamega, people in Kericho, and some part of Nairobi wanabeba rungu na watu wanaenda mandamano. Who are the goons? Why are they allowing other people to carry same tools they are using to maim us? Huh? Are those not criminals? Why do you allow some people to carry rungus where you are a police officer? Huh? Who gave them the training to carry those rungus? Are they county government employees? Those kanjos, are they the one? Because I think apart from watchman, police officers, and a kanjo, there's no any another civilian who should be carrying a rungu when people are going to demonstration. That's causing violence. And war, when you start a war is a war. Nobody will wait for him to be killed by somebody who carries a rungu. So the government is also trying to bring a civilian war where a person like a mwananchi fights his own mwananchi as they watch. Something that we've resisted. Now they see the heat is too much. Now they're telling you that demonstrations are unlawful. Which are unlawful? Kama ziko unlawful and they know there are these people inside here, they should do away with him. Another thing I want to finish with the likes of this guy called Gaucho and Moshwa now another. No, we need to be realistic. These are the same people who used to tell youths from every ghetto that Ruto must go. Today, we also love Raila. I personally voted for him. But now the course is going to another area. Baba didn't start this thing. Why is Gaucho always there in the social media telling us, oh, somebody's paying us, somebody's bringing this money to go where, somebody's financing the GNZs? I want to tell this guy, if you have a chance with Gaucho. Tell him that we used to go to those rallies with him. We saw how Baba used to give him money. We've seen him how he walks behind those politicians and anawaomba pesa. Tunajua, we always see him. Everywhere he goes, yeye kazi yake ni kuomba wanasiasa pesa. And that's the life you want to live. No, for us, we don't want to live such life. A life where you must always go down on your knees to unaomba mwanasiasa pesa. We don't want to go that direction. If Gaucho thinks that that's what we want to do, we are not going to do that. For us, we are revolutionaries. We must change this country. Number one, free education, free healthcare. Number three is better security agencies. Hata mapolisi wanaumia, and they're still being used to fight the state. To fight, the state is using them to fight the wananchi. Somebody, I personally, I think I'm employing some police officers. I'm their employees because I pay tax. They are being paid by my tax. Actually, they need a pay rise. They should not be living in such houses where they hold guns which are used to protect this country. Where are we going as a country? So let's not wait political gallery to close this road for us. Let's fight to the end. I saw this thing of it's called Shakiri Square in Egypt. People sat on the roads. Watu walisema tu, we are not going to go back to our houses. We want to sit down in these major towns. If we can just go there, you sit down. Nyinyi mkae tu. If you sit down, we'll ask the government who is now the good. Najua watatupa tear gas, and when you sleep down on the ground, hao ndio wataonekana watu wambaya. Because you've sat down, you're not even fighting anybody, you are just holding your flag while you are sitting down and just making noise and singing. And that's how the president, they overthrew the government of that Egyptian president. They just sat on the road. Hakuna kupigana na mtu, iwe umekaa tu. If you know, because we can't fight them. Now we sit down and we see who will they fight. You see this? So, Ruto must go, is still the song. Those PSS which are majorly challenges must also come out of those systems. This thing of you applying for things and then you are asked about your tribe should be a nonsense thing. We all pay what's called tax. And lastly, we need free education. The new funding model is killing a lot of youths who want to go to universities and colleges. This one must be brought down. And I want to tell all the comrades who are here that as we are going to start the next semester, we are not going to register for any campus until we have a new funding model that each and every common mwananchi can get an opportunity to have a freedom to get to school. Because hii mtu anakufungia di freedom ya kuenda kwa class, a fee of 300,000, how will you pay it? Surely. Unatoka huko kwa village, you don't even have that land that can pay up to a tune of 1.5 million. So where are we going as a country? Free education must be first priority for comrades. And comrades, when you are going back to school, actually we should not be even going back to school. We will boycott those classes until we are had and the former school funding model brought back and the fee are reduced to a point where we can always be happy as comrades. That's my submission, and thank you for your time, Mr. Court, Cyprian, and the rest. And Cyprian, you're still the one who's still remaining there with a lot of followers. Kimunzi, I saw Kimunzi left and others. So keep pushing. Na tukue tu the way we are inorganic. Nobody is going to know who is who. And I see the fight will continue till Zakayo calm down. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Asante sana, Mogo Owira. I want to go to Jeff Juma. If you're not here, please, you don't have to come up here and you're not speaking. Jeff Juma, are you there? Jeff Juma? Okay. See you later. Let's go to Davis. After Davis, we have Vazagood. You don't have to raise your hand up. I'll just give you the mics according to how you guys came in. Davis, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Ayo. Hope I'm audible, yeah?
100%.
All right. Thank you, Ayo, and the host for this space. First, I'd like to start by sending my condolences to the people who've lost lives and the families wherever they are. Be assured that we are praying with you. We're keeping you in our prayers, and we will assist in our ways possible, even to call for justice for them. I would also like to send my sympathies to those in hospitals, the paralyzed, the crippled, those with wounds, gun wounds, short wounds. We're keeping you in our prayers, and we are hoping that this was not all for granted through the course that we do. I'll go straight to what I want to say. I think it's very clear right now that there's nothing new that is coming out of
Davis, I think we lost you. I think we lost Davis. KOT, can you hear Davis?
No.
Yeah, I think we lost Davis. Davis, fix your mic. Probably you can come back later. Vaza, before you go, Biril was here before you. Sorry, I skipped you, Biril. Please speak to us, Biril. Then we go to Vaza. Biril?
Morning, Jack. Yes, I'm here. I'm here, Yot. Thank you so much for hosting this space. Thank you, QT, and every listener. Guys, if somebody is coming with is wants to choke the media, and then now he's using the tools, and there's nothing in the Constitution. I'm not a lawyer, but there's nothing in the Constitution that bars us from picketing. So that letter from the police, it's not really valid because we have a right to picket. So if we cannot occupy the Uhuru Park, how many parks do we have in Nairobi? And if we're trickling in, then we are really exposing ourselves. If we agree that we're all linking up at 10, we agree that we're all linking up at 11, let's go as a group. Another thing, what is the businesses of these politicians? Because now we have to go the boycotting way also. They're not going to sit there, they're trying to choke our voices because you're speaking the reality, and then you're just going to sit back. What is the businesses that you're going to boycott? What is the other park that you can have in Nairobi? What are the major roads that you can go and stand there and we just sit on the road? Because what you want is change. What you want is to be listened to. What are these PSs still doing over there? You cannot come and choke all of us. You're killing us, you're choking us. You want now to voice out the media. Even if they voice out the media, we received a lot of things that the media didn't even show us the other day from other towns. So we have to find another way of communicating. And you cannot silence all of us. When you're silencing people, it means what we are saying is the truth, and you cannot deal with the truth. Why can't you deal with the truth and correct it? We only need good measures that come around us. I'm still here.
Okay. Pertinent questions. I have a problem with the government, or rather silencing the media. We saw the other day there's a journalist who was shot. I mean, why would you shoot a journalist? They're just trying to broadcast and inform and educate the public. Why would you shoot a journalist? And I saw MCSK giving a presser, and Zubeida was also questioning, sending those questions. Why is the police shooting journalists? Before we know it, they'll be kidnapping journalists. So where are we headed as a country? Anyway, Biril, do you want to answer before I go to the next speaker?
Yeah, sorry. Because the Gidaigo was not a mistaken identity. If you saw what Gidaigo posted on the newspaper, that is why Gidaigo was being arrested. And then how do you arrest somebody in a police station? So how many police bodies do we have? What are you communicating to us? Because it's like we have different kind of police bodies. So where are you safe? Because when you see people trailing behind you, you need to go to the nearest police station. Then these people are supposed to be identified. Then you're being arrested inside that police station and you're not being charged inside that police station. That is hooliganism.
Quite unfortunate. Vasagood.
Yo, wase, mnanisikia?
Yeah.
Okay, so wase, mi Kenya nilikuwa nataka kusema. Anyway, first of all, thank you for the platform KOT. Rada ni safi. But saa wase, mi Kenya nilikuwa nataka kuwashow. Like the ship has already started sailing. So at the end of the day, hapa tuko X, nyi wase mnabonga hapa ni wase wa X, but kuna mamtaani, saa mtaani wase watambui ma X, wase wako ma Facebook, ma TikTok na wanaweza dai kuparticipate kwa hizo maandamano. I hope kama mnajua Gen Z ni wase unruly, wase mamauru. Si ndo wale wase tulikuwa tunasumbuana na maprinsi high school, tunafukuzwa juu ya mabangi, masuspension tukiwa high school, tumeshikwa na makarau kutoka after form 4. Tunanipata, so hatufai ku back down. So mi noma yangu inakujia hapa wase. Like tunafaa kukuwa wajanja, tujue venye okay mamtaa. For example, place ka Kitengela, tuliona Kitengela walikuwa wengi kwa barabara, walileta zogo. So kuna mamtaka Kitengela, kuna Rungai, mamtaa ni mingi, kuna Kangemi. Tunafaa kujua venye numbers, tutapata numbers tao kaile day ya parliament. Tutapata numbers aje? Mina suggest kuwe na wase anonymous. Kuna kuanga na mamat mingi sana, na hizo mamat wanakuanga na maofisi kwa almost every mamtaa. Kani Latema sako, kani sako gani, kani Super Metro. Unanisikia?
Twakusikia, endelea.
Kani Super Metro, kani gani, tunafaa kujua venye tutapata wase anonymous. Wase msee aende kwa hizo ofisi, alipe mat tuseme hata kutoka from 10 to 1 pm. Mat ukiingia ni free hadi tao. Ukiingia hiyo mat wase wana mobilize, wase kaa venye Thika kuna kwanga hizo mashule hizo ma-KU, ma-JKUAT. Hizi mamtaa zingine kuna kwanga na makole manini. Wase wanaingia mat design yenye msee anaweze donda, mnaambia donda ni aje, usiitishe wase fare. Msee akiingia mat kwanzia 10 hadi 1 kuna msee ashalipa. Kani hizo masako mtu ashalipia hiyo gari. Alafu kurudi ni kutoka 6 hadi 8, bado mat ishalipiwa kurudi. So from 2 hadi 5 wase tushakuwa wengi tao, tusha create hizo mavideo hizo za TikTok, hizo manini tusha trend within hizo 3 hours. You already tutakuwa na numbers. Jua unaweza afford kuingia tao. Kuna ule mwenye haezi afford. Jika unanipata, unaweza afford kubuy snacks, kuna ule mwenyezi afford. Venye nimewashow hapa ni X. Like kuna wase unruly huku mamtaani wengi sana. Ni ile tu support tu ndio msee ana. And then number 2 ni our parents wase. Mimi manze, mimi tunashidanga tu, tumekosana tu na maparo tu juu ya hii movement. Unajua hao ni wase wenye hawezi unlearn. Nika okay, mi usema huu msee Ruto ni mseezi unlearn. Kuna kwanga na kulearn na ku-unlearn. Ku-unlearn ni yes, umesoma hiyo era ya Moi, umechop kampo maybe ma 2000s ama ma 1990s, but saizi niga manze tuko 2024. Like maisha imebadilika manze, like kila kitu yenye umesoma sahau, anza kujifunza tena upya. Sikiza ma Gen Z, si ndo tunajua manze. Hata sisi Gen Z in future tutaanza kusikia ma Gen Alpha, because Gen Alpha wakikamio time yao kani 2050, lazima tu unlearn kila kitu yetu tulijifunza. Jua watakuja na vibe yao different, kama venye si tumekuja na vibe yetu different. Anyway, number 3 ilikuwa hiyo story ya kunini, hiyo story ya parliament. Like wase, mimi hiyo day manze, mimi nilikuwa kwa road manze. Kila msee pale alikuwa na agenda moja, agenda ya kurudi state house. But sasa ile ya state house ikabako. Anyway, tuko sahi wase, sahi ni aje, sahi ni venye tutamobilize wase, venye nimewashow
tutafute ma solutions za kuget wasee CBD. Tusianze kuongea hapa mambo za ma constitution, mambo sijui za manini sijui ati ile time ilikuwa aje. Like tuko saa hii ni aje, story ni wasee CBD. Wao si tutawapata aje? Tutafute ma solutions. Mi nimekuja na solution moja, mwingine ingine to remain anonymous. Si ni wase wajanja, hizo ma tactics tunaweza ku remain anonymous. Hii tume anonymous miaka mob sana. Ni venye saa hizi manze, itabidi tumejibonga juu msee mi sioni akitoka, sioni akishuka, aisee sioni akishuka. Itabidi tumespend pia sisi kabaridi, spend baridi kabaridi juu obvious hapa najua kuna wasi wako na madoo. Spendini kabaridi, jueni venye mavijana watatoka mamtaa wafike tao. From hiyo time to hiyo time nimewashow mavideo, watu wa record zitrend, the next day turudi the same way. Sini wasi hatuna wera, hatunanga mboka, we can do this day in day out. Tunashindanga tu kwa gaming zones na kwa mabaa. Anyway, mi nishamaliza.
Asante sana. Asante sana Vaza. Nataka ujue tumekuwa tukitumia na fair hapa siku za protest. Tumekuwa tukibai wase maji kwa streets. Tukiwa na KOT hapa. Na hizi do ni public funds. Wase wanakuja kwa space, we get money, we do that and we are accountable to it. Tumekuwa tukitumia wase fair. Naweza kuonyesha M-Pesa messages, people have been coming to my DM and I've been telling people, kama una fair DM me na make sure umetokea, na usipotokea tutajua kutokea, and I always keep track wasa umetokea. So kama ni kutumia na fair, tumetumia na fair and it's been successful so far. Sawa, so let's just keep up the spirit.
Sema ni sikia msee, so hiyo venye unasema hiyo story ya Ferrari like okay, unajua kuna mamtani mingi, unajua wewe umetoka mtaa fulani. Okay, mi personally mi ni born and raised Nairobi, Kanairo. So unanipata, mi ni msee wa Nairobi, hadi unasikia accent yangu manzi. Mi si msee, okay, mi ni msee najua tao in and out, ikuwe ni Dagoretti constituency all the way mpaka Emba. So kuna wase hawajakuwa kiget, sijui kama unanipata. Machuo ni mingi, si hata hizo maku, kuna hizi makole, sijui kama unanipata.
Nakupata.
So tuta access aje? Na si mi solo, juu mimi niko X, kuna wase kaa 800 ama 200 hawako X. So unanipata, na ni mamauru wa mtaa
na kuget,
na hao ndo tunataka hii kitu. Tusipokuwa mamauru ka huo msee atashuka. Lazima pia si tumuonyeshe mamauru, juu tumekuwa mamauru tangu kitambo sana. Ni venye sisi si wase wa era ya Moi. Era ya Moi ilishapitwa na wakati.
Asante sana. So I think hii issue si ati ashuke, tunamshusha. Tukisema ashuke ni kama tunapili naye ashuke, so itabidi tumemshusha.
Hiyo mti lazima ikatike. Alafu platform ni ya Gen Z msee. Gen Z ndo kusema, Gen Z ndio sisi bro. Si unanipata?
Na kuget.
Gen Z ndio sisi ndo tutakuja na hizo ma tactics. Unanipata? Si ndo tuko na hiyo ujanja. Si wase tumefanya hadi mamode wachujwe, hadi Prince afukuzwe shule juu ya kumgeuzia story. Si ndo wale wajanja wase. Tusilegee.
Sawa. Wacha tusikize from Ashiv. Ashiv, talk to us. Good morning.
Sawa.
Wazi. Ashiv.
Yes. Mi niko na issue moja kwanza. Venye msa amesema like venye wasi wanaweza fika tao, hiyo ni poa. And then venye amesema ni right, like mobilization pale grao iko chafu. Kuna wase hata hawana simu, like msana smartphone. Number 2, kuna wase hawana data. Si hata smartphone peke yake, kuna msana data. So like sijui kama mobilization kwa grao inaweza kuaje. Alafu kuna huyu msame kwa vocal sana. Nimejaribu kumtafuta but simuoni. Anaitwa Six Sounders. Kama msana anaweza like update. Kama msako ama yuko. Anakuanga na t-shirt nyingine ya kwa platform, anakuanga na profile na t-shirt ya Arsenal. So kama sana anaweza tu
Najua
update
6, najua 6. Najua 6.
ako ama yuko
6 yuko.
yuko. Okay, hiyo ni
Tuliongea
poa.
jana 6 yuko. 6 yuko.
Okay, hiyo ni poa. So like tutokee twende Uhuru Park tukutane pale.
Asante. Asante sana. So let's go to the next speaker. Nataka nimesikia tu sauti ya mama Chali hapa Mandume, but anyway, I want to go with venye mliingia. Excited Kenyan. Uko aje?
Hello, unaweza nisikia?
Nakusikia vizuri lakini mic yako
Inakata.
hebu ongea. Talk to us. Kwa kelele sana mzae.
Okay, sawa. Niko hapo hivi nimetulia place na strategies vitu mbili tatu, but anyway, sijui kama sasa niko better ayo.
Tutavumilia tu. But nakupatia dakika mbili.
The whole essence ya sisi ku come out is because we know what is wrong, we know what is right. We are not kids. We get to absolutely know what is right and what is wrong. We are not being schooled on what is right. We will never be schooled on what is wrong. We've been schooled by our parents to be able to know to define between right and to define what is wrong. Nobody can teach us what is right and yet we are learned. We are the generation wenye walitoka from your time ya ubako come through, and now we are more informed unlike the previous generations before the 2002. So we come out fresh. We know the intellectual systems vile huwa zinaoperate. So we are not about guessing what we are about to do, or we are doing just sheer lack kind of participation. No, we know where the shoe is aching. Na ati ni kitu tunabahatisha. When you talk about health, health is one of the fundamental rights that we were taught at school, that you have a right to a health. So when someone tries to sabotage the system of health, we know he's infringing the very right that enshrines fundamental rights. When you talk about security, when the apparatus for protecting the Kenyans is being messed around, that is something that needs to be checked on, because that is one of the systems that we use to make sure that there is protection for life. That's one of the points of safeguarding life. So when someone gets to infringe the apparatus that's supposed to watch over the Kenyan citizen, we have a problem with them because they are unconstitutional, let alone banning the demonstrations. Banning the demonstration, it is a tip of an iceberg. It's a tip of an iceberg. But you get to ask yourself, where do you get the guts to try and limit the constitution from its full potential functionality? We need to have a proper understanding, a proper system that is operating. When we say about proper system that operates, we mean a friend of mine sometimes back went to Dubai, and he got to witness what he's never witnessed in Kenya. He gets to witness right the moment they entered into the UAE city, and they saw how the systems are functional. They saw the roads. They saw the systems, the immigration systems, how they are functional. Here in Kenya, the immigration system, you have to put up a battle. You have to brave up yourself. When you get to apply a passport, it takes time. Why? Because the system has been malfunction. When you talk about this, the right for freedom, it is not just within demonstration confines. No, when you talk about freedom, it is also about traveling. So the rights don't just confine when one aspect of a right is infringed on. Then we are missing a lot of things. When you talk about right for freedom, now we have the right for freedom is also in effect one affecting the businesses in Kenya. Investors are coming and then they find that we have compromised the right for freedom. Now investors, they come into the nation, they find the environment is not conducive at all. They get to ask yourself, I know of a story that is about that a person wanted to set up a factory. Then they were told you have to pay more than actually you're investing in terms of taxes, then you ask yourself as a businessman, am I here to make profits, or am I here to lose all of my money just for the sake of pleasing some few people who do not get to understand what the whole nation is all about? What about the people who are trying their best to put food on the table for their children, for their kids? They don't have anything for that because their kids, they are catered for. They have swiped enough for their kids. They have gathered enough. You see someone very arrogant on the social media, and the person is saying, I've gathered enough for the generations. What about that person who lives in Mukuru kwa Jenga? What about that person that lives in the ghettos, in Bondeni, in Kibera? We have to ask ourselves, are we constructing a nation that is full of hope? Are we going around bursting every flame of hope in the hearts of Kenyans? Talk about education, the right to education. When a person hikes the school fees, knowing very well some of our parents have to sell their prime properties so that we may have education, then you go around messing with the fee structure. It is a very big issue that we are confronting. To the eyes of many people, it might seem like we are making noises that will not count, but at the end of the day, they will account not just for the money, they will account for the voices that we are raising. They have to know we are learned, and we are not just learned for the sake of just keeping ourselves busy. No, we are not a circumstantial generation. No, we are a purpose generation that is driven by its own purpose. We want to have a best future for our wives. We want to have a good future for our children. We want to make sure that our businesses are thriving, but we cannot be able to make sure all of those have come to pass when every other aspect of an effective system is being abused by people who think they are more than the population of Kenya. No, you don't get to shut down accountability. The minute you get to shut down the accountability, you're telling us forthright, I am not accountable. If a person embraces accountability, welcomes the idea of accountability on the table, but a person who is an antagonist towards accountability, that's a person you get to know that they are not accountable right from the word go. How do you parade your kids at the expense of other kids, at the expense of the money that people have struggled? Some people are struggling here. Cobblers are struggling. We have people who are struggling to carry the goods, and then they are struggling to. Then you come and tell us that out of every 100 bob that you guys are paying, out of every 100 bob we are earning, 70 goes to the taxes. What kind of an economy is this? That by earning 100 bob, 70 bob is going to tax. That means what? Okay, we have no problem paying with tax, but our issue is, our taxes reflecting the purpose by which we are paying the taxes? If it's not applying by any nature, then we have no business paying the 70 bob. We have no business paying the 70 bob because there's no reason for me to benefit some 30,000 people at the expense of the rest of the nation. We have places that have never seen a tarmac road. We have places that are struggling. They are living, imagine a whole population within a certain set of an area, whereby a dispensary is operating for 4,000 people. 4,000 people, and some areas don't even have the dispensary. They have to walk kilometers to go to for a dispensary, not a hospital, a dispensary, let alone a pharmacy. If the hospitals that we are going, we are calling them governmental hospital, public hospitals, they don't have medicine, how then do you expect remote areas to have pharmacies? We have to come to ask ourselves, we need to know, how much do we allocate for pharmacies? How much do we allocate for medicine? How much do we allocate for the specialists that's supposed to treat the people? We don't have a shortage of. We don't have a shortage. We don't have a shortage on the people that are supposed to treat the people. We have doctors that are joining in. We have doctors that are even struggling to make an internship because some people have decided, we will not be people the way you want. You people, you don't know much. But you know what? We know what is right. We are not going to be schooled on what is right. We know our people are ailing. We know the Kenyan people, the Gen Z, the Gen Alpha are ailing. And there is need for doctors in our hospitals. We cannot have a hospital or a single doctor operating over 500 people within a day. A single doctor. Is it that we can't have doctors we can have 10 people being treated by one doctor? And it's not, we don't have an issue to deal with money. It's because some people have decided to be greedy. They must amass for generations. And my question is, do we need to have people that will serve a few people? And with that much said, thank you very much for the space, KOT, Cyprian, and Ayo. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, and thank you so much for your time. You raised very amazing questions that that are worth looking, thinking deeply about. I want to go to Mchina, then Paul Yule Mkul, alafu tuenda kwa the global walking, and then we get to hear from the new speakers. Speak to us, Paul. Speak to us, Mchina first. Mchina, then Paul. Mchina. Mchina, are you there? Okay, you've dropped.
Yeah.
Paul, go ahead.
Hello. Okay, can you hear me?
100%. We can hear you. Go ahead.
I'm saying this. The regime the government of Ruto is taking is all of a sudden yani wanataka kutukandamiza sisi kama Gen Z, alafu hatupasi ku accept hiyo. Saa vile walisema hao watu wa journalists wasiingie kwa maandamano, hiyo ni kumaanisha wako na hidden yani retreat yenye wanataka kutumia to those who will be there, but let's not give up, tutokeni kwa wingi alafu tukuwe na umoja ndio kila kitu. Kama let's say kama tumeenda, usikubali msee wako aende kando, tunakaa pamoja then tunakuwa na umoja. I think nataka kufika hapo. Thank you.
Thank you. Asante for keeping it short and brief. Mna drop space kama kitu ingine global walking. Talk to us. Global, your mic is on, but you can't hear you. Are you speaking? All right. Lily Kamau, can you hear me? Good morning.
Hey, can you hear me?
100%. Go ahead.
Okay, so I just felt compelled to speak after, I think 2 speakers ago, there was someone who was talking about Dubai and how things work. And let me tell you, I'm currently in Dubai, and my God, like things really work. So I've been very passionate about this movement because like I came here and it was such a culture shock. Like for instance, in one of the cases I had to get similar to a good conduct. I was renewing my work visa, so I needed a good conduct certificate. I paid. I went on the link, did everything, filled all the info, paid. It was delivered in less than 24 hours. And this is just one, but one example. And specifically, obviously, here the leadership is a kingdom, so it's not exactly democratic. But the one thing I'll say, it's they're so passionate about their people. They're passionate about women empowerment, like ministries. If you go like ata, there's no need for women reps, do a third gender rule. Like they completely empower. Like very strong ministries are led by women, and there's like so much commitment how they take care of their people. I just kept saying, oh my God, what if Kenya was like this? Like, how happy would we be? So, I mean, on my part, as someone in diaspora, I'm amplifying as much as I can on X, contributing on Mchanga, and just like trying to do my part to support from away. I don't think they allow demonstrations here. I had they arrest or deport people. So to kopale digital activism. I also I'm in WhatsApp groups. Like I'm very passionate about this because even when I'm here, I'm literally counting my days. I'm like, I cannot wait to get enough, cash to save, to invest, to go back home. For me, that is the end goal, and that's why, like, I feel this so strongly. So when I see all the issues that are happening, I'm just, it's crazy. I'm like, I have to use my voice however I can, because at the end of the day, my heart belongs to Kenya, east or west, home is best. And it's just so beautiful when you're just home and you're doing well. Like, that's the dream. You don't even need to go outside, and even when you're outside, you're longing, you're just counting the days, the hours till you can get back home. So I don't know. I'll pose a question to all of you. Like, what else do you think people in diaspora can do to support the cause further? And I can rally in my own way, maybe via WhatsApp, just for people to keep making sure that we keep heading in the right direction. That's my 2 cents.
Thank you. So for every next speaker, think about what the diasporians can do to support us back home, to ensure that we finish this course successfully. I'm not going to front any ideas. That is upon you guys to think about. And whenever you're given the mic to speak, amongst your points, please just ensure that try and ensure to fix that as an answer in your submission. I'm going next to JN. JN, how are you doing? JN Ndunge, are you there?
Hi, good morning.
Morning to you. Talk to us.
Okay, now my name is Ndunge, and I think this is my first time speaking on this. But I'm a lawyer by profession. I'm not trying to front it there as anything, but I just want to address like 3 points of something that has occurred to me in the recent past, of the things that since the movement started. Just 2 issues generally, but I'm going to expound on them. Issue number 1, I don't know, from my observation from this whole thing. I have been on the streets. I have been in the forefront, not necessarily forefront, trying to get some protesters removed from the holding cells, and it's not been a very easy task for us. And sometimes I was asking people, okay, my colleagues, sometimes we feel like we are towing a very thin line of approval from Gen Z. And I want to put it out there. We are not all Gen Z. Some of us are millennials and we've been at the forefront. So issue number 1, I don't know, it's going to come out as something that we've all been against, but we are suffering some consequences of being leaderless. I'm not asking for anyone to stand up, but I'm just going to point out the reason as to why I feel like being leaderless is coming to bite us a little bit, and we need to regroup and think about it. For instance, political class regrouping. And we used to benefit from the support of the likes of Akina Sifuna and Chomba. And you remember every time we've gone out on the streets and come back, they have condemned the killings, they have condemned the brutality, but right now it's like they have taken the back seat. And right now them regrouping, in as much as we feel like we have the power, like we've done all this whole thing and gotten some of the things that we asked for, but right now they are regrouping. They're regrouping, and now they are against us. In as much as we are in power, they have the power at the top, and we need that power at the top. Hmm? And that is the thing now. And okay, I want to say this: we need to lay off the people that jump off the wagon. We are not. We started this journey together, but some of us are not gonna make it, or some people are not gonna make it, and we've seen that it's there, it's clear as day. And every time we jump on their necks and talk about them for a whole day, that is a whole day lost trying to talk about inconsequentials in our journey. It's a freaking movement. Watu watachokea hapo katikati, wengine watafura miguu, and they will not want to go with us. Imagine, let them go. Let's not talk about them. Don't give them the audience. Attacking them on a daily basis is a waste of energy that we should be using trying to move forward and let people achana na wasaliti waende. Castigating them draws us away from the real agenda. We'd rather be with people who are in 100% with us than watu wako 50-50, because our watu 50-50 ndio wanatumalizanga nguvu. That's my one point. Let's go back to the political class, the grouping. It's more of a psychological thing than anything else. As much as we have the power in the movement, we do not have the power at the top, and despite what we think, we need some of those people. We need some of those people to fight our fight. We need to actually learn how to listen. I am a millennial. I have two alphas in the house, and me, I believe our alphas ndio wanakuanga ni wakali hata kuliko Gen Z. It's just that ni wadogo, and I want to fight for them. The reason why I want to fight for them is because I do not want them to be the mama of their future. I do not want them to come back on the streets fighting for the same things that we are fighting today. I can't fathom such a thing happening, and it scares the living daylights out of me. Thinking my kids one day going on the street to fight the root of their time. And that's my motivation for being here. So we need to come up with a structure which resembles some sort of a leadership to establish whatever our end goal is. Let's not pretend that you're going to, I know the whole leaderless thingy, that nobody, you can't shika who, you can't touch us because we do not have a leader. But you guys, haven't they been shikaing us? Haven't they check our strongest Twitter guys, and sasa kama akina Alinur, when they got Nani, akina Oguda, and they're getting us. They're getting to us, and we may pretend that we are not, but the influence of the numbers that those people has is a very strong point, and we need to establish a structure of some sort. And let us not bury our heads in the sand when it comes to listening to advice. I've been into spaces whereby Kivuda Kibwana speaks in the evening, and I listen. We get where we are by listening. Listen to the guidance from the people that have acquired wisdom. Akina Nani, Akina Kivuda, okay, Umutata is also an activist besides being a leader. Let's not ever forget that. And I have got nothing against him, but we have people that have got great wisdom. Let's listen to them. Let's not bury our head in the sand. We need every help we can get. And Sazingine, even when we don't like these people, like for instance, I was telling people, I attended the public participation for conflict of interest bill, and I remember my argument was, there was no need of it because it's already embossed in other statutes. So I did not feel there was need to produce another one. But there's nothing wrong with it. It still forbids the political class from participating in government tenders and what have you. So we need to read some of these things bila condemning people. Saa zingine mkishinda mkikondem watu wanachoka. And this is now where being a lawyer comes in. As a lawyer, I feel like we've been fighting for our lives since this whole thing began. I personally do not want to imagine anyone sleeping in cells since I have the power bestowed upon me to bail you out. But at the end of the day, when you go there, tunatupiwa tear gas, and then they curtail our anything. Like you go there saying, I'm a lawyer, I'm here to bail these people out. Then they wanatusumbua. We are not gonna lie, and we are fighting for our lives. And besides fighting for our lives here, we're also fighting for our career. Because if I cannot use the law, the things that I've gone to school, yeah, to make a career out of it, then what is there for me? Me, the lawyer to by Gina, and it's very frustrating. So I feel like I've been curtailed from highlighting the mutilation of Chapter 4, which is the Bill of Rights. And every time ukikanga hivi atinamuka najiita lawyer, then I ask myself, I cannot even fight back. I cannot fight back using the law, and it feels frustrating. So every time, like kama, you remember that time, Faith, kama sahi, everyone is saying, oh, LSK, kama jana. Magistrates walikuwa funeral service ya Majanja, very senior, judge. We've all, and for some reason, I feel like there was some delay of proceedings and people got frustrated. How my lawyers were happy. We also forget that we are human and we have things that are happening in our lives besides this whole thing. But at the end of the day, when tukimalism, we are running. We are running to come and make sure that people hawalali kwa cell tena. Hatutaki watu walale. So every time a small move tunafanya tu hivi, tunakuwa attacked. Do you know how frustrating that is? We need to lay off people. We need to remember that we are in this together. We're in this together. Saa zingine nashikika vitu zinanifanyikia huko. I cannot start telling you that I have personal issues going on in my life. We need to stop attacking people and just remember at the end of the day, we are in this together. We are also fighting for our careers. I am fighting for my life, my career, and I also want us to win. I also want us, we need to extend grace. So, bottom line, and also something someone said yesterday, no, on Tuesday, the reason why they were feeling like they are being attacked in town is because people hawakutokelezea, and when the numbers are huge, they cannot just like fight you all off. So mko hapo mko to groups to watu watano hivi kumi, it is easy. That's why someone here just said we need to have a way of planning this thing, meeting in one place and proceed as a huge group. It's easier. It's easier to beat these people. So extend grace to each other. Let us start thinking about putting in some kind of leadership structure. I'm not appointing anyone. I'm just saying, start looking into it. Third, let us start listening. Start listening. And it is much. Kalonzo is our guy, and Kalonzo is Kamba. I'm Kamba, and I've never liked the kind of a person that he is. I feel like he's such a weak leader. But one thing that I've come to realize during this whole thing, he's a listener, and he's read the room, and he's listening. So zingine, let's take what we can get. Listen to these people. We don't have to go with them anywhere, but we can use whatever they are willing to offer at that particular time. Let's not bury our heads in the sand. Watu wa diaspora, mmesema mnataka kusaidia. Right now, digital activism is the best that you can do, and financial support whenever you're called upon to do. Because hapa tuko kwa ground and you're trying, like something zingine unaenda kutoa watu, hakuna pesa ya kubail watu, and we need the money. We need the money. LSK has a paybill number, which is highlighted on their website, on their page, Twitter handle. Look at it, tuma pesa hapo, so that we are able to get these people out. That's all I can say. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Jayan. So I'm going to go next to Jayan. Can you mute your mic? Okay. I'm gonna go next to Nyamato. Nyamato, how are you?
Yes, I'm very fine. How are you, sir?
We are perfect. Please give us your sentiments.
First, I just say hi to all the panelists who are here and the listeners and the speakers, co-hosts, and everybody who is listening. First, I want to say viva for our movement to continue. We are not going to tire, nor we're going to faint. Still, we will work on and we will soldier on. I have three things that I want to say on today's Mandamano, Occupy Hurubak. But I want to send my condolences to our patriots, Warrant soldiers that who have departed through being gunned down by the mercenaries colleagues who are called the Kenyans police that were being superintended and supervised by Mr. William Samoei Ruto. It is painful to lose this kind of our people, our young people, our future leaders who have come out clearly to give out the atrocities, the injustice, the corruption, the tribalism, nepotism, that it is being driven within the government system and apparatus. I want to say this, that we are in our time. I know times have gone from 1963 during our independence, during 2010 with our new democracy that came to the constitution. We appreciate what has been done from those past times. This current hours, it is us. Let us not cheat anybody. Let us stand firm. Let us focus. Let us not even retreat. Let us keep on the journey. Still, we have seen the shore. We're gonna to cross. The bridge is being constructed right now. I know it will be tired for some of us because I have seen a lot of us. They have fainted on the way. They have retreated. They have dropped. Yeah, I can equate the journey of the Israelites from Egypt to Canaan. They did not reach all of them, but those who conquered it, they stood firm and they said, yes, we will reach there and we will give the testimonies. Let us now pull together, hold hands to everybody who is on board so that we thrive together on this journey. Our constitution is stating very clear. Article 37, it is our sovereign to protect us during picketing, demonstrating, and when we are presenting the petitions. And our petition is loud and clear. We don't have any of this where we are taking. It is loud and clear. That is our meeting. That is where our assemblies are online during picketing. The voice is being heard loud and clear, not only in our country, Kenya, even those who purport by saying that they stand with Kenya. Next thing I want to say, this the acting inspector of police, that who is purporting to mislead the citizens by reading, I don't know whether it is the old constitution is reading currently, by saying that we cannot picket. It is our mandate that we need to picket at any time we feel that we are being agitating for a certain provision to be done correctly. We are not supposed to seek any permission from anybody. In fact, once we have said that we are on to picket, the police IG comes automatic. I think we have talked about the constitution for the past times, and we have been read by the constitutional lawyers. The two have said clearly, the police comes in because they have had the call to come and protect property and the lives. Although they are not doing the same, it is against what they are doing, or opposite. But for us, we will just soldier on. We will go and proclaim our dignity as a country, because we cannot continue to die every time and again. Every 10 years, every 5 years, we die and we forget. No. In fact, today morning, I had a Wiris, Lawyer Wiris, he was in Daybreak Citizen. He said that even if what they have said as their own team of lawyers, they're going to pursue this issue of murder, judicial killing, till to the end. We see that we're going to get the justice we to our departed foreign soldiers of democracy. Secondly, I want to talk about this forming of the cabinet. You know, this gentleman called Mr. Ruto is taking us for granted. I do remember during his campaign, he said Kenya is sort of fools. Fools have gone out of Kenya. We are remaining the genius people, clever. So he forgets that now we are not clever, we become fools and terminate his cabinet abruptly. Yes, it was our grammar that let the cabinet go because they have displayed occurrence. They don't want to listen to people. They don't want to do what is mandated for them to give as they are ratifying some bills to come or proposals to parliament so that it can act as a laws and the bills. And we said, let them go home, all of them. He did a good thing, he sent them home. But still, he has audacity that is coming back to reappoint some of them. What I'm calling my people, let us resist. As Miguna said, let us resist. There is no anybody who was chased from the cabinet will be reinstated back. Because if you remember the words that he used, he has terminated them. In fact, when you follow the procedures and the laws of HR, once you are being terminated or dismissal from any organization, from any job, there is no any provision that allows you to be recalled back. There is no any clause that gives you to be called back because you are not fit for that office. That is how it is. So I know people like Duare, people like Murukomen Kindiki, and some, I think like this is ready for runs. Maybe they're gonna to be called back or being reappointed again. That is what I'm having. My conscience tells me such. Let us resist them. Let us. That is the day we will call a mammoth demo. Now we draw from all the counties. We tell people to Nairobi so that now we have the mammoth, the mother of demos, to tell Ruto now it is the end of your tenure in the office. Now quit with the appointment you are making so that we can be able to go for the new election within the year. Lastly, I want to say this. Yes, we are on this journey together. I know there are those people who may came to listen and not to have that power of acting. Kindly don't give people negative energy or attitudes in this platform or elsewhere. We need people that who have the positive energy, positive vibes that can lead us to our destination. Still, we are not on our boat. We don't need anybody to take a hammer and a nail to start making holes on the belly of the boat so that water can seep in to sink the boat. We need, even if we being raped individually or in few numbers, let us pull together till the end. I know today it is Hurubak. The guy gave some thread through the letter that I saw. They put online from inspector of police that we are not organized. We don't have read us in those kind of demos that they are being infiltrated by goons. Why can't they synchronize these goons they are talking about? That is their responsibility of them. Ours, we know ourselves. We have our coordinates that we can use to identify ourselves. Why can't they arrest these goons because they know them? Who told them that they are goons? It is them who came up with the goons because they know them. In some areas we saw them, they are protected. Some, they are having patterns, wooden patterns. They are working with the police. So we wonder, who are these goons we are talking about? Why we have never seen they have been killed by bullets? Those goons, they are killing innocent people. Members, I want to say this. 51 people have died. Let us stand together. Let us call this government to know that now Kenya, where we have reached, the constitution says nobody has a mandate to kill, to shed the blood of any Kenyan. Let us stand together. Let us now proclaim our liberty. Let us now democracy prevail. Leave about this, we call democracy, that it is not there. Let us now bring the new democracy whereby everybody is accountable. If the police shoots and we see the police, let us go for that police. Even if, I'm sorry to say this, we are peaceful, yes. But now, where it has reached, for example, I saw they were arresting one guy, I think it is Kitengera. Once they realized they are arresting this guy, our team, they took stones and they fell to them. The guy was released and left. And that is what we want to do. Now we need to protect ourselves. If they wanted to take the bullet to shoot us and kill, us also will now take the responsibility of protecting us. You kill one of us, will kill you also. Because that's
Okay.
where we are going. Not to keep on watching, seeing our comrades being shot down. But let us restrain, let us demonstrate peacefully. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nyamato. Thank you so much, Nyamato. Um, uh, Kimte Jerry,
Yes, yes, I'm here.
is your mic hot? Talk to us.
How are you guys? Thank you for the platform, KOT and Cyprian. I'll just quickly go into it. First, I want to pass my sincere condolences to all the patriots and all the guys who've lost their lives, and even to their families. Uh, we just pray for consolation for them. I also want to commend you guys, you as patriots, coming up and taking the platform to listen again and strategize and know what to do next is just an honor to be part of this. So I'll start by something that everyone has been discussing about, the strategy on how we are going to move. Somebody mentioned about sitting on the roads just to ensure that we pass our statements, because already we can see the guys are ready to shoot, they're ready to kill us just to protect the political elites. So that is one of the avenues I felt that would work. There are many people who cannot get to the CBD, so nilikuwa naona watu wakaweza within their jurisdiction, like how guys in Juja close the road, that would work very well. So that also, we also need these police guys to get out of the CBD. If we are able to pull them out of the city and make sure that also we can allow people to come in, it would make a statement and it would allow even more people to come in. I know one of the things that our president fears a lot is accountability. Majority of the things we've raised, including him being accountable for what he's borrowed and what he's ready to account for. I don't think they are ready to do it. They will go at all costs to make sure that they don't explain how our resources were used. And that is why they've chosen the hard way, which is killing the citizens. So it is a matter of us strategizing even better and knowing how we are going to go around them. I believe we have great minds amongst ourselves. Hawatatushinda ujanja, tunaweza fikiria, and I know also we have collaborators amongst us. Even in the colonial systems, we used to have collaborators. So, but at the point where we fought for independence and got it, we were able to overpower them. And at this point, I believe even as we proceed on, we are going to fight the goons. We are going to fight even those who are planning to collaborate with the system. And above it all, I know we'll prevail. It is just a matter of us borrowing on and sharing strategies as we are doing right now. There are people who are close to the CBD, and those are the best positioned to penetrate in. If we talk, I listened to one guy who proposed paying for buses, but even if we pay for transport for people to come in, they are blocking them at some points. So we should at most think about how a guy is going to come in, and who are the closest people who can even walk in crowds to get into CBD. And the rest of the people who are bad to get in, they also protest wherever they are. Because we should focus on uniting every front at every point that we are going to be heard. If they see unity amongst us, and that's something else I also wanted to raise, as much as we have our differences amongst us, let's be wise enough to see on how we can deliberate and deal with them. Let's not show a disunited front. With the moment we start attacking each other, even on the X space, we lose a lot. But every single time we show a united front, it's a win for us, because they'll know we are speaking one mind. Every single time they see that we are at a win, and already I believe we are somewhere. Sahi wase wameshtuka. Hata hapa hivi kwa hii space, najua kuna watu wanasikiza, waende wakatuseme huko, na hiyo haitatudeter from forging on. Wasikize, waende waseme, and we still forge on. People have died for this cause. There are 40 people, and it's 40 plus. There are some even who we don't know. There are people who are missing. And right now, IPOA is saying they are not being allowed by the police even to find out what is happening behind. So we cannot lose this front. Every single time we have to be united. And I think that's the that's the best thing that will put these guys down. Unity. Just ensuring that in every county, we saw it in Kilifi, the Mandamano that was so successful, we saw it in every part of this country. So the more we promote unity amongst us, the more we win. I just pray that we continue with the same spirit, and I believe, I can't wait to see when we win at the end of the road. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you so much. Want to go to my next speaker. And guys, if you had already spoken, please don't request the mic, because I'm trying to get fresh speakers every time I bring the speakers up. Eric.
Yes, hello, good morning. I hope you guys can get me.
We can get you, but please just take 4 minutes. Do not extend kindly. Just take 4 minutes. Don't speak for too long. 4 minutes, please.
Okay, so thank you. So let me dive in. My first point is as to why I'm protesting. I want to make it about me, not about any other person. One of the reasons why I'm protesting is because of the poor governance that we have in this country. We need to reset the governments that we have in this country. And when I wake up and say Ruto must go, I don't necessarily mean Ruto the person, William Samoei Ruto. I mean the establishment from the presidency to the judiciary to the parliament, the way things have been done all along. If I get to a mat right now, at some point, there's a policeman who will stop that matatu and ask for 100 shillings tip. I need that to stop. That's what I mean when I say Ruto must go. So I wish these guys can get this message out there to their superiors that when we say Ruto must go, we mean a restructure and a resetting of the governance of this country. Thank you. Number two, I wish you could now start moving to a structured way of demos. I don't mean we are not structures, and I don't mean that we have leaders, but we need to have our activities coordinated. There are coordinators that have arisen out of the need. Like now we have the spaces, we have people who are doing the spaces, they're doing it every day. That is their space. They have found a niche there. We need someone to take care of the welfare. We had Anifa rising up to do collections for those who were shot in hospitals, those who died. So that's a coordinator in that particular area. So we also need to move to who coordinates people in the ground. I'm not talking about leaders. Let not someone misquote me. And also we need to start drafting memorandums. This is what we want, but in a structured way. We have a lot of lawyers on this space. We have a lot of lawyers in this movement, and they can give us guidance because there are things that we need. When you talk about governance, we are talking about the constitution working as it should be. The institutions are doing their constitutional mandates, but we have some things that are beyond the constitution. And I want to push for us to have a referendum, a citizen-led referendum, especially the BBI that fell, that was fallen by the courts. One thing it gave us is an insight on how a citizen can start a referendum. We need a referendum on a lot of things that we need to be put in the constitution so that for them to change them, they need to amend the constitution. Things like now, the ceiling on salaries, we need to restructure the number of representatives that we have from the county assemblies to parliament to the Senate, how a lot of things basically. Lastly, I want to speak about Occupy Uhuru Park. We can make Uhuru Park our Tahrir Square. And one thing that Uhuru Park gives us is that it takes us away from the destruction they have been trying to put on us. There's no supermarket to loot around there. We are not interfering with anyone's space. We go to Uhuru Park, we stay there, we demonstrate there every day until someone hears us, until someone listens to us. So no one is going to say that we're trying to cause fracas to anyone, we're trying to interfere to someone is right who doesn't want to participate in the demonstration. And this we can also be able to bring Mananchi on board. We had the doctors when they went to the Ministry of Health. We had people taking food there, they were taking blankets there, they were taking water there. So we can have people gathered at Uhuru Park 24/7. Mwananchi bringing food, Mwananchi bringing blankets, Mwananchi bringing water, people bringing the portable toilets and everything that can be able to support that movement. And last but not least, I'll say this, kindly let us all find a niche in the movement. If your place is the media, please focus on that. If your place is blogging, do that and do it perfectly in support of the movement. But each one of us has something that they can offer to the movement. Thank you. I believe I'm done with my submission. Thank you.
Are you there? Amma, you have dropped.
I'm here, sorry.
Okay.
I'm here, sorry. I'm gonna pick the next speaker. That was Eric. I think I'll go to Minra Radak. Radak, then Bluesman. Radak, are you there? Radak is not there. Bluesman?
Thank you so much. Good morning. So thank you so much for this opportunity. First of all, I want to say Ruto must go, and condolences to the families of those guys who lost their lives. Sina mengi sana. At first, nataka kutouch on to try as much as possible ku-educate wase about hawa wase wenye wanaamini kuna politician fulani mzuri. A good example is Raila. If as much like tunaweza point out the moments zenye Raila amekuwa so selfish, tunaweza at least avoid ile like unapata politician fulani amedivide wase amefanya like venye tulikuwa tushaanza kuback down cause tunamfuata. Like you remember hata hii division ilikuwa hapo kati ya sijui alikuwa Gashagwa na kina Moses Kuria. Okay, hiyo ilishapita, but it's an aspect yenye ni muhimu sana yenye ina distract wase. So basically kuna wase bado wanaamini a certain politician ni mzuri, maybe anawawish mazuri, but if we keep on every day tu tuna point out manzi politicians wako selfish, so that tusikue distracted na wase wenye wana believe ni wazuri, at least tukifind some points za kuwa convince, hii itakuwa a plus for us. And then kitu ingine unapata maybe wase wanasema ati the fight is over. Kama Cairo nimesikia mara mingi sana akisema ati finance bill ilianguka, so tunafaa to back down, wamesack sijui au ma-CS, so tunafaa tutulie, but tunafaa at least tuna point out those very corrupt leaders. Like kama any scandal yenye imekuwa, tuna speak out every day like as a demand of the day. Okay, like kila siku tunaonekana yenyewe tuko na demands mingi, hatuko general sana. Like every day tunasema fulani wa fulani, pesa fulani, can you arrest him? Ama hapo chini Ruto must go. Like ndo tuonekane yenyewe tuko na more points, ati hatuleti anarchy peke yake. And then the very most important point yenye nimekuwa nayo for the longest time, sijaipata hadi chance ya kuisema, but kitu yenye inaweza fanya tukue very successful ni wake up early in the morning, yani maandamano ikianza mapema. Like that's the main key factor ya success, because I always feel like ile siku yenye wase waliweza kuingianga parliament, kama wangekuwa wameingia parliament saa 4 asubuhi, bro, either tungeoccupy parliament like wase wajae huko na wasurround, ama tungeenda state house hiyo siku unstoppable. Lakini shida unapata wase wanakuwa wengi maybe kitu saa 10, and then ama saa 9 saa 10 hapo, and then kuna ile advice mnapewa of which it makes sense, like ikifika maybe usiku demonstrators mnaweza shutiwa nini, of which it's kind of true, but kama hata saa 4 tuseme mse yako home, saa hii mimi nikiwa mtaani nione saa hii ni saa 2 na already hii Uhuru Park imejaa wase, like nitakuwa motivated in the next 30 minutes mimi niingie pale ni wajoin. So unaweza pata like the moment kama kuna siku inawezekana ati saa 3 CBD kukue kuna kaa totally different, yani kumejaa wase, hiyo siku it will attract hata msee anaweza toka hadi mbali kabisa apande gari akuje Nairobi, because anaona yenyewe now we have the victory. So kuna hizi posters zinatoka, unapata poster inasema maybe tuna occupy place fulani, sijui what we are carrying, be peaceful nini. Okay, try to insist on mapema. Kama I remember wakati kuna time Ruto alikuwa church fulani huko Mwambili alikam huko from sijui Mombasa, so Ruto alikuwa church, I don't remember the name, and then walikuwa wametoa poster wamesema let's meet up at saa 6. Nao unashangaa saa 6 bwana, and then ongezea wase time nyingine watajiongeza hapo wafike late, so unapata yes masses zilifika, but zilifika time Ruto alikuwa anatoka, but kama wangefika saa 2, ai bro, ile chaos ingekuwa huko ingekuwa moto sana. So thank you so much. Yeah, that was my whatever, my time. Thank you so much.
Sawa Bluesman. It is 10:49. I think that's 10 minutes to top of the hour. 11 a.m. East African time. Thank you so much, guys, for just coming up and giving your sentiments and also keeping time. A Plantif by Ken, you've been keeping on coming up and dropping. I think it will be only fair if I give you the chance to speak before you drop again, because probably you have network issues. Can you hear me? Plant Fit? Kin Arab Sugal, are you there? If you're not there, we'll go to Shokes.
Hi.
Oh, you're there. Go ahead, please.
Hi,
4 minutes.
everyone. I hope everyone is well. My name is Keen. I've never talked on this space or any other one, but okay. My suggestion is that we fast as a nation. I know it sounds ridiculous, but we should all put God first, because it's only God who can undo Ruto or undo whatever is happening in Kenya. And yeah, fasting and praying. My suggestion would be from 7 tonight or any other night from 7 to 7 a.m. in the morning. You basically just fast throughout the night without eating from 7 to 7 a.m. in the morning. And like Jacob Juma said, I think in 2015, he mentioned once that the Kenyan youth are drawn into drinking, sex and other things. So we are children of God. We should never forget that, and we should never forget that it's God. It's God who gave Ruto the approval to be president. It's not, even if it's us who voted on the ground, God approved it first. If you know the Bible, you'll understand that concept. So we can also ask God to take him out on our behalf. And I know many people don't go to the church or don't read the Bible, but I can suggest we start there, because this is more of a spiritual battle than flesh to blood. So that's my suggestion. And to the person who said we wake up early and demonstrate early in the morning, that's better, because with that we can be more effective and more arranged, or we can plan, but the earlier birds get the worm. So yeah, that's my remarks. Thank you so much, and thank you to everyone. Thank you for this opportunity also.
Thank you. Shokes.
Ayo, I have a question. Ayo.
Six.
Ayo, before Shokes goes, the lady said that God approved Ruto to be the president. I didn't get it, so I want her to explain that kindly. To explain to me like I'm a 2-year baby. Kindly, just explain. You can give her 1 minute to explain to me because I don't understand. Kindly, please.
So what I meant by hi. Hello?
Etnokuskia, Hanakuskia. Just go ahead.
Okay, so it's God's sovereignty means he allows certain events to happen for reasons beyond our understanding. When William Ruto won the election, it was under God's approval. This does not amplify that God endorses every action or choices made by leaders. Rather, it can be understood that Satan, who has a role as the accuser, might present cases against us to God. The churches already are involved in politics. According to the Bible, if you've read the Bible, because I've read the Bible, especially the New Testament, all of it. I'm trying to read the Old Testament, but according to the New Testament, there is nowhere that allows churches and the government to be together, or for them to work together the way we've seen it in Kenya. So first of all, that is number one, we are breaking that rule. Secondly, of course, we know the commandments also. So everything that the Satan has against us, that is why I said, there's a, okay, let me read this quote from a Bible verse so that you can understand. It's more of a spiritual battle than flesh and blood. Yes, and I'm saying this, and I was on the road. I live in Nanyuki, so I went to demonstrate those 2 times that we demonstrated in this town. But it's more spiritual than flesh and blood. And I'm not saying that what the police are doing, it's not acceptable. They are human beings. They have family. They have mothers. They have sisters. They're killing their neighbors. You see. So we are also even breaking the 2 main commandments of God that surpasses the rest of the 10 commandments are love your God with all your heart and love your neighbor. So when a police shoots someone, he definitely does not love his neighbor.
Plant Fit, can you hear me? I wasn't supposed to request this mic today, but I want to tell you this. The more wicked people in the society hide behind the church. And the church has been a backup channel for all these things. Ayo, I hope you can hear me, Ayo.
Yeah, mi nakusikia, endeleeni tu. Nakusikia vizuri
I
sana.
was saying the church is the most useless organization in this country and the most wicked people in this country. Look at the likes of, I'll give you one trip, who says ni God but is a wash guy. Cairo does wash. And that is things I have evidence. But atakuja hapa atuambia ni God manze. Ruto killed people, burned people in a church. In the 2007-2008 post-election violence. He went to the ICC. He killed the witnesses.
So
Then he went to the church. No, let me just finish, because I want to explain to you. You see, people who hide behind the church, they do the most evil. Go to Catholic church. A person kills in the morning, goes to Catholic, kneels down, says, Siji Salam Maria, umejaa mema, Bwana yu nawe, goes, eats the sacrament, drinks wine, then goes back to kill the next day. When people were killed in Kenya, Catholic churches came out and they gave statement, including Bishop Anyono, who I've interacted with. Mi nimelelewa Catholic, who have interacted with, the Bishop Anyono. Then, after things got cool, they were called to State House. They were given brown envelopes. They came back and condemned the youth. They said the youth are killing this country. And that has been the cause.
But that...
Yeah, listen. I'm just explaining to you. If you come to tell me that Ruto was chosen by God, and the other day we were on a space and a lady explained, I can't remember her name, the same space you were with Wanjigi Juzi, a lady explained how the 2022 elections were rigged and how Ruto became president, then we are not fit to come and say here, Ruto rigged the election, Ruto was killed to be the president. And if I want to tell you Ruto, he was a spanner boy for Uhuru, for Moi. But when Moi was leaving that seat, he chose Uhuru as his successor. He was a spanner boy for Uhuru. When Uhuru was leaving office, he chose who? Uhuru chose, how do you call him? Raila. Can I tell you why Ruto is the president? Ruto is the president because he has good PR, he has good communication, and he can play with human psychology. He's a good strategist who knows what to say and where to say it. He knows, if I went this place and manipulated these people, they are going to give me the votes. And he came up with a narrative, and this narrative is what made them president and deputy president in 2013. When they came up with Vijana na Wazee initiative. The Vijana na Wazee initiative imewafanya yeye na Uhuru president against Raila. And 2017, they came up with the Turaku kumira narrative. which made them president. They came up with Hustler in 2022, which is something that was meant divide and rule. These people will come and neglect this cause because when we say hustlers, Kenyans tend to hate people who have a lot of money, and how they came up with that narrative is by putting in that watu wametuibia pesa since independence, since 1960s they have been stealing money, and those Kenyans who hate Raila and who hate Uhuru because they believe Uhuru is a thief and they have been stealing, hated these people and went out to vote for Ruto. But the difference was not much because these are two forces that have united two major communities in Kenya, the Kikuyus and the Luos and part of Luya. He went to Luya and bought Musalia Mudavadi, who is a just stupid, spoiled kid who has been in government, who knows nothing. Mudavadi was a minister at the age of 22. So I'll tell you this, if you come here and bring that narrative, you're God. Personally, I believe there is God. But one thing I believe in this country, the most wicked people go to church. Look how many churches have been, people go there and put harambes. Ruto
Can you
lied
give me
to
a
Kenyans.
second? Can you give me a second to explain this?
I'm winding up.
No, let
I'm
him
winding
land
up.
first, please.
Ruto went to church recently. Just recently. After he had told all Kenyans, any public servant shall not participate in harambes. His first place to lie was in church, where he went to church and said, munitumie check nitamaliza hii mambo. Which means he preaches water and goes to drink wine. As a people of the Republic of Kenya, we should get rid of these churches and come up with a policy that allows pastors in this country to have degrees in theology. Give an example where I live. We have more than 50 churches just across. PCA, sijui PEFA, SEK, Catholic, sijui ingine inaitwa Madukani, PCA Madukani, whatever. And what makes this church? They come to steal for us. They have become avenues of money laundering. If an MP goes to church and gives out 20 million to those people, and we see like that is not evil, and we want to say Ruto was chosen by God. Me, I'm just here, I'm saying Ruto rigged the election, Ruto has not been chosen by God, and Ruto is not fit to lead this country. Let us all agree sometimes, and I'll tell you this, as much as we read the Bible, we've done theory, there are now certain aspects we should know. I work as a strategist, and I work as a PR person. And what I do, I tarnish names for other companies for my company to thrive. I come up with campaigns that will outweigh other companies in the industry for my company to succeed. And Ruto has done that. There's one thing that I was explaining yesterday in a board meeting, and I told them, hii maandamano imenifunza that you always need bloggers that you'll always pay to go and tarnish the name of a good cause. Ruto managed to do that well, paid bloggers, and they have been out here tarnishing the name and trying to drag this movement into mud. So if we say the church, let us try and look what strategies have been deployed for Ruto to be the president since 2013 to date. What strategies have been put in place? What PR has taken place? Go look what came up. The HNIB, Hashla Nation Intelligence, CG Information or Intelligence what? That is what made Ruto the president. Because they used to come up with false lies. They had to abduct Itumbi themselves. They had to abduct Itumbi to bring a narrative for the public to believe that the government of Uhuru abducted Itumbi so that they could get information, which was lies. So if we come to bring a narrative of the church, let us bring difference. Personally, I say all these churches in Kenya should be scrapped. And if anybody has to be a pastor or what, they should have a degree in theology like Kagame did. As much as he's a dictator, he's leading his country to do away with these stupid things that are happening there. I think mi nimeranti ya kutosha. If it's a narrative ya Ruto kukuwa president, look at the strategy wise and not church wise. Kindly, he is a good strategist. And if I'll say this, just a minute, just a second. How recently Ruto ametanish aje ametumanage aje sisi during this maandamano? Look at the times Ruto has been putting out his press briefings. Just minutes, hours before tuende out streets. Juzi they managed. The DCI came out with a report about the murderer wa Kware, which divided people into two. Watu walikuwa undecided. And you know who, umejua ni watu wagani wana consume media? The media, where they are using this press, they are our parents, they are the old people who are consuming this information. And when they are consuming this information, they know a parent can get through a child's heart. My mother will tell me, usiende ni wewe peke yako ndo mtoto wangu. So that is the strategy he used successfully, using the media against the people, using press briefings against the people, and that divided us into two. There are people who are saying finance bill ilikuwa drop. That is a strategy. He did not drop it willingly, and he admitted it in front of TV when he said he has to cut down budgets and leave what, which he did not drop it with a good heart. A good president drops it and could have said, personally, we feel sorry for the people of Kenya. We had to do this. We have dropped this finance bill, and we've decided to come up with more good measures that will raise funds so that will run this government during this financial year. But he doesn't have to come and say people will have to regret. CG, this was wrong. This finance bill was to do what? Kindly, if you are trying to defend William Ruto with the church, I have said the church is the arbitrator of all evils. Thank you.
Okay, first of all, no one say that I'm defending Ruto. And second of all, the Bible itself has no fault. It's the humans who make mistakes. While our money and resources may have been squandered, the teachings of the Bibles and the teachings of the Bible are not to be blamed for human actions. Ruto and his whole team, including you and your company, you are humans, you make mistakes. The Bible is not a human being, those are God's words. And that is what I'm using. And when I say that God approved for William Ruto to be the president, he did. Whether it's Satan who went there and appealed to God and went there and petitioned and said this and this about Kenyans, he did it. That is why he's there. Second, thirdly,
So who wrote the Bible? Who wrote the Bible plan? Who wrote the Bible? Kindly answer me. Who wrote the Bible?
Humans.
Yeah, if it was wrote by human beings, it means they are not teachings by God. We have to agree all. We have a supreme God.
Really, you
Indians
just
believe
said
in a cow.
you believe in God, meaning you believe in the Bible, meaning you believe in Jesus Christ.
So I want you to tell
please,
me.
you
I want
talk.
to tell
Can you
you.
give me a space to talk?
Yeah, I want to ask you one question. Out of the 10,000 gods in this world, which one do you worship?
Jesus
Kindly tell
Christ.
me. We
Jesus
have
Christ.
10,000 gods in
Jesus
this
Christ.
world. We
That
have
is what I'm
10,000
saying.
gods.
Jesus Christ.
We all have to agree. We have all to believe there is one supreme being that we all believe in. But we shouldn't come here and say the teachings of the Bible. The Bible was written by human beings. Let us all agree that.
Okay,
I believe
so
there
what
is a
is the
supreme
issue?
God.
Can you just let me say my point and leave?
I believe there is a supreme being. I pray to that supreme being.
Then you should
Indians
ask
believe
your
in a cow.
supreme being.
Will you
You
go and
should
say
ask
this
your supreme
because they
being
believe
that.
in a cow? They were
Where? Where? This is not an any contest, tafadhali, eh? Furthermore, I don't want this issue of Christianity being brought here. And we also have Muslims who are also Kenyans. So what are you trying to say? Are those Muslims not, they also have their own God. And come on, guys, this thing's not about religion. This issue of trying to force religion on people and God is supreme. Come on. The enemy is Ruto. Allah, wake up, guys. Stucky back and forth.
So I'll just wind up. I'll tell people this. There's somebody who said in the comment section, in this world we have 10,000 gods and everybody believes in whatever they believe in. Indians worship God, a cow. CG Hindus do what? And that is a narrative That is something that has happened. We should all sit down and say, religion has failed humanity. And if it has failed humanity, it has been a backup to all this evil happening in this country at the moment. Personally, I'll say this, and I've said it very, very many times. I believe there is a supreme being that we all worship, that we all pray, that we all go to when we have a problem, that we all vent and say when something is not right, that we all believe they are going to bless us. There is that person. And if there is that person, we shouldn't be dragging that person where there is evil. If something is evil, it is evil. If today I made a mistake, I will not say that I was backed by the church because I'm a Christian. It is either we say things the way they are, black and white, rather than coming to sit down here and start, we are not leaking us. Say things the way they are, black and white. I read my Bible as much as it was written by human beings. I read it. I pray. I sit down and believe there is a supreme being, and I'm not against religion. I'm against churches that have been here trying to support a regime that is killing innocent people. And that is something that should be said out here each and every time we move out. Let us not be among people who will start supporting these churches and let evil continue happening. Churches have become avenues of money laundering, bribe, among other things. Corruption starts in the church. So it's upon us to come out and call a spade and not a big spoon. We as Kenyans are suffering. And I'll tell you, we are against bad governance, recycling of leaders, opulence, corruption, tribalism, nepotism. Those are some of the things you are against. You want to tell me is God who tells Rigathi Gachagua to go to church to say Mrima? Saying Mrima is a being tribalistic. And we will sit here, we will sit down and say mtu wetu. Mtu wetu makachiet. Are we the ones who will say mtu wetu na watu wamebebewa mishale Eldoret and Kericho, they want to be killed because these people were paid. And when we come out, these people go out to church on Sunday, they say we were chosen by God. This is not a religion that was chosen by God. There is something Pauline Njoroge asked. Which church, which denomination does Ruto belong to? Uhuru is a Catholic. And we all saw that bishop that used to come and preside all of his events. Which church does Ruto belong to? Which leader, which pastor can we call right now? Which priest can we call right now and talk to your boy? He's misleading the country. Uhuru, they could call that bishop and he could listen and go and tell Uhuru, hapo wa Kenya wamekataa. And he will come back and sit down and talk sense. So it's upon us to start calling churches out and stop telling people here that the regime was chosen by God. There is no regime that was chosen by God. What makes you there, as much as it is God who presides over everything, it is strategy. We should just say William Ruto is a good strategist and he managed having a good strategy. Anyway, I wind up. There is one supreme God, and if I've spoken bad, may he forgive me. Thank you.
We Shege, unasikia maneno kwa space. But me, what I want to say, ni venye mi sipendi kuargue na watu, lakini when people bring me that nonsense of a leader is chosen by God, yet those same leaders are killing us, then I'm like, so God sent that leader to kill us? Because the lady said, and for the record, I did not drop her, please. She dropped herself. For the record, I did not drop her. I've been approving and exiting people on this space as soon as they're done speaking, but she dropped herself, just for the record. So, in nonsense here, I feel whenever people bring up church issues on politics, I feel that's some sort of narcissism and gaslighting, to be honest. But oh well, Let me go to Angela. You've been waiting for so long. Shege, just a moment. Just hold on right there. I know when to bring you in. Angela, I'll bring you in. Shocks. Oh no, it was supposed to be Shocks, then Angela. Sorry, then Roslyn. So Shocks, Angela, Roslyn, then Shege. In that order. Shocks, please go ahead. Forgive me for kukuskip.
Sawa, nimekusamehea. So mnanisikia?
100%, endelea.
Sawa. Wase wameanza hapo kubishana. First I will thank KOT kuhost this space. Everyone akona a role to play. Na of late nimekuwa kwa almost all spaces from maandamano ianze. Na of late wase wamekuwa complain. Kuna biasness kwa kuchoose wase wanatoka kwa hizi space. So thank KOT, at least kunapea kila msee chance na mraise hizo issues juu kuna wase wengine wako abducted, wengine wajulikani wako wapi, lakini juu ni msee ana ma followers tunamwachilia tu hivyo and everyone anahitajika. So to amplify hiyo story ya kumarginalize wase wengine. So far sara siko niongelee hiyo story ya church. I think we Kenyans we have to look back and reflect juu sasa wote anything ina happen tunatafuta someone to blame, sijui church, sijui nani, and the biggest problem is ourselves, unaona. So first thing tukianzia kwa Ruto, even if aliiba ama kuiba hizo kura or whatever, unaona, first thing constitution inasema msee yote amepatikana na any graft case hafai kuwa akiwa anywhere around kura nini public whatever, lakini sisi wenyewe tu hiyo time ndio tulikuwa tunafaa kuamka, we start complaining mazee Ruto should not be, unaona, jua kona already a graft case, lakini sisi wote tuliingia kwa sympathy sijui wacha sijui nani. Ruto was accused stories za IEBC man, he was accused that he had killed some people, of which hiyo story ilidropiwa, and all the others wenye wako kwa hiyo gava, all the people, most of them wako na graft cases, unaona, lakini tuligo tu sisi wenyewe tuka-approve wa run kwa hizi offices, then after all tunakuja tuna complain. Ni mic yangu ama ni nani?
Ni mic yako mzae. Yeah, ni mic yako.
Yeah. Also, after all, after
Please, if you come in here, please just mute your mic. Ukikuja hapa, please mute your mic if you're not speaking. Shocks.
Sawa, niko clear saizi? So nasema mazee, let's not blame anyone. Let's not put the blame on anyone. We are the ones. Na already kuna wase washaanza kuamka. Unaona? We need to recruit wengine. Tuwalete to take the blame on our shoulders. We say now, hii ni kitu tulijiletea and we have the responsibility to make it right. Yeah, this is the time. And we can go back to us, we should go back to history to us,
Shocks mic yako haiwezi. Oh God.
Okay, sawa.
6. 6. Is it my mic or who?
Yes, ayo.
Mic yangu ndio mbaya. Keutini drop.
I think kuna msiaja haja mute. Mse mwingine akiongea hivi kuna msiaja mute.
Keutini drop unirudishe.
Ayo mic yako ni chafu.
As
But I think
see my Ayo. Ebu Shocks
I
mute
think
your mic because ni mic ya Shocks. Because that mic yake iko on.
Bado kuna echo. Bado
Zee,
kuna
iko poa.
echo.
Ni kama
I
Ayo
think
hawezi
it's best.
kujimute. Ayo unaweza kujimute?
Yeah.
Are you able to mute yourself, Ayo?
Cheki. KOT. Drop.
Tumekuwa tukicompromisewa. Even mine is sounding funny, yeah?
Roslyn, able to try your mic? Try to say something so that you can get if there's any feedback.
Hear me? Mnanisikia? 6.
What ayo kitu tutafanya nani KOT refresh space. KOT refresh space. Mavo,
KOT ati refresh space, but I can siski your space anymore. Siski your whatever echo anymore.
mimi nasikia echo. So acha tufanye hivi speakers. Fanya hivi speakers wanaweza drop wanatena.
Okay.
Let's try that.
Sawa, nitawapatia mic tena. So, KOT unanisikia? Before word anyone. Can you hear me? Before word mtu yoyote unanisikia? We cheka na mimi hapo. Mic yangu bado ni chafu. Let me restart my phone. Acha ni restart my phone.
How is the speaker now? 6, maybe confirm so that check up your mic. Ikoje KOT?
Yes, haiko sawa.
Then Pateki na Roslyn na Chege Mike walikuwa wanafaa ongea. Hata 6 alikuwa kwa Mike. It's a bit clear. I think ilikuwa ni Mike ya Ayo. Kieti, are you able to add the speakers or you send them the mic for invite?
Nawatumia inbox because may refresh, so I can't even be able to see anybody on the space. Lazima ita take some time. So let me just send them
Okay.
the
And
DM.
Cyprian can see anybody so that he can send mic. Are you able to see the space? Yeah. Try to add the speakers here, kindly. Because if it starts like that, QT may not be able to handle it.
Cyprian, niaji? Good to see you here. Kumenyamaza sana.
Check endelea as they're adding speakers. Cyprian, I think you're the one who will be able to add the speakers. Either you send them invite, because if QT is refreshing, you will not be able to add speakers until he's able to refresh it. So just send them those. Either you accept or you send them direct invites. The people that are on the panel, the speaker panel.
Oh yeah, and KOT had done something. He sent me via message. Therefore, I was able to join. So ukiona kwa message yako umetumiwa speaker, you just log off from the space and then use the link and you'll come in directly as a speaker. Sawa, be real. Thanks KOT, Cyprian for holding this space. Mimi ni Mkristo kama 6. Na I think calling out the church is important, but I also advise against lashing out on the wrong people. I think 6, you spoke very well about how the government was using tactics to divide us, and it worked. We saw after the killings, the bodies that were being removed from Kware, they brought a guy. The conversation shifted. The ninis dropped. The hashtag Ruto must go dropped. The anger was expressed in almost all spaces, and people were outraged by the whole thing. And the conversation became about that rather than Ruto must go. But let us all remember that the hashtag Ruto must go is the biggest push and the biggest weapon that we have against a regime that has failed. When people are screaming out Ruto must go and we are peaceful, they're saying this system is not working. You are put there to represent us and to fix the ills that have been there in society. And 2 years down the line, you have failed to do that. I want to address the acting IG, who is very quickly working himself out of office, because if he can look at what happened to his predecessor, his former boss Koome, he failed to act as Kenyan youth were being killed outside parliament in the streets of Nairobi holding flags, and all they were doing was giving us rhetoric and inaction. And he had to step down. Ministers, an entire cabinet, except the prime cabinet secretary and unconstitutional body, have been sacked because of the pressure of this movement. So don't think that you are unable to be removed. Don't think that trying to create leaders by capturing Makoure and Gaido is going to deter this movement. No, the anger is not going away. You trying to tell us that a leaderless movement is a reason for you to take away the constitutional right for people to picket is not going to win you any points. You will leave office as well. We will force you out of office because you are also incompetent. You're proving your incompetence. If you are competent enough to hold that office, then show us that you can hold that office. Ama ushuke ukwende na Zakayo, because we are tired. We are tired of a country that does not work. We are tired of an IPOA that cannot oversight anything. We are tired of a justice system that the Law Society of Kenya is struggling on a daily basis. I had yesterday the CJ finally condemning the killings, but then saying that judges are protected by silence. Please speak through judgment. The same judgment that you're saying, the Law Society of Kenya is struggling. We've had a lawyer here who was telling us how they are so tired when they are running up and down from their cases, and then they come and try and be defenders of civil rights, and they try to bail people out. And then they are still being attacked. Our judges, come on, are you not Kenyans? Are you not seeing the kids of Kenya being killed day in, day out? This is the kind of thing that has just made us so sick and tired of this system. Kijana na uwawa nini Kitengela, we all see it in the news. People refuse for the police to pick. For Red Cross, of all people, Red Cross wanakatazwa kuchukua mwili because nobody trusts the police. They took the body to Kitengela police station, alafu akifika city mortuary anaambiwa ati amegongwa na gari Juja. What nonsense. What kind of country is this that we are having? So we will continue to rant, we will continue to hold these spaces, we will continue to call you out. William Ruto, I'm sorry, you stopped being our president. You've lost your legitimacy. Uhuru Park is a free space. Uhuru, not Uhuru Kenyatta. Uhuru freedom. Uhuru Park is about our freedom. Let us see how many you will kill today when they're not disrupting any business. We are watching everything. Kenyans in diaspora, thank you so much for coming in here and speaking out. Guys in the Middle East, we know how tough it is, the environment there. You cannot picket, but you can be there for the people here. You can support the movement by pushing the hashtag. Guys, we are over 3,000 here in this group. If everybody pushes, Ruto must go, and everybody following them pushes, Ruto must go, it is going to go back up. Iliteremka, nilipoamka, nilipata iko 500K. Let us push it back to 3 million. Anybody who is here, let us resist mpaka this country. I really wish we could go to JKIA and so that they realize that this is serious. We are going to put up a day of saying we are going to JKIA. If you have if you have any flight booked for Kenya, cancel it. We are occupying JKIA, musikuje. Then we are going to occupy all the embassies that are collaborating with this killer regime. Shame on you, all of you, for trying to think that munaweza mkahada wa Kenya. We are not fools anymore. Okay, and we are tired. Guys, we are angry. Wakristo, you are not our enemies. Six, wacha nani aende akaombe, wacha Wakristo waombe, kwanza waombe altar, clean the altars. Pray for us to have bishops like Archbishop Ndingi Mwana Anzeki, Reverend Njoya in the pulpit, people who believe in truth, justice, and freedom. Okay, by the way, the police, si mko hapa, tunajua mnatusikiza. The American Constitution was amended. Fifth Amendment is the right to bear arms. We are going to amend the Constitution, and then we will have the right to bear arms. We will give ourselves the right to bear arms because you have proven to us that those arms that we have given you with our taxpayer money, mnatumia kutuua. We will give ourselves the right to bear arms, alafu sasa tutapambana vizuri. Gen Zs, we are very proud of you. Keep pushing. I know they have tried to finish your morale with showing us gruesome images of killings and abductions. Shame on them. Don't be deterred. Stay strong. We are proud of you. We went through some of the pains that you went through, clearing campus and not having jobs. Unaambiwa degree ni karatasi, degree sio karatasi. You guys are smart. You guys are amazing. You guys are leading this country out of the yoke of neo-colonialism. And that is what we are breaking. Washindwe kabisa. Okay, I can see more speakers are on. KOT Manze, I salute you. Ayo, I salute you. 6. Chill, man. Let's direct the energy elsewhere. Power to the people, guys. Ruto must go. KOT weka ile nini till number kwa sababu ya support. Kuna watoto ambao wanahitaji kuenda nini. Let's organize ourselves. Me, I'm personally helping kids who are asking me, Manze, I want to go to town, sina fare, and they're asking for just 200 shillings. Imagine, guys in there.
Sasa umeenda wapi? Tukusikii. Ulikuwa tunaongea tu vizuri hapo. Umeenda wapi sasa?
Nimepotea?
Umerudi.
Hujapotea, ni mimi nimekumute kidogo. So guys, kuna namba iko hapo juu, nimeweka hapo. Hiyo namba nimeambiwa ni ya police officer fulani, amecall kwa simu yangu. So simu yangu iko kwa nyumba, niliacha simu zote kwa nyumba juu ya some 1 2 3. I hope you guys understand, yeah? So nimeambiwa huyo jamaa amecall hapo. Kuna but karibu ishikwe, after kushikwa ikakatika. So kuiangalia nimeona ni namba ya police officer. So just in case of anything, mtu aende kwangu nini, mjue ni hiyo namba ilikuwa inanitafuta. So yeah, but place niko mahali tu, of course nimetulia. Anyway, ni hivyo. I hope mmeona.
So Chege, are you back? Shege. Ala. We mzee, maliza sentiments zako.
Oh, I was muted. Thanks. Ayo, hashtag stop abducting us. Hashtag stop killing us. Hashtag Ruto must go. Guys, munaweka hizo hashtag 3 in every tweet that we put until they hear us. Okay, there was a very nice guy, Center for Multi-Party Democracy. He was on Citizen TV this morning. Ruto, police, endeni mumusikize. Munataka dialogue. Hatutaki dialogue. Our message is very clear. Listen to the people who are speaking the voice of the Gen Z. Manze, nilikuwa nimekasirika, bado ninaendelea kukasirika, lakini let us direct our anger to the right places because they cannot kill us and then we remain happy. We are not happy. We are not happy. Na watashuka. Asante ayo.
Thank you so much. Unajua hizi spaces zinafanyanga nikutane na watu wa ajabu sana. Wanafikiria Ruto alichaguliwa na Mungu. Unanifurahishanga sana lakini by the way. Yaani mtu alichaguliwa na Mungu anaweza kuwa anaambiwa aende home na hao watu wengi. Ati watu wana nini petition. Wanasema president alichaguliwa na Mungu arudi nyumbani. Surely. Nye bwana, hata kama tunaenda kanisa.
There's something Muslims say. There's something Muslims say that I like. There is good in every evil. So Mungu ana mipango mingi. Kuna ile wimbo iliimbwa, mipango ya Mungu ni ya ajabu. So Wakristo wakaage tu akijua Mungu alikuwa labda anataka Gen Z waamke. Kwa hivyo the problem is not God.
Bwana Chege wewe pia umeanza kutuletea theories hapa, vitu za conspiracy.
Tutampiga hizi conspiracy theories zake. Wewe mzee.
Bwana, wacha nikwambie Chege, one thing I'll tell you, and This is after mi nimekaa chini na watu. Strategy is what drives success. And if strategy drives success, somebody here, do you know why Nyakundi is an accomplished blogger? Is because he has his strategies. He knows when to hit, he knows when not to hit. Do you know why Alai is a good blogger? Because he knows when to hit and when not to hit. Try and focus on that strategy. Umejua mbona mimi siwezi pata likes, siwezi pata comments? Because I'm inconsistent. But mtu kama Kioti Sonko atapata because he's consistent. That is his strategy. He knows if he... Guys, there are things sahii mwache kuweka kama conspiracy theories. Mwanze kusema ukweli venye iko. Kindly.
It is the same thing na inaitwaje, the same thing na kupiga magoti kila siku kwako asubuhi, unaomba Mungu akupatie kazi, alafu unaenda on Sunday, unaenda church, unatoa tithe, hiyo pesa kidogo uko nayo una tithe, Mungu akupatie kazi, lakini au hit streets kutafuta kazi, alafu unafanya hivyo every single day of the month of the year, and then you expect the different results. Come on guys. God, acha mimi anastaka kuongea story ya God by the way.
In
Mi
short,
muambia mabeste zangu
ayo God helps those who help
help
themselves.
themselves.
Kindly.
And then another thing 6, mi uambia wase, Yesu, wanasemanga Yesu alisulubiwa kwa msalaba. God did not send his son to die on this world for you to be stupid. Sorry for using that word. Usikue mjinga. Muambianga wase, it sounds very harsh, but muambia wase, usikue mjinga. Tafadhali. See, just let's not, we are not sheep, we are human beings. Anyway, I digress. Let's go back to the conversation. And I can see new speakers. I have Muthomi, Engineer David, Caroline, and Lexishish. Jesus, kuna majina kwa hizi spaces. I'll start with Lexishish, then I'll go to Muthomi, then Caroline, then Engineer David Owino. And guys, I'm giving you 4 minutes each. Saizi ukioverrun na commute. Allow me. Ukioverrun hivi na commute. Alafu nakuelezea, hata sitakuelezea kwa nini nimekumute. But guys, let's keep time. Discipline inaanzia hapa. Usikioverrun hapa ni kama hii ni radio station. Lexishish, is your mic hot? Talk to us. Lexishish going once. For the second time. Muthomi, good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, Kioti Sonko and friends, our co-host, and every citizen listening in. I hope you can hear me clearly. I have had a lot of submissions. I feel like most of them have been covered, but I'll cover just the little I have with the 4 minutes. So, guys, thank you for this, everything that is going on. I thank everyone who is in this, who is trying to push and to make sure we clean this country to be a better country. Yeah, I've had some few arguments. I'll just pass through them. I'm not like repeating myself, but I'll just pass through so that I can clear my mind. Yeah, someone talked about religion. You see, you can't separate these two, religion and politics. You can't separate them. Actually, that's where it started. Politics started in the religion. That's where it started. So it came up, and the religion became corrupt. And that's how like, you can't separate these two things, whether it's a Muslim, whether it's a Christian. In fact, Muslims just don't believe in just Jesus Christ, but all the Old Testament is just for Muslim. They know it. So you can't separate anything. So when you say that some lady was trying to explain how God was involved in this thing of electing Ruto and being a president, yeah, sometimes God can allow things to happen so that he can like teach the nation on how to choose better leaders next time. Like, how do you expect mtu amekuja juu ya gari, amekuja amekulipa, amekupea 200, alafu ukampea kura instead of following the real facts, and then you think God will help you? And someone just said God helps you those who help themselves. How are you helping yourself, kama you just accepting someone to lie to you and you can see it? God will punish you. Even the Israelites, they cried sometime back in the Old Testament, oh, we need a leader, we need a leader. Oh, God said, okay, you can get one for yourself. They got a very terrible leader that they ended up being in captivity for the years that we all know, we all read about, because of that was a punishment. So God is in this thing, and the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun. Nothing. Even this one, having traitors, having people who are selling us, it's not new. Judas was there. Like, this thing is all connected. Okay, thank you for that. But the next thing I would say is I was passing through some place in the morning, and I happened to meet a friend who works in prisons, and it turns out that the guy supports the movement, though he's a cop, but he likes it. He told me I felt so bad when I saw my fellow colleague. I know everyone remember the police who was just fired, who works in in prisons because of supporting this protest. And the guy told me how he wishes that one day we all protested, storm the prisons, and even unlock them. Because you know what? Actually, I started thinking the people inside the cell are not the ones supposed to be there. The ones supposed to be there are the ones who are killing us. So I think we have a common enemy. I thought like that, like this is a common enemy. Eh? We get these prisoners out. Eh? They come out and we fight these guys. Bana, kwani unafikiria those people who are in jail are worse than the ones who are killing us? No, let them come out. I thought it was a good idea too. Yeah, and I felt like it is one way of paralyzing the government, because in the way they are going, like they just want to kill us. They just want to make sure they confiscate the truth, because hiyo truth ndio inakuwa ngumu ku accept. So guys, I don't want to talk too much. The points are many, but most of them have been covered. But the little I have said, let's continue pushing. Don't be scared, because if you stop doing it right now, then you will never do it ever. We'll have to leave it for other generations to do it. So let's do it now. It's now or it's never. Let's work with that law of victory. Anyone who have read the book, The 21 Irrefutable Laws of Leadership, it says the law of victory. It says it's victory at all cost. Victory, victory at all cost. We don't care what happens, but we have to win. Thank you guys, and have a good day. And I wish everyone to get home safe. Let's meet there. I'm in town though. Thank you.
Asante sana. There are guys who are DMing me, Buda, nisaidie mic. Buda, mi hata sioni request yo. Naona tu request moja hapa. Space imekuwa na issue. So, KOT, if you can see any request, please accept them. If I see your text, if you see your DM, I'll send you the mic. So when you see the mic, just drop off from the space, go on your DM and tap on that link. It will bring you straight to the speakers panel. Moving on swiftly, I'll go to Joseph. Let me go to Joseph first. Joseph Kipruto, your 4 minutes begin now. Please do not overrun. You know the drill, and after you're done speaking, please just drop so that we accept other speakers. Thank you so much. Joseph, take the center stage.
Asante sana Ayo kwa kunipa chance ya kuongea kwa hii space. Mimi langu tu ni kuwashinikiza tuingie pale Uhuru Park. Actually mimi niko hapa around, nimejizuia kamvua kidogo hapa. I'm just waiting for the others. Yeah, actually niko hapa around Uhuru Park. So actually sioni movement yoyote, but niko sure mtaingia. Alafu kitu ingine nilikuwa nataka niwaambie majamaa, chances zinakujanga, kuna chances zingine zinakujanga moja na inaenda hivyo. So I think hii ndio chance nzuri sana ya kumkuta huyu mjamaa vizuri sana. Tunaweza iacha hii hapo mbele tukuje kuregret. So lazima tutumie hii chance wametupatia, tutumie, tumng'oe huyu mjamaa mamlakani, alafu tuendelee. Majamaa, moral, naamini mtaingia.
Asante sana, Joseph. Let me go to who was she? She's dropped. Let me go to Caroline. Caroline, how are you?
Hi guys, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead.
Oh,
Your 4
what I
minutes.
was saying, Kenye nilikuwa nasema ni right now our biggest, I don't know what cops want, but mnafinyiliwa kama sisi. Like you guys, you need to work for the people. Kwani hamjachoka kudhulumiwa na one class of people? These people are using you to protect themselves. They're using you so that they can protect themselves, ndo tusiingie ndani, so that we can't get what we want. Kwanza right now, there are a lot of things that really annoy me. Like a president going to commission a borehole. You guys, can you imagine if this president commissioned Statu City? It was supposed to be a modern city. Sahii tungekuwa wapi? Mimi sahii nimekaa home 4 years without a job, 4 years. And when you want change, people are coming down, they're telling you, hapana, hatufai kufanya hivi, eti we are going to spoil things. By the way, ni eti tukue wabaya, na tukue vichwa ngumu, na tukue mang'aa. Because tumesuppressiwa sana for so long. And Kenya is home, and we need to really fight for our country, because my child's future depends on a better Kenya. Our nini wenye hawana.
Is she still there, Caroline? We've lost you. Caroline, I can't get anything from you. Probably you just get to fix your mic.
Yeah.
Okay,
Hello?
unmute your mic and go on. Yeah, go ahead. We lost you.
Oh, I was saying, like, these guys are stashing billions, millions in offshore accounts that could help the health sector, that could help our education. Yani, kwanza, the things that annoy me, like you see in other countries, even if they're impoverished, like Senegal. I was looking at Senegal. They have, like, look at their stadiums. They really focus on, even hata kama wako impoverished aje, wana focus on things that bring them money. Sisi tunawakimbiaji, sisi tuko na people who do rugby, but when you go to Eldoret, hakuna hizo tracks, hakuna hizo nini places zenye people have to nini. You see, like in the US, the nini boxing arenas ziko, baseball. Why aren't we focusing on things like that? Like mtu mmoja anakuja anakula hizi pesa zote, na this money zinaenda kwa obviously these others are pawns, they're going to specific people. So can we come up with impunity? Like, can we come up with measures for these people? Wakishikwa hivi, hizi pesa zetu zirudi. And can we come up with the really tough measures on corruption? Like the way Singapore did, like the way other countries that have been released from the shackles of corruption have done. Like, can we come up with these measures that can really deter corruption in this country? Because we are tired, we are angry, we are hungry. I don't know. Can we suggest measures? And lawmakers, can they be lawyers who have run successful firms? I'm sorry, I'm putting a lot of things into one box because of the time. But can our lawmakers become, can they be lawyers? Because why is my lawmaker a D student? Why? We need now to start having accountabilities on our way forward. Can we do a referendum where cops go to have a specific grade, they are paid well, and then they attend police academy so that they can know what human rights are? Can we have that in our country now? Can we have people who have done the job, have had the merit, and we can see they have had results? Can they be those people who are leading us? Tumechoka na wa D-list students, tumechoka na watu wenye wanaweza kamanipulatiwa. We want systems that can work for us. Why is the Minister of Health not a doctor who has run a successful practice? Why? Who can bring some change? Why? Mbona nini watu nini vitu mob sana zinaweza kachenjua? Why is kwanza minister wa IT, why is it an old person? Anajua ku-encrypt. We want systems that work. And I pray to God that to succeed, I just pray, I just hope tutakuwa na measures zenye zitadeter corruption. I think
Wind up.
Hello. Oh. I think Egypt failed because they really walifinya and then huyu president next akaogopa. Can we have something that will work for us, that the next person who's coming, or the next crop of leaders who are coming, it will deter them from stealing or something like that. Thank you for the time.
All right. Let's go to Kennedy. Kennedy, then with Ngigi, then Sir Ken Odongo, in that order. 4 minutes each, no wasting time, no overrunning, then we move on regardless. Kennedy, speak to us.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yo. And the host KOT. Vitu ningependa kusema, unajua saa zingine the only thing we should not do is to blame God. Maybe Mungu akona mpango zake. He wanted us to know the real leaders we have in the churches. Hatuna mapastors siku hizi. So if God want to reveal for you something, he will use any means. So this is the means God was using to reveal for us that we don't have pastors today. So in kwa hii situation tuko nayo saa hii, hatufai kublame Mungu. Ni vile tu Mungu alikuwa anataka tujue ukweli. Do we really have the pastors today? Nikiachana na hiyo mambo ya makanisa na pastors, the problem we have in this country, where all this problem starts with, is the parliament. This is where all this problem starts with, because inafaa tuangalie, we look at this constitution. There are some powers given to the parliament which should not be there, especially unapata kwa parliament the parties wako na more say in parliament. Unapata mtu alichaguliwa na ODM, tuko na minority whip pale, tuko na majority whip. Tunafaa tujue the role of these people ni kufanya nini. Hapo ndio unapata the ruling party, they will always make sure that they have the majority in the rule, so that they can control everything in the parliament. So where the problem is coming in Kenya today, ni hapa kwa parliament. So the members of parliament will not go there to serve the people who elected them, but they will go there to serve their party and the party leader. That's where the problem is coming. So even that today, if you say you want to impeach the president, you cannot impeach the president as easy as you think, because all this process must start in the parliament. There must be an impeachment motion taken to the parliament, because the president himself has the majority rule. All these people, all these idiots you call these people, they will not support that bill. So that is where we have the main problem. Then another thing, we should avoid these politicians who are talking about tribes. I come from Nyanza. If you want to make a cabinet, all the 8 cabinet or the 10 cabinets should come from Nyanza. No, this is another problem we have, because these people are mtu anachukuliwa from Nyanza, the person cannot even be able to do that work. Why can't we take even somebody from Kisii who is capable of doing the job? We take that somebody from Mijikenda who is capable of doing the job. Why is it a must that because we supported the president getting into the Nini, we must just have to get that big portion, or the cabinet, the majority of the cabinet should just come from that region? That is nonsense. Then these people, they know very well that the politicians know very well that this is what I want to tell you today. They know very well that if that day citizens will come together without tribe, without considering language, without considering where you come from, they will be in a problem, because dealing with these people will not be easy. That is why they always fight. They will always fight. Let us say what a fight bad. They will not agree. Even the opposition people, they will not be in a good
good, hawatakuwa kwa side mzuri, wananchi wakikuwa pamoja bila tribe bila nini. That is why you find them
Wind up.
fighting this issue of tribeless, do you what? I think things are many, but let us consider these things. The only thing is to be together. Let us be together, all of us. These people will not kill all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kennedy Odek. I really appreciate your time coming to speak to us. Next we go to Wit Ngigi. Then we hear from Sir Ken Odongo, then Roslyn, in that order. Please ensure you take 4 minutes each. I want to delegate now, going forward, the co-hosting duties to Biril. Biril will pick up the mantle, at least for now, as I get something to munch. Yes, but I'll be here any day, anytime. With Gigi, your 4 minutes begin now.
All
Go
right.
ahead, please.
All right. Good afternoon. I hope I'm clear. Hello.
Yes, you are. Just
Yes,
go
you're
ahead.
clear.
Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you, KOT, Cyprian, and everyone who's co-hosting this, and everyone who has taken the time to be here. We've come from far, and we are still going far. That's what I believe, first of all. However, I have a big concern, especially on X, Twitter, that is. You find that we have people who are passing the messages around, like, let's occupy this place, let's do this, let's move here, or this has happened. However, we also have people who've been diverting their attention to other things. They started with the movement, but along the way, they tend to lose it. For instance, sorry to mention, but I'm a follower of Cairo. In the beginning, there was all this, he's in the movement. However, at some point, he's also trying to tell people, please don't go, don't do this. It's so bad to be following such a person who changes their mindset in the middle of the night. Because, for example, if Cyprian says something different from Cairo, now we are torn apart. That's why we say 1 million, let's march to Nairobi, but because of few people as such, we divert. We only get 500 people in Nairobi, and then people get killed. But if there's so many, like on that 25th, I believe that was the Mandamano of all Mandamanos, we could do that again, but then there's a lot of diversion. We are still fighting even through X spaces, and we are fighting against ourselves. So I think we need to stick together. Who's speaking the truth? And I really want to thank people who have remained authentic. For the bloggers, for instance, there was some that was trending that these people didn't show up. There was a list that came out. I saw that on Cyprian that these people are only inciting you, but they're not showing up. But this movement, everyone has a role. There's someone who will come to preach. There's someone who will distribute flags. There's someone who will keep us updated on X. So let's appreciate everyone in every way they can. Let's not get diverted that everyone should be on the streets. We can't all go to the streets, but others can. Others will do other things. So please do what you can do best. Let's not divert. Let's not fight each other on X. It's our space. It's where our movement really began, and we have to maintain our territory, because they're finding ways. I know they even here listening. They know when we are going to occupy where, and we're not hiding it from them. But we have to be very careful on how we respect this platform. Even the same goes to TikTok and everywhere that's working towards the movement. So please, let's protect this territory. Let's know who to listen to and at what time. And again, it's a movement for everybody. It's not Cyprian's, it's mine, it's yours, it's for everyone. Kenya and Sisi, and just do what you can where you are and at your best. That's all I have to say, and thank you for their time.
Ayo, are you there? You've dropped, or there is someone who is speaking.
Yeah, I was the next speaker according to Ayo, the host.
Okay,
Allah,
kindly proceed.
Can I go?
co-host amedrop. Co-host amedrop, jamani, mnanimaliza hii town. So the next speaker is Kennedy, yeah? Ken Odongo.
Yes.
Then after Ken Odongo, we have Roslyn. Then Makolabo. We, yani uko host amenitoka hivyo. Mambo gani haya?
Thank you, thank you. I think he had already requested that he would be passing on, getting something to eat. Now, okay, as I dive in, I have a few issues that I want to raise because I have realized that there is a lot that is still needed to be done. One, if you look at what is happening in this country right now, these people have not understood actually what we want. They still think, especially the political class, that there is going to be some sort of ethnic balkanization, and then they will get us into singing our tribal songs again, and then going back and saying, now this is the end of our demonstrations. You know, a lot of times people have said it this time without numbers, that politicians, the political class are very few, but they are very organized against us, the people they rule, their subjects. And I think the biggest shock they have today is having that narrative changing. Because today what they are seeing is a leaderless revolution that they don't even know how to approach it. And we look so organized, unlike what they have always thought we should be or we were for them, that made it easy for them to rule us. So I want to encourage us with that to keep pushing, because now if we stop today, we shall have achieved nothing. Every gain that we have made within this short time will be reversed within no minute. That is why you can see hashtags and sponsorships going on them trying to tell us that there's some fake poll that was done to, Kenyans saying that a given individual should be reappointed back. I think if you look at some of those posts within the media, you can clearly tell that they are still sponsoring these things. And if given a chance, if we're to back out today, people like Murkomen will come back to the cabinet secretary positions. I can see Kindiki, some people are saying he work. There is nothing we want. The only issue that has to be there is Ruto going with all the political class. Like a speaker had said, the problem we have is not about individuals. Problem we have is about the whole political class establishment. They all have to go home. There are so many problems that we cannot solve by trying to even change our institutions. I know, and I'm well aware that our constitution very much wanted development and capacity building in our institutions. We wanted to run away from the individuals running our organizations and our government to institutions doing the same like it is done in developed countries. But it is not going to work. We are not going to be able to do that because every system is rogue and corrupted today. So the only thing that we have to do is to overhaul it. Overhauling it means we have to keep pushing. And at the end of the day, we have to show these people that we can achieve this. There is something that David Indi said that I want to bring back to our attention. Before he joined the oppressors, he said that we have a chance. By that time, there was the Raila running with Uhuru backing, and then Ruto running on his own. And he said that we need to understand that if we were to choose these same faces that we've had all along, what the people they call dynasties that time, we would not have a chance as Kenyans to get anything right. But if we were to choose Ruto, we would have a chance to uproot him because he does not have his tentacles around the political leadership of this country. So it means he is the only guy. He's the only guy right now that we have a chance to get, to push out of power. And if we do that, we are going to change a lot of things. So I am still just encouraging people that we have a chance, and if we don't do it now, we might never do it ever again. We have a chance with someone who is not so grounded in our political cycles in this country, what we have had for the last 50 years. So we have to push. Tomorrow, all of us has to be there. We have to all be there at the Uhuru Park. Every other demonstration or any calling that is going to be there, we have to all be part of it. I want to finish my submission by saying that if you look at the current political establishment, everything is rotten. The only thing we can do as a people is to clean it. Cleaning it will not take a month. It might not take even a short time. It means we are in for a very long run. And sometimes, I am sorry to say this, but sometimes even the kind of the atrocities that we are meeting in the field, they are part of the struggle that we have to go through so that we can get what we want. Always revolutions and any kind of change takes a lot, and there are costs that comes with it. It's unfortunate that they're killing us. That is the worst thing that can happen to us. But I want us to all still fight and keep this spirit alive, because without it, we can never achieve anything. Let us not get tired with all these things that they're doing. Let us keep pushing and show these people that regardless of what they think they are or who they think they are to us, we can equally organize ourselves, even as leaders and scholars, and still get to the bottom of everything that they are doing today. If you go to the health sector, it is rotten. Things like ID that we were taking on the other day at 100 or less cost, today you are told all those outrageous costs. Everything is getting worse in this country. We have to stand up for ourselves and we have to keep pushing. I hope I am still within my time of 4 minutes, but again, I want to.
It's actually up. Just give us your landing statements. Finish up. Conclude.
So now I think what we have to all agree with is that there are going to be a lot that we have to do. It is not going to end by tomorrow's meeting. We still have to push, and I am for the revolution to the last day and to the last end. We cannot change anything today by trying to go the institutional way. We are not going to achieve anything. These people are just going to be the same characters that we are going to have. Today, if Ruto were to come up with the cabinet ministries of the people he fired, they're just going to be the same political class, because that is how they know best to organize themselves. The very few people will co-opt from our system, from our group, are people that they are going to corrupt within the first 1 week. So the only language these people will understand is the state language. Thank you.
Yeah, you can take that break. Sorry, Kioti dropped me. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead, please. Thank you.
Okay, take a rest a bit. Rosalind, I'll give you the mic. And I agree with Saken. We can't go back to touching on the constitution. We'll work with what we have so that we can clear the swamp. Caroline mentioned something that how can we get these people out? These people are, we call them political class. Everybody's having a shadow behind them that they did this, they did that. So everyone is covering the other one. That's why we cannot get a change with the current, because everyone is corrupt in their own way. This one stole this one has this case, this one has this case. So if you try to expose me, then I'm going to expose the other one. We cannot get it cleaned up with the existing. Rosalind, take the mic, and then we'll go to Bocha, then Escowino, and then Makolabo. Rosalind?
All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. And when you take the mic, just check the screen. I'll give you 100 emojis so that you know we can hear you. Carry on.
Awesome. Thank you for the feedback. Allow me to build and actually pick up from where you have left off, because thinking about the revolution and the movement going forward, we need to be able to change tact and to grow into different spaces, because we need a social revolution in as much as we are looking at political revolution. The thing is that if we ask for political accountability, we must have social accountability. So that means we need to raise our standards. That's on a personal level, a social level, at work. The shortcuts, the culture of shortcut, the culture of looking for the quick way out, that needs to end with us, so that as we are demanding it of those who represent us, then they know they cannot lie to us, they cannot take us on a joyride, and this is the basis on which they will know that they cannot divide us on tribal lines. They must come with issues, they must come with facts, they must come with reports, and they must come with performance to us, rather than telling us, oh, promises here, promises there. I believe this is the era of promises as a culture to hoodwink people coming to an end. My second point is in terms of the money and the budget that we have seen. The finance bill has been a catalyst for us to ask hard questions. The encouragement and call to action I'll have to the audience is be involved in at least one budgetary proceeding to know where the money is going. If you can't follow them all, choose a specific ministry, choose a specific department or agency, and ask the hard questions. If money is meant to be building a school and if that school is not built, or they're using substandard materials or substandard processes, document it. Say that they had allocated X amount or X millions for this particular school. It was not built, and until we document, then a lot of our stories, a lot of our feedback, a lot of our concerns are getting lost in the sea of anger and emotion, such that if I cannot track how many schools were not built in the last financial year, then it's easy to dismiss and say that maybe the next person will come and build schools, right? But as the, just as the burial has mentioned, it's that if we can't expect this change of the current crop, it has to be from the next crop. But we need to set a right template so that whoever is coming into these positions of representation knows what is expected of them. My third point is that as we're looking at social and political accountability, we must educate ourselves about the money, because if you hear, for example, 1 million shillings has been spent on soda, or 5 million shillings will be spent to launch a borehole, that is not right. The fact is that we must educate ourselves about the basic and the unit costs of government processes, government procurement, so that we don't have all these cases of millions and billions missing. But if we do not, if we want that higher level accountability, it has to start on a personal level. If we find ourselves stuck on predatory loans, if we find ourselves stuck on gambling, and we find ourselves stuck on all these, especially betting and scams that tend to come to hoodwink Kenyans and say that they're offering quick returns, we must be the first line of defense to say stop. You're not taking any more of our money. You're not taking you're not taking any more of our time. If someone is telling you to bet here, bet there, refuse. Because if you can refuse someone who is trying to bet your money away and trying to scam you, whether it's a friend, whether it's a relative, or it's a former classmate, if you can refuse in that regard, you will have the same mental discipline to refuse it when a politician is telling you do this, do that, and sell your time or sell your integrity for this other thing. We need to have a higher level of fiscal discipline on a personal level before we can see it on a social and on a national level. So allow me to close it with that, because the fact is that we vote with our money. Our money is a voice. And until we think about the way we spend money, where we allocate money, be it in saving opportunities or in investment opportunities and in the business world, we are making votes every day with our money. So the fact is that we need to reclaim and rethink our identity and personal sovereignty from a monetary perspective, because if it's the one thing that politicians are abusing, then it needs to be the one thing that we uphold and we tell them we know who we are, we know where our money is going, we know what we want to do with our money. So you can't come and sell us a different vision. You can't come and sell us a manifesto that you will not uphold, and you can't come here and expect that we will say nothing if you're flashing luxury and abuse of our finances right in our faces. So let it begin with us, and going forward, let us know we have the power to do it. Thank you so much. Let me wind up with that.
Sorry about that, Roslyn. One person opened the mic. Kindly wind up. It's a great
Yes.
thing you're saying.
Yes, so I've actually just given the closing remark. The fact is that let's wake up to our own personal responsibility. We can recover our identity. We can reclaim our financial sovereignty. So let's be diligent to study where is our money going. If you're getting that little, if you're getting that much, have financial boundaries. Refuse to be sucked into betting and scams. Because if we have that discipline within ourselves, then we will be able to demand it of the politicians, so that someone doesn't tell you that I've spent 100 million on something that should have taken less than 1 million to do. And I believe we've seen a great example with how Hanifa has accounted for, trying to sort out the different, cases with people. And, she's done so much with so little. And we are wondering, how can somebody, say that 300 million is gone because of a typing error? That kind of fiscal irresponsibility should come to an end. And we have the ability to stand with that. Thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Rosalind. And guys, I would urge you to follow her. It's not the first page she's talking about money and where our money is disappearing. We may just talk about politics, but politics goes with governance. And right now we are talking about governance and management. So if you don't have a handle, just click on her photo and follow her. She talks about money most of the times. We could not all have the same information. So the next speaker will go. Thank you so much, Kowino. You're here now. Makolabo will go, and then Kowino, now that your co-host, will jump in the middle along the conversation. So we'll go Makolabo, then Bocha. Nyakundi, when you get onto the mic, kindly mute it, and then when you start talking, we'll give you an emoji 100 so that we can hear you, and everybody will get the mic. Makolabo, kindly go ahead. Bocha, you can take it if Makolabo is still preparing.
Yeah, thank you very kindly, host.
Just a moment. I think Marco Labo has a connection issue because his speaker is on, but I can't hear him as well. So Marco Labo, you can fix your internet, then you come back. Watch it. Then KOT, maybe you should set a specific time on your normalizer space so that those who are going to Urupak can get there in time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, host.
Okay, so before that, I've seen the weather in Nairobi is inakaa mist, so I don't know if there is anyone in Uhuru Park to update tujue how the weather is. Then we see the way forward, because huku hata bwana ukivaa sweater jamani, nimefika Githurai nimerudi.
Bocha, go ahead.
Thank you so much, host. I want to commend everybody for the great job they are doing, because everybody is taking their role and playing it excellently. Now, there are a few issues I'd like to highlight. First is that Generation Z is supported by everybody in the country, by the way, whether these are some of the politicians, but let's leave politicians aside, whether you're talking of civil servants, you're talking of the army, you're talking of the police. I know a lot of guys are favorably talking about and are even proudly talking of this generation. So I want to urge you to carry on without feeling intimidated by everybody. After all, what you're fighting for is competence. What you're fighting for is inclusiveness. What you're fighting for is patriotism and nationalism. So nobody should make you feel that you are not worth being listened to. So the other thing I want to say is that when you look at these loans that politicians are taking on our behalf, they are essentially robbing the exchequer. So going forward, we need a chance, once the revolution has succeeded, to revise the constitution so that nobody takes loans on behalf of us without a referendum. Nobody sells national assets without subjecting that to a referendum, so that all of us can agree that let's sell Uhuru Park, for example. Without that, we are not going to allow anybody to continue doing the things they are doing. Now, the other thing is that if you look at this opulence that is being exhibited by politicians, it's not merely happening in the political scene. Look at what is happening in the police and the army, for example, and even in parastatals. You'll find that the heads there, someone can go to the extent of allocating himself 15 cars, and then several cars for the wife, for the children, for the grandchildren, and yet these are public servants who are supposed to abide by chapter 6. So we need you, Gen Z, to ensure that you are documenting this. For example, if you have an opportunity, document what the army generals are doing. These guys are opulently exhibiting what does not belong to them. Look at what the police commanders are doing. Look at what parastatal heads are doing. And then the other thing that you must be cognizant of is that for us to fully liberate Kenya, you know, the thing that we got to fear is fear itself.
Buacha, Biril unampata ama nimempoteza peke yangu?
I think we lost Buacha. We could go to Ismail. Then Buacha, once you fix your mic, we'll add you back.
And then the other thing I want to insist on is that this housing levy and this university funding formula must be resisted by Generation Z, because they are hurting. You know, these are our kids. Going forward, never allow anyone to bribe voters wherever you live. Mobilize your friends, arrest that politician who's bribing voters. And then there is this thing that we see again and again. For example, politicians like the octogenarian running Kotu. You know, these are things that need to be watembelewe, you know. And then if you look at these tribal appointments, we need to ensure that everything is revised. There is no turning back, my friends. Let's revise this so that our sharp, our intelligent youngsters get jobs. And this thing must take a tribeless angle. You know, the issues of letters, for example, you saw by Osoro and Machogu, you know, that was crazy. When we got jobs years ago, we went through a procedure that was very fair, and that those who deserved the positions best are the ones who got them. But then along the way, everything has failed. You know, when you hear people say that Kenya is a failed state, this is what we are seeing. So I urge you, my friends, ladies and gentlemen, that we fight to the very end, and that we are better dead than living in perpetual slavery. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Buacha. Biril, who was next? Okay, I think it was Lydia. Biril, kama unanisikia. Lydia?
Yes, hi guys. Okay.
Hi.
Yeah, I will be very quick. I have seen the latest update that they don't want, I feel like Uhuru Park is going to be condoned off. In as much as this is political, it is also about mental health. We have nothing but time on our hands. So if they don't want us to occupy safe places away from other people's businesses, then we occupy highways. Tuone ni nani, we go play in traffic. Because so we are not going to discuss any, major issues in Kenya because the political class, want to suppress people. You see, this is not okay. So instead of people sitting at home getting depressed and they have nothing but time, we must be allowed to protest in a safe way. So, and Uhuru Park is a very good idea because it's away from businesses and we are doing nothing but sitting there and protesting in the most peaceful way that anybody can think of. So wakikataa hiyo, then all over Kenya, Let people congregate in highways. You see, because we have to find a way of expressing ourselves. That is all. Asante.
Asante sana Lydia, asante. Next, we have Ismail.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My brothers and sisters, I would like first to, I think I'm audible, yeah? I would like first to pass my condolences to all the kids, all the innocent kids, the innocent blood that was spilled for no reason. And the people who are spilling that blood, the man they think that they are protecting is the man that will throw them under the bus at the final end. I just wanted to brief you on some aspects regarding security. Yeah, there is no turning back. I'm a guy who has served in the security forces with a vast experience, served in the special forces. I know most of the things, how they operate and how everything goes on up there. I would like to tell you, please, if you turn back now, you guys are doomed. We are all doomed. Trust me, we are all doomed. I got some inside information, and kama wanasikia hapa ndani, they can listen to it. I don't give a shit. Me, my life is out there. I'm ready to lose this life. There's no problem. But let Kenyans, the ones who will come after me, live with freedoms and live a honorable life. So I have nothing to lose. I'll basically spill everything for you guys. The guy who is currently, we were complaining before about Kome, yeah? Kome, and I'm sorry if I'll take some time, but Kome was just incompetent. That's the guy who was pushed through the ranks. But I'll tell you, the one who is now the so-called Inspector General, the acting one, Kanja is somebody that is so rigid. That guy is a tyrant. He is exactly, he matches the exact character of William Ruto. The other guy that was taken to the GSU from the DCI before, Langat, now brought as a deputy. Yeah, something like that, the Inspector General. So there is no easy ride here. Watu, as in the way the movement came up, that is tribeless, we are leaderless, we are all Kenyans. We all live under the spirit of being a Kenyan and a proud Kenyan. So the aspect of patriotism lies with the Gen Zs and the millennials and the people who are supporting this movement. There is no any other patriot. Msidanganywe, ati baba, this. We just wanted to know what wataenda how, and they proved themselves. They want to ride on Gen Zs and the young men and women of this country, and they achieve and what they achieved in a very short span of time. They did not expect this. So I'll advise KOT and the team, when you feel that you are threatened, these guys might be coming looking for you to abduct you, whatever. Don't stay alone. Usikae peke yako. Always make sure you are in a hood. Make sure you are in a certain group. These guys cannot come for you when you are in a group, and you have the right to protect yourself. One thing, the ones who are coming to abduct you guys, don't show their identities. There is no warrant to arrest you. There is no offense that anyone has done apart from exercising your constitutional right. The threat will be if the judiciary will be on their side. But the thing is this, the judiciary currently is showing a lot of restraint, and they are almost siding with the people as much as they were compromised before. Now let me come to these security guys who are currently doing this bullshit or arresting kids and abducting people. Deaths are there. A lot of people are missing. The few of us who maybe know each other through Twitter, through X, and these social media spaces. They are those kids that even don't have a smartphone. They are those kids that are out there protesting and speaking out, supported by their parents, who have nothing but came out to liberate this country. So remember, let's be so watchful of the kids. They are the ones that are not connected to any social media, but they will hear the word just by mouth. Somebody passes through them and they'll all come and appear there. What these people saw on Occupy Parliament is something they did never expect. No one expected it. So there's a greater power watching over these kids at the end of the day. This thing was just not normal. These guys are in utterly total shock, including the security agencies. Now this Kanja guy and the DCI guy, I mean, who is here, these are all criminals. I'm not fearing to say that. They are all criminals. When you try to cover up a crime that has happened, how do you feel? A kid that has a mother, that has a father, that has uncles, that has sisters, that has brother. Those bodies that were chopped, that's a lie being told that it's a serial killer. That is bullshit. Those are the ones that we know. How many were taken and their bodies, I don't know if we'll ever even find them. How many are in great danger now? But the thing is this, the way the things are going on right now, it shouldn't stop. The momentum should increase. The momentum should just increase. The guys have been mobilized from majorly on tribal basis now. The tribal basis is that there are guys who are not even questioning orders. So when you hear now that demonstrations have been banned in the country, these guys have already formulated something. But with unity, that will not happen. The kids they want to murder, the youth they want to murder, the people of Kenya they want to kill, they cannot do it. As long as we come out in numbers. And for the youths and the Gen Zs, please, history, we are peaceful, should not be taken to be a sign of weakness or a sign of, it shouldn't be seen as a sign of cowardice. No. I'm telling you, the ones that are coming out there, we decided. You touch one, you touch us all. You don't have any constitutional mandate to come and shoot somebody. No. If tear gas wanarusha, there was that poisonous gas. Please avoid that. If you see that poisonous gas, you're ready kitupwa. Just try to go where the wind is not blowing towards your end. And when the tear gas is thrown at you guys, you should come towards the tear gas. Where they're throwing it, run towards it. They will retreat because once the crowd comes charging, they cannot contain that. Let me don't lie to you. Blood will be spilled. These guys will spill blood. But for the sake of this country, if I am the one who is in that front line and I get hit, I am ready to go. If you don't have that spirit, where can you bally? Just stay there because these people will not hear anything else. The time for begging, talking, the constitution is totally disregarded. William Ruto has been against this constitution since the day of memorial. So there is no day you will expect William Ruto to obey the rule of law. He knows the hard way. The old man has joined him now in the pretext of we are saving Kenya. There is no Kenya they are saving. These guys have a lot to lose. The budget that the youths came out and saw, the Generation X and millennials, what we couldn't see that these kids saw is that this budget was drafted by the IMF. Now look at what William Ruto has done. William Ruto has a lot to lose if the movement wins. So we must win. How do we win? Look at the American bases being established in Kenya today. They have taken over Lamu completely. The British guys and the European guys are coming in bunches all over this country. When these demos are going on and the youth, we are all out there, we are being monitored. I think Nyakundi has enlightened one time about it. We are being monitored. What the hell will American airplanes be on our skies? What are they doing there? Why are they monitoring whatever that we're doing? The social media spaces, they are totally now being monitored. This guy is trying to get refuge in all sectors that is possible that he can go there. But the thing is this: we are doing it for Kenya. We are not doing it for ourselves. If I lose today, if I get hit today, I did it for Kenya. Let the ones that we left behind. We are not looking for publicity. We are not looking to get fame. We're not looking. We're not fighting for to get into positions. No, that is none of our business. We don't want that. We just want this country to run better. It's not that our country is poor. Well, you will not believe what William Ruto has taken to give those Americans the bases, because West Africa, they are kicked out. There's no other place now. The one in Djibouti, do you know what goes on there? They need a stable country that they know. Kenya, this guy has already went there and like, I'm out of check now and everything, and I'm making everything out. He's told the amount, whatever, everything is gone. IMF used to give a lot of conditions for them to give you the loans that they are giving. Why is he being given the loans on behalf of Kenyans on a silver platter? Because a lot of interest is there. That's why you find in that bill, the land and so many issues that are entailed into it. So this guy doesn't go for it's not easy. There is a lot of money that has been frozen by the CIA's through the CIA FBI thing that's out there. This guy was asking that money to be brought back to the country, and the American guys refused. It was almost immediately the uprising was starting, the revolution when it was starting. He was on the verge of getting back that money. If that money that is frozen out there through the offshore accounts, most of it are frozen, it's out there. It's Kenyan money. Stolen Kenyan money that is out there. We can demand that money should be returned back to our country. That money can offset whatever that we owe, the loans and the monies that we are told we owe. Although I don't believe if we owe any money, it's just a scheme to steal our monies. This guy has put all the parastatal chiefs, the parastatals that are in this country, apart from the ones that are service to the citizens, they are supposed to generate income towards the Kenyan economy. But every year they are given money in form of their budget. What do they do with our money for? What are they using it for? Where is the money that they are bringing back to the economy, and where it goes? There is no accountability. So don't rely on IPOA on your issues of human rights and the police brutalities. Don't rely on anti-corruption. These are institutions that William Ruto has already planned, and he put his people there. If I ask you today, anyone amongst you that is in IPOA, and that is, I swear to God, I will be in IPOA or I'll be in anti-corruption commission, that commission, when our day comes that we come to victory. Because we will be ruthless and we will not have any mercy. These people will not have any mercy towards us. They will be brutal to us. But one thing is for sure, as we are united, they can do nothing. These bodies that are supposed to safeguard the interests of the citizenry have failed. William has put
Wind
every
up.
one of his team up there.
Wind up.
Yes. As I
Wind
wind
up,
up,
Ismail.
please do not relent. Please. We have won. The world knows we have won. But the fight is for us. It's not for the world, it's for us. Our Kenyans that are here, our Kenyans who are abroad in diaspora, we are all standing together. If a Kenyan is living a better life today, we will be proud that yesterday, yes, if it wasn't for us, this couldn't have happened. And it cannot happen. The day that it needs to happen is now. The moment you show in numbers, please make sure you stick together. Don't be fragmented. The guys will be selective. You will be threatened. Others will come to us to solicit bribes and whatever to buy up youths. Let them come with whatever they want. Don't allow it. Stay with your honesty. One way or the other, you will be recognized one day in this nation. If it's recognition, If it's publicity, you will have it. If it's people to follow you, you will be followed. But please, let's do it for Kenya. Let's do it for Kenya. These guys are never patriotic. They have stolen everything from this nation. Let them not finish us now. Let's stand up together. I applaud everyone. Thank you for listening to me. Please know that these policemen and these murderous gangs that are now being brought all over the country according to their tribal lineages will not succeed in whatever evil that they are planning towards the youths and the Gen Zs and the millennials and the Kenyans at large. Whatever they are trying to do against us, they will not succeed. We will be there in the front line. Please let everybody specialize in his sector. I will be there running up and down in terms of security and giving guidelines, and I will do it. Let them hear it well now, even if I know they're inside here. Let them do it. I will coach others to go ahead, do the drills 1, 2, 3. We'll fix it, but do not relent. Do not. If somewhere that I am, in case a kid or anybody gets hurt, I will follow that one. That nigga. I know how to handle it. Don't worry. We will do it. A lot of guys from the previous from the security sector are in the movement. You are not alone. We are all inside there. We have felt the pain more than anyone else. We will stand up together. We will stand up together, and they will not win. Thank you so much, everyone. God bless you all. Let's stick together. Be safe. Take care of yourselves. Inshallah, we are winning. We are winning.
Thank you very much, Ismail. We really appreciate the millennials that are joining us. And we would like you open your, come on.
Excuse.
No, you don't speak until we give you the chance, kindly. Let's just have some order. Ismail, thank you very much. We have some people that are on the ground with us. We ask you to open your inbox because some things we can't share on the platform. And for anybody that is still having somebody that is missing, kindly, you know that you inbox the co-host, you inbox the host, you inbox anybody that you know can be of help, because we don't want any more life. One more life is one too many. So thank you very much, Ishmael, for that input, and we really appreciate it. Kowino, internet has really given us shit since morning, so you'll understand when you keep on being dropped. Actually, some people cannot even join the space. They're actually asking where is the space because they can't really join, and we've held on it. And if you see me dropping and you dropping, you just come back on, don't tire. So we'll carry on. I don't know what your lineup was, but I was just dropped and I couldn't rejoin back until I had to switch off my phone and come back again. So those kind of inputs that Ishmael has given us is what we're going to carry on with.
Yeah, next we have, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Carry on.
Okay, good. Next we have underscore, then Esther, then Gloria, in that order. Underscore, what's your name?
Hello. Niajini you guys. Nimekuwa nikingoja sana lakini acha nifike tu. Niko na dakika 4. Si ndio kwa wino?
Yes, go ahead.
Just to echo what some people have said. Cha tuweke kizungu kando kwanza. Occupy Parliament ilifanya kazi vizuri. Sai tuko kwa Occupy Uhuru Park. It's a good idea, but sasa we are missing out the point, you guys. We want to be heard both locally and internationally. Lakini ukiangalia where Uhuru Park is stationed, its location haitu favor juu iko huko. Nyi mnaweza kaa ni kama mumeenda tu kuangalia maji na mkae mtulie, lakini tebu mkipeleka hii muende sit down wapi? JKIA, mkae chini hapo kwa barabara, kwa hiyo entrance, ama hata kama mtaingia ndani, watu waingie ndani, mtakuwa mmesimamisha juu sasa kutakuwa na some tension, tiaga zitakuwa mingi, yes and all. Mtakuwa mmesimamisha hizo flights zenye zinaingia to and fro. Mbona juu watakuwa wanasema watu wako unruly na kuna hiyo tension mingi, so itafanya nini? Watu watawasikiza, watauliza mbona ndege zilanda, mbona ndege zikubaliwi ku take off. Yes, najua matiko zitakuwa cancelled out, tunaweza lose do mingi, lakini tunadai kusikizwa na tutasikizwa aje? So ndo hiyo strategy Ismail amesema hapa amekuwa in the service na most of this service tuseme huo inafanyika sasa kuna huo msi akienda kuattack hata attack penye mnaendanga chini kukaa na kuchill, atapeleka pale kwa atawahat pale kwa infrastructure penye watu wengi wana rely on hizo vitu. Target major highways, kuna msee amesema tukae kwa major highways. Tunafunga transport, hakuna gari zenye zinaingia to and fro, au wanatuzuia na roadblocks ati wanasema sisi wenyewe hatuwezi pita, so acha sisi wenyewe tuwafungie barabara au wasipite. So mimi hakuna wenye wanaingia CBD, hakuna nini nafanyika CBD. So Nairobi hakuna watu wanaingia. Tukisema twende CBD, most of hizi ofisi hata ziko CBD, most of hizi embassy, most of hizi government agencies haziko CBD, ziko outside CBD. Most of the offices ama hizi ma international companies hakuna ofisi yenye iko CBD. Ofisi yenye iko CBD ni ofisi ya Kanjo na ya Sakaja peke yake. Tokeni CBD, mseme hata mnaenda Westlands, kuna hizo maofisi mingi Westlands zenye mkiweza shika Westlands, mshike barabara Westlands Chirom, huko ndio penye kuna hizo the maofisi kubwa, the head offices to most of these international banks, international organizations ziko huko. The likes of naitwaje, Milimani, huko ndio penye kuna hizi government offices mingi. Mkisema mnataka kwenda kuoccupy hata hiyo prison offices za prisons, offices za lands, offices za nini ziko huko. Wametuzoea sana CBD, mbona tusichange narrative? Kuna msee alisema hapa, niliona tweet, tumekuwa tukienda CBD tunatumia the same strategy as always, mbona tusichange strategy? Mbona tuache kwenda CBD hata kesho? Tuseme tumebadilisha, twende wapi? Tunaenda Milimani, tunaenda West. You guys, we need to be hard, na tutasikika aje? Hatuwezi rudia kufanya the same thing over and over again expecting different results. Results zitakuwa same. Tutaenda CBD, tutamwagiwa hiyo maji, tutamwagiwa hiyo kitu ya brown yenye tulipewa, lakini tutarudi tena home jioni, watatufungia barabara tutembee. So we need to change, we need to restrategize. Tunashika wapi? Hii kitabu fulani inaitwa Art of War, inastahili hata tutumia hata some things, we need to borrow some things hapo juu. Sasa hii gava inatucheza kama chess. Unaonanga vile chessboard inakaanga, basi hivyo ndo natucheza. Watu ambie tumetoa hii tunafanya hii, tumetoa hii tunafanya hii, alafu wanataka au pia wanatuoccupy kiplani, wanatuoccupy na hao mabloggers wenye wamelipwa hapa hivi, wanatuoccupy na the church juu najua church ikiongea, maybe our parents wako wanaendanga church sana, watasikia kitu new pastor nasema, alafu kama kuambia kijana wangu usiende street, sijui nini ndafanyika, ndo watuuzie hiyo uoga. Sahii ndo hiyo wanataka kushikana na the opposition. These guys wanatucheza tu kwa hii table, wanatupanga tu kwa table, ni kama sisi sijui ni hizo wanaita pawns ama sijui nini, sijaicheza chess, lakini hizo vitu zenye zinakanga hapo, hizo ndio vitu zenye wanatucheza nazo, wanatupima kilo, wanatubeba wana hii kitu. Ukiangalia Citizen, si ati nasema kwa ubaya, Citizen kuna an ad they are running, from ukiangalia iko na graphics poa, iko na hadi kangoma fulani hapo inakaa poa, inaonyesha vile ni kama wanatusupport sisi na hii protest. Inaonyesha, unaweza fikiria the listening, wana portray vitu zenyu, lakini in the end kitu yenye wanasema hapo nini, hapo mwisho ni nini? Tubonge, na inakaa hapo for like some 4 seconds. So unashangaa mbona waste 30 seconds yako kurani hii ad, alafu hapo mwisho unakuja kusema tubonge. Sisi wenyewe hakuna msee mwenye tunataka kubonga naye, ama hapa kuna msee anataka kubonga na msee. Ni kitu yenye tunataka ni tusikizwe, hatutaki kuongea, ni hao wasikie na wafanye kitu yenye sisi tunataka, lakini hapo unapata tubonge. So unashangaa, is Citizen in bed with the government? Kama mnafikiria nadanganya, just wait and see, mutaiona. Niliona jana, muangalie hata saa hii, muangalie saa hii. Ndio hiyo TV47 juzi nasema sijui tunataka 4 cabinet secretaries wenye wametolewa juzi warudishwe. Kina nani hao wanataka? Mimi sitaki, ama kuna msee mwingine amesema ati anataka, sijaona, ama kuna msee ametweet. Hii communication authority ndio tena inataka kuanza kulimit kina nani kina nani hizi mainstream media, kina nani kwa mainstream medias watakuwa wanaonyesha protest. So in some way hao watu wanataka kutufinya tusionekane, vitu zenye tunafanya zisionekane, lakini wanasahau tuko na internet, tuko na Twitter, yes, tuko na Instagram, tuko na TikTok, watu wataenda live. Lakini kitu yenye nafaa ni we need to be heard. Hiyo ndio kitu yenye nafaa ikuwe, we need to be heard. Hatuwezi sikizwa kama tuko CBD, hatuwezi sikizwa kama tunacheza Kenyatta Avenue. Tutoke hapo, twende JK, hii JK yenye unataka kuuza, twende tuone ni kina nani wanauziwa, twende tukae hapo, hizo mandege ziache kuenda na kutoka. Ama hata hizi ofisi bigi, ofisi ni bigi hapa za magava za mani, na zimekaa tu hapo. Jua tunajua protest zinaendelea CBD, yeye ako sawa, yeye kazi inaendelea kwa wake as normal. Mbona tusiwa occupy? So tunafaa tujiulize maswali. Tunataka results tofauti, lakini tunataka kufanya strategy tofauti. Alafu tena kuna some MPs hapa, some MPs at start tukianza hii kitu walikuanga like tunaona tuko sawa nao. Acha nipatiane example na huyu wa Mushomba. That lady was specs amekuwa against finance bill from the start, pamoja na ule governor wa Nyeri from the start. Lakini juzi after cabinet imekuwa dissolved, unaanza kuona wanasema ati umpatie Mount Kenya sijui nini. So you should just ask ourselves, hao ndio wale watu wenye walikuwa wanasema wako na sisi, ama walikuwa watu wanataka vitu zao? Those people are opportunists. Hao wanadandia tu, hao wanatupeleka hivi alafu wanatudandia. Sasa wako wapi? Sasa ongei. Huwa Mushomba sijuzi amesema hapa ati tupatie dialogue a chance, ati prezo, tukitoa prezo sijui nini itafanyika. So mnafaa muangalie this our MPs, muulize mlikuwa mnasema hivi, sasa mbona mnasema hivi? So niyo hadi hii kitu na bo.
Thank you underscore. Next I had Esther.
Hey Coyote, unanisikia leo?
Loud and clear.
Jana nimejaribu kumake submission nikakata, but I am glad I'm back. So personally I have a lot to say and I'll try and compress it. One of the things yenye imeniwasha sana kwa space leo nikasema lazima niongee ni mwenye alijaribu ku raise the religious card. Let me start by saying that I respect all religions na sijawahi leta issue ya religion hapa. Personally, I have a personal relationship with God and my father. So mtu asione tuna support movement afikirie si ni mapagans atujui Mungu. Na nikasikia yo hapo akihepa hiyo point ya religion hadi akasema hapana, mimi nasema ukileta banta hapa be ready to ende nayo hadi tuimalize. And I'm personally not afraid of the religious card. Mimi nimelelewa church kutoka nikiwa mtoi. I was a Sunday school, like nimefanya kila kitu can imagine. I've been a Sunday school attendant, hata leader, worship team, hizo vitu. So mtu asijaribu kutugaslight na mambo ya Mungu. Na personally naweza sema hivi, the same way tunachambua constitution, mwenye anataka tuchambue Bible hapa akijaribu kusupport the evil that the government is doing, because personally if you banta tunaenda nayo hadi tumalize. I want to point out a few things from the Bible. God rejected Eli. One thing you should know, Mungu anaweza kuwa na kukatae. If we started with God nicely na umalize na mwili, believe you me, God will reject you. I want to try and compress a few points. Number one, I've written my points down. God rejected Eli. God rejected Saul. God rejected Nebuchadnezzar. God corrects people and does not condone nonsense. Let me tell you something. Mimi napenda Mungu na mimi ni wa church, lakini mimi spendi ujinga. And I say that all along, and I apply that from family level, work level, everywhere. Mimi spendi ujinga, na usiwahi tumia Mungu kujaribu kubring up that card ati oh nini nini. So now, kuna hii part ingine, kumbukeni Yesu vile alichapa watu. Kwani wale watu walikuwa hapo, do you know who Pharisees were at the time of Jesus? Pharisees were highly respectable people. Watu walikuwa wanajulikana, like don't try nonsense with those people. Na Yesu hakujaribu kunini ati kusema ati juu hawa ni Farisi sitawachapa. Aliwachapa na hakuwa support. Another thing, if you want to bring the by the way, mkiwa niona kwa hii space, mtu ajaribu kuleta the religion card, muniite juu mimi nitakuwa hapo nayo hadi mwisho. God doesn't support bloodshed. God is a God of justice. God is a God of holiness. There is nothing that anybody anafanya wrong kwa hii government imesapotiwa mahali kwa Bible. And another thing people need to know, Bible usapotiana from Genesis to Revelation. I don't know what we call referencing. If you give me a verse, don't go with one verse. Unipatia verse ya kwanza, una reference na ingine na inasapotiangwa na ingine katikati na ingine mwisho. Then another thing, don't be cheated. The Old Testament and the New Testament, they are all together. Vile Mungu alitengeneza hiyo kitabu, yote inasapotiananga. So mtu asiwe jaribu. Now I'm speaking from a Christian perspective. I can't speak for the Muslim or for the Indian. I'm speaking for what I know and what I've been raised in. Another thing, if God has sent out his people and they have disobeyed him, and again I'm referencing from the Bible, Mungu akikutuma ukatae, he will pick somebody else. God cannot be fooled, God cannot be bribed. There is something also called holy anger. Na nimesikia kuna watu kadhaa wa Mungu wakisema, kama nyinyi mlitumwa na Mungu mkakataa, God has raised Gen Zs. He has poured out holy anger so that you can bring out his mission. For those people who don't know, na ndio nasema msituone hapa tukipiga kelele mkadhani hatujui God. This country was appointed by God to bring revival. For those who know and for those who are born again in this space. And if the revival is supposed to come from Kenya to go to the whole world, but Kenya has been filthized by people, it has been dirtified, bloodshed, rape, every evil thing you can read in the Bible has been done in this country. And I can assure you God is very angry at the people who are delaying revival in this country. So mtu asijaribu kule, yani I am shaking with anger. Mtu asijaribu kuleta hiyo kadi hapa ya religion na Mungu. Kwanza usitumie Mungu kujificha kwa kazi chafu. If God appoints you and you refuse, hata kumbukeni mali kwa Bible imesema musiponiabudu mawe itaniabudu. That is another thing. Musisahau pia mahali, who is this person God used the donkey kuongea na yeye, umekataa kusikia, punde itaongea, ng'ombe zitaongea, farasi zitaongea. So kama Mungu amechagua sisi ndio tutaongea because mouthpiece zake zimekataa, so be it. I want to, when I was thinking about the points that I had in mind, it's like God was also dropping a few things in my mind on what I wanted to speak. Remember, if you read the story of David and Saul, and I want you guys to go back to your Bibles, the same way mnasema constitution for those who are Christians. When David started out, he was probably a Gen Z in his time. Alikuwa amedharauliwa na brothers wake. His father was Jesse. Alikuwa huko kwa mang'ombe when his brothers were fighting in the field. And when he was picked, he was probably a Gen Z of their time. And then when he was picked and he started now, Saul akaona, kumbe aka kaboy kaneza nisaidia. He was also, sorry to say, like Raila. Akaona, wacha ni ride kwa hii glory kwa David, ndio nifike mahali nataka. He had his own dubious motives for using what God had poured into David. And if you remember how Jonathan had become friends with David, Jonathan was Saul's friend. They were best friends. Ni kama mimi sasa nikwe best friend ya mtoi wa Ruto ama wa Raila. But for example, kama ni mtoi wa Raila, si believe Kenya my dad anafanya. That is what David and Jonathan were. They were best friends. And so David was anti-government at that time. So I want you to relate those things. Even that time, at some point, David was anti-government, and then sijui roho chafu ikaingia Saul, so that now, again, God had to use the gift he had given David to play the harp to Saul so that the evil spirit could get out of him. So relate that to what is happening to the Gen Zs and the movement right now. And that is what exactly is happening. So somebody is trying to use what God has put in us to ride into our glory. Wao walitumwa kwanza, sisi tukanyamazishwa, lakini sasa Mungu ameinua his holy anger in us. Now, so when David started out as anti-government, he finally became king. Okay, he finally became king, overthrow government because Saul got rejected. The minute God appoints you, let me use that card that lady used, though I disagree with it for my personal reasons. Let us even assume that Ruto had been appointed by God initially. Okay, fine, he was appointed, but now he's rejected. We cannot keep on swinging onto that card of he was appointed. You want to use that card? I will also come with my nail at the coffin and say he is now rejected. And he's rejected because he's gone against what we had promised. He's been rejected because he's just gone against everything he's been saying. Now, by the way, as a Christian, I don't think Ruto stands for anything that he purported to be supporting, hata iwe ni ya Mungu ama iwe ni ya constitution. And by the way, God hates a lying tongue. I'm so angry right now and I'm shaking. My ears are hot and I believe I'm all red right now. God hates a lying tongue, and mimi mtu asiwahi jaribu kutumia hiyo kadi. Hiyo nimemalizana nayo, nikiongea mambo ya Ukristo hapa sitamaliza. So hiyo kadi mwenye anataka kuileta hayo, msiogope. Tunaenda nayo hadi mwisho. Something else Kenya, my last speaker amesema, double speak. I have noticed that people want to ride with the Gen Z wave when we are being celebrated, and again they want to move backwards when we are being condemned. Mimi usema hivi, even in my personal life, stand for one thing. Wacha kuwa kigeugeu. If you're for the movement, be for the movement. If you're against the movement, be against the movement. Wacha hii maneno ya, I'm for the movement when people are being all nicey. I'm against the movement when now we are being condemned. Personally, I've been for the movement from the word go. I've been for the movement for the word go, not because of the wave, but because of I, as Easter, what do I stand for? I will not swing because somebody has told me I'm doing a good thing or a bad thing. Because Wamushamba is now not clapping for me, now I'm feeling ashamed to be for the movement. I'll be for the movement all the way. If I need you guys to read something about the Financial Times article. I've read that article, it's so good. You need to go read it. Nimeiona kwa timeline na nimeisoma. Ruto started a class war. When initially he thought this wave will work for him, yes, it worked for him, but he should have made it work for him all the way. He started by saying the poor, the what was it called, the dynasties, and now it has become a class war. And now the rich people are saying, oh my God, the poor people have arisen. They have known what they need to. They've known what we didn't want them to know. Yani mjinga sasa amerevuka, and we have become a danger to the rich people. I'm sorry to say, I'd never wanted this argument to be about rich and poor, but you need to read that article, and I agree with it. When these guys started saying ati watu wa vitendawili na watu wa bodaboda na nini, kwani what was that? That was a class war. And if you go back to everything that happened and all the clips that were replayed, there was some leader, hasa nakumbuka Uhuru akisema, this is a class war you're starting, and he started a fire that he cannot put out. Hiyo nimemaliza. Be true to who you are. If you're for the movement, be for the movement. Then there is something else as I close my submission. There was this thing about the police saying CBD is out of bounds because nini. I have one thing to say. Why do we have to be double standard? Again, I go back to that thing. Kama wanasema tunaharibu CBD, why are they not saying, and by the way, as watu wanaharibu pia sisi tuache kushoot? They've still not given us the person or the people responsible for the deaths of the people who are in SACS. You know, Kenyans, we have this weakness of forgetting. Tunasonga, syllabus inasonga haraka na tunasahau. Let us note in our minds the things that are being left hanging here and there. So we've still not been told who killed the people. And by the way, I've heard people saying it's not only women who are killed. Kill that narrative. Si wanawake pekee walikuwa kwa hizo magunia. We still don't know who is responsible for that. These people are also not saying they've been shooting protesters. Hiyo kitu NPS ime-release ya kusema nini? Ati tusiende CBD juu tunaharibu vitu. Have they also admitted that they're shooting people and they should stop? So maybe even in my personal life nasemanga, as I correct you in your wrongs, I should also correct myself. The other thing as I finish, abductions by the police, it is very good that God is releasing confusion amongst these people. Wenyewe wanaambiwa sijui gaitho huyu, and there's a part I put in my timeline and said, who is this Kanono? Sorry to say, I can't remember his first name. Is it Francis Gaitho became
It's
collateral
Francis.
damage? yes, it's Francis. Francis Gaido became collateral damage. The person they wanted, it was not a mistake. Walikuwa wanataka Macharia Gaido because of what he wrote. Kwani wewe unaweza confuse mtu mali anaishi hata kama tunaitwa the same surname. The same thing Mash said. Huyu mtu hakuwa ati ameandamwa bure. Now because they had to clean up their narrative, that is why they had to arrest Francis Gaido to try and make it look like, oh, by the way, it's true. We were this is about that he was collateral damage. Just drop that narrative. So right now, I'm so angry, and I'm angry because of hypocrisy. I'm angry because even we, sometimes the citizenry, cannot decide on which side we are on. People want to go on the populist side. Na mimi husema, hata kama nitaachwa peke yangu, I will stand on the side I believe is right because of my morals. I close my submissions. I am so mad right now.
Thank you, Esther. Thank you very much. Tafadhali usikunywe maji. Just take a deep breath in and breathe deep breath out. Don't even drink water. I don't want you to drink water because these guys are playing us.
They are playing us.
They're playing us.
Biril, I've seen
Yes.
finally somebody is with me akiongelea the classism.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you, Esther. Thank you. Next we had Gloria. Then after Gloria, we'll go to Western. After Western, there is Wallace. Wallace, Pambazuka, then Kevin. In that order. Gloria.
Okay, thank you very much. In fact, I'm glad Esther went before me. Na ame-explain hizo vitu za religion vizuri sana. And it's from there, because these people are so much anchored into religion ama nini. Hapo ndo pia sisi lazima vita yetu tuweke. Not necessarily openly saying, oh, God has refused this or God has refused the other. But we can strategically, tuseme Mondays, we want all our days to be occupied. From now, because hao wanaandika vitu, they're writing narratives, so we are always going to their, whatever. I see most of us going there to try and negate or counter their narratives. We do not have to counter them like that. We can have our own narrative that we stick to, which is still going to counter their narratives without us having to waste energy going to their pages, seeing what they are doing. It's a good thing huu Raila ameshajitokeza, because hiyo ndo inakuanga mostly a hindrance. He is usually the hindrance, because we always have this fantasy that what if tungekuwa tumechagua Raila, what if now hata ungemchagua hakuna kitu ingechange. They are the same people. Unaona sasa ameenda ameshikana na Ruto. Thank you very much. It makes our work easier because all enemies one side. The rest of us citizens who are looking for good governance, who are looking for change, one side. So now let's just have every day one narrative yenye tuna push. Tukisema Monday, exposing Ruto's lies. Tunakuwa na hashtag kama exposing Ruto's lies, Ruto must go. Wewe ni kutafuta zile video vitu zenye amekuwa akisema. Hiyo ndo kazi yetu. Hatujali hao wana push nini. That is what we are pushing, but always we have Ruto must go. Tukisema Tuesday, tuna occupy mahali, tuna push hiyo siku ya tuna occupy. Tukisema Wednesday, corruption in the government. Hizi vitu zenye zimetolewa hizi sijui 15 billion lost where, tunazicollect zote. Tunazipush. Mtu una copy tu paste kwa mwenzako. Ukisema exposing corruption, Ruto must go. Hivyo. We fight our own war without having to be distracted with what they are doing. So right now, they are fighting the media. Okay, we agree. The media has always been not balanced. That much we agree. But still, we need the media. So saizi, unaona Citizen venye Macharia alishikwa, and then Macharia Gaido, then they shot some journalists in Nakuru. All of a sudden, Citizen TV now wakatoa hiyo, that short compilation of theirs on police brutality. Hawajakuwa wakitoa. And because of that, now they are there occupy Citizen TV, genocide media. When something like that happens, much as easy media ziko corrupt and nini, just know that we need the media. So we can even come up with a counter hashtag while pushing our own things. Na lazima tukue na sisi pia media day, Friday ikue media day. Tuna unleash video zetu za what happened during the week, media day, media information day. That is the only way we'll keep these people on their toes. Tusiende kuangalia Itumbi ameandika nini, tusiende. No, sisi tukue na yetu na tuweke energy zetu hapo. Let's not bother what it is they're doing, because they're dividing our attention, they're dividing our energies. Ujui ujigawe mara ngapi? Mara hapa ndo huyu, mara kuna Raila traitor hapa to deal with, mara there's the other. No, let's just say bad rubbish, bad whatever, one side. Wakae huko, wajipange wenyewe. Sisi tunapanga yetu kila siku. We have something we are pushing every day, putting all our energies on our own mission and not dividing our attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Gloria. Funny guys, you still follow those guys? We asked to unfollow them so that they don't have a platform. Let them talk to
No, we don't
themselves.
follow them.
Yeah, don't
Follow
follow
them,
them.
but thumbs up, and you see people that are in the movement, you see them, struggling so much to counter. Ndo nasema, let's not struggle. Let's leave them to say whatever they want to say. Let us have our own strategy, our own message yenye kila siku tuko na mission, ndo message tuna push.
Thank you again. If you're here and you heard what Esther said, we stick to one. If you're in the motion, if you're in the movement, you stay in the movement. If you're not for it, just drop out of it, because unatuchokesha. Pambazuka, I'll give you after Wallace. So let Wallace speak, and then Pambazuka.
We had Western
Yes.
first, then Wallace.
Okay.
Western, Wallace.
Western, then Wallace, then Pambazuka.
Thank you
Western.
so much. Thank you so much for the opportunity to make some submission. I salute all of you. I salute our fallen patriots, our comrades, our soldiers committed to this cause. I wish to say something about the media. The media. I've heard the concept of genocide media. Fellow compatriots, the media is referred to as the fourth estate for good reason. Fourth estate. It means the media is the fourth leg of a democracy. Fourth leg. You've got the executive, you've got parliament, the legislature, you've got the judiciary, then you've got the media. Without that leg, then you have no democracy. You don't. And it's the media that the citizenry relies on to expose the rot by the powers that be. Because often these other three legs tend to conspire against the people. So it's the media to at all times stand by the people, raise what are called public interest issues, issues to do with human rights, issues to do with human dignity, issues to do with constitutionalism, social justice, corruption. The media should never relent. But in Kenya, unfortunately, the media is reactionary, is state-centric, panders to the state interests because of advancement, who gives them money. You've heard them complain about the government is not, giving them adverts. That compromises them. Because of ownership, the media in Kenya is owned by the very, very individuals who have dominated the state for years, the Kenyattas, the Mois, and name it. So they're not independent. In fact, it's a misnomer to refer to the Kenyan media as national media. It's very parochial, which takes me to the genocide media, ladies and gentlemen, fellow compatriots. For some of us who have cared to read what happened pre-genocide Rwanda in 1994, you will come across a newspaper called Kangura newspaper, Kangura. And there was a radio station called Radio Milkoli. Those two media stations, they were instrumental in the propagation of hate speech, which provided a conducive environment for the commission of genocide in Rwanda. So when the media is irresponsible, that spells doom for all of us. It spells doom. When the media exercises self-censorship, the way the Kenyan media does, when the media plays to the cynical politics of the political elite in Kenya, today they are pandering to Uhuru Kenyatta's orchestra, demonizing William Ruto. Tomorrow, they have gyrated. They're pandering to William Ruto's orchestra. I don't know who they're demonizing. The following day, it's somebody else. It's never about the Kenyan people. That's the most unfortunate thing. Such that I used to watch Citizen TV, you know, and then you would see in the background, there was the image, I don't know whether they've removed, the image of Nyayo House. And I would ask myself, this media house, what do they mean by this symbol of Nyayo House in the background? Nyayo House, for all who care to know, a symbol of oppression, dictatorship, brutality, death. Why would a media house have that symbol in the background? And it's still even a symbol of corruption. When we're talking about passports, IDs, and what have you, it's still a symbol of bad governance, oppression, corruption, inefficiency, dysfunction. So I would ask, now a media house that can be so illiterate like this about Kenya's history, how can it inform? Because that's one of the core mandates of the media, is to inform. How can it inform? When you celebrate a legacy of oppression like that, how can you inform the Kenyan people about social justice, about human rights? You cannot. So we do have a problem with the media in Kenya. And it's not just the political elite who propagate ethnic sentiment. The media is a cog in the tribalization of the state in Kenya. Listen, when we are gearing up for elections, they'll frame the elections like a two-horse race. They will ask some candidates what they're bringing on the table. When they ask what you're bringing on the table, they're asking for your core ethnics. Do you come from the so-called populist ethnic group, such that, okay, you're such a viable presidential candidate? It's never about your policies. It's never about your morality, your ethics. It's never about where did you get your money. It's always about he has the numbers. This other candidate doesn't have the numbers. That narrative is about ethnicity. It's about tribalism. They're very integral in that. And then pandering to tribal stereotypes. They do that a lot, the media. Very responsible. Some of you must have perhaps watched Churchill show. And that show, the snippets that I got an opportunity to watch, my stomach would churn. Because why would ethnic stereotypes constitute raw material for fun, for humor? If somebody speaking English with their first language accent, why would that be fun? Why would that be humor? Why is it humorous? Of course, this person has got a first language. English is not their first language. French is not their first language. So why should that be a source of humor? That's not satire. Satire, you poke fun at the powers that be. That's satire. You satirize the powerful, not the powerless, not the ordinary people. That's not satire. You're making a mockery of satire. You're debasing them. And the media will broadcast those things. That's not satire. JK, there's an MP called JK. They used to satirize Moi, how Moi used to speak. That's not humor. Because if Moi at that time would turn on his TV and watch them, doing that thing, he would just feel, yeah, there's some light moment here. But if you want to know it's satire, the powers that be will fidget in their seats. They would squirm in their seats. That's satire. But these attempted to speak the way, pronounce, enunciate words the way the political elite does, that is not satire. It's not satire. And that's why the lives of John Kiari, people are wondering what became of him. What became of him? I don't think he was conscious. If he was conscious, he would really have satirized more. He didn't satirize more. And that's why he's in parliament, and is very much part and parcel of the very excesses that Moi was accused of. So the media in Kenya, the church in Kenya, the state in Kenya, the education sector in Kenya, ladies and gentlemen, these are the most colonial of institutions in Kenya. And they're the ones that are yoking us down. They jealously guard the colonial way of doing things. And they look at people as, the ordinary Kenyans as these are not full human beings. These are superfluous people in Kenya. So they have no right to dignity. They have no right to decency. They have no right to human rights. You kill them at will, you debase them in life, you debase them in death. Chop them into pieces and dump them into some compost, site with the rubbish. So you debase them throughout. From the womb to the tomb, Kenyans are debased, ordinary Kenyans. Why? Because we have colonialists for leaders. We have colonialists for pastors and priests. We have colonialists for people in the media. We have colonialists for people in the education sector. You people, have you ever talked to Kenyan students, the kind of experiences they go through in schools in Kenya? Have you ever talked to them? You are told, oh, we were found, I don't know, doing what? And the teacher told us to go and lie out in the sun there. We cover ourselves in blankets from morning until the afternoon. And the sun, the sun along the equator is so hot. Poor kids are lying out there, outside their classrooms, covered in blankets. That is oppression. And it happens in Kenya. We say nothing about it.